Hello, total 29 yuan, Alipay or WeChat. Alipay. Ding, received 29 yuan via Alipay. Wish you a pleasant life, goodbye. Phew. China Modu railway station. After delivering the customer to the designated location, Su Bai took a long, deep breath and started checking the next order. That's right, he was a ride-hailing driver. No one could believe that a graduate of a top 985 university majoring in materials engineering had become a full-time ride-hailing driver. Su Bai didn't want it either, but it was all because he had awakened a strange system. Ding, today's check-in successful. Reward 1 million yuan in secret stash money. Huh. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Bai's mouth twitched, already somewhat numb. It was nothing because 1 million was just a drop in the ocean for Su Bai. 2 years ago, on the night of his graduation and marriage, Su Bai obtained the secret stash check-in system. Every day, by checking in at various locations in Modu, he would receive money that did not belong to him. The reason being, this money had to be hidden at home and must not be discovered by his wife. Once the target amount was reached, Su Bai would receive a 5 return on the money. At the same time, whenever the income obtained through the secret stash check-in system reached a multiple of one small goal, 100 million, Su Bai would receive some special rewards. The special rewards covered a very wide range, including physical fitness, skills, knowledge, and so on. Thus, Su Bai chose to become a ride-hailing driver, spending his days driving passengers around Modu to check in and his nights at home engaging in a battle of wits with his wife. Over the past 2 years, Su Bai had managed to keep his secret completely watertight without giving away a single clue. So much so that Su Bai himself didn't know how much wealth and ability he possessed. One more trip check-in at the last spot for today. A few more days, and he'll get another special reward. I wonder what weird reward it will be this time. Watching the pedestrians passing by, Su Bai couldn't help but show off. So it's true, you can really earn money lying down. Ding, new order available. Accept. Su Bai glanced at his phone. Oh, it's conveniently on the way. The reason he chose to be a ride-hailing driver rather than driving to fixed check-in spots every day was purely to avoid arousing his wife's suspicion. He would take about 10 orders a day, then drive around Modu, and when the time was right, rush home. The most important thing was to neither arouse his wife's suspicion nor let her discover the secret stash. Thinking of his wife, Su Bai couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. His wife, Lin Qianyu, was the campus belle of the same university. Countless suitors pursued her, and love letters were counted by the box. Among them were children of officials and rich second generations with gifts that were astonishing. If Lin Qianyu had agreed, cars and houses would have been a piece of cake. But in the end, she was won over by Su Bai. A year later, Su Bai playfully asked why she had chosen him. His wife's answer was that he was honest and not likely to cheat. She fell in love at first sight. After marriage, with their own efforts and family funds from both sides, they managed to pay the down payment for a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of about 100 square meters in a remote area of Modu. Now Su Bai drives a ride-hailing car every day while Lin Qianyu works as a full-time streamer. Their life is simple but full of love. A residential community near the terminal of Metro Line 7 in Modu. Even though it was so far from the city center, as long as it was in Modu, the housing price reached about 2700 to 2800 per square meter. Fortunately, after paying the down payment, the monthly mortgage of 1100 yuan was within their income range and would not affect their quality of life. Su Bai had thought about paying off the remaining balance in one go, but to avoid arousing his wife's suspicion, he eventually held back his impulse. In the residential community, Building B, Unit 3, Room 303. Secret stash. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A sweet-looking woman was leaning back in her chair, speaking confidently to the camera. She was Su Bai's wife, Lin Qianyu, now a small streamer on a certain audio live streaming platform. At this moment, she was doing a PK battle with another female streamer. In the streaming industry, PK is very common. Nothing is impossible. Men are all the same. How could there be no secret stash? The other streamer's tone was a bit sour, her heart envious of Lin Qianyu's beauty. It's different. My husband and I met in college and got married after graduation. I know his character very well. Not only does he hand over his salary card every month, but the passcode to his phone is my birthday. Moreover, I give him some pocket money every month. In 2 years of marriage, we've never had a disagreement over money. And on holidays, my husband always prepares little surprises for me. Sometimes he even makes handcrafted figurines for me. Lin Qianyu recalled the past 2 years of marriage, a happy smile on her lips. Anyway, I believe he would never hide a secret stash from me. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but give advice to the sisters in the live stream. Ladies, in short, when looking for a boyfriend, you must find one who is willing to hand over his salary card. After all, no amount of sweet talk is as real as action. Once a man has money, he goes bad, so we must hold on tightly to their lifeline. Anyway, my husband says that girls should be spoiled, men should earn money to support the family, and women should be beautiful and charming. Although his salary is average, I can clearly feel that as time goes by, he loves me more and more. After saying that, Lin Qianyu turned around to check that she was alone in the room. Watching Lin Qianyu constantly showing off her happiness, the girls in the live stream went wild. Whoa, I want a husband like that too. It's another case of someone else's husband. Beauty Lin, are you making all this up? In reality, you might be quarreling every 3 days and arguing every 2 with a very tense marital relationship. A man handing over his salary card doesn't mean he doesn't hide secret stash. My husband falls within that range. I hold his card, but last month I actually discovered he had hidden 500 yuan in secret stash. That's 500 yuan enough for him to call several girls at a club. Hee, I even have to give my husband money every month. Married for 7 years, only got a lipstick in the first year, not even a candy after that. Truly what you can't get is always the best. Once obtained, it's treated like dirt. Can you believe it? In a year my husband hasn't touched me once. I feel like I'm alone even though I'm married. Watching the bullet comments, Lin Qianyu felt even happier. No matter what others said, her husband's performance over the past 2 years was evident. Although he hadn't earned much money, a life without money could still be lived interestingly. Lin Qianyu glanced at the time, 4:55 p.m. In a little while her husband should be off work and returning home. What little surprise would he prepare for her today? Suddenly, several bullet comments caught Lin Qianyu's attention. Since when did Master Kong come out with a shrimp and garlic flavor cup noodle? Yeah, I've never noticed before. I only remember Master Kong had a shrimp and fishboard flavor, never heard of shrimp and garlic flavor. Ahem. Do you see in the corner of the screen there is also a sizzling lamb flavor? Is this a test sample of Master Kong? But I remember Sister Lin's family conditions are average and test samples wouldn't go to her house, right? Or did they win a lottery draw? Sister Lin, why don't you open one and see how the shrimp and garlic flavor and sizzling lamb flavor cup noodles differ? One, I'm also curious. Except for chicken and mushroom, I'll try any flavor. That chicken and mushroom flavor is really scary. Even the smell makes me want to vomit. Seeing the bullet comments discussing her family's Master Kong cup noodles, Lin Qianyu was momentarily speechless. What's the big deal about a few buckets of instant noodles? Isn't it normal for new flavors to come out just like chips? At home, Lin Qianyu generally didn't eat instant noodles. Only Su Bai occasionally had some, usually the braised beef flavor. These few buckets had been sitting there for over 3 months. Su Bai hadn't opened them and Lin Qianyu hadn't paid attention. However, seeing the enthusiasm of her fans in the livestream, Lin Qianyu decided to play along. After all, it was just 2 buckets of instant noodles costing a few bucks. She could always open them and let Su Bai eat them when he got home, so it wouldn't be a waste. Since you ladies are so curious, I'll open it and let you have a look. Lin Qianyu picked up the shrimp and garlic flavor cup noodle and also picked up a small knife to begin unsealing it. Aren't all instant noodles the same? A block of noodles, 3 seasoning packets. Is there anything else? Rip. With a sound, Lin Qianyu tore off the outer plastic film, grabbed a corner, and pulled hard. The next moment, Lin Qianyu was stunned and the audience in the livestream was also shocked. Inside the Master Kong shrimp and garlic flavor cup noodle was not instant noodles, but a full bucket of red 100-yuan banknotes. What the? When did Kang Shifu launch a promotion? And it's not the usual discount coupon trick, but actual cash stuffed inside. Kang Shifu is more straightforward than that beauty brand. Come on, Lin Fairy, open that lamb-flavored one and show us. Cash. I haven't seen real cash in ages. With online payments, money is just a string of numbers, and I can't control my spending. Lin Qianyu was also in shock. She walked directly to the corner, picked up another bucket of lamb-flavored instant noodles, and with a swift motion opened it. Another bucket stuffed full of cash. What was going on? Could it be a stroke of luck just to ease her mortgage pressure, and it happened to hit her home? Just as Lin Qianyu was puzzled, the door of the livestream room creaked open, and Su Bai walked in holding a single-serving strawberry cake. Honey, your favorite strawberry cake. Take a bite. Seeing that Lin Qianyu didn't give him a warm hug as usual, Su Bai was surprised. Honey, it's past 5 o'clock, haven't you ended the stream yet? Su Bai stepped forward, his gaze falling on the open bucket of noodles, and he froze. Damn, had been caught. He was about to make a quick exit when Lin Qianyu came to her senses, turned around, and said excitedly, Honey, I've got great news. I won a prize. Su Bai glanced again at the noodle bucket, placed the strawberry cake on the computer desk, and said, a prize? Yes, the 2 buckets of noodles you bought a few months ago both had cash inside. Can we go buy a few more? Lin Qianyu handed a bucket of cash-filled noodles to Su Bai. Honey, let's go have some fun this weekend, shall we? Ahem. Su Bai coughed lightly, trying to calm himself. Honey, don't you never eat instant noodles? What made you think of them today? No, it's just that my livestream friends said they'd never seen this flavor, so I opened it for them to see. I never expected it to be all money. Lin Qianyu was extremely excited, estimating that the cash in the 2 buckets was enough for 1 month's mortgage payment. Su Bai swallowed hard. His mind raced. It seems heaven is watching over our family, giving us such a blessing. Honey, eat your strawberry cake first. Tell me what you want for dinner, and I'll cook for you. Su Bai was inwardly mortified. He had almost forgotten that the noodle buckets were stuffed with cash. To be honest, he himself didn't even know how much secret money he had hidden at home. He had stuffed cash into the noodle buckets because he knew Lin Qianyu never ate instant noodles, so he had invested in Kang Shifu Company and specially ordered these unique flavors. Why had he made such special flavors? Why not just produce all beef-flavored buckets? It was because he was afraid that if she ever wanted to eat some, she might open the wrong one. But Su Bai hadn't expected that his carefully crafted plan would still go wrong. Su Bai edged backward, moving toward the corner to pick up the remaining buckets of noodles. Honey, can you cook? Lin Qianyu gave him a strange look. Her husband was good at everything except cooking and making money, but beyond that he was flawless. And today it seemed like the sun had risen in the west. Su Bai was actually asking what she wanted to eat. From the moment she had opened the noodle bucket, Lin Qianyu felt something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Su Bai paused, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Well, honey, your husband can still cook some porridge and fry a couple of eggs. He had almost revealed another of his little secrets. Damn those buckets of noodles, messing with his composure. Lin Qianyu stood up and walked over to him. So, honey, why are you holding those buckets? You want to see if there's more cash inside. Honey, why is your forehead all sweaty? Lin Qianyu squinted, staring intently at Su Bai, feeling that her husband of 2 years seemed different somehow. Lin Qianyu looked again at the buckets in Su Bai's arms, feeling that things were definitely not that simple. Overwhelmed by the shock of the cash-filled noodle buckets, she had forgotten to close the live stream. Everything happening in the room was being broadcast to the audience. Among them were some married netizens. Experienced men and women immediately understood what was going on. Haha, the host's expression is exactly like a man caught cheating. Lin Fairy, my husband hiding secret money. No way, impossible. The slap in the face came so fast. 1 bucket of noodles at 5,002 open plus 3 in the husband's arms. That's 2,500. Total way more than my husband's 5,000. Holy crap. Hiding secret money in noodle buckets. Why didn't I think of that? Brilliant. The buckets must have been sealed by the husband himself. This is like a spy movie. Hiding money with such tactics makes my old method of hiding it in underwear look totally lame. Do you think this is really the husband's secret money? Could it actually be a Kang Shifu promotion and we're wronging them? I've already asked someone to check with Kang Shifu. Don't worry, the truth will come out soon. Honey, you look a bit nervous. Lin Qianyu leaned her head closer to Su Bai, staring into his eyes, trying to see through him. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard, his eyes darting. Seeing Lin Qianyu pressing hard, determined to get to the bottom of it, Su Bai made a decision. Looking at her pouty cherry lips, just 5 centimeters away, he moved and kissed her directly. MMPH. Smack. After a long moment they parted. Su Bai looked at his blushing wife and said affectionately, honey, you're so beautiful. Lin Qianyu's face was flushed. The usually wooden Su Bai had never been so bold. You, we're still live? Next time, don't do that. The audience in the live stream, is this something kids can watch? Is this something free to watch? A kiss, then what's next? Some fire and passion. OMG. I came to see secret money being uncovered, not to eat dog food. Showing off love fades fast. Damn, my husband has never treated me like this. Jealous and envious. So, is the money in the noodle buckets actually secret money? My friend replied, Kang Shifu is not running a cash red envelope event. The factory uses the highest standard of contamination-free packaging, so it's impossible for money to get in. So, everyone knows what that means. Lin Qianyu turned around to close the live stream. Some things were meant only for her and Su Bai. Warning, this live stream has performed an indecent act. Further violations will result in automatic closure. See, the system warned us. Lin Qianyu complained coyly, but anyone could feel the happiness in her voice. The female streamer who was competing with Lin Qianyu also learned the truth. Watching Lin Qianyu and Su Bai flaunt their love and thinking of her own useless partner, she was furious. Because someone said her husband would never hide secret money, and now some viewers have confirmed that Kang Shifu has no such promotion, so everyone knows what that means. I believe this money couldn't have been put in by the husband. How could it be? I still think it's Kang Shifu's problem. They'll keep verifying later to clear the husband's name. After all, Sister Lin said her husband couldn't hide secret money. At least 2,000 in secret money. If it's true, I wonder what the husband was planning to use it for. I heard keeping a mistress costs about that much per month. The female streamer's sarcastic tone kept going back and forth, making her meaning clear. Su Bai, who had just recovered, froze again. Looking at the female streamer in the live feed, he wished he could give her a face slap massage. He had planned to wait until Lin Qianyu ended the stream and then find some excuse to smooth things over. Now it seemed they were going to have a confrontation in court. It was like being roasted on a fire. Help! There was no way out now. At the sound of the sarcastic mockery from the female streamer in the live room, Lin Qianyu's expression remained unchanged, but only Su Bai understood the look in her eyes. Oh no, if he couldn't explain himself clearly, he wouldn't be getting into bed tonight. Honey, it's not what you think. Lin Qianyu squinted her eyes. She certainly didn't believe what the female streamer said about supporting a mistress. After all, for the past 2 years, she and Su Bai had slept in the same bed every single night. Even a master of time management couldn't have pulled that off. Right now, she only wanted to clarify one thing: were the banknotes in the instant noodle bucket really Su Bai's secret stash? And if so, was the source of this money clean and legitimate? After all, over 20,000 was just a small amount to others. But for a ride-hailing driver who handed over his salary every month, saving over 20,000 was no easy feat. At the thought, Lin Qianyu's heart stirred with unease. Could her man really have done something illegal? like in the TV dramas, delivering white powder, or driving for robbers, or getting involved in other unlawful activities. Huff. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and not imagine anything worse. Su Bai, if this money isn't from Master Kong's promotion, then what's going on, eh? Lin Qianyu stared intently at Su Bai. Honey, if this money. If it's not particularly clean, we'd better return it quickly. I don't ask for great wealth or status, only for safety and peace. I think our life now is pretty good, there's no need to pursue more. Honey, I don't want you to do anything extreme for me. As she spoke, tears glistened in Lin Qianyu's eyes. The live room was swayed by Lin Qianyu's words. Right, I remember Fairy Lin said her man's income was average, saving over 20,000 really isn't easy. Could this money be problematic? I heard there was a burglary in a nearby community a while back, and they lost quite a bit of cash, around 30,000. Could it be? Should we call the police? We might become concerned citizens and earn a big merit. Holy crap, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. Who would hide money in a noodle bucket? That takes some serious imagination. I don't care about that, oh, I just want to be friends with the husband. Every month my secret stash gets confiscated by my wife. I really want to learn from him, even if it costs money. Bro, above, count me in. Only men understand men. This is our eternal pain. Seeing Lin Qianyu on the verge of tears, Su Bai took a deep breath. Honey, since you found out, I'll come clean. This money is indeed my secret stash. Seeing Lin Qianyu's face turn pale, Su Bai quickly added, but it's not what you think. I saved every single yuan through hard work. You know, ride-hailing drivers get bonuses after reaching a certain number of rides. Over the past 2 years, I've secretly saved those bonuses. So this money is completely clean. Su Bai fabricated the excuse without a hint of guilt. After all the more secret money, he hid the higher his daily returns. If it was just the amount in the noodle bucket, Su Bai could accept it. 25,000 with a 5% return meant losing only 750. Yeah, just 750. What? Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu felt a mix of emotions. She was angry that Su Bai had actually hidden money from her, but relieved that the source wasn't what she had feared. But why did this man have to do this? Lin Qianyu let out another long breath, trying to steady her emotions. In their 2 years of marriage, although Su Bai handed over his salary every month, she had never restricted his spending. As long as Su Bai asked, and it wasn't excessive, she would give him the money. Could it be? Just like the female streamer said, Su Bai had someone else. Lin Qianyu dared not think further. Though she knew it was impossible, a woman's nature made her imagine things. Honey, why? Why did you hide money? Could it be that you really have? Stop. Su Bai quickly reached out and covered Lin Qianyu's mouth. He didn't want this secret stash incident to damage their relationship. Su Bai gently stroked Lin Qianyu's hair with his other hand and spoke softly. Honey, this is a childcare fund I've been saving. You've been talking about wanting a baby next year, so I wanted to secretly save up to buy gifts for the baby, ease your burden, and surprise you. Honey, now do you understand why I hid the money? He finished with a slightly regretful tone before removing his hand from her mouth. After hearing his words, Lin Qianyu's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. So Su Bai had worked hard to save money not for another woman, but for their future childcare fund. At this moment, she no longer minded his secret stash. She looked at him with affection. Honey, I was wrong to doubt you. I shouldn't have ruined the surprise you prepared for me. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily averted, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. He gently cupped Lin Qianyu's face. Honey, so can we move up our baby plan? Want to start now? Now. Lin Qianyu's face flushed again. Suddenly realizing something, she gently pushed Su Bai away. Don't be silly, in broad daylight. I'm still live streaming. The netizens in the live room nearly smashed their keyboards, and the female streamer competing with her was so angry she disconnected. Good grief, you two know you're live streaming. The rich don't know how hungry the poor are. This is killing me. I believe in love again because of them. God, please grant me a husband just like him. Sister Lin, as someone who's been through it, I'm telling you, never trust a man's words. I bet your husband has hidden money elsewhere. I've learned something new. Bro, you're awesome. I've saved this whole speech. If my wife catches me hiding money, I'll repeat it word for word to touch her heart. And seeing that the crisis was over, Su Bai stopped teasing Lin Qianyu. He picked up the unopened instant noodle bucket, ready to leave the scene of the disaster quickly and check other spots to ensure no similar problems remained. Honey, wait. Lin Qianyu reached out and pulled Su Bai beside her, then introduced him affectionately to the live room. Everyone, this is my beloved Su Bai. Su as in the poet, Su don't Bai as in white. I'm sorry to say that in 2 years of streaming, I've never properly introduced my husband or cared about how hard he works. Honey, thank you for your hard work these past 2 years. Hearing her heartfelt confession, Su Bai's mouth twitched involuntarily. Had he gone too far? If Lin Qianyu ever discovered the truth, would she chase him 10 kilometers with a cleaver? But he had already come this far, he had to continue. Su Bai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, with equal affection. Honey, I love you. Damn, they're going to sweeten us single dogs to death. This is better than any idol drama. Bro, you should write a book for us men to reference. I don't believe he hasn't hidden more money. I swear tonight that if he hasn't, he'll wash my hair upside down on stream. Even scripts wouldn't dare write this. Hiding money in a noodle bucket. I can't believe there's no other place. A few netizens sent gifs to make their comments float, hoping to catch Lin Qianyu's attention and urge her to continue searching for the secret stash. For a moment, they really stirred up the rhythm. The screen was filled with demands to continue searching for the secret stash. The live room's popularity doubled and many new faces joined in making the topic of uncovering the secret stash even more intense. Ahem, Su Bai coughed lightly, suppressing his nervousness. Honey, since the introduction is done, how about we cook together tonight? I can help with prep work and you can make your best dishes. Cola chicken wings and stir-fried lettuce with garlic. And then some tea tree mushroom and old duck soup. What do you think, my dear? Agree, quickly agree. If this continues, things will spiral out of control. These gossipy netizens were really troublesome, enjoying the drama without caring about the consequences. Although the places he had hidden money were very discreet, he couldn't withstand the relentless digging of thousands of online viewers. Lin Qianyu gave Su Bai another strange look. Honey, you won't lie to me, will you? Ahem, whatever you say, my dear. Su Bai quickly brushed it off. All right, I'll trust you for now. Lin Qianyu nodded thoughtfully. Su Bai was about to breathe a sigh of relief. After dinner, he'll do some more investigating. Lin Qianyu's words sent his heart racing again. Yet he couldn't argue, only hoping she wouldn't find anything. Honey, you make only $12 or so per ride-hailing trip, yet these 5 noodle buckets add up to nearly 20,000. You've really been through a lot. Lin Qianyu didn't get up to cook. Instead, she held Su Bai's hand with sympathy. Look, your hands have calluses from driving. Promise me don't work so hard anymore, okay? I promise, darling. Su Bai could only nod repeatedly. Tired my foot. If his job were considered exhausting, every other worker would want to chop him up. Why did he drive for ride-hailing? Just to reassure her that he wasn't a freeloader. Darling, I'm doing this for our future little one. I had a fortune teller calculate it. If we use a special position at 10 tonight, we'll surely have a little tiger by year's end. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's nose playfully, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. Over the past 2 years, Su Bai had considered having a child, but Lin Qianyu wanted to enjoy their time as a couple. It was only a few days ago that she brought up the idea. 10. Special position. Lin Qianyu blinked, her expression full of confusion. In her view, having a child simply meant not using protection. There was no need for such fuss. Well, the master said that if we adopt this position at 10, our child will live without worries and be safe. Su Bai said it without a blush or a flutter of his heart, while inwardly feeling quite eager. Although they had been married for 2 years, Lin Qianyu was still very conservative in this area, and there were many positions Su Bai had yet to try. For this reason, he had dreamed more than once of one day experiencing every single one with his wife. Are you sure about this position? Lin Qianyu shot him a suspicious glance, always feeling he was making excuses to fulfill his own desires. Turning her head, husband, let's not talk about this. With Su Bai nearby, Lin Qianyu often forgot she was live streaming. Awkward, truly awkward. Su Bai glanced at the comments, then quickly turned Lin Qianyu around, took her hand, and gently stroked the lines on her palm. See these 3 lines? The career line, the love line, and the life line. Your love and life lines are longer, which means our future will be harmonious and blissful. No matter what problems arise, I'll be there for you. Damn it, if he let Lin Qianyu keep being brainwashed by those comments, his system might be deactivated. Darling, I never feel tired saving this money. Every time I take a ride, as long as I think of our future baby, I'm filled with motivation. A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. Though each trip earns little, persistence accumulates into a huge fortune. Su Bai wasn't lying. He had worked diligently, earnestly, and faithfully for 2 years, and indeed had accumulated a tiny bit of wealth. Lin Qianyu didn't know that. Hearing Su Bai's slow tone, her eyes grew moist again. Honey, how about we try it tonight? Hearing her consent, Su Bai's heart surged with excitement, wishing it were already 10 o'clock, so he could embrace his beauty and engage in a passionate battle of 300 rounds. Good heavens. If he had known this would work, he wouldn't have had to fantasize for 2 years. The live stream was also stunned by Su Bai's move. This guy would be wasted if he didn't go into pyramid schemes. He's so smooth talking. I agree, but the more I hear, the more it sounds fake. Maybe the feelings are genuine, but that 10 o'clock special position business sounds like an old charlatan. Lin is just too good-natured. Oh, anyone else would have seen through it. I've been married for 8 years, past the 7-year itch. We've become family, and since last year we've even slept in separate beds. To be honest, even if I lay next to her in the same bed, I feel nothing. Whether this man is telling the truth or not. If he is, fine. If not, it'll be even more interesting, like a TV series. One day the truth will come out. May I ask softly, does anyone else think the room's walls look suspicious? Remember, in the name of the people. A whole wall of cash. Never mind the walls. I think the floor, the table. No, I think this man himself might be made of money. Sisters, let me go check tea. On the other side, Lin Qianyu gently pulled her hand free and glanced at the live stream's viewership. While the number of online viewers had actually reached 20,000. In 2 years of streaming, the audience had never been this high. Lin Qianyu was reluctant to end the stream. Such high traffic meant a very substantial amount of gift revenue for the day. Honey, let's not go offline today. Let's just broadcast our daily life to the viewers. Hearing this, Su Bai's face immediately fell. Oh my dear, this money is just a drop in the bucket. But when Lin Qianyu turned around, Su Bai put on a smile. Whatever you say, my lady. All right, it's settled then. Sorry for the trouble, sweetheart. It's all for our baby fund. Lin Qianyu reached out and gently patted Su Bai's head. Come on tonight, I'll make your favorite Coke chicken wings and a beer duck. Deal? I'll have 3 bowls tonight. I've been driving for rides all day, so I'm really hungry. As long as she didn't check his hidden savings, his wife could do whatever she wanted. Then he'll trouble you to hold the phone, honey, so the viewers can see. Lin Qianyu picked up the phone and handed it to Su Bai. Just film us cooking. Su Bai took the phone and glanced at the screen. Though she hadn't checked his hidden money, the live stream's popularity showed no sign of fading. A group of netizens were even frantically guessing where else in the room the hidden money might be. Watching the endlessly scrolling comments, Su Bai felt his right eyelid twitch wildly. Honey, since you're home today, let me teach you how to make Coke chicken wings. In no time, Lin Qianyu had already prepared all the ingredients needed for cooking. Just in case I'm not around one day, you can make it yourself. Bah. Don't talk nonsense, sweetheart. You'll outlive me no matter what. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's smooth cheek, retorting directly. I meant when I visit my parents, or when I'm not home. Seeing Su Bai's anxious expression, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. In 2 years of marriage, what she loved most was how much Su Bai cared for her, how tenderly he cherished her. Though they weren't wealthy, she felt an immense sense of security. Women, after all, don't always demand much. As long as they feel secure and share compatible values, they're easily content. That's more like it. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's cheek again, stepped back, and stood beside her, watching her showcase her culinary skills. First, we need to wash the chicken wings, make a cut on each side, add cooking wine, light soy sauce, a pinch of salt, and mix well. Let them marinate for about 10 minutes. Pour a small amount of salad oil into the pan. Heat it on high until it's about 70 hot. That's when a lot of blue smoke rises from the oil surface. Add the marinated chicken wings one by one, then reduce to medium heat and fry until both sides are golden brown, crispy outside and tender inside. Personally, I suggest if you have rock sugar, you can caramelize it in the oil first. This makes the chicken wings more flavorful. Today, let's put the prepared ginger, garlic, and scallions into the pan and stir-fry them with the chicken wings until fragrant. Finally, add half a can of Coke. Once it boils, add dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, chicken powder, salt, MSG, and pepper. Stir well, then turn up the heat to reduce the sauce. When the Coke and chicken wings are fully blended, a fragrant plate of Coke chicken wings is ready to serve. Lin Qianyu covered the pot. We need to wait about 10 minutes. Next, I'll tell you how to make beer braised duck. Su Bai stood by watching Lin Qianyu cook with earnest focus, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Truly, his woman excelled at everything she did. In the live stream, viewers' voices were once again overwhelmed with sweetness. Lin Fairy is truly amazing. She's graceful in the living room and skilled in the kitchen, not only beautiful, but also a great cook. I'm in love. Comparing people is infuriating. My wife only eats and sleeps all day, though I've turned her into a pig. While the male lead's eyes sparkle when he looks at the female lead. This is pure romance drama. Bro, I share some tips on how to make your wife so outstanding. Watching this makes me want to trade in my wife. Watching Sister Lin stir-fry the chicken wings, I knew this dish must be delicious. Color, aroma, taste, at least the color is flawless. But she's clever. To win a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. Sisters, if you truly love your husband, cooking for him will bring you happiness. Lin Qianyu glanced at the live stream comments, revealing a blissful smile. A husband is best kept close at hand. Otherwise, even if he gave you a large sum each month, if you rarely saw him, you'd still be alone at home. In this regard, Su Bai excelled. Honey, peel 2 more cloves of garlic for later. Coming right up. Lin Qianyu began preparing ingredients for beer braised duck. Duck meat, potatoes, shredded ginger, green peppers. Honey, where are the 2 bottles of Budweiser from the fridge? I saw them there yesterday, now they're gone. Beer is essential for beer braised duck. Without it, she'd have to make braised duck instead. They're gone. Su Bai approached the fridge too. I remember now. I drank them while watching the World Cup last night. How about I run out and buy 2 more? No need. I recall there are 2 more bottles of beer at home. I saw them under the bed in the room during yesterday's cleaning. I'll get them. Lin Qianyu waved her hand, looking triumphant. Good thing I tidied up, otherwise with your scatterbrained nature, who knows how many things you'd lose. Beer in the room. Watching Lin Qianyu head into the bedroom, Su Bai froze. When had he ever kept 2 bottles of beer in the room? Wait. Could she mean those 2 bottles? That was ages ago. Honey, I already finished those 2 bottles from the room a while back. Don't bother looking. Realizing something was wrong, Su Bai slapped his forehead and shouted toward the bedroom. Honey, what did you say? I didn't catch it. It was too late. Lin Qianyu emerged holding 2 cans of beer. They were also Budweiser cans, but unlike the usual yellow packaging, these were black and gold. Seeing the black and gold cans, Su Bai's face turned ashen. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard. Honey, I just thought, how about we have braised pork tonight instead of beer braised duck? Lin Qianyu looked puzzled. Usually when I offer to make braised duck, you insist on beer braised duck. Su Bai, you're acting strange today. Su Bai was utterly frustrated. If this continued, he'd be doomed. Racking his brain for a backup plan, he tried to convince her. Honey, I thought, didn't I consult the master? Tonight's auspicious for conceiving a child. But if we're trying, wouldn't drinking be a bit inappropriate? Hearing Su Bai's lame excuse, viewers in the live stream were in stitches, with some channeling Detective Conan to expose his lies. No one cracking up. If Bro Bai's logic holds, then no one who eats beer braised duck can drive. Let me clarify, after high heat cooking, beer braised duck contains little to no alcohol, certainly not enough to fail a breathalyzer, let alone affect conception. Exactly, brother above. Plus, sperm quality is determined by what's stored days earlier. Having a healthy baby requires a longer preparation period. It's not decided by one meal of beer braised duck. I've been observing closely. The male lead's expression right now is exactly the same as when he found cash in the instant noodle cups earlier. Do you think there's a connection? Isn't it obvious? Let me ask you, have you ever seen Budweiser cans like these? Even in KTV, you wouldn't find this design. Combine that with the earlier Master Kong shrimp and garlic flavor and lamb rib flavor instant noodles, and you'll see the link. No way. Are you saying these two beer cans also contain cash? Holy crap. If that's true, Bro Bai has shattered my worldview again. He's the ultimate master of hiding private money. Given the scene and the male lead's expression as a disciple of Sherlock Holmes, I'm 80 sure these cans hide private. While one viewer played Holmes, Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai in surprise. Honey, those two things aren't related. They'll look up the info later to show you. Don't tell me you're just reluctant to part with those two beers. Bingo. Honey, you're right. Do you know why I never drank them? They're limited edition. Each is quite valuable. When our baby is born, I'll exchange them for cash. Isn't that a good idea? Su Bai went along with her words, but his anxiety mounted. Lin Qianyu stared into Su Bai's eyes for a moment, then placed one beer can into his arms and pointed toward the kitchen. Wait here, and check if the cooked chicken wings in the pot have reduced the sauce. Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, Lin Qianyu turned and went into the room, leaving him no chance to speak further. Plop plop. Watching the bubbling foam and the golden brown chicken wings in the pot, Su Bai couldn't muster any joy. He knew he had only 2 minutes left, time enough to fabricate a flawless lie. He knew all too well what the black and gold Budweiser cans contained. Sometimes having too much secret savings was a curse. For now it was just small trouble, but if Lin Qianyu ever discovered those secrets, he would be utterly unable to clear his name. Plop plop. As the bubbles multiplied, Su Bai sniffed the air. What a delicious aroma. With practiced ease, he picked up the spatula, flipped the chicken wings a couple of times, gave the pan a deft toss, and poured the wings into a bowl, arranging them neatly with chopsticks. After finishing, Su Bai turned to check if his wife had emerged when his peripheral vision caught the phone screen. Damn, they hadn't noticed, had they? Absolutely not. To reassure himself, he leaned closer to read the barrage, and his eyes nearly welled up with tears. I remember the streamer said her husband can't cook. But this skill is even better than my husband's, and he was a head chef at a restaurant. This is clearly from a culinary school. Those pan-tossing moves take at least 5 or 6 years of practice. I have a bold guess. Do you think Fairy Lin has been deceived by her husband for 2 years? Maybe he's actually a hidden master chef. I think it could be the assistant chef's skill. Maybe his real cooking is average. You don't get it. Assistants usually just wash, chop, and plate. Pan-tossing is reserved for the head chef. Without knowing someone's story, you can't judge their pain. Who knows what Brother Bai has been through? I remember a news story about a couple married 5 years where the wife always cooked only to find her husband's Michelin 3-star chef certificate in a corner of the room. Maybe Brother Bai is that kind of low-key person. I told you, one line needs many to cover it. This plot is getting interesting and getting spy drama vibes. Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. Being a man was truly tough. They didn't usually stream daily life. It was just him and his wife at home, so who would notice such small details? Now he had accidentally revealed another skill. Su Bai could only pray that Lin Qianyu would take her time coming out of the room, so this wave of comments would be buried. Creak. The bedroom door opened and Lin Qianyu studied the black and gold Budweiser in her hand, a thought forming in her mind. Honey, I just checked online on your computer, and there's no such Budweiser beer. Maybe it's a new release not yet on Budweiser's official site. Su Bai ventured cautiously, a hint of nervousness in his expression. Honey, I'm asking you. Lin Qianyu smirked at Su Bai. How much do you think these 2 cans are worth? They must be worth something. How about we make beer braised duck first? Su Bai suddenly thought of something and directed Lin Qianyu toward the duck. I've already made the cola chicken wings. They're perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Simply amazing. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to make beer braised duck, Lin Qianyu was puzzled. Had she guessed wrong? Or was he just stubbornly denying it? Never mind. Since Su Bai insisted, she would go along. The truth would come out eventually. Back in the kitchen, Lin Qianyu waved at the live stream. Ladies, I'm going to make beer braised duck. If you want to try it, feel free to follow along. From a distance, she couldn't see the barrage mocking Su Bai. Fairy Lin, you must see that man's true face. Men's mouths are full of lies. They're all the same. Another woman blinded by love. What is love? It's about life and death together. Why is Brother Bai so confident? Were we wrong? Is there really beer in the can? To find out what happens next, stay tuned. I've got cigarettes, beer, and sunflower seeds ready, just missing a little stool. Lin Qianyu first sliced the ginger, minced the garlic, cut the scallions into sections, diced the green and red peppers, and chopped the spring onions. Then she poured oil into the pot. Ladies, unlike the cola chicken wings, we need to stir-fry these ingredients first to release the aroma, then add the duck leg pieces. They're more tender and absorb flavor better. If you have the means, you can add some mushrooms. The braised duck will be even more fragrant. Once the duck is evenly seared, add star anise, dried tangerine, peels, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, ginger slices, and minced garlic. Stir-fry quickly, then pour in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cooking wine, salt, and other seasonings. Stir-fry for another 2 minutes. Now for the most important step, pour in the beer and bring it to a boil over high heat. Honey, come help me open this beer. Lin Qianyu tried to pry open the lid, but couldn't. Coming. Hearing he was needed to help, Su Bai's anxiety eased slightly. He picked up the black and gold Budweiser can. Pop. With a crisp sound, the can opened. Su Bai even shook it a couple of times in front of Lin Qianyu. Hearing the liquid inside, Lin Qianyu narrowed her eyes. There really was beer in it. She glanced at the other can, her eyes flickering. Honey, we have a lot of duck tonight. One can might not be enough. We might need both to braise it properly. Whatever you say, dear. Su Bai's expression remained unchanged as he slowly poured the beer from the can. Then he opened the second can and poured it in, as well, the aroma of beer filling the kitchen. To prove himself, Su Bai even raised the can high and recited a poem, flying down 3,000 feet, like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. Though it's yellow, it's still awe-inspiring. In the live stream, viewers commented, "Strangely, my sixth sense tells me this shouldn't be beer. Is this man really a rare, good husband? I don't know why, but something feels off. Yet what he poured is definitely beer, no doubt about it. I noticed something when Brother Bai poured the beer. His hand was very steady. It's, how should I put it? Compare how you usually pour drinks to his style. There's a difference. But it might just be personal habit. Still, I don't think it's that simple. Honey, using this beer for the braised duck will make it absolutely top-notch." Seeing no flaw exposed, Su Bai grew a bit cocky and prepared to put the cans away. "Not quite there yet. Let me." Lin Qianyu snatched the can. "The beer needs to cover the duck. No need to save any for sharks." With that, Lin Qianyu turned the can upside down and poured vigorously. Thump! Su Bai's heart raced, jumping into his throat as he froze for a moment. Seeing the beer cover the duck, Lin Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough." Suddenly her gaze sharpened as she spotted a foreign object at the can's opening. "Honey, what's this? There's something in the beer can." As she asked, Lin Qianyu reached to pull at the object, oblivious to Su Bai's pale face. "It's quite tight. Looks like a plastic bag." She pinched a corner of the bag and yanked it out. Inside was a roll of red banknotes, about 5 or 6 bills bundled together. That wasn't all. A thin string hung from the bag, and Lin Qianyu pulled again, revealing another bundle of red notes wrapped in plastic. Then another bundle, 3 in total. Buy one, get 2 free. Looking at the 2 bundles worth around 15 or 1,600 yuan, Lin Qianyu's eyes blazed with anger. Her own husband had been hiding secret savings. "Honey, explain this. What's going on?" Seeing Lin Qianyu pull 3 stacks of cash from a beer bottle, the livestream audience burst into hysterical laughter. "Wow. Amazing, amazing. There really was hidden money inside. Damn, when I saw there was actually beer in the bottle, I believed him, but in the end he betrayed my trust. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble just to hide a little private savings? Brother above, it's clear you're not married yet and don't understand the pain in a man's heart. Do you know what it's like to have only $200 a month for cigarettes and booze? Can you comprehend the feeling of making excuses to skip paying the bill every time you hang out with friends? Do you understand the feeling of having to lie and praise your wife's generosity in public even when your pockets are empty? Have you ever experienced the look the waiter gives you every time you dine out with your wife? You're still young, you don't understand the bitterness. Holy crap. This is absolutely genius. If it weren't for Fairy Lin pouring the beer herself, he would have gotten away with it. First, he stuffed the money into waterproof plastic bags, rolled them up, and shoved them into the beer bottles. Unless you poured the beer too roughly, you'd never find out. And I bet, given the husband's IQ, he must have checked his wife's habits beforehand and knew she wasn't a drinker. I'll have to try this myself, hide it in a wine bottle so my old lady will never discover it. Brother above, you should discuss this in private, not openly in the live stream. What if your wife is watching too? You'd be done for. And once you spill the secret, how will millions of married men hide their private savings anymore? See, I told you, men are all no good. How could they not hide money? Sisters, we must use all our power to control men's wallets. Give him 1,000 and he'll cheat on you with a green hat. Sensing the anger in Lin Qianyu's eyes, Su Bai's gaze darted away, unable to meet hers, and his head drooped involuntarily. Well, you see. Su Bai reached out, gently grasping Lin Qianyu's hand, shaking it like a child, begging. Honey, there's not much money in there. I was saving it to buy you a bag for Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day gift. Keep making up stories. Lin Qianyu stared straight at Su Bai, curious to see what other tricks he could come up with. Exactly. Remember when we were shopping the other day, and you stared at that Gucci bag for a whole minute? You didn't say anything, but I knew you liked it. so I plan to save up and buy it for you by next February. Su Bai continued shaking Lin Qianyu's hand. I know you always cut corners wearing ordinary clothes and using cheap makeup, but everyone wants to look good. You're my wife, and I want you to be happy. Hearing Su Bai's words, the anger in Lin Qianyu's eyes gradually faded, and she became more tolerant of discovering his hidden money again. She hadn't expected her husband to remember such small details. Still, she grumbled. Well, honey, you've got some nerve hiding so much money. Looks like I don't need to give you an allowance anymore. No, honey, I still need my allowance. You don't want your husband to feel inferior to others, do you? You don't want him to always mooch off others when he goes out right. Hearing the softening tone in Lin Qianyu's voice, Su Bai quickly continued his pleading strategy. Su Bai knew he couldn't back down now. If he gave up his allowance, Lin Qianyu's sharp mind would suspect he still had more hidden money. How could life go on then? Sure enough, hearing Su Bai insist on keeping his allowance, Lin Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Fine, but as a lesson, your allowance this month is halved. Lin Qianyu flashed a sweet smile again. And am confiscating all the money you worked so hard to hide. Thanks for the effort, honey. Temptress and absolute temptress. Seeing how quickly Lin Qianyu's attitude changed, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, women love to control the finances. If this happened to another man, it would likely spark a domestic war. After all, private savings are a man's pride. But since the act had to be complete, Su Bai kept a gloomy expression. Honey, can't you leave me even a little? No, just a tiny bit. Not a chance. Oh, the beer duck seems ready. Be a good husband, let's eat first. Honey, I don't have much appetite tonight. Be good, sweetie. Tonight your princess will make it up to you. You said it. Then give me a kiss first. No way, you haven't brushed your teeth, and we're still live. The live stream viewers simultaneously raised their middle fingers at the screen. Good grief, do you two even remember your live? I thought we were about to watch a love battle film. No fight broke out. Unbelievable, unbelievable. If this happened at my place, it wouldn't end without a knight on the keyboard. Exactly, if it were my husband, he'd be kneeling on a durian, not just a keyboard. Sister, see this? This is a negative example. We must be ruthless, that's the only way men will fear us. Education funds, Valentine's Day gifts. They're all excuses for men to hide money. If we dig deeper, do you think the husband will come up with excuses for National Day, Labor Day, or even Qingming Festival? That's meant for you. Even when their secret money is confiscated, they have to smile and grovel. It's tough being a man. Right now I just want to sing a song to Brother by Men. Cry, cry, it's not a sin. Even the strongest man is weary now. You see the smile on his face, but I see the sorrow in his heart. Don't cry, Brother Bai. I envy such pure love. Married for 2 years, still cooking together, still dating like before. When will such sweet love come to me? Is it just me, or does something feel off? Folks, let's not forget our mission. We came to find hidden money, not watch them show off their love. Honey, you worked hard tonight. Have this drumstick to replenish your strength. Honey, have another chicken wing. Honey, let me get you another bowl of rice. Girls should eat more. Honey, you'll do the dishes later. Don't you dare fight me for it. Soon, under the shocked eyes of countless netizens, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu finished a delightful dinner. Su Bai carried the dishes into the kitchen while Lin Qianyu sat on the sofa with her phone, chatting with netizens. After a deep exchange with the audience, she glanced at Su Bai, who was taking a shower, and wore a strange smile. Don't worry, everyone. After the storm comes the calm. All secrets will come to light. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu laughed, 2 cute dimples appearing on her face. After washing all the dishes and tidying the kitchen, Su Bai dried his hands and plopped down beside Lin Qianyu, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Honey, what were you chatting about with the netizens? Having such a good time. Not telling you. It's our secret. Lin Qianyu picked a grape from the coffee table and popped it into Su Bai's mouth. Thanks for your hard work, honey. You worked harder. Let me ask you something. Do you prefer boys or girls? Su Bai glanced at the live stream comments out of the corner of his eye, but saw nothing unusual. The netizens were sharing their partner's strengths and weaknesses, chatting animatedly. I like both boys and girls. What about you, honey? Does your family favor boys over girls? Lin Qianyu shifted her body, leaning entirely into Su Bai's embrace. No, boys and girls are the same. A boy might be more mischievous, which could be tougher for you, honey. But I do love a girl too. As the saying goes, a daughter is her father's lover from a past life, and his little helper. As long as it's our child, he'll love them. Feeling the slight tension in her body, Su Bai replied gently, don't put too much pressure on yourself, honey. Let nature take its course. Love you, honey. Hearing Su Bai's response, Lin Qianyu's tense body relaxed. Honey, it's not that I overthink things, but I've seen many families where the wife is pressured to keep having children until she bears a son. I find that terrifying. In my opinion, 2 children are enough. 1 is too lonely, 2 is just right. Yeah, we're on the same page. Ideally an older sister and a younger brother. Su Bai gently stroked Lin Qianyu's cheek, smiling. I think an older brother and younger sister would be better. I've always wished for a big brother to take care of me, not a naughty little brother I have to look after. Either is fine, either is fine. Su Bai squeezed Lin Qianyu's hand. By the way, is your brother dating someone? The brother in question was only 3 years younger than Lin Qianyu, a junior in college. Why do you ask? Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai with confusion. Your brother asked to borrow my car after work. Said head return it tomorrow morning. And you actually lend it to him. No way, I need to have a word with him. He's my brother-in-law. Of course I had to lend it. If it helps find you a sister-in-law, it's worth it. I think being able to have children is enough. Nowadays, many young people smoke, drink, and dye their hair, indulging excessively at a young age. Many can't have children after marriage, and in the end it's the women who suffer. The streamer's concerns aren't unfounded. In some areas, especially more feudal rural places, carrying on the family line is the top priority, and they must have a son. If a woman gives birth to a son, the whole family treasures her. If she doesn't, the whole family finds her annoying. If that's the case, it's better not to marry at all. This kind of talk makes me fear marriage and childbirth. I think it has to do with family upbringing. Many families nowadays are more open-minded. In some places, when a daughter marries, the dowry is terrifyingly generous. Having children is an eternal problem. In the past, you could raise a child with just a handful of rice and water. Now the cost of education is no joke. Especially in first-tier cities with the highest housing prices, you can barely afford rent, let alone buy a house, get married, and have kids. I don't even dare to think about it. That's the truth. The cost of children's education nowadays is really exaggerated. They start signing up for all kinds of interest classes from kindergarten, and they're still in tutoring classes in junior and senior high. From another perspective, kids today are way more exhausted than our generation. But there's no choice. A little hardship now is meant to make their lives easier later. The viewers in the live stream were all brought down by Su Bai and Lin Qianyu's conversation. After discussing the topic of children for a while, Su Bai glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. He looked at his stunningly beautiful wife beside him and said, "Honey, isn't it getting a bit late? Should we start preparing early?" Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes, fully aware of what her man was hinting at. "What's the rush? The stream's popularity is high today. Let's go offline at 9. You'll have an hour to prepare after that." Su Bai was taken aback. So because Shed found his secret stash of money twice, the stream's popularity wasn't going to die down. If this kept up, he'd have no secrets left in the near future. Gulp, Su Bai couldn't help but swallow, letting go of Lin Qianyu's hand. "Honey, you'll go to the room and watch some TV. I won't disturb your work." Of all the strategies, retreat was the best. As long as he stayed out of the public eye, this whole thing should blow over soon. Once the stream's popularity dropped, he'd be safe. "Honey, I have one last question." Lin Qianyu grabbed Su Bai's hand, stopping him from getting up. For some reason, a sense of foreboding rose again in Su Bai's heart. Could it be that Shed found another hiding spot? "Oh dear lady, couldn't you just not be so sharpied right now?" Even Sun Wukong wasn't this restless. "Honey, go ahead and ask." Su Bai forced what he thought was a gentle smile, his calves trembling slightly. "Honey, are you cold? Why are you shaking so much?" Lin Qianyu patted Su Bai's leg. "I've heard the elders say that shaking your legs scatters your wealth. It's not really a big deal, but earlier when I used your computer to look up that black gold Budweiser, I accidentally stumbled upon an encrypted file. I was just wondering what you've hidden in there. I believe my good husband will tell me what he." Lin Qianyu's tone was calm, but her meaning was clear. In short, she had to know. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Lin Qianyu, Su Bai quickly spoke up. "Honey, it's just some trivial stuff, nothing important, nothing important." "Moi." Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I'm a fool? If it weren't important, you wouldn't have set up an encrypted folder. Confess, and you'll get leniency. Resist, and you'll be treated harshly. Tell me honestly, is it some shady past of yours?" "No, absolutely not." Su Bai quickly raised his right hand, holding up 3 fingers to swear to the heavens. "I, Su Bai, swear to the heavens that I have never done anything to betray you. If I have, may I be struck by lightning when I go out." MMPH. Before Su Bai could finish, Lin Qianyu covered his mouth. "You idiot, is that the kind of oath you just make casually? Some things are better believed than not. If you really did betray me, we can just get a divorce. There's no need to joke with your own life." "Honey, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything to betray you." Su Bai was utterly frustrated. The more he tried to explain, the worse it got. "Like mud in your crotch, it's not shit, but it looks like it. Honey, really, it's not what you think. Then tell me the password, and we'll go see together." Lin Qianyu's tone grew heavier. She didn't want the man she had lived with for 2 years to be a scumbag. Fine." Su Bai's expression was like a grimace, ready to throw caution to the wind. How did she manage to find one of his most important secrets so quickly? Things were really getting out of hand. The live stream was also drawn in by the couple's argument, with everyone once again becoming spectators. An encrypted folder on a guy's computer? I think I already know what it is. Fellow male comrades, you should know too, right? As long as you're a guy, I believe everyone has some little secrets on their computer. I've got 2 terabytes of solid-state drive storage. I keep mine in the cloud. I usually don't dare put them on the computer. My wife and I also film some. You guys play it that big? But hey, race a little secret, girls, also save some little movies. Speaking of which, the first time I watched one was in high school with a group of roommates. Back then I was young and naive, completely clueless about the matters between men and women, still at the stage where holding hands made me shy. Then you're a failure. I started watching in elementary school. If I remember correctly, it was my dad's stash, tightly wrapped in a black plastic bag. My parents were on a business trip and I watched it on a DVD. In a special case, a senior female student took me to watch. Just thinking about that scene makes my face flush. It was way too exciting. Bro, buy good stuff should be shared. Let's do a resource swap later. Count me in. I've got the latest releases I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You guys are all so perverted. I think it's 300 Tang poems or a wilderness survival guide. Honey, if you really did betray me, I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of person you are. Lin Qianyu sniffled, picked up the streaming phone, and walked straight into the bedroom. I'm really between a rock and a hard place. Su Bai could only obediently follow behind. It really wasn't that kind of thing, nor was it any related study material. Honey, the password. Lin Qianyu pressed Su Bai into the chair and slid the laptop in front of him. Be honest. I tried both our birthdays and neither worked. Honey, you use my information for your bank passwords, so hiding this from me means you're keeping a big secret. Looking at Lin Qianyu towering over him, Su Bai felt like a lamb to the slaughter. But there was no turning back now. Whether he tried to flee, bluff, claim a friend called him for drinks, or even resurrect his grandfather, he couldn't escape the disaster scene. Su Bai gritted his teeth, his expression like a prisoner about to face execution. He forced out the words one by one. The password is your birthday plus mine. That's simple. Lin Qianyu slid the laptop over and plopped down on Su Bai's lap. You were so hesitant, just do it myself. Feeling Lin Qianyu's warmth, Su Bai's heart eased a little. His hand mischievously crept to her waist and gave a gentle pinch. Got you teasing your honest husband. After 2 years of marriage, he knew exactly where his wife was ticklish. Ouch. Lin Qianyu writhed at the pinch. The next moment, as if realizing something, a blush crept across her face. Su Bai, you've gone too far. Lin Qianyu turned to stare at him, anger and shyness flickering in her eyes. Stop it, we're still live streaming. And the password is wrong. I tried your birthday plus mine, and mine plus yours, and both gave errors. A stir rippled through the live stream audience. Ahem. Hearing Lin's moan got me a little excited. Too much. 2 more sounds, and this monk might abandon his vows for worldly pleasures. 2 years married and still this playful, truly enviable. My husband and I have been married a year, and even when I step out of the shower, he just goes through the motions. No fun left. This couple is a perfect match. I don't know who to envy, but I'm jealous as hell. Damn them picking on us singles. I bet the husband is deliberately distracting her with a fake password. Keep going. As long as you don't stop, I want. Honey, stop moving, or he'll get mad. Lin Qianyu slapped away his wandering hand. Last chance, tell me the password. If you fool me again, I'll tattle to your mom. Cough. No, please, my dear wife. Su Bai shuddered. Since marriage, his status at home had dropped again. His parents treated their daughter-in-law like treasure and their son like grass. No matter what, the daughter-in-law was always right and the son was always wrong. They said a man must cherish his wife. If he made her suffer, they'd disown him. That was a man's duty. So at the threat of Lin Qianyu snitching, Su Bai imagined 2 stern faces glaring down at him. The password is your birthday plus mine. Still at it. I'm really angry. Seeing Su Bai, unrepentant anger flashed across Lin Qianyu's face. Wife, don't be mad. It really is your birthday plus mine. Just interlace the digits and ITLL open. Su Bai gave in. Who uses straight birthdays as passwords these days? Too easy to guess. Who are you calling a kindergartner? Lin Qianyu snorted and tapped the keyboard again. In the stream, why do I feel Su Bai's insulting me? I use birthdays for everything. Bank cards, phone unlocks accounts. Too many passwords to remember otherwise. Confidence, buddy, he is insulting you. I don't use birthdays, I prefer phone numbers. What's the difference? Both are easy to guess. I think the husband's method is smart. We'll try it too. With all the scams nowadays, passwords need to be complex. Did I hear that wrong? Scams aren't about passwords, they're about IQ, okay? That's old news. I hear scammers now target smart people because the clever ones think they're too sharp to be fooled. Enough chat. Let's see what secrets are in that encrypted folder. Hee. Let's check if it's what we guessed. Beep, beep, beep. Honey, you didn't lie this time. Lin Qianyu saw the password was correct, and the folder opened, brightening her mood. But confusion crept back in. Honey, you encrypted a folder for these pictures. The folder held ordinary photos, a toilet lid, socks, a plush toy, mostly custom gifts Su Bai had given Lin Qianyu on holidays. There were also a dozen odd images of white paper covered in dense pinholes from a pen tip. To Lin Qianyu, they looked bizarre. Turning, she saw Su Bai's eyes redden. Honey, what's wrong? She asked, confused. Had her suspicion hurt him? She glanced back at the photos, doubt and guilt swelling within her. Nothing. Just moved by the memories. These photos remind me of our 2 years of marriage and our warm days. Su Bai sniffled. Wi-Fi encrypted them to preserve that beauty. This? Lin Qianyu was still puzzled. Honey, what's the meaning of the toilet lid photo? This? Su Bai slapped his forehead. Wife, remember. That was our first toilet issue. To save money, we fixed it ourselves. I took this photo to commemorate that moment. And this torn sock. What's the meaning? Lin Qianyu pointed at a photo of a holy sock. This is from a year ago, right? Does it have some special significance? Cough. Su Bai scratched his head nervously, unaware the sock had been there so long. Wife, this was the first pair of socks you bought me in our first winter. You got the thick kind so I wouldn't catch cold. Really? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, not recalling that event. And this? Does it have a meaning too? She pointed to a peculiar photo, a small black ball connected to a black leather tube. Seeing the photo, even Su Bai felt embarrassed. He quickly moved the phone away and leaned close to her ear. Wife, remember our first anniversary? You agreed to try something exciting, but backed out. That's the prop. What? Lin Qianyu yelped, her voice rising 3 octaves. She slammed the laptop shut to hide the photo from the stream. Su Bai, why didn't you tell me earlier? How embarrassing. How can I face the stream now? Thinking of her passionate fans, goosebumps rose all over her. I'm done looking. Next time warn me first. She pinched Su Bai's arm in frustration. This is so humiliating. I did tell you, but you insisted on seeing. Su Bai felt wrong, though relief washed over him. That was close. She almost discovered the truth. You're still talking. Lin Qianyu raised her little fist in mock threat. I want. Wife, shall we end the stream early tonight? Give me a moment. He'll say goodbye to the viewers. They're my friends. Sure. He'll go get fresh and wait for you. My dear viewers, I'm wrapping up today's live stream now. See you all tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Lin Qianyu, holding her phone in the living room, waved at the stream. Thank you for your support. Today's stream hit a new peak in popularity, and I'm truly delighted. Wishing everyone a wonderful night's sleep. Haha, who knew Sister Lin was into this too? If you want to discuss it, I've got plenty of experience as someone who's been there. Count me in. I've got loads of experience too. I've got my husband completely wrapped around my finger. He's obsessed with my vampire princess costume and gets so passionate every time. Sister Lin, you should give it a try. It might open up a whole new world for you. Life is better when it's thrilling, right? My wife and I love seeking thrills, whether it's in the fitting room outdoors or even the changing room. ID better stop before the system mutes me. Conan's dad, Sister Lin, don't log off just yet. Those photos in the folder weren't clear, but I doubt they're as simple as your husband claimed. If they were just mementos of your 2-year marriage, wouldn't printing a photo album make more sense? I spotted one photo that looked like a car panel. Don't tell me that's one of your precious moments. Given your husband's knack for hiding money in instant noodle cups and beer bottles, I'm 80 sure those are his secret stashes. Bro, above, you're truly Conan's dad. You've opened my eyes. I felt something was off but couldn't put my finger on it. Now that you mention it, those must be hiding spots. But with so many places, Sister Lin, are you sure your husband's income is really that low? Sending a rocket to support this? We must investigate that secret money. If you're up for it, Sister Lin, let's do an all-night house raid. We won't miss a single spot. Support. We have to root out men's hidden cash. Once a man has money, he changes. Your husband hiding so much might mean he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jerk. Player. Meanwhile, Su Bai, blissfully showering in the bathroom, had no idea had just been saddled with a dozen black hats in mere moments. Staring at the barrage of reasoned comments, Lin Qianyu also sensed something amiss. As a top graduate from a prestigious 985 university, Lin Qianyu was no fool. If not for special circumstances, she wouldn't have chosen a career as a streamer, far from her field of study. After calming down from Su Bai's sweet talk and considering the live stream comments, a thought began to form in her mind. Just as the comments suggested, if her husband had hidden money in all those places, even small amounts would add up to a considerable sum. Could this really be money he'd saved up from driving for a ride-hailing service? Glancing toward the bathroom, Lin Qianyu pursed her lips as if she'd come to a realization, then broke into a blissful smile again. No matter what, she trusted her heart. After 2 years of marriage, the man she'd chosen had never faltered in maintaining their bond. With that thought, Lin Qianyu peeked at her stream. The popularity had hit yet another peak. She bit her lip. My dear viewers, I really can't tonight. You heard my husband. He consulted a master who said tonight is auspicious for. A blush crept across her face. My husband and I have been married for 2 years. It's time to think about having a baby. Tomorrow morning at 9 after my husband leaves, let's explore together, shall we? Lin Qianyu had her own agenda. By keeping this topic alive, she could sustain her stream's soaring popularity and boost her income. Poverty makes everything difficult. Though she and Su Bai weren't in dire straits, more money was always welcome. Sister Lin, you said it. See you tomorrow, rain or shine. This is more gripping than a TV drama, though I'm not sure if it's scripted. As a veteran viewer, I can tell you it's not scripted. I've been watching since Sister Lin started streaming. It's absolutely thrilling. I'm setting an alarm so I don't miss tomorrow's drama. I'll check my own man's secret stash later. Might discover a whole new world. Damn. I'd better move my hiding spots tonight. If this streamer blows up, guys everywhere are in for a rough time. Good night, Sister Lin. Time is precious. May you blossom and bear fruit. I'm thinking of that prop again. The image is too vivid. Seeing the comments veering toward the risque, Lin Qianyu quickly said goodbye and ended the stream. How utterly embarrassing. Half an hour later, after her own shower, Lin Qianyu returned to the bedroom, slipped under the covers, and buried her face in Su Bai's chest. Even after 2 years of marriage, the thought of what lay ahead still made her shy. Honey, be honest. How much secret money have you stashed? Lin Qianyu traced circles on his chest, testing the waters. Su Bai tensed briefly, then relaxed. He pulled her closer, cupping her face gently. Just a little, just a little. Don't let me catch you. She playfully tapped his chest with a tiny fist. And if I do, how would you punish your husband? Su Bai pinched her delicate nose. Sweetheart, I'm sorry you've had to put up with me. As long as you don't betray me, we can talk about anything. Otherwise, he'll cut it off. Before she could finish, Su Bai leaned in and kissed her. Tonight his wife was being a bit unruly. Clearly she needed some discipline. Under the lovebirds' quilt they were lost in passion, like a pear blossom bowing to a crabapple. From the master's auspicious hour of 10 until 1 in the morning, they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. Gazing at the satisfied, slumbering beauty in his arms, Su Bai's eyes flickered as he mentally tallied his hidden savings. The more he thought, the fuzzier it got. Just how much had he stashed away over these 2 years? Had even forgotten about the money in that beer can until Lin Qianyu found it. His gaze swept the bedroom. Too many, truly too many. Let it be. Head go with the flow and stop worrying. The next morning at 8, Lin Qianyu sniffled and slowly opened her eyes. Recalling the battle from the night before, a blush tinted her cheeks and a sweet smile curved her lips. She got up and picked out some clothes, raising an eyebrow at the bruises on her knees. That brute has no idea how to treat a lady gently. They'll have to wear jeans for a while to cover these up. Honey, breakfast is ready. His warm voice called from outside the door. Coming. After a quick wash, Lin Qianyu sat at the table, eyeing the bowl of porridge, a fried egg, and 2 slices of toast. Did the sun rise in the west today? You actually cooked. Got a guilty conscience. Honey, don't be so quick to judge. I just saw how tired you were last night, so. Stop. You're embarrassing me. After a simple breakfast, Lin Qianyu deftly opened her live stream. Good morning, everyone. The moment she started broadcasting, a crowd of netizens was already waiting in the stream. Within 10 minutes, the viewer count soared. 500, 1,000, 2,000. Lin Qianyu was stunned and couldn't help asking, are there really this many people today? Lin, don't you know you've gone viral? Someone recorded your video of finding hidden money last night, and it got tens of thousands of likes. Now tons of viewers are here to watch you hunt for secret stashes. Don't disappoint today. You clearly didn't check short videos before starting. Your actions have split opinions. Women love it. Men are terrified and fuming. Did the streamer use that black ball last night? Did it open up a whole new world? I'm new here. I heard this streamer has a knack for finding hidden money, so I came specially to learn. Watching the barrage of comments, Lin Qianyu felt a bit awkward. She turned her phone aside and pointed at Su Bai. Folks, let's chat a little first, no rush. Oh, so the husband is still home. Got it. I'm still curious if she used that ball. Ooh, tell us how it felt. Are you done? Buy one yourself and use it with your wife if you want. Stop polluting my eyes. I don't have a wife. How about you try it with me? Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Su Bai walked over and checked the intercom screen. Honey, it's your brother. As he spoke, a man's voice came through the video feed. Brother-in-law, I'm here to return the car keys. Could you come down and get them? I've got to head to school soon. Sure, I'll be right down. I can head out for rideshare driving too. Su Bai replied, then turned to Lin Qianyu. Honey, I'm off to work. Be good at home, okay? Take it easy, love you. Lin Qianyu made a heart gesture and winked at her viewers. Is it starting? My heart's pounding. I wonder how many surprises we'll find. Another day of being force-fed dog food, but I'm really not a dog. Rumble. Suddenly a thunderclap sounded outside. Oh no, I didn't check the weather. Is it going to rain? Lin Qianyu glanced out the window. The sky was darker than usual. Wait for me, folks. They'll grab an umbrella for my husband, or hell, catch a cold. Downstairs, a young man stood waiting by the car. In a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and basketball shoes, he exuded youthful energy. He twirled the car keys in one hand, while the other was clenched tightly, hiding something. Seeing Su Bai approach, the young man waved excitedly. Brother-in-law, over here. Su Bai looked over. Jean's truly determined appearance. Lin Qianyu was stunning, and her brother Lin Qianyu was equally handsome, though his name was oddly chosen. Perhaps his parents hoped he'd never worry about food or money. Walking up to Lin Qianyu, Su Bai took the keys, and then with practiced ease patted his head. Come clean. Which girl did you mess with last night? Lin Qianyu rubbed his head and retorted, no way. I've only ever messed with one girl, and it's mutual love. She's the only one for me. I'm serious, way more serious than you are with my sister. That's more like it. A man needs to be devoted to be charming. Su Bai praised him. Come on, aren't you heading to school? We'll give you a ride. Huh? What are you standing around for? Get in the car. Su Bai was about to open the door when he noticed Lin Qianyu still standing there. Brother-in-law, I accidentally saw this in your steering wheel. Lin Qianyu stammered, opening his clenched fist to reveal several crumpled bills. Brother-in-law, I swear I didn't mean to. I was adjusting the seat and moved the steering wheel, and they fell out. Realizing he'd messed up, he added, I should have put them back, but I wanted to warn you. It's not a safe hiding spot. Seeing the 5 or 6 crumpled bills in Lin Qianyu's hand, Su Bai's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure. It's not what you think. Your sister gives me an allowance every month. Keep it. I don't need it, and you can treat your girlfriend to a nice meal. Brother-in-law, stop explaining. I saw the short videos about you online. I can't believe living with my sister has you so oppressed that you have to hide money. Lin Qianyu, fueled by his imagination, continued. I know my sister is amazing and you two love each other, but it's still tough on you. I want take the money. Keep it to buy yourself some drinks and relieve the pressure. Besides, who uses cash these days? It's all WeChat Pay or Alipay. Ahem. Su Bai let out a cold snort to cut off his brother-in-law's fantasies. It's really not what you think. Your sister treats me well. Brother-in-law, I'm grown up now, you don't have to explain. I understand everything. Someday you'll go through the same thing. Lin Qianyu tried to shove the crumpled red bills back at Su Bai. Keep them, or he'll get mad. Are we leaving or not? Su Bai sighed. Great. The more he explained, the worse it got. If his brother-in-law knew, it wouldn't be long before both sets of parents found out. How would he ever explain? How did something so simple turn into this? Brother-in-law, I really can't take this money. Lin Qianyu felt too embarrassed. Before he knew about it maybe, but now taking it would be shameless. Suddenly a delicate hand appeared between them, snatching the crumpled bills from Lin Qianyu. Stop arguing. Since neither of you wants it, I'll reluctantly keep it. Sis, when did you get here? Startled Lin Qianyu stepped back. That was a little allowance from my brother-in-law. Sis, you see. Stop acting, I heard everything. Lin Qianyu stuffed the crumpled bills into her pocket and shot Su Bai a meaningful glance. Receiving the signal, Su Bai flinched and slapped his forehead. Damn that brother-in-law. Yesterday's mess was barely over, and now this. Why did all these coincidences have to happen now? He must be having bad luck. Time to visit a temple and pray. Honey, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Humph. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes, pulled out a bill, and handed it to Lin Qianyu. Brother, take a cab. Your brother-in-law and I need to have a little chat. Sis, he really didn't. Lin Qianyu tried to defend Su Bai, but was silenced by her glare. They'll head to class then. He shot Su Bai a look that said, good luck. The live stream viewers were in stitches. Morning entertainment at its finest. I'm definitely following this channel. It's pure joy even if it's at someone else's expense. The brother-in-law seems decent, but he's digging his own grave. Haha, he must be the husband's creditor from a past life reincarnated to collect debts. Now the husband's reputation is ruined for good. Who knew he'd hide money both at home and in the car? Brother Bai just opened up a whole new hiding strategy for me. Am I the only one who thinks the brother-in-law is handsome? Too bad he's taken, otherwise I'd volunteer. Or I could introduce my sister. You're thinking too small. If he's not married, there's always a chance. Just don't ruin a marriage. By the way, I'm single too. You and your sister can both consider me. We could even share. After Lin Qianyu left, only Su Bai and Lin Qianyu remained, the atmosphere growing tense. Sensing trouble, Su Bai spoke first. Honey, it's not what you think. The money. You're going to say it's saved for New Year's red envelopes, right? Honey, how did you know? Are you a mind reader? Su Bai feigned surprise, stepping closer. Stop making things up. The viewers already came up with that excuse. We'll deal with the money later, and let's talk about the car first. Lin Qianyu waved him off, dodging his hug. Honey, what's wrong with the car? I seriously suspect there's more hidden money in it. I need to check myself. And here I was worried about you getting caught in the rain. And you give me this surprise. Without waiting for a reply, she got into the passenger seat. Su Bai looked up at the sky. Heavens save me. Honey, how about we do it again tonight? The platform is running a promotion today, and if we hit the target, there's a reward of $80. As soon as he got into the car, Su Bai looked at Lin Qianyu with a pitiful expression. Honey, with $80 I can buy you 4 strawberry cakes. And it could also fatten up our parenting fund. Su Bai might as well have not mentioned the parenting fund, for the mere mention of it instantly infuriated Lin Qianyu. Recalling what happened last night, she felt like a complete fool. Oh, so you're thinking of destroying the evidence, huh? Don't even think about escaping today. He'll deposit that $8 parenting fund and round it up to 100. Lin Qianyu blew at a strand of hair that had fallen over her eyes. Perfect timing. My livestream family can also give me some input and see where you might have stashed the money. Su Bai looked on the verge of tears. Honey, you don't have to go through all this trouble. They'll just tell you where I hide my secret stash. You? I don't trust you. Yesterday you said you didn't have any, so this time I have to find it myself. Am I right, girls? Lin Qianyu wasn't buying Su Bai's act. Besides, with this trending topic, the earnings from livestream gifts already surpassed what Su Bai made driving for the ride-hailing app. There was no need to lose the watermelon for a sesame seed. Hearing Lin Qianyu's call to action, the female Sherlocks in the livestream chimed in. Exactly, you'll say it again. Can that mouth of his really be trusted? If he only tells you one hiding spot, that means there are at least 10 others in this car. To protect our sister Lin's dignity, let's go, girls. I'll use all my experience from catching my husband cheating. Should we turn this car upside down and find every last hiding spot? Make sure he never dares to hide secret money again. Good grief, he's hiding money not just at home, but in his own car too. This is absolutely lawless. Today we girls must teach him a lesson in manly virtue and how to be a good husband. Girls, can a tomboy join the secret money hunt? I've been fed up with this guy for a long time too. Get lost. Bolstered by the support from netizens, Lin Qianyu became even more energized and started rummaging through every storage compartment in the car. 10 minutes later. Impossible. How can there not be a single spot? Lin Qianyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, utterly baffled. She had searched every possible storage space in the car, but hadn't found a single bill. She looked up at Su Bai, who wore a slightly smug expression, and that only fueled her anger. Sisters, put your brains to work. Where else in this car could money be hidden? Sister Lin, I've racked my brain over every conceivable spot, and I honestly can't find it. Blame my lack of car knowledge, but I'm sure there must be some hidden compartments we don't know about. Damn, how can there be no secret money? Just looking at the host's husband's smug face, I know this isn't that simple. Holy crap, Brother Bai is a legend. He hides his secret money so flawlessly. Give us a few tips, will you? Right now I'm torn between hoping he gets caught and hoping he doesn't. It's agonizing. Damn it, I won't give up. In a fit of rage, Lin Qianyu, usually so ladylike, couldn't help but curse under her breath. She glanced at Su Bai's lap as if a thought struck her. Get up. I haven't checked under your seat yet. It's really not there. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, flashing a mischievous grin. If his hiding spot was that easy to find, then his 2 years of practice would have been for nothing. I don't believe you, move. Lin Qianyu shoved Su Bai out of the car and spent another 5 minutes tearing the place apart. Impossible. I've checked the trunk and every storage nook, and there's not a single clue. She turned back to Su Bai, squinting. Honey, did you hide it when you sat down just now? How could I? I've been sitting right next to you the whole time. How could I have had a chance to move it? Su Bai feigned surprise, turning the question back on Lin Qianyu. I don't believe you. I'm going to frisk you. Lin Qianyu looked him up and down, convinced that any part of his body could be a hiding spot. Without further ado, Lin Qianyu stood up and began patting Su Bai down. Suddenly, ouch honey, you're touching the wrong spot. Su Bai doubled over. In public this isn't allowed. If you really want to, we can discuss it in detail tonight, okay? Hearing Su Bai's lecherous remark, Lin Qianyu's face flushed as red as an apple. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't touch you there. That's clearly your belt. Wait a minute. That texture just now felt a bit different from a belt. Honey, it's really not on me. They'll just tell you where I hid the money. Su Bai's mind raced as he recalled the smallest hiding spot, opting to confess. If he kept dragging this out with Lin Qianyu, and she stumbled upon that place, by sheer luck, he'd be in deep trouble. That's more like it. Having found nothing, Lin Qianyu relented her curiosity, peeked about where Su Bai had hidden his secret stash. Once they were both back in the car, she stared at him without saying a word. Feeling unnerved by Lin Qianyu's gaze, Su Bai reached out and touched her cheek. Honey, say something. You're scaring me. Oh, so you do get scared? I've noticed you've gotten bolder since yesterday. Spit it out. Where's the money? Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow, looking ready to throw down at the slightest provocation. Coming right up. Su Bai put on a pitiful face and carefully reached out to remove a small plush ornament hanging from the car window. You can hide money here. Lin Qianyu's eyes were filled with disbelief as she snatched the bare plush ornament and examined it all over. I don't see any opening. Did you sew the money inside? With that, she pulled out a set of keys from her pocket, took out the nail clippers, and prepared to perform a major dissection on the bear. Stop, stop, stop. Su Bai quickly reached out to halt Lin Qianyu's aggressive move and took the bear ornament back. Honey, you gave me this ornament when I bought the car. I can't bear to dissect it. Here, it's right here. Su Bai took off the bear ornament's hat and pulled out a crumpled wad of cash from inside. Huh, the hat comes off. Lin Qianyu was stunned. I remember when I bought it, I wanted to take it off to check, but it was all one piece. Well, I detached the hat myself. Su Bai gently tapped his index fingers on his thighs. Honey, I've told you where I hide my secret money. Can I go to work now? Are there any other spots? They'll give you one last chance. Lin Qianyu didn't believe Su Bai had hidden so little. Her younger brother Lin Qianyu had found even more than this. Yes, there are more. Su Bai nodded, honestly, took out a vehicle registration booklet from the armrest compartment, removed the black leather cover, and pulled out 2 red bills. I just took out the registration booklet and even opened it to look. I never imagined the truth was right under my nose. Seeing Su Bai pull's secret money from the registration booklet, Lin Qianyu was filled with regret. But that wasn't all. Under Lin Qianyu's watchful eye, Su Bai retrieved 2 more small wads of cash from the crevice of the overhead grab handle, then said with a pitiful look, Honey, that's all of it. Really? Really? Search me if you don't believe it. Su Bai patted his chest and replied earnestly, We'll take your word for now. Well, drop this for the time being, but I'll come back to check later. Even though Su Bai had honestly revealed 2 spots, Lin Qianyu still didn't trust him deep down, but since she couldn't find anything else, she decided to let it slide. If I can't find it in the car with the pictures in the encrypted folder on the computer, I'm bound to find it in the room. Drive carefully. I'll stew some chicken soup for you tonight to help you recharge. Don't work overtime, okay? Lin Qianyu reached out and stroked Su Bai's hair. They'll go live stream now. Love you, honey. Moi, love you too. Watching Lin Qianyu head upstairs, Su Bai took a deep breath, feeling the soft warmth beneath him, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Sacrificing a few hundred to protect the bulk, this deal was well worth it. He cast one last glance at the window of their home, then slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped away. This is truly an eye-opener. Like the streamer, I thought the man would hide his secret stash inside the bear pendant, but he did the opposite and hid it in the hat. Such a stroke of genius. Exactly. And about hiding money in the vehicle registration booklet. I thought it would only be behind the document, but it was tucked inside the black cover. I strongly suspect that the stash the husband revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. The bulk must still be in the car. Sister Lin, if you have the chance, you should definitely stage a surprise comeback. Hiding private money has truly become an art form. I'm growing more and more curious about what happens next. I couldn't make out the picture on the computer last night, so today I'm determined to analyze it thoroughly. That's right, this is the main event today. New friends who just joined, remember to put your thinking caps on later. Don't be like before and fail to find even a single bit of hidden money. How embarrassing. The viewers in the live stream felt ashamed of their own incompetence and were determined to redeem themselves. In the living room, Lin Qianyu, the one at the center of the incident, felt even more unwilling, as if she had been toyed with like a monkey. She went straight into the bedroom and retrieved the laptop. Don't worry, everyone. While my husband is away, we're going to scour every inch of this room and uncover all the hidden money. With the experience from her first login, Lin Qianyu skillfully entered the password to open the encrypted folder. She first checked the nature of the photos herself, moving a few that might be easily misinterpreted to a different location, and then turned the computer toward the camera. After all, if something like a long stick, peach stress reliever, or oval electric toy appeared again, it would be too embarrassing. Everyone, let's go through them one by one. There must be photos related to the hidden money in here. Lin Qianyu clicked on the first image in the encrypted folder. It depicted 3 shoes of different sizes drawn with appalling artistry. Lin Qianyu stared at the photo and studied it. Everyone, does this mean there are 3 pairs of shoes hiding money? Lin Beauty, I think your judgment is very likely. The different sizes probably distinguish your shoes from your husband's. Apart from that, there are no other markings, so finding the money hidden in the shoes will be quite a task. Ahem. Why do I feel it's not that simple? Based on previous experience, could this be a diversion? Or maybe these aren't shoes at all, just something that looks like shoes. I think slow and steady wins the race. Cast a wide net, and you'll definitely find clues. Since this picture is about shoes, Sister Lin should do a thorough search. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement and waved her hand. Search, we must search. I have time today, and am going to see this through. She immediately began rummaging through the shoe cabinet. First, she eliminated shoes that were clearly visible, like men's slippers, women's sandals, and women's heels. The remaining were sneakers and boots, which would be easier to hide money in. Next, Lin Qianyu picked out the shoes they wore frequently, took a quick look, and placed them in the impossible zone. After all, shoes that are used often can't hide money. Imagine a few red bills falling out while going out. That would expose everything. The viewers agreed with her approach. The hidden money must be in the remaining pairs. Sister Lin, inspect them carefully. It could also be in stored shoes, especially winter boots. Since it's summer, no one would wear boots or cotton shoes, so hiding money there would be less likely to be discovered. Everyone, my husband and I don't have many shoes. We're not a wealthy family. Winter shoes usually last 2 or 3 years, while summer shoes wear out faster and are more numerous. Lin Qianyu opened another cabinet, revealing over a dozen shoe boxes. These are the winter shoes that will be put away during summer. They'll check them all later. Ahem. I don't know about wealthy, but your husband's hidden stash is larger than mine. Sister Lin, have you considered that your husband might be a secret millionaire? Him? How could he be? I know he's clever, but he's just a ride-hailing driver. How rich could he be? You've seen it. Aside from the money in the instant noodle bucket yesterday, there was only a few hundred in the car today. I was even thinking of leaving him 100 or 2, so he wouldn't look too shabby outside. Lin Qianyu picked up a pair of Su Bai's basketball shoes that he had worn for 2 years and examined them closely. I need to find time to air these out. They've started to smell musty. She endured the strange odor, unlaced the shoes, and fully displayed them to the viewers. Nothing in this pair. Next, Sister Lin, your inspection is too superficial. You need to check under the insole. Have you forgotten the lesson from the vehicle registration booklet? It could also be stuffed in the farthest corner. You have to reach in and feel around like the handle in the car roof. A small wad of bills is entirely possible. Pay special attention to shoes that are a size larger. There must be something hidden inside. You make a good point. I wasn't thorough enough. Lin Qianyu picked up the basketball shoes again, pulled out the yellowed insole, and reached inside to feel around. In the end, she shook her head. Nothing. Next pair. 1 pair, 2 pairs. An hour later, Lin Qianyu had searched through all 20 pairs of shoes. Not a single red bill, not even a coin. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and stared at the pile of shoes in front of her. Did the money grow legs and walk away? Or are these pictures really unrelated to the hidden money? For a moment, Lin Qianyu doubted her own judgment. But recalling Su Bai's smile, she still felt things weren't that simple. The viewers had also watched Lin Qianyu search through the shoes for an hour, confirming she hadn't missed any spot. As time passed, more and more people joined the live stream, many drawn by the viral short videos, curious to see where hidden money could be stashed. Damn, if the man comes back and pulls money out of a shoe, that would be a real slap in the face. I still say this isn't as simple as it seems. Lin, maybe you should look at other pictures. Since you can't find anything in the shoes, don't keep hitting a dead end. Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. Alright, let's pick a simpler spot next. Yet she still cast a sidelong glance at the pile of shoes. Could there really be no money hidden there? Turning the camera back to the computer, she decided to look for a more concrete image rather than these soul painter sketches. Because Lin Qianyu considered a possibility, what if the earlier picture wasn't actually shoes? Then she would have wasted her time. Everyone, which picture do you think is more reliable for finding the hidden money? Looking at the hundreds of images in the folder, Lin Qianyu couldn't decide. What does the fourth picture in the first row mean? Is it a corner of a refrigerator? I think the toilet is worth checking. When you mentioned the toilet photo yesterday, I noticed your husband's eyes were shifty, a clear sign of lying. There's a secret in there. And that black ball, I don't know why that picture disappeared, but that only makes it more suspicious. Lin, you should take it out and study it carefully. Lin Qianyu was left speechless, momentarily unsure how to respond. How could these enthusiastic fans still remember that episode? Couldn't they just skip it? Was that kind of thing suitable for live stream research? It could easily get the channel classified as low quality. And even if it didn't, Lin Qianyu didn't have the nerve. Seeing that viewers were already asking about the black ball, Lin Qianyu quickly shifted the audience's attention. Everyone, let's check the toilet first. When it broke, my husband fixed it himself. Repair it himself. The Sherlock Holmes in the live stream immediately caught the sensitive phrase. I bet there's definitely some secret stash inside that toilet, and there's a lot to it. If I'm wrong, I won't touch a woman for a month. We need to turn the tables too. I'll add a bet, if there's no secret stash, I won't touch a man for a month. The two netizens above, I seriously doubt either of you have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Most viewers also felt the toilet was suspicious, staring at the live stream without blinking. Somehow in Lin Qianyu's live stream, they felt a thrill, a sense of collective detective work, constantly outsmarting the male owner who hid his stash. Lin Qianyu also thought it was odd that repairing a toilet required a commemorative photo, yet her birthday picture wasn't in the encrypted folder. Entering the bathroom, she first inspected the toilet thoroughly, top, bottom, left, right, even the narrow gaps behind and the edges below, but found nothing stuck. If so, Lin Qianyu stared at the water tank that had been repaired before. The answer must be inside. She felt around the toilet tank lid, then asked the live stream with slight embarrassment. Hey folks, does anyone know how to open this? I've looked everywhere and can't find any switch. I knew it. Why else would the beauty Lin keep caressing the toilet lid? I thought she had a weird fetish for toilets or some secret story with it. Coincidentally, I'm a plumber. Toilet tanks don't have switches. Just lift it directly. With the fan's guidance, Lin Qianyu understood immediately and grabbed the lid by both sides, lifting it. Sure enough, she lifted the toilet lid. The next moment, seeing what was inside the tank, she became incredibly excited. Got it. We got it. Inside the tank was a black plastic bag. No need to guess. It was her husband's secret stash. What a guy, hiding a bag of money while pretending to repair the toilet. If not for the encrypted folder's photos, she would never have opened the toilet tank in her life. The live stream viewers felt vindicated, showering her with gifts. Professional cheater catcher sent a carnival note, finally found the right place. So happy today, must celebrate with fireworks. Golden, I sent a rocket note since the stash was in the toilet. Those photos really are related to the secret money. Lin Qianyu reached and grabbed the bag and lifted it, frowning slightly. Folks, the weight feels off. She dropped it on the floor and it clinked. Curious, she carefully untied the black bag. Damn. Inside the waterproof bag were coins mixed with a crumpled stack of bills. After 10 minutes of counting, she totaled 668 yuan. Instantly, a mix of emotions flooded her. Happy that she finally found Su Bai's painstakingly hidden stash. Sad that she couldn't understand why he went through so much trouble for just over 600 yuan, even hiding coins. Damn, hiding coins in the toilet tank. People would think Brother Bai is a walking 500, referring to spy reward. Such effort for just over 600 bucks. Brother Bai is truly something else. But I learned something as a man: always keep a waterproof bag at home. It's essential for hiding secret money. Lin Qianyu shook her head, pushing aside thoughts of Su Bai's motives, and prepared to search the next possible hiding spot, the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Su Bai was leisurely driving a passenger to the next destination, pondering new ways to hide money. Interesting, truly interesting. Why didn't I discover this treasure of a live stream before? Xiaomei, you should have recommended it earlier. I'll check later to see if my boyfriend is up to anything shady behind my back. I only found it this morning. Ooh, I never saw this streamer before. But once I started watching, I couldn't stop. From the back seat, two women burst into laughter, interrupting Su Bai's thoughts. Ladies, what's so funny? Laughing like that? Su Bai asked curiously. Life's tough enough, a good thing should be shared, right? The woman on the right, hearing Su Bai's question, looked up at him. Though she couldn't see his face clearly from the angle, the contours of his features suggested a handsome man. After all, in a world where looks matter, she was happy to chat with a handsome guy. We're watching a live stream about hunting for hidden money. It's hilarious. Driver, can you believe someone hid coins in the toilet tank? The woman laughed again. How miserable must that man be? He must have no standing at home. To fall to such a level, it's not worth being a man. Toilet tank. Coins. Live stream about hunting hidden money. 3 keywords related to himself hit Su Bai, and his heart skipped a beat. Was that miserable man they were talking about? Him. Mrs. the streamer in that live stream a pretty girl? Su Bai probed, confirming his guess. Yeah, an incredibly beautiful woman. If she went into entertainment streaming, doing some sultry or cat dance, she'd be a huge hit. The woman called Ruer said enviously. I heard yesterday she found a huge stash of cash in an instant noodle cup. Her husband is amazing, hiding money there. I bet he's shifty-eyed and average-looking. They say if a woman is too beautiful, she usually marries an ordinary man to avoid infidelity. Xiao Mei added, Ruer, do you think your boyfriend hides money like that? Shifty-eyed, average-looking. Su Bai couldn't help twitching his mouth, almost wanting to kick these two passengers out by the roadside. But having confirmed they were talking about him, Su Bai felt uneasy. He hadn't expected his wife to start searching for hidden money again while he was away. And she'd found one spot so quickly. What to do? Probably. Which man doesn't hide some money from his wife? But as much as that streamer's husband. My guy wouldn't dare. Otherwise I'd break his third leg. Cough. Ruer, there's a stranger here. Be reserved. Xiao Mei reminded her. Sorry. Ruer brushed her bangs and looked at Su Bai explaining, Driver, I was just joking. I'm not that kind of person. By the way, driver, do you hide money from your wife? Ruer, I bet he does. Driver, share some tips with us. We can learn from your mistakes. Gossip was truly a woman's nature. The two girls became fascinated with Su Bai. Tips for hiding money. Su Bai almost laughed out loud. If there was a ranking, he would be second to none, a king-level existence in his own league. But remembering the earlier insults, he felt a bit annoyed. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he saw the expectant looks in the women's eyes. Idea. Ladies, in my opinion, the streamer's husband might have reasons for hiding money, but it doesn't affect his love for his wife. He's definitely a great man. Instead of checking for hidden money, you should focus on whether your partners are chatting with other girls. Emotional cheating is far more serious than hiding money. Imagine lying in bed with your boyfriend, his body with you, but his mind on someone else. Isn't that terrifying? Hearing Su Bai's random spiel, the two girls nodded. Driver, that makes sense. But how do we know if they're emotionally? Seeing his plan working, Su Bai flashed a sunny smile. Simple. When your partner comes home, sniff for other women's perfume. Also, if he turns his phone screen down when you're around or his eyes dart around. Those are signs of guilt. But I don't advise checking their phones. Guys need privacy too. Otherwise, even if nothing's wrong, it could backfire. After all, which guy doesn't have some little secrets in his phone, like certain websites? Right? The two girls were stunned. Driver, you sound like you have experience. They'll check my boyfriend's reaction when I get home. If he's doing something behind my back, he's finished. Ruer, the streamer, is heading to the kitchen fridge. Do you think she'll find more hidden money? Ding, destination reached. Please check your belongings before getting off. Hey, we're already here. Bye, driver. The two women waved and got out. Passing the driver's seat, they glanced back with dreamy expressions. So handsome. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I'd ask for his WeChat. Ruer, don't you think the driver looks familiar? Have you seen him before? Can't recall, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Let me think. Cough. Hearing their conversation, Su Bai stepped on the gas and sped away. If they recognized him as the male lead in the live stream combined with his enthusiastic advice just now, it would be an epic, socially awkward moment. Driving to a desolate seaside in the Magic City, Su Bai gazed at the crashing waves and took a deep breath. He figured that for the foreseeable future, he would be living in the shadow of being caught hiding his secret stash. What terrified him most wasn't just that. It was that this morning the system had rewarded him another sum of cash, and he had gone through great pains to conceal it before Lin Qianyu woke up. If it were all 100-yuan bills, it might have been easier, but the system didn't even give him a round number, and part of it was coins, constantly testing Su Bai's wits. Over the past 2 years, Su Bai had invested the earnings from his secret stash check-in system into various ventures, which had yielded quite a profit. Yet he couldn't even recall exactly how many assets and how much wealth he owned. Opening his phone, he watched Lin Qianyu diligently searching for his secret stash on her live stream at home, and couldn't help but chuckle. He figured he needed to reveal a bit of his power to buy a larger house, so he could hide even more secret money. Otherwise, there really was no place left to hide. It's impossible that there's nothing. Ladies, think hard. Where exactly could my husband have hidden the money in the fridge? We've checked behind and in every compartment, or I really can't think of where else it could be. Could it be inside the frozen food bags? No way, I've squeezed them all. It doesn't feel like money. But I have a hunch there's still secret cash nearby. Watching Lin Qianyu repeatedly miss the stashes he had hidden, Su Bai found it quite amusing. Still from last night until now, a few stashes had been discovered, so he needed to come up with an excuse to explain them. Especially the source of this money. It had to have a reasonable explanation, or else he'd scare that woman to death sooner or later. Sticking his hand out the window to feel the sea breeze, Su Bai picked up his phone and dialed. President Su, what are your orders? A respectful male voice answered. I need you to handle something right away. Modify my ride-hailing data, increase my bonuses, and the number of trips I've completed. Su Bai gave the order directly. As one of the shareholders of that ride-hailing platform, he had every right to do so. President Su, you're driving for a ride-hailing service. Came the incredulous voice from the other end. As an assistant not monitoring the data, he was unaware of Su Bai's side gig. What, is there a problem? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, his tone turning cold. No problem at all. We'll modify it right away. The man on the other end realized he had misspoken and quickly agreed. He knew better than to pry into matters above his station. Just follow the boss orders. That's all. Oh, and don't tell anyone else about this for now. Understood. Hanging up, he glanced once more at Lin Qianyu still hunting for his secret stash, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Some tenderness Su Bai could reserve for only one person. Ding, you have a new order notification. Please confirm if you wish to accept. Accept. Su Bai tapped confirm, and whistling drove toward the passenger's pickup point. Sister Lin, maybe we should just give up. Your man's skills at hiding secret money are almost on par with the spy's. I've racked my brains trying to figure out where he might hide his stash. Could it be inside the fridge's rubber seal? Are you crazy? That's impossible. If it were in the seal, the fridge wouldn't stay cold. Sister Lin, checked the freezer for ice cubes. Maybe your husband froze the money. The guy above might be onto something. I remember a movie where money was frozen in an entire freezer. The killer in that film was a delivery driver, and he was exposed on livestream because he couldn't drag the freezer away. Lin Qianyu read the comments and opened the freezer again. There were 2 ice cubes, but no trace of banknote colors, so it was impossible. Where else could it be? She slipped her index finger into her mouth, a habit Shed had since childhood when thinking, biting her nails. Chewing on her fingernail, she picked up her computer and re-examined the picture of the fridge. After staring for a while, she suddenly pondered a small wooden block in the image. Could it be that this picture wasn't referring to the fridge at all? In that instant, a thought struck her. She turned around, grabbed a small knife, and crouched down. What's Sister Lin doing? Don't tell me she's thinking of doing something drastic. It's just a bit of secret money. Maybe the beautiful Lin is drawing a circle to curse her husband. Stop guessing and watch closely. The streamer might have found something. Lin Qianyu crouched and examined the 4 corners of the fridge. She recalled that when Shed once mentioned wishing the fridge were 3 centimeters taller, Su Bai had eagerly found 4 wooden blocks to prop up the corners. She had always assumed they were real wooden blocks and never questioned it. Now, after fruitlessly searching the fridge for secret money and connecting it to the encrypted folder's image, she had a different theory. Could it be that the wooden blocks under the fridge's corners all contained Su Bai's secret stash? With that thought, she stopped hesitating and began scraping at the nearest corner. Scrape, scrape. Scrape, scrape. After a few strokes, the block revealed a hole inside, which lay a stack of bright red bills. Lin Qianyu estimated that one corner alone held about 5,000 yuan, so 4 corners would amount to another 20,000. Adding the over 20,000 Shed found yesterday, the total secret stash had reached over 40,000. Damn it. Where on earth did Su Bai get so much money to hide? And those 4 wooden blocks had been placed under the fridge just 3 months after their wedding. That meant Su Bai's secret stashing wasn't a spuro-feminine hobby, but a long premeditated plan. Realizing this, Lin Qianyu felt a tightness in her chest. She turned to the live stream and couldn't help complaining, ladies are right. Men's words are truly untrustworthy. The most dangerous place is the safest. Bro Bai actually hid money right under the fridge. Wasn't he afraid rats would chew it? I remember as a kid I put money in a drawer and the next morning a big chunk was missing. I was so mad. I'm more curious about how much money the husband has. If all his secret stash were found, it'd probably equal my yearly salary. Sister Lin, I told you men's words can never be trusted. These days honest good men are as rare as ancient fossils. You can't find them anywhere. This is truly an eye-opener, another day that shatters my worldview. Indeed, there's a path in books, and the sea of learning has no end. Hard work is the boat. A mist of tears glistened in Lin Qianyu's beautiful eyes. She suddenly realized that her livestream gift income couldn't match her earnings from finding secret cash. With a resolute bite of her lip, she declared, let's keep going. Today I'm going to dig it all out no matter what. Having found 2 hiding spots in a row, Lin Qianyu's confidence surged. At 5 in the evening, Su Bai clocked out on time as usual and headed home, leaving the rest of his evening adventures a mystery to all but himself. One thing was certain, his life was undoubtedly quite enjoyable. Honey, I'm home. Su Bai pushed open the door with exuberance, calling out cheerfully into the house. Then he sniffed the air. Wow, that smells amazing. Did you use my favorite red mushrooms for the chicken soup? He deftly took off his shoes and walked into the living room. The next moment, seeing what was laid out on the living room floor, Su Bai shuddered. Honey, isn't this going a bit too far? Don't blame me, it was your livestream fans' idea. Their goal is to make you come clean, confess and get leniency, resist, and face the consequences. Lin Qianyu greeted Su Bai with a mischievous grin, pointing to the keyboard and durian on the floor. Pick one, 3 choices. Su Bai glanced at the keyboard, then at the spiky durian. Honey, you'll go with the 3rd option. Are you sure? Really think about kneeling on the keyboard. Lin Qianyu's grin widened, sending a chill down Su Bai's spine. Preferring mental torment over physical pain, he said the 3rd one. See folks, I told you he wouldn't choose those 2 punishments. After all, we've been married for 2 years, do I know his tricks inside out. Lin Qianyu boasted to the livestream, then turned to Su Bai. Now be a good boy and tell me where you've hidden all your secret stash. That day, Lin Qianyu found Su Bai's secret money in 6 places. Aside from the large sums tucked in the 4 corners of the fridge, the rest were trivial amounts. One spot even held just a single coin. If not for the computer image, Shed have thought Shed accidentally dropped it there. Su Bai glanced at the table in front of the sofa and instantly understood. It seemed his wife's skills still needed honing. Honey, haven't you already found them all? All my secret money is right there on the table. Su Bai pointed at the pile of money, pleading pitifully. Honey, can we make a deal? Could you leave me half of the cash you've dug up? You know a man needs a full wallet when he goes out. It's a matter of pride. Don't get slick with me and don't try to change the subject. Su Bai, I'm telling you that won't work today. That encrypted folder had over 100 photos and you're telling me this is all your secret money. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Qianyu gave him no quarter, her stance unyielding. If you don't come clean tonight, don't even think about having any of the chicken soup. No way, honey. You made that soup with your own hands. Can we talk about this after dinner? No. Well, seeing Lin Qianyu's firm refusal, Su Bai decided to change tactics. Honey, you know what? I was thinking of you all the way while driving today. I want to save more money for our future adorable baby, and also buy new clothes for the baby's beautiful mom. And guess what? I got a bonus today, double the amount. Spit it out. Lin Qianyu's expression softened slightly, as she subconsciously felt her husband wasn't having it easy. Seeing his plan still wasn't working, Su Bai played his trump card, honey, I love you. The livestream audience immediately covered their ears. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Even if I knew it was just to change the subject, if my husband confessed like that to me, I'd be thrilled. Speaking of which, my old man hasn't said I love you to me in years. My ears are burning. Why is my heart suddenly racing? The streamer's husband has such a nice voice. Sis upstairs, are you sure it's just his voice you like, not his looks? I want a love as sweet as this. So jealous. Lin green with envy. Can I borrow your husband sometime? I love you too, gag. Humph. Hearing Su Bai's sudden confession, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson, but she persisted. You still have to tell me about the secret money. What do the shoes in that picture mean? Humph, did he really think an I love you would buy me off? No way. Seriously, why say that during the live stream? He should save it for when we're alone at night, all shy and cozy. Oh my god, what am I thinking? It's not even dark yet. No, it's not about the darkness. Why am I suddenly thinking about this? Although Lin Qianyu hadn't backed down, Su Bai knew she had softened. Otherwise, she would have demanded all the secret money, not just asked about one specific thing. Still, one piece wouldn't satisfy her appetite. Su Bai's gaze fell on the computer on the table, and he made a decision. Fine, I'll part with a little more. But I need to do it with finesse. I can't just dump it all at once or Lin Qianyu won't let me off so easily. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard, feigning ignorance. Honey, what shoes are you talking about? Whatever you want, well, buy it no matter the cost. Stop joking around. You're not a rich second generation, you know what I mean. Lin Qianyu pointed at the computer. Those 3 ugly shoes you drew. I still can't figure out why there are 3 different sizes. Cough, cough. At the mention of rich second generation, Su Bai cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. He then walked over to the computer, carefully examined his own shoe drawings, and turned to look at Lin Qianyu with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, puzzled. Come on, I'm warning you, don't play dumb. Tell me what those shoes mean. Su Bai lowered his head, then looked up at her with a pitiful face. Honey, one pair of those shoes is right on your little feet. Huh. Lin Qianyu was stunned, speechless for a moment. After a pause, she looked down at her sandals. Su Bai, you've gone too far. Are you still lying to me at a time like this? With that, Lin Qianyu reached out to pinch the soft flesh on Su Bai's waist. Honey, have mercy. They really are on your feet. Su Bai dodged, and before she could react, he bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Amid Lin Qianyu's startled cries, he tossed her onto the sofa. Then picking up the fallen sandal, he said, Honey, don't get mad. Look, it's right here. Oh my god, such enviable boyfriend energy, am totally smitten. For a moment, I even saw a domineering CEO vibe in this man being thrown onto the sofa like that. If it were any other time, sparks would surely fly, and just imagining it makes my heart race. Who would have thought this henpecked husband could have such a domineering side? Streamer, you better watch out, I'm afraid I might steal him away. Some viewers in the live stream saw this scene, their eyes filled with little hearts, each wishing they were Lin Qianyu enjoying a passionate night with Su Bai. Su Bai, you've gone too far, still messing with me even now. Being thrown onto the sofa by Su Bai in such a manner, Lin Qianyu felt both irritated and a hint of shame. When she saw Su Bai holding a slipper close to her face, she almost couldn't resist kicking him. Thankfully, because it was a live stream, her inner reserve kept Lin Qianyu's last shred of rationality intact, allowing her to suppress the impulse. Han, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Su Bai picked up the slipper, undid the little bow on top, and slowly pulled out a tightly rolled 100-yuan bill. Seeing Su Bai's ingenious move, Lin Qianyu was again left speechless with shock. So she herself was the walking secret stash. She had searched all day for shoes that might hide money, only to find it had been on her all along. Heh. For a moment, Lin Qianyu doubted her own intelligence. She pointed at Su Bai and demanded, Is there more? Yes. Su Bai scratched the back of his head, sheepishly picked up Lin Qianyu's other slipper, and retrieved another rolled 100-yuan bill from its little bow. The livestream's excitement surged instantly, with comments and gifs scrolling across the screen. Bro, Bai, you're amazing. Imanol. Who would have thought that after searching all day, the secret stash was in the slippers the sister-in-law was wearing? I'm truly impressed. When did little bows become a hiding spot? I never thought of that. Bro, you know, Ever since your wife's secret stash hunt went viral, my place has been turned upside down. Now I'm kneeling on a keyboard watching the live stream. Even the most inconspicuous spots can hide secret stashes. This man's slick move has broadened my worldview again. Now I see everything as a potential hiding place, like the plush toy on the sofa. Brothers, do you think it could be stuffed with red bills? I think it's possible, but I don't recall seeing a plush toy photo in the encrypted folder, so we'll let it slide for now, or it might not survive the night. Seeing the comments, Su Bai's eyelids twitched. He quickly turned back to Lin Qianyu, forcing calm as he sincerely reflected, Han, since I'm being so proactive, can we call it a day here? What about the other two pairs? Lin Qianyu pointed at the computer. Which pair does my slipper represent? This one. Su Bai pointed tremblingly at the middle pair. Who are you fooling? That's a slipper. It doesn't even have a little bow. That's because the little bow was too hard to draw. I tried once and thought it looked so ugly I couldn't stand it, so I didn't bother drawing them on all three pairs. Su Bai said this with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then how will you tell which shoe is which? Aren't you afraid I'll throw this pair away? Lin Qianyu looked at the three identical shoes of different sizes in the picture, still very puzzled. Well, Su Bai rubbed his chin. Han, look closely. Doesn't the middle one have two little dots? That represents the little bow. If I'm not mistaken, only this pair of your slippers has a little bow. Lin Qianyu leaned in to look at the picture. There really are. As for why I'm not worried about you throwing them away, it's because if I ever get a signal that you're about to toss them, I'll move the money elsewhere and buy you a new pair of slippers with a little bow, so there's no risk of confusion. Su Bai crossed his legs and said with a hint of pride, so isn't your husband clever? Clever, my foot. Why don't you use that cleverness to earn more money instead of hiding a secret stash? Lin Qianyu was left speechless, feeling her husband was like a child. But little did she know her husband's quickest way to make money was through hiding his secret stash. Come on, what about the other two pairs? Lin Qianyu pointed at the large and small shoes, determined to satisfy her curiosity. Su Bai didn't speak, instead looking at his wife with an innocent expression. What are you looking at me for? Are they on me? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. Han, you're so smart. They are on you. Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open wider as she looked at the slippers on the floor. Are you saying there's more money hidden in these? Curious, Lin Qianyu bent down and picked up the slippers again, inspecting them from all angles. Apart from the little bow's space, there wasn't even room for an ant. How could money be hidden there? Su Bai, are you messing with me again? Lin Qianyu, thinking she had guessed the truth, couldn't help but pinch the flesh on Su Bai's arm. Ouch. That hurts. Han, go easy. It hurts. I'm not lying, it's really on you. Su Bai quickly pointed at Lin Qianyu's pocket. It's in your pocket. If you don't believe me, take it out and see. If you're lying this time, you're dead meat. Lin Qianyu reached into her pocket and pulled out a set of keys. I only have this in my pocket, where's the... Mid-sentence, she was struck speechless. Looking at a small shoe keychain on the ring, Lin Qianyu suddenly understood. With a series of clicks after some dismantling, she pulled out 52 yuan from the tiny shoe. The live stream viewers were also dumbfounded. Now that's what I call hiding a secret stash. The pinnacle is hiding it on your wife. It's just too damn awesome. My admiration for Bro Bai is beyond words. What a waste. This man isn't a spy for another country. His intelligence, his creativity. I just want to crack open his head and see what kind of circuitry he has, what it's made of. My partner has the same keychain. Could it be hiding his secret stash too? I have to check thoroughly when I get back. No, I need to do it now before he moves the stash. Truly, there's no place this man can't hide things. Honey, tell me, what were you thinking? How dare you hide your secret stash on me? Lin Qianyu laughed in anger, staring straight at her husband to see what excuse he could come up with. Ahem. Su Bai cleared his throat. Before revealing the secret to Lin Qianyu, he had already thought of an excuse. Han, you've misunderstood me this time. This isn't my secret stash. I put it there in case you get lost outside and don't have money for a cab. It's emergency cab fare. My dad used to do the same for me when I was little. While so, this secret stash skill was taught from childhood. You should say the talent for hiding money might be genetic. Like father, like son. I bet his dad's methods are even better. I should tell Annie to check Uncle's secret stash thoroughly. Su Bai happened to catch those comments and almost choked. Dad, sorry, you'll have to take the fall for this one. Keep spinning your tales. We're in the digital age. Who still uses cash? Though she knew it might be a lie, Lin Qianyu felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. After all, the money was indeed in her possession. What if your phone dies? Then it'll come in handy. Honey, you have to understand your husband's thoughtful intentions. Su Bai finished with a pout. Honey, I want a kiss. Push. Stop messing around, I'm live streaming. Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pushed away Su Bai's approaching face. But if my phone dies, I wouldn't know there's cash inside, so I still couldn't get back. Don't try to trick me. The biggest pair of shoes. What does it represent? With that, Lin Qianyu looked around, but found no larger shoe ornaments. Well, honey, wait a moment. Su Bai rose from the sofa, hopped to the door, and picked up his worn basketball shoes. Honey, bear with me. There might be a bit of a smell. Before Lin Qianyu could respond, Su Bai took out the insoles and pulled out a few crumpled bills, deliberately waving them in front of her. In the live stream, so this is what the three shoes meant. a smelly secret stash. No wonder I smelled a weird odor in my husband's wallet yesterday. Maybe he couldn't fit it all in his shoes. I admire Brother Bay's storytelling, but am numb to it now. I don't believe a word he says. The mystery is finally solved. I've been pondering all day what those 3 shoes meant. Truly you learn something new every day. Take it away, I don't want it. Lin Qianyu pushed Su Bai's hand away in disgust, feeling nauseous at the thought of those bills living with his feet. Fine, he'll let the shoes slide. What about other places? Come clean. Honey, where would I have that much money? You found almost all of it. I only posted so many pictures on the computer to confuse any potential thieves. Su Bai maintained a pitiful expression as he defended himself. Who are you calling a potential thief? Honey, you misunderstand. I didn't mean you. Your money is my money. I was worried about burglars or something. That would be a shame. Su Bai quickly changed his tune, looking at Lin Qianyu with a fawning expression, hoping this part would pass quickly. Since you said almost, that means there's more. If you voluntarily hand it over today, I won't hold a grudge. Otherwise, I'm sure you don't want to know the consequences. Lin Qianyu pouted in a mock threat. Oh well. Su Bai almost couldn't resist kissing her cherry lips. His brow furrowed into a deep crease. After a moment, he forced out the words one by one. Fine, for the sake of family harmony and our stable relationship, I'll go all out today and tell you the last place where I've hidden my secret stash. Just one. Lin Qianyu remained skeptical, having been fooled so many times that every corner of the house seemed suspicious. Really? If I'm lying, may your father wet the bed tonight. Su Bai raised his hand to swear. Cough. Have some shame. Lin Qianyu shot him a glare. Fine, if you confess one more place today, well, let it go for now. Honey, you said that. Yes, I did. Hearing her confirmation, Su Bai jumped off the sofa excitedly and dashed toward the kitchen. What was this? Why was he so eager and thrilled to hand over his secret stash? His sudden enthusiasm left Lin Qianyu bewildered. She slipped on her sandals and followed him to the kitchen. As she put on her sandals, Lin Qianyu couldn't help glancing at the little pom-poms on them. Even though she knew the money inside had been taken out, she still felt there might be more hidden there. That feeling unsettled her, itching at her mind. Truly once bitten, twice shy. Entering the kitchen, she saw Su Bai heading straight for the freezer, and her confusion deepened. She had checked everything in the freezer. How could there be any place to hide money? Besides, hadn't he already stashed money under the 4 corners of the fridge? Why hide more inside? Lin Qianyu didn't ask, just watched silently to see what trick he would pull. Creak. Su Bai pulled open the freezer drawer and went straight for the first layer. Huh. Seeing only a few ice pops, he paused, muttering to himself. Strange, I remember putting it here. Where did it go? What's missing? Lin Qianyu heard his muttering and asked curiously. Nothing, let me look again. Whoosh. He opened the second layer. Nothing. The third and last layer. After taking out all the frozen food, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's still here. What's still here? Lin Qianyu leaned, and seeing only a few ice cubes in the empty freezer, her confusion deepening. Here, this is my last secret stash. Now your husband is handing it over. Su Bai picked up 2 ice cubes and handed them to Lin Qianyu. Scared me. I thought you'd thrown them away. I clearly remember putting them in the first layer. How did they end up in the last? What? Lin Qianyu's mouth dropped open as she took the ice cubes. You're saying this is money? Earlier that day, she had touched these ice cubes more than once, thinking Su Bai had frozen them for emergencies like burns or sprains. She had even placed them in the last layer while organizing the fridge. To be honest, when she first saw the ice cubes, she had her suspicions, but since there were no white bills, she dismissed the thought. Now Su Bai was telling her the ice cubes contained his hidden money, and Lin Qianyu couldn't quite accept it. You're saying this is secret stash? Lin Qianyu still couldn't believe it, pointing at the ice cubes to confirm. Honey, rest assured I wouldn't lie to you now. If you don't believe me, just put the ice cubes in hot water and see. Then why aren't the ice cubes colored? Because I wrapped the money in something white. I'm not stupid. If I didn't wrap it, the red bills would be too obvious. Su Bai took the ice cubes back. Don't hold them too long, you'll freeze your hands. If I remember correctly, there's about 4,000 yuan in these 2 ice cubes. Seeing Su Bai actually freeze the money, the live stream erupted in commotion. Some even spotted a business opportunity, gaining followers by recording Lin Qianyu's treasure hunts and boosting her stream's popularity. Tomorrow's headline: outrageous. Man freezes money in ice cubes to hide stash. I guessed today that the money might be frozen, but I didn't dig deeper. Missed a hiding spot. It's all thanks to fixed thinking. If we hadn't found money in the fridge's wooden supports, would have made the streamer search again. Damn. Brother Bai actually wrapped the money and froze it. What a schemer. I bet he even hinted to his wife that the ice was for emergencies. A masterstroke from start to finish. I don't believe this is his last stash. There must be more. I need to study it carefully. Last time I realized you can't think like a normal person. You have to think like a lunatic to find a man's hidden money. Lin Qianyu stared at Su Bai in shock for a moment before coming to her senses. Honey, where did you get all this money? Well, Su Bai paused. Because your husband is hardworking and smart. So my bonuses are higher, and it all added up. Really? Really? I have proof. Su Bai pulled out his phone and showed Lin Qianyu a doctored bonus record. Look, hey, race my bonus record. They'll send it to your phone. Fine, I'll believe you this once. Lin Qianyu glanced at the photo, then suddenly said, Husband, you're something else. You didn't even hand over your salary card. Poor performance minus 10 points. Punishment, sleep on the sofa tonight. No, honey, considering how honest I was today. Are you still having soup? Yes. Then stop your babbling and come help. Lin Qianyu turned away, giving him no chance to bargain, and began ladling the soup. Su Bai smiled helplessly, suddenly understanding why the ancients said women and small-minded men are hard to deal with. Women change their minds too fast. But, watching Lin Qianyu's back as she served the soup, the corners of his mouth lifted. My woman I can tolerate. After a hearty meal and some tidying up, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu went straight to lie down in the bedroom. Perhaps it was because they didn't plan to continue searching for hidden money today, or maybe it was because she couldn't drink during the live stream. Even as the stream's popularity continued to soar, Lin Qianyu ended the broadcast early after greeting her fans. After all, being together still required some private time and space. As for Lin Qianyu's words telling Su Bai to sleep on the sofa, she couldn't bear to do it. At that moment, Lin Qianyu was lying on top of Su Bai, one hand rubbing his belly as she playfully said, Honey, you've got a little belly now. It's probably all from driving, sitting in one spot without much movement. I can handle it now while I'm young, but by the time I hit 30 and start gaining weight, I might turn into a plump, fair-skinned big guy. Su Bai inhaled the fragrance of the lovely hair in his arms and revealed a contented smile. Even if you turn into a big fat guy, I won't despise you. Lin Qianyu continued kneading his small belly, then suddenly looked up at his perfect jawline and asked, Honey, is there something you're hiding from me? A thud echoed in his heart. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat, but he forced calm on the surface, uncertain whether Lin Qianyu was bluffing. Could she have discovered his secrets? No, she couldn't have. Otherwise the system wouldn't keep rewarding him. Darling, don't be silly. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Su Bai stroked her hair with one hand and gently tightened his other arm around her. Fine, everyone has their little secrets, so I won't dig further. Lin Qianyu sat up, her eyes fixed on Su Bai, her tone unusually serious as she said, But honey, I have only one request. You must never do anything to betray me. Phew. Su Bai took a deep breath and replied with equal sincerity, Don't worry, darling. In this life, you're the only woman for me, and having you is enough. That's more like it. Lin Qianyu reverted to her playful self, lying back on his chest and drawing circles. Su Bai wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight, and leaned close to her ear to whisper softly, Darling, I love you. Marrying you was both my blessing in a past life and my fortune in this one. You're such a sweet talker. Lin Qianyu squirmed gently in his arms, her earlier resentment over the hidden money completely gone. Oh honey, I just checked the back end. Thanks to the sudden surge in the stream, today's gift revenue was over 10,000. Your wife is so good at making money, so don't push yourself too hard driving. We can earn together, but health comes first. Wow, I didn't know my wife was this amazing. From now on. Su Bai lightly nibbled her earlobe. Can I become the ultimate kept man? Stop teasing me. This isn't stable. This industry rises fast, but fades even faster. Who knows who'll depend on whom in the future. I just want to save up while I can, so the pressure from kids and parents will be lighter later. Lin Qianyu began to fantasize about their future life. Honey, as time goes by, if I'm no longer pretty and my skin isn't smooth anymore, will you still love me like this? Feeling her tense body in his arms, Su Bai nuzzled against her ear. Silly girl, my heart isn't big. It can only love one person in a lifetime. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I've got you covered. Hearing his almost heartfelt confession, Lin Qianyu's nose twitched as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Honey, marrying you is my fortune too. Su Bai's lips curled slightly as he freed a hand to pinch her little nose. Darling, when you said betray me, did you mean physical infidelity? Not just physical, emotional infidelity is off limits too. Lin Qianyu wriggled coquettishly. Just kidding. With a wife as beautiful as you, no one else could catch my eye. Oh, I forgot to tell you something important last night. Su Bai's expression turned serious. What's up? I forgot to mention, the master said. To ensure success, we need 3 consecutive days. Darling, you know what I mean. With that, Su Bai leaned in toward her cherry lips. I don't believe you. 3 days, my foot. Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed, fully aware of what her man was up to. Do you want it or not? No. Really? MMPH. Oh. 2 hours later, Su Bai fell asleep, holding his beloved wife, occasionally smacking his lips as if savoring the moment. Lin Qianyu gently reached out to touch his sensual lips, a blissful smile spreading across her face. After a moment, as if remembering something, Lin Qianyu carefully turned over and picked up her phone from the bedside table. She opened it to check the bonus chart Su Bai had sent her earlier. 10 minutes later, she pouted. You sly Su Bai, the data in this picture doesn't match the hidden money at all. It seems this man has many things she doesn't know about. Turning back, she was about to give him a few playful punches. But seeing the gentle smile on his face, she softened, buried her head in his chest, felt his breathing, and slowly closed her eyes. The next day, Su Bai finished a simple breakfast and came over to kiss Lin Qianyu's forehead, darling him off to work. Honey, be careful on the road and don't overwork yourself. Lin Qianyu gently nuzzled his chest, expressing her affection through her movements. Seeing his gentle and adorable wife, Su Bai patted her head again before turning to leave. But what Su Bai didn't know was that the moment he went downstairs, Lin Qianyu dashed into the room to change clothes. A black tracksuit, a cap, and a triple-layer black protective mask. Fully equipped, she looked like a detective ready to catch her husband cheating. To that end, Lin Qianyu even peeked down from the window. Her husband's car was still there and hadn't started. She still had time. After 2 years together, she knew Su Bai had a habit of listening to two Jay Chou songs before work, claiming it improved his focus. After ensuring everything was fine, Lin Qianyu opened her live stream. "Streamer, what are you up to? Are you switching to being a sneaky hand? I almost thought I entered the wrong stream. Sister Lin, you're amazing, gaining 2,000 followers overnight. Keep checking your husband's hidden money today. I bet my 3060 headlights that he's still hiding plenty. Streamer, that outfit's off. Why do I feel like you're going to catch him cheating? Or do you think he's hiding so much money from some shady business? Cough. Buddy above, are you suggesting he's into fencing on the side? No, I think he might be working as a male escort at some club. I hear it starts at 500 a session with tips, often reaching 4 figures. But honestly, the guys there are so handsome, my girlfriends and I almost gave in and tried one a few times." Seeing the chat veering off course, Lin Qianyu quickly shook her head and responded, "Everyone, it's not what you think. I'm just curious about what my husband's daily work is like. To save up so much hidden money in 2 years, his job must be really tiring. Usually I'm a full-time streamer at home, and I've never seriously cared about his work. So today I want to see it up close. I'm not following his car, because if I'm there, he'll pretend everything's easy, and I want to see what he really goes through. Enough talk, my husband's about to leave. If I'm late, I'll lose him." With that, Lin Qianyu grabbed the keys from the table and hurried downstairs. As the final notes of Jay Chou's In the Name of the Father faded, Su Bai, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but stretch his limbs. Bliss. He was an ardent fan of this singer, having loved his music from elementary school all the way to his married life. Su Bai recalled the singer once claiming that the music he created was still ahead of its time. He had truly dominated the music charts across eras, with countless fans and concert tickets that were nearly impossible to get. Checking today's check-in location, Su Bai pondered for a moment. "Forget it, I won't take any rides today." After checking in, he'll head straight to the ride-hailing platform headquarters. Behind him, Lin Qianyu sat in her own car, her eyes fixed on Su Bai's vehicle. She had only driven her own car because she feared taking a taxi would be too slow and she might lose him. Isn't it obvious? The streamer mentioned her husband drives for a ride-hailing service. Usually people choose the most cost-effective car for that, right? Who would be foolish enough to use a luxury car? After factoring in maintenance costs, they'd end up losing money. To be fair, these little details show that the streamer's husband is truly a good man. He's moving. Seeing Su Bai's car start, Lin Qianyu quickly ignited her engine and followed him from a distance. However, tailing someone was a delicate art. She couldn't let Su Bai discover her, nor could she lose him. So apart from occasionally glancing at her live stream, she had to maintain full concentration. I have to say, since the streamer is using her own car to tail him, this disguise is a bit unnecessary. But aside from that, her tailing skills are impressive. She has the makings of a qualified detective. Miss Lin, I suggest you keep 2 more car lengths away, and make sure he doesn't see your license plate in his rearview mirror, or your plan will be exposed. The longer I watch this stream, the more this couple seems like a poor man's version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It's damn entertaining. If I didn't have anything important to do, I could watch this all day. Right? Every day brings a surprise. I predict this stream will only get more popular. Folks, help share the stream so more brothers and sisters can join in on this. Catching cheaters. Slip of the tongue. This thrilling game of cat and mouse. As time passed, Lin Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off. It had been half an hour and Su Bai hadn't picked up a single passenger, just driving aimlessly around the city. If this was his efficiency, how could he possibly have saved so much secret money? Impossible. Even though Lin Qianyu had never driven for a ride-hailing service, she knew the basic rule: the more rides you take, the higher your bonus. But what was even stranger was that they were heading away from the city center toward a more remote coastal area. Suppressing the urge to confront him, Lin Qianyu continued following at a distance. The livestream audience also noticed something was wrong. Strange. My husband also drives for a ride-hailing service, and he usually gets a ride every 10 minutes. But even working 14 or 15 hours a day, he couldn't save that much secret money, especially since he has to hand over his salary every month. Exactly. This isn't like a taxi that cruises for passengers. Ride-hailing drivers wait for the system to assign a ride, then head to the destination. To save money, they usually park in free parking lots or by the roadside. The way the streamer's husband is driving makes no sense. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai was being tailed. The music had switched from Jay Chou to an audiobook titled My Wife Livestreams Cheating. He was thoroughly engrossed, humming, "If one day I could become very rich." The reason he was driving around was simply to complete his check-ins. Now only the last spot remained. 20 minutes later, Su Bai arrived at the final check-in point of the day. Gazing at the vast expanse where the sea met the sky, he got out of the car on a whim to stretch and relieve the fatigue of driving. This is life. No pressure, no worries. After stretching, Su Bai let out a long breath. He was quite satisfied with his current life, the only thing missing was a child. But given their recent overtime efforts, welcoming a little tiger by the end of the year shouldn't be a problem. Just thinking about the future scene of his child calling him daddy filled him with joy, and he picked up a stone to skip across the water. Achoo! Lost in his fun, Su Bai suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. It must be my wife missing me. Achoo! One sneeze means missing, two means someone is cursing him. Who could be so spiteful? Su Bai turned around and scanned his surroundings, but saw no familiar face. Little did he know Lin Qianyu was watching everything from a distance, her phone in hand. You bastard, you told me you were working, but you're here relaxing by the sea. Let's see how you explain yourself tonight. Thinking this, Lin Qianyu took a few photos. This will be evidence. Let's see if he dares to lie tonight. Oh, had enough fun. Finally ready to work. Seeing Su Bai get back in the car, Lin Qianyu silently fumed. If she hadn't had the sudden urge to check if her husband was overworking himself, she would never have discovered this. What a pleasant surprise. For the next half hour, Lin Qianyu continued to follow Su Bai at a leisurely pace. She still didn't understand what he was up to, as he still hadn't picked up any passengers. But they were no longer heading toward the outskirts. Instead, they were driving toward the most luxurious business center in the city. 20 minutes later, Su Bai's car stopped in front of a large commercial building. Lin Qianyu looked up at the building's name. Wasn't this the headquarters of the ride-hailing platform Su Bai used? What was he doing here at this hour? Could there be a system glitch that he needed to report? As Su Bai got out of the car, a security guard hurried over to open the door for him, his expression unusually respectful. After Su Bai stepped out, the guard immediately got into the car and carefully parked it in a designated private spot. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu was momentarily stunned and asked her livestream audience, folks, is the job market really that tough now? Even security guards are this competitive. This level of service is ridiculously good. Guy, should I follow him in? And how do I do it without drawing attention? If my husband finds out, the game's over. Gazing at the imposing entrance before her, Lin Qianyu felt a surge of hesitation. If she went in, her shabby appearance would contrast starkly with the staff coming and going, making her look far too suspicious. If she didn't, she would remain utterly clueless about what Su Bai was doing inside. Wow, it turns out the ride-hailing platform the streamer's husband uses is the very company I work for. I know this platform. It's one of the leading ride-hailing giants, valued at hundreds of billions. Word is that senior employees here rake in over $1 million annually. It's a paradise for working folks. But isn't a platform just a middleman? What's the streamer's husband doing here? Strange. When did our security guards get so polite? Last time I forgot my access card, I had to explain endlessly and provide all sorts of proof just to get in. And those parking spots, I remember they're reserved for the top brass. Sister Lin, hurry up and follow him. I've got a feeling your husband isn't as simple as he seems. Watching the barrage of comments on her screen, Lin Qianyu grew even more puzzled. Forget it. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't dwell on it. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Time to go all in. Lin Qianyu took off her hat, parked the car, and strode toward the building's entrance. As she reached the door, a new problem arose. She couldn't get in without an access card. Reluctantly, she turned to the security guard nearby. Sir, could you let me through? The guard gave her a once-over. Which company are you from? Lin Qianyu paused, improvising an excuse. I'm a ride-hailing driver for this platform. My earnings from yesterday haven't shown up, so I came to ask about it. You should just call customer service for that. After sales isn't at headquarters, so coming here won't solve anything, the guard said, eyeing her phone suspiciously as she kept filming. He doubted her claim of being a driver. Besides, if you're not a staff member, entry is prohibited. Please understand. Sir, are you kidding me? I just saw the owner of that car go in, and if I'm not mistaken, you even parked it for him. Feeling the double standard, Lin Qianyu grew indignant. If ride-hailing drivers couldn't enter, why could Su Bai? And why not her? The guard's attitude towards Su Bai was worlds apart from his dismissive treatment of her. Could it be that even here there's favoritism toward youth over women? So you can't play favorites. Besides being a driver, I'm also a streamer. Over 20,000 viewers in my live room are watching everything you say. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Lin Qianyu turned her screen toward him as proof. But the guard remained unfazed by her warning and still refused her entry. Ma'am, I'm just doing my job. Please don't make this difficult. Our top rule is that non-staff are barred from entering. As security, I must strictly ensure the building's safety. Then why can the owner of that car go in, but I can't? Lin Qianyu pointed angrily at Su Bai's car outside. The guard frowned, giving her a strange look. Ma'am, are you trying to get close to President Su? He's not like some pretty boy. He's one of our company's shareholders. Of course I'd let him into his own company. What? Su Bai? President Su? Stunned by the guard's words, Lin Qianyu pointed at Su Bai's car again to confirm. Sir, are you sure? You're saying that car's owner is a shareholder of your company. How could I be wrong? Our top priority as security is to recognize the boss's faces. That's our livelihood. No way I'd mix that up. The guard shot her a curious glance. Ma'am, you've got looks and figure, but plenty of beauties in the company have tried to win President Su over. I've never heard of a single rumor about him. There's even some inside gossip. Lin Qianyu was still in shock. The man she had lived with for 2 years who always listened to her was a listed company boss. How could anyone accept that? The viewers in the live room were equally stunned, some even spat out their drinks. Is this a drama? Driving a ride-hailing car and turning out to be a company boss? Or did he buy into the company just to avoid his wife's suspicion? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare write this. Holy crap. So Brother Bai is the elusive President Su at my company. I've been here a year and never once run into him. Only heard rumors about him being decisive, ruthless, and unstoppable once he makes a decision. I knew that bastard wasn't simple. How else could he stash so much private money? And he claimed it was from ride-hailing bonuses. With his attitude this morning, he'd be lucky to get 10 rides a day. Ahem. Are you sure the guard's talking about the same guy as the streamer's husband? He seems so easygoing. Never once talked back to Lin Qianyu. You can see from his eyes how much he loves the streamer. I'm suddenly envious of Sister Lin. If what the guard says is true, he's a real gem, keeping all his gentleness for his family. I bet he didn't tell Lin to protect her. After a moment, Lin Qianyu slowly snapped back to reality. Though the sudden surprise was overwhelming, hearing that Su Bai had no scandals warmed her heart. She tossed her hair and grew curious about what the guard had left unsaid. Sir, what was that rumor you mentioned? The guard pointed at her streaming phone, then at his own mouth. Oh, I get it. Lin Qianyu quickly muted the audio and turned the camera aside. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Seeing Shed turned off the sound, the guard leaned in and whispered, word has it President Su is already married, but no one knows who his wife is. There's another rumor. Lin Qianyu frowned. Some say President Su might prefer men. Don't tell anyone I said that, or he'll lose my job. After blurting it out, the guard regretted his loose tongue, fearing it would cost him his livelihood. Hearing the gossip, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh. She knew full well whether Su Bai liked men or women. After all, several nights of overtime had left her, one of the parties involved, thoroughly exhausted. So Miss ID advised you to give up on getting close to President Su. Youth is precious. Don't waste it on a lost cause. Ahem. Suddenly an older guard approached and patted the first one on the shoulder. Xiao Lu, don't chat up every pretty girl you see. It'll look bad if someone catches you. He then turned to Lin Qianyu. Sorry, ma'am. If you don't have other business, could you wait aside? Please don't make things difficult for us. It's fine, I'll leave now. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Qianyu unmuted her stream and walked away from the building toward her car, catching snatches of the guard's conversation behind her. A smile crept across her lips. Another girl who's fallen for him. What a shame. President Su is so low-key. A boss with all that wealth driving such a beat-up car. No wonder that lady mistook him for a ride-hailing driver. You think President Su's some nouveau riche? People at his level don't need to show off. Look at those big shots. They drive their most modest cars to work. Enough talk. President Su will be down soon. Everyone, let's wait in the car until he comes down. I want to see if I can uncover any more of my husband's secrets. Returning to the car, Lin Qianyu waved at the live stream, her expression unusually complex. She inwardly hoped Su Bai had nothing else hidden from her, yet she also yearned to dig up more of his secrets. Indeed, Lin Qianyu's heart was tangled in such contradictions, her gaze now oscillating between the live stream and the building's entrance. I'd love to interview the streamer right now. What's going through your mind? Isn't it complicated? The husband you've been with for years turns out to be a hidden tycoon. I think there's another possibility. Maybe the husband feared money would affect their relationship. He's seen too much wealth in his daily life and just wants to preserve that pure bond. I used to think this was a scripted act by the streamer, but now I realize my own perspective was too narrow. I truly don't understand the world of the wealthy. I've been saying it's not a script all along. I just never expected to stumble upon such a juicy story. Tomorrow's headline: the CEO goes incognito. Fill in the blank yourself. While Lin Qianyu waited patiently in the car, Su Bai had already arrived on the 28th floor of the building. As he stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over to greet him, clutching a stack of documents. President Su raced this month's financial report. Please take a look. Su Bai took it, glanced over the key figures, and handed it back. Handle the details yourselves. Just send it to my email later. Since you're here today, President Su, should we call a meeting so other department heads can report on their recent progress? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. No need. Let President Xie handle that. Is he in his office? Su Bai pointed toward the chairman's office. President Xie just left not long ago. He went to discuss a win-win partnership with a competitor rather than relying on low prices to grab market share, which would disrupt the industry's ecosystem. The middle-aged man saw no emotion on Su Bai's face. If President Xie knew you were coming today, he would have postponed the meeting. Work comes first. If there's nothing else, go ahead. They'll take a stroll through the tech department. Su Bai waved his hand, emphasizing again, I'll go alone. The middle-aged man nodded, quickly clutching the documents as he disappeared from Su Bai's sight. Entering the tech department, Su Bai walked straight to the workstation nearest the door, where a young man in his mid-20s was furiously typing code, oblivious to Su Bai's presence. Only when a colleague alerted him did he snap out of it, spinning around to greet Su Bai. President Su. Engineer Lu, I need your help tweaking some data again. Since he had nothing to do today, Su Bai decided to visit the company's top technician Lu to fabricate some figures. All of this was to put his dear wife at ease. Lu opened the backend data directly. President Su, which dataset would you like me to modify? The data for my rideshare driving. Can you adjust it for the next 6 months? Otherwise I'd have to bother you every day, and that's a hassle. Su Bai squinted as he voiced his idea. No problem, President Su. He'll just design a formula tailored to your personal data. It'll generate your trip data daily within a reasonable range so no one will suspect a thing. Lu rubbed his nose and proposed a plan. All right, do as you say. He'll head over to President Luo's office. Su Bai patted Lu on the shoulder and turned to walk toward another executive's office. Downstairs outside the building. It's been nearly an hour. Why isn't he coming down? Lin Qianyu was pounding a pillow in the car to vent her frustration. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She had been worrying at home that Su Bai was exhausting himself driving only to find out he'd secretly become a shareholder in this company. Over the past 2 years while he pretended to be a rideshare driver, what had he really been through to become a shareholder of this conglomerate? He's out. The husband is coming out. I don't know why, but I find this man more and more handsome now. Is this the magic of money? I feel the same way. Even though he's dressed in cheap clothes, he carries himself with such confidence and allure. If I were 10 years younger, I'd fall madly in love with him. Lin Qianyu also spotted him emerging from the building. The same security guard eagerly drove the car to the entrance and handed the keys to Su Bai. Lin Qianyu pursed her lips. I bet this jerk will take a few token rides then come home acting exhausted, asking for kisses and hugs. As Su Bai's car left the building, Lin Qianyu discreetly followed behind. Strangely, this sneaky pursuit gave Lin Qianyu an unusual thrill, and she felt a surge of excitement. 20 minutes later, Su Bai arrived at the most famous cafe in the city, Lanchan Coffee. He walked straight and chose a seat by the window and sat down like a regular. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, upon seeing Su Bai, immediately came over. Here you are. I just got a fresh batch of Blue Mountain coffee today. Want a cup? Though past 40, she was impeccably well-preserved like a classic song. Time's dust couldn't lock away her charm. Then ill trouble, Sister Lon, Su Bai said with a warm smile. On days when he had nothing to do, he liked to come here for a quiet cup of coffee. Su, don't be so formal. If you hadn't sponsored that money a year ago, this cafe would have closed down. It wouldn't have reached its current success. If you like, it'll pack some for you to take home to your wife. Thinking back to how this young man had helped her in her time of need, Lin Lon was deeply moved. That's all in the past. Besides, Sister Lon, your craft is so exquisite. I wouldn't want to lose this place to drink coffee. Is Brother Zhang not in the shop? To Su Bai, that incident a year ago was just a small favor. Oh, he's gone fishing with his old army buddies again. I can manage fine without him. How about dinner here tonight? He'll have your Brother Zhang whip up a few dishes. No, I can't bear to let my wife eat alone. I need to go home and keep her company, Su Bai declined with a smile. All right then. Bring her here for coffee sometime. Maybe we can become good sisters. I'm curious what kind of woman has you so smitten. They'll stop gossiping and brew you a coffee first. After Lin Lon left, Su Bai picked up a fashion magazine from a nearby shelf and began to browse. Watching from a distance, Lin Qianyu's face darkened as she squeezed a cloth doll in her hand. Good grief. He has a company behind my back, and now this. Not only that, he was drinking coffee at such an upscale place. And to top it off, he was chatting so amiably with the cafe owner. The live stream viewers were equally envious. So this is the life of the rich. I've been to that cafe once. The owner is lovely, but it's a bit pricey. Starts at $150 per person. This CEO sure knows how to live. He probably spent less than an hour at the company. Holy crap, look. Tonight Brother Bai is definitely sleeping on the couch. Don't say that. Look at the streamer's face. It's black as thunder. I feel a storm coming. Su Bai, you're finished. How dare you cheat on me behind my back and do something so unforgivable. Lin Qianyu couldn't hold back anymore. She pulled a strange object from the car's storage compartment, slipped it into her pocket, opened the door, and strode toward Lanchan Coffee. Inside the cafe, Su Bai was leisurely flipping through a magazine, enjoying the tranquility. Handsome as this seat taken. A meticulously made-up beauty sat down across from him. With double eyelids, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and an oval face, she looked like she'd spent at least a few $100,000 on her appearance. The woman crossed her legs, resting her chin on one hand, exuding immense allure. When Su Bai looked at her, she deliberately licked her lips, a gesture of pure provocation. What, you want me to buy you a coffee? Su Bai frowned, looking somewhat annoyed. Surprised by his unromantic response, the woman found it hard to believe a man could show no interest in her. Yet this only fueled her desire to conquer. Sure, I want the same coffee as you, handsome. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm broke, no money. Su Bai shook his head with a helpless expression. I only have enough for 1 cup. The woman raised an eyebrow, knowing he was brushing her off. She didn't believe his lies. A man having afternoon tea here could be broke. Handsome guy, do you think I'm not good enough for you, so you came up with such a lame excuse? The woman was still unwilling to give up, leaning slightly forward so that Su Bai could feel her breath. She couldn't believe anyone would reject her beauty. This tactic had always worked for her in the past. However, The woman was shocked to see that this handsome man actually stepped back. Even more infuriating, he picked up the magazine in his hand and placed it between them. Was he implying she had bad breath? Impossible. She always used mouthwash after eating, and her endocrine system was fine, so there was no way she had bad breath. Madam, since you asked so sincerely, I will honestly tell you that you are indeed not worthy of me. Su Bai looked at the sudden woman with interest, then after a moment's thought he explained, besides I am already married. My wife is excellent, and I love my wife very much. Not worthy. Married. Wife. 3 consecutive heart-piercing words. The woman directly reached out and pushed aside the magazine, blocking them, looking at Su Bai and taking a deep breath. Even if you don't like me, you should at least show respect. Why fabricate such a lie to reject me? Su Bai gave a charming smile. Sorry, but we don't seem to know each other that well. Then he raised his left hand and showed the wedding ring on his finger. Besides, I have no reason to lie to you. I really am already married. I don't believe it. Looking at the handsome man before her, the woman felt that Su Bai was fooling her. Handsome, if you think it's troublesome, I can even take care of you. Take care of you. Oomph. Hearing her words, Su Bai couldn't help but snort. I really have a wife. Could you please change your seat? If someone sees us, it would damage my reputation. Seeing that Su Bai was unmoved, the woman still refused to give up. She took out a business card from her bag. This is my card. If you change your mind, you can call me anytime. Su Bai. Suddenly, a familiar roar of a lioness came from the door. Su Bai shuddered, and the magazine in his hand fell to the ground. Gulp. Su Bai's heart raced. He looked towards the door. Seeing the familiar figure, her eyes carried a faint hint of murderous intent, and her cheeks seemed flushed with anger. Wasn't it Lin Qianyu? Gulp. Su Bai couldn't help swallowing. He instinctively prepared to flee the disaster scene. Looking at the woman sitting right opposite him, 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. Just as he was about to stand up and explain to Lin Qianyu, unexpectedly her expression instantly changed. She came to Su Bai's side with a gentle smile on her face. Before Su Bai could react, Lin Qianyu directly reached out and pressed down on his shoulder as he was about to stand up. Honey, how did you know I like to drink coffee at this place? And without waiting for his reply, she plopped down onto Su Bai's lap, pursed her little lips. Honey, I want a kiss. Su Bai was not pleased but alarmed. His whole body tensed up. There must be something fishy when things are out of the ordinary. His wife had never been so forward before. This was clearly a gesture of claiming sovereignty. It seemed that when he got home today, he would definitely have to kneel on the keyboard. As for why his wife had appeared in front of him, Su Bai had no time to think. Seeing Lin Qianyu already pouting her lips, Su Bai directly gave a smack. Honey, how? Before he could finish, Lin Qianyu reached out and covered his mouth. Honey, my cheeks also need kisses. Although Su Bai didn't know what Lin Qianyu would do next, he could only comply, kissing her on both cheeks. Hello, I am Su Bai's wife, Lin Qianyu. After doing all this, Lin Qianyu stood up, rearranged her clothes, and extended her hand towards the woman. The woman blinked, her eyes still not recovered from the shock. It had all come so suddenly. The handsome man had not been lying to her after all. Thinking of her own actions, the woman's face flushed with embarrassment. She picked up the business card on the table, said, sorry for disturbing, and quickly scurried out of the coffee shop. The viewers in the live stream also praised Lin Qianyu's move. I thought Sister Lin would have a lioness roar, have a fierce battle with Brother Bai in the coffee shop, or have a catfight with that woman, but I never expected such an ending. As a wife, she should be like this. If she had faced that woman with a shrewish image, she would have already lost. But Brother Bai's actions were also very proper. His refusals were crisp and clean, without any hesitation or lingering. I envy Sister Lin more and more for having such a devoted man. At times like this, you can see a man's true colors. Su Bai did very well in this regard, giving women a full sense of security. That's right, if it were my husband with a beautiful woman hitting on him when I'm not around, he might already be rolling in the sheets at the hotel. In the coffee shop, after the woman left, only Su Bai and Lin Qianyu were left at the table staring at each other. The scene suddenly fell silent. After a moment, it was Su Bai who broke the awkward atmosphere. Honey, I'm sorry. Regardless of the reason, since Lin Qianyu was standing in front of him, admitting fault first was the right thing to do. What are you sorry for? Lin Qianyu stared straight at Su Bai. In fact, she had already seen the whole incident from the coffee shop entrance, and she was quite satisfied with Su Bai's behavior, so she wasn't really angry inside. After all, she was well aware of her husband's good looks. Being hit on was a common occurrence. The reason Lin Qianyu looked serious now was mainly to see how this guy would behave next. I'm sorry. Sorry for hiding from you and coming to drink coffee alone. Su Bai answered evasively. Just that. Hearing this, Su Bai immediately realized that Lin Qianyu must have been following him since morning, and that scene of him being welcomed by the security guard at the company was definitely discovered too. And I shouldn't have hidden from you that I secretly invested in a company. If I hadn't discovered it, were you planning to never tell me yet? Lin Qianyu sniffled twice. Thinking that the man who had lived with her day and night had deceived her for 2 years, a sense of grievance surged again. I worried whether you would get heat stroke when it was hot, and whether you were safe on the road when it rained, yet in the end you treat me like this. Su Bai, you are such a bastard. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu's eyes moistened. Not only that, you even came here alone to drink coffee, and chatted happily with the owner. Seeing Lin Qianyu so aggrieved, Su Bai's heart broke. He quickly hugged her. "Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have deceived you. But I can swear that your husband has never done anything to betray you. If I know that. Otherwise I would have taken you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce right now." Thinking of how Su Bai had rejected that woman just now, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but feel happy again. "Honey, I want another kiss." Mua. This dog food came unexpectedly. Boys present, do you see? Women are actually simple. If a girl likes you, just a small thing can make her happy for a long time. So if you quarrel with a girl, never give her the silent treatment. Be sure to coax her, hold her, and say sweet words. Even if she pushes you away, you must shamelessly stick to her. But wouldn't that be simping? Upstairs, do you know what simping means? It's only simping if you fawn and don't get anything in return. If two people are together and truly love each other, it's called giving. You must be someone who has never experienced true love. Warning. Warning. After today's sugar rush, you two should mind your behavior. Just as Su Bai and Lin Qianyu had reconciled and were being affectionate, Lin Lan came over with 2 cups of coffee. "Xiao Su, this is a public place, you're going too far." Although Lin Lan said this, her eyes were full of affection. "Xiao Su, no wonder you never fancied anyone else. Your sister is so outstanding. These 2 cups of coffee together have a nice name. Till death do us part. Perfect for you too." Setting down the coffee, Lin Lan proactively extended her hand towards Lin Qianyu. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Lan. You can thank Xiao Su for being able to drink this coffee." After Lin Lan's lengthy explanation spanning 20 minutes, Lin Qianyu finally understood the whole story. A year ago, the owners of this coffee shop, Lin Lan and Zhang Feng, were framed and amassed a huge debt. The bank exacerbated the situation by not only repossessing their mortgage property and car, but also attempting to forcibly recover the coffee shop they valued most. Lin Lan vividly remembered that period. They had turned to everyone they knew, but only Zhang Feng's comrades were willing to help. The wealthy acquaintances who once seemed friendly all shunned them. Just as they were on the verge of despair, Su Bai stepped in to save the Lanshan coffee shop and provided a startup fund. After a year of hard work, Lin Lan and her husband expanded the Lanshan coffee shop to its current fame and cleared all their debts. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have had the leisure to go fishing with his comrades. "Sister, let me tell you another secret. Actually, you are one of the shareholders of this coffee shop, holding a 30% stake." Lin Lan reached out and held Lin Qianyu's hand, speaking gently. "Sister Lan, are you saying I'm the largest shareholder of this coffee shop?" Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open in shock upon hearing this. Could it be that she is shareholder of one of the most renowned coffee shops in the Magic City? That's right. At first we insisted on repaying Xiao Su, but he absolutely refused to accept it. In the end, my husband and I decided to transfer 60% of the coffee shop's shares to him. Lin Lan sighed as she spoke. Yet this guy refused everything, and only after our persistent pestering did he finally accept 30%. When we signed the contract, I noticed he didn't write his own name. Instead, he filled in Lin Qianyu. I remember that day clearly. When I asked him why he wrote that name, he proudly told me it was his wife's name. At that moment, there was a genuine smile on his face. "Today, when you declared yourself as Lin Qianyu in front of that woman, I knew you were the wife," he often mentioned. "Funny enough, I originally planned to have him join us for dinner tonight, but he said he couldn't bear to leave you alone at home. Little sister Xiao Su is truly a good man. If he has kept anything from you, there must be a reason. Above all, believe that he is the man who loves you most in this world." Lin Qianyu's eyes grew moist as she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yet she knew it was all real. So she had misunderstood Su Bai and Lin Lan's relationship. So Su Bai had done so much behind her back. So this man always thought of her, leaving the best of everything for her. The viewers in the live stream were once again showered with a dose of sweet affection. Each moved deeply. Damn, there must be only one such good man left. So much better than those who only talk about the future and make empty promises. So this coffee shop has such a backstory. I once heard it was about to go bankrupt, but it ended up thriving. This is the ideal CEO of my dreams. I'm in love. One of these days I'll check my own assets to see if there's a little extra something. Good deeds yield good rewards. The seeds planted yesterday bear today's fruit. Brother Bai is truly a kind person. Lin Qianyu sniffled again, turned to look at the man who had been by her side for 2 years, her eyes red and voice choked. "Honey, you are so good." Su Bai reached out and gently pinched Lin Qianyu's nose. "This is what I should do. Darling, try Sister Lan's coffee." Lin Qianyu picked up the cup and took a light sip, her eyes lighting up. "Honey, why didn't you bring me here sooner? This is absolutely delicious." Seeing Lin Qianyu enjoy her coffee, Lin Lan felt a deep, genuine joy. Witnessing the sweet affection between Su Bai and Lin Qianyu reminded her of her own youthful days with Zhang Feng. "Little sister, can you guess who makes the best coffee here?" Lin Lan asked playfully. "It must be you, Sister Lan," Lin Qianyu said, unable to resist taking another sip. "Then you guessed wrong. The one beside you is the best barista. It was only after receiving tips from Xiao Su that we built the Lanshan coffee shop as it is today." Lin Lan revealed the answer with a smile. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat again, and he felt an urge to flee the scene. As expected, upon hearing Lin Lan's words, Lin Qianyu reached out and pinched Su Bai's waist hard. Su Bai, I never knew you were hiding so much. With such skill you still made me brew coffee at home every time. Well, my lady, I was just giving you a chance to shine, Su Bai said, pitifully shooting a pleading look at Lin Qianyu. The livestream audience was amused by Su Bai's reaction. A man who fears his wife is a good man. Su Bai sets a great example for all husbands. I thought this guy was only good at hiding his private stash. Turns out he can not only make money, but also brew coffee. What can't he do? Whoa. I wonder if there's a chance to taste a cup of coffee made by President Su. Even if it's a fan appreciation event, that'd be fine. No matter how outstanding this man is, he'll keep an eye on Sister Lin to thoroughly check his hidden money. Su Bai, I'm scolding you. Can you take it seriously? Hearing Su Bai call her my lady, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson. Sister Lin is still here. You're making me look unreasonable. Su Bai, I'm scolding you. Can you take it seriously? Hearing Su Bai call her my lady, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson. Sister Lin is still here. You're making me look unreasonable. Haha, little sister, your brother Zhang and I used to be like this too. This is the most harmonious way for a couple to get along. Oh, a customer has arrived. They'll go attend to them. You two enjoy your time together. Lin Qianyu paused mid-sentence as she saw someone enter through the door. After Lin Qianyu left, Lin Qianyu pinched a tiny bit of soft flesh on Su Bai's waist again. Honey, when did you secretly learn to brew coffee? I had no idea. Learn. Su Bai's heart skipped. It wasn't that complicated. It was all a reward from the system. To this day, Su Bai didn't even know how many skills he had. Well, honey, can I say I learned it at New Oriental? I don't believe you. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes at his words. I've heard New Oriental teaches English, excavator operation, and cooking, but never coffee brewing. Streamer, I just checked. New Oriental actually does have a coffee brewing class. Also, excavator training is from Lanxiang, not New Oriental. I'm a Lanxiang graduate. I can use an excavator to light a lighter and even stir-fry dishes. To celebrate uncovering Su Bai's secret under Lin Qianyu's strong insistence, the two enjoyed a luxurious couples set meal outside, costing a total of 666 yuan. For this, Lin Qianyu grandly waved her hand, letting Su Bai experience the joy of paying the bill. The moment he received the waiter's admiring gaze, Su Bai felt tears of happiness streaming down his face. 2 years. Married for 2 years. Every time they dined out, every time the waiter looked at him, Su Bai had to reply, "Don't look at me, I'm married." Then he would receive a strange look from the waiter, as if to say, "Oh, another henpecked husband." That feeling was the pain of 80% of married men. Moreover, since it wasn't his own money, ordering dishes required caution to satisfy both their appetites while staying within the budget. Men have it tough, truly tough. The married men in the live stream also deeply resonated. Seeing President Su state, "I suddenly understand why he hides private savings," his expression is exactly like mine. Men shouldn't make things hard for men. Let's not dig into President Su's private savings anymore. At least President Su has managed to hide a decent amount of private money. Unlike me, the only time I hid 500 yuan the skinflint at home, confiscated it the next day. No. We must share hardships. Let Brother Bai experience my pain first, unless he writes a beginner's guide to hiding private savings. Only then can I forgive him. After dinner, they took a simple stroll and returned home. Having experienced this magical day, Lin Qianyu looked at everything in the house, feeling both familiar and strange. Familiar because everything had accompanied them for 2 years. Strange because Lin Qianyu felt that every corner might hide some of her husband's private savings. And now, knowing that Su Bai was also a shareholder of a company, the private savings hidden in the house definitely exceeded just 40,000 yuan. Initially thinking her husband was just a ride-hailing driver, she assumed that after finding over 40,000 in private money, there wouldn't be much left, and Lin Qianyu considered letting the matter rest. But now Lin Qianyu gritted her teeth, producing a grinding sound. A thorough investigation. It must be thorough. Otherwise, if Su Bai turned bad because of money, she would suffer a great loss. The two slumped on the sofa. Lin Qianyu reached out to stroke the stubble on Su Bai's chin. "Honey, are you still hiding something from me?" Huh. Su Bai's eyes darted around twice as he recalled the day's events. Apart from visiting the ride-hailing platform company and the cafe, he hadn't gone to other businesses or met anyone else. He shouldn't have revealed more secrets. "Honey, don't joke around. You already know about my investment in a company and the transfer of Lanxiang Cafe's equity in your name. There's nothing else I'm hiding." I don't believe you. Lin Qianyu sat up, turned to face Su Bai, hands on her hips, pouting angrily. "If I hadn't gone to the cafe to find you today, you would have revealed even more secrets." "Honey, you're wronging me. There really isn't." Su Bai put on an innocent expression, looking at his wife pitifully. "Your words don't count. Don't let me catch you red-handed." Lin Qianyu pinched Su Bai's nose. "If you dare deceive me, you'll make it so you can't breathe and suffocate you to death." The netizens in the live stream also began to chime in. "I don't believe it either. I think this man is hiding an even bigger secret. This is really too entertaining. It's a shame director Zhang Yimou didn't invite you two to make a movie. The daily life of this couple could be a TV series. If it really gets made into a show, they'll definitely support it. No, we'll bring the whole family to support it so my husband can watch and see if he still dares to hide private savings." Honey, let me ask you something. Moi, is there still a lot of your private savings hidden in this house? Lin Qianyu casually pointed at the kitchen, then at the bedroom, and other places. I remember here and here. You've hidden private savings in both places. Following the direction of Lin Qianyu's fingers, Su Bai watched with a pounding heart. Normally getting caught hiding private money wasn't an issue, but at this sensitive moment Su Bai truly feared Lin Qianyu had discovered new spots. Where? Honey, don't talk nonsense. Su Bai's expression showed slight embarrassment, his eyes not daring to meet Lin Qianyu's. You won't even look at me when you respond. There's definitely a problem. Ask the fans in the live stream if you don't believe me. Definitely there. This is classic male guilt. And I see him glancing at the ceiling occasionally. Could the light be the issue? That shouldn't be the case. If he hid private savings in the light, there would be a shadow. Su Bai isn't that stupid. You don't understand. This is reverse psychology. Think about the ice cubes in the freezer last time. Isn't it possible to hide money in the light fixture? Su Bai glanced at the dangerous barrage of comments in the live stream, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. This scene was also noticed by Lin Qianyu. Honey, why are you sweating? Why do you seem so nervous? Could there really be something wrong with the light? How could that be? No, absolutely not. Su Bai quickly laughed it off, trying to divert Lin Qianyu's attention. Lin Qianyu looked up at the chandelier, carefully then withdrew her attention, picked up the bear plush pillow from the sofa, and started beating it. If you say no, but I find out next time, it'll turn you into this little bear. Hua 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 hua. The moves of the Hua family boxing are flexible and agile. Hua 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 hua. Living life should be complete. As Lin Qianyu beat the pillow, she hummed the tune of Fearless. As she beat it, Lin Qianyu suddenly felt something odd. Honey, the feel of this big bear plush pillow you gave me seems a bit different. Really? It's probably just from being used too long. Su Bai's voice was a bit strained, his eyes avoiding the plush toy. Old timers in the live stream, don't you think the big bear plush in the streamer's hand seems a bit plumper? It does seem a bit different. The shape looks a little off. You guys didn't mention it, but now that you do, it feels strange. Like it went from a slender 100-gene girl to a chubby 140-gene one. Wait a moment. Let me check the recording from 2 days ago. I'm sure this is the same bear. Is that so? Lin Qianyu examined the big bear plush in her hand again, then raised it to ask the live stream fans, family, do you think there's a problem? I'm back. Yes, definitely a problem. It went from size M to XXXL, and I have video proof. Could it be? There's private savings hidden inside too. Honey, look, it's getting late. How about we go to bed? Su Bai's face turned pale. It's been a tiring day. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. What nonsense about being tired? A stroll by the sea, coffee, a romantic couple's dinner, and a walk. If you call that tiring, what about me, a programmer working over 15 hours a day? And me, a factory worker on the assembly line. A monotonous life, though the factory girls are quite attractive. Seeing the netizens in the live stream, not letting up if Lin Qianyu weren't by his side, Su Bai would have been tempted to curse these overly attentive fans. Sleep? What sleep? Combining the live stream comments, Lin Qianyu found the big bear plush in her hands increasingly suspicious. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? With that, Lin Qianyu pulled a shiny pair of small scissors from her pocket. She had taken them from the car's storage compartment when she saw a girl flirting with Su Bai outside the cafe. Seeing the glinting scissors in Lin Qianyu's hand, Su Bai shuddered, moving to the edge of the sofa. Honey, why are you carrying such a dangerous weapon around? Then Su Bai immediately realized something, glanced at his crotch, and spoke in terror. Honey, you're not thinking of. That's not what you mean, right? You don't want to be a widow so young, do you? Life is long, we should continue to savor the taste of love. What are you thinking? Get serious, you or me. Lin Qianyu directly threw the big bear plush to Su Bai and brandished the scissors again. If you don't want to do it, I can practice, but I might accidentally cut the wrong place. Don't blame me, okay? Hearing the veiled threats and Lin Qianyu's words, a bitter smile crept across Su Bai's face. At this moment, no matter how reluctant he felt inside, he had to cut off a limb to survive. That didn't seem quite right either. Trimming the fur to preserve the skin might be a more fitting description. Honey, how could I ever let you tire yourself? I'll handle it myself. Su Bai picked up the bear plush toy from the sofa, hugged it reluctantly, then turned it over under Lin Qianyu's icy gaze. He pried open the little tuft at the tail, grabbed an inconspicuous thread, and yanked it hard. With a sharp rip, the entire plush tore open from the tail to the back of its head, revealing a thin layer of sponge inside. Su Bai reached in and pulled apart the outermost sponge, exposing a pile of crimson banknotes to Lin Qianyu's view. Stunned by the sight of so much money, Lin Qianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She remembered that whenever they sat on the sofa watching TV, this man would always hug that bear plush tightly, claiming he wanted to relive his childhood and hoping to live as happily and carefree as the bears from the cartoon. Now finding a stash of secret money inside it, and recalling Su Bai's earnest words from before, Lin Qianyu's mind went blank. Su Bai, you still claim you don't hide secret money? She pointed at him, demanding an answer after recovering her composure. Lin Qianyu had been carefully budgeting their expenses, yet these hidden stashes kept appearing before her. Damn does, brother, I have a different understanding of secret money. Others hide a few hundred or thousand, but he hides piles at a time. I suddenly have a great idea. How about we team up to dismantle his homes? I can suddenly understand Brother Bei's feelings now. Having such a huge stash exposed would break anyone's heart. Comparing people only leads to frustration. Look at his secret money, and then look at myself agonizing over a few bucks. Sigh. Judging by this, he probably started hiding money from the first day of marriage. Truly prescient. I wonder how many men now regret not hiding money earlier only to lament years in a marriage. After Lin Qianyu spent 20 minutes counting, the total came to 64,283. Combined with the previously discovered stashes, the amount had exceeded 100,000. Realizing her annual income was just over 200,000, and that the secret money found in just a few days surpassed half a year's earnings, she felt a surge of resentment. She recalled how just a few days ago she had confidently assured online friends that her husband would never hide money. The slaps to her face kept coming, each one louder than the last. Sniffling, Lin Qianyu turned to look at Su Bai, the man she had lived with for 2 years, the one she faced every day with complete openness. Su Bai, you're finished. Sensing Lin Qianyu's murderous intent, Su Bai shuddered, foreseeing that his remaining secret money wouldn't last long. Thinking of the daily interest he'd lose from the discovered stashes, his heart ached deeply. What with that expression, are you blaming me? Seeing the aggrieved look on Su Bai's face, Lin Qianyu grew even more furious. Secret money, secret money. She repeated it in her mind, determined to root out every last cent without mercy. Gazing at the empty shell of the bear plush on the sofa, Lin Qianyu suddenly had a thought. Su Bai, are there more secret stashes hidden in the other plush toys? How could that be? No, absolutely not. Su Bai, like a mouse caught by a cat, quickly denied it. Whether there are or not isn't for you to decide. I'll find out myself. Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, Lin Qianyu grabbed her streaming phone and scissors and headed to the bedroom. There were 6 more plush toys, all gifts Su Bai had given her on holidays after their marriage. Initially, Lin Qianyu hadn't thought much of it, but now she realized every holiday gift was a plush toy. It all became clear. After all, plush toys were so convenient for hiding money and hard to detect. With a snip of the scissors, she dissected the first toy under violent force and indeed found 12,300 inside. The second toy contained a pile of coins only a little over 500. No wonder it had felt oddly heavy. The third had 5,348. In the end, after dismantling all 6 plush toys, Lin Qianyu had gathered another 34,792. Lin Qianyu looked at the pile of crimson banknotes on the bed, then turned to see Su Bai sitting on the sofa with a pitiful expression. She flashed a victorious smile, as if she had conquered another stronghold. After organizing all the secret money, she tossed it into the safe. Then she returned to Su Bai's side. Honey, if you do something wrong, you have to be punished, right? Honey, you're absolutely right. Su Bai put on a look of utter despair, his mind racing with thoughts of whether he should relocate the big secrets that would truly hurt him. So far it was just minor skirmishes, all within what Su Bai could bear. His expression of despair was purely to lower Lin Qianyu's guard. So if I temporarily hold on to your secret money, you won't get angry, right? Temporarily? That's pure highway robbery. Honey, I'm asking if you agree. Yes. Su Bai immediately caved. Then why do you look like you're heading to war? Can you give your wife a smile, eh? Elated by her discovery, Lin Qianyu pressed her cheek against Su Bai's and nuzzled him. Honey, this money is our future childcare fund. I'm just keeping it safe for you, so don't be sad. Imagine our future child wearing clothes bought with this money, drinking formula from it. Wouldn't that make you happy? Following Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai pictured a cute kid in his mind. Imagining a lovely child riding on his shoulders, calling him daddy, or clinging to his leg for a hug, a smile involuntarily tugged at Su Bai's lips. That does make sense, he nodded unconsciously, then suddenly realized. But why use my secret money? Honey, how can you call it your secret money? You said it yourself. It's our future childcare fund, Lin Qianyu said with a mischievous grin. Watching her smug expression and realizing he had coined the term childcare fund, Su Bai couldn't help but slap his own thigh. This was utterly ridiculous. He had shot himself in the foot, straying further down the path of self-destruction. Honey, am I right? Lin Qianyu pouted, pressing for an answer. Seeing her in this playful mood, Su Bai felt a strange stirring, his gaze fixed on her cherry lips just 20 centimeters away. He couldn't always be the one at a loss. Su Bai suddenly leaned in close to Lin Qianyu, a strange smile on his face. Honey, since you mentioned the childcare fund, shouldn't we get busy making a baby? Honey, don't be impulsive. We're still live streaming. Lin Qianyu quickly pressed her hands against his chest, though a flicker of desire stirred within her. That's easy. Su Bai turned to the camera and announced, folks, that's it for today. What comes next is not suitable for all audiences. Outrageous. I'd even pay for premium content, even a super gift. I can already picture it. Honey, how about we have a second child? Wake up, buddy. You don't have a wife. Su Bai ignored the fans' reactions and shut down the live stream. The next moment, under Lin Qianyu's coy gaze, he scooped her up in a princess carry. Honey, where are we going? To the bedroom, unless you'd prefer the couch. That works too. You're being deliberately difficult. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I. After a soul-stirring battle, Su Bai once again conquered Lin Qianyu through his own efforts. He wrapped one arm around her waist and slipped the other beneath her neck, firmly holding the captivating woman in his embrace. Honey, can we talk about something? Lin Qianyu shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position, her voice dripping with languor. Go ahead, sweetheart. I was thinking, because of your live stream now, everyone online thinks we have a fortune stashed away at home. But the security in our neighborhood isn't exactly top-notch. I'm worried that when no one's home, someone might accidentally pay us a visit. He paused. Oh, Su Bai, so now it's my fault you hid the money. After the intense exertion, Lin Qianyu had been on the verge of sleep, but his words jolted her awake. What's the matter? Do I not give you enough allowance? Or am I starving you or freezing you? Besides, you were the one who voluntarily handed over your salary card when we got married. I didn't force you. Honey, you misunderstood. Hearing her growing agitation, Su Bai quickly interjected, what I meant was maybe we should consider moving to a different place. What do you mean? Lin Qianyu turned around, looking at him with confusion. I mean by another house. Su Bai gritted his teeth and came out with it. Honey, just how much money do you have? Though she knew Su Bai was a shareholder of that company, Lin Qianyu had no idea of his wealth. In Shanghai, where land was exorbitantly priced, their current mortgage wasn't even fully paid off, yet he was talking about buying another house. Enough for a house, Su Bai said cautiously. Where do you want to move? Lin Qianyu didn't press further, but asked curiously. Honey, please don't be mad at me. Su Bai held her tightly. Go on. Well, actually, I've already bought the house. It's in the city center. It just needs to be transferred to your name. I have a meeting tomorrow, but the day after I'll take you to see it and handle the paperwork, okay? Su Bai confessed with a pounding heart. After all, to better hide his private savings, this step was necessary. What? You bought a house behind my back? Lin Qianyu was once again utterly stunned. The events of the past 2 days kept challenging her limits. A company shareholder, a cafe shareholder. That was one thing. But now a house. Just 2 days ago, she had been feeling the pressure of their mortgage, and now she was a wealthy woman. Honey, are you keeping a mistress on the side? As a woman, that was the first thought that crossed Lin Qianyu's mind. And now that your canary has dumped you, you're telling me about the house. Su Bai's head throbbed. He couldn't help but release one hand to gently tap her forehead. What are you thinking, honey? That house is for our child. You know how many bachelors there are in our country these days, and how complicated marriage has become. If our son doesn't have a car or a house, he might never find a wife. But who said our son can't find a wife? Lin Qianyu was displeased. Besides, how do you know it'll be a son and not a daughter? I'm just planning ahead. Whether son or daughter, they're our child, and we need to provide for them. Su Bai replied with a sheepish grin. Are you sure it's not a house left over from a mistress? Lin Qianyu eyed him suspiciously. I swear it's not. The house was just renovated. You can see for yourself when you go. Su Bai quickly vowed, besides, having you is more than enough for me. Anymore, and I couldn't handle it. Su Bai, what are you saying? Lin Qianyu blushed, feeling that his words made her sound insatiable. Ahem. I mean, my bullets are only for you. With genes as excellent as ours, our child is bound to be beautiful. Honey, when do you think we'll have a baby? Lin Qianyu touched her belly, a wave of maternal affection washing over her as she nestled closer to him. Then we have to work hard. If we keep at it, there might be a surprise next month. Su Bai inhaled the fragrance of her hair and said in a husky voice, honey. I'm ready again. Ready for what? The next day, Su Bai had a simple breakfast, gave Lin Qianyu a kiss on the forehead, as usual, and left for work. After tidying up, Lin Qianyu opened her live stream again. Compared to the previous day, even more people flooded in, quickly surpassing 10,000 viewers. Sister Lin, I'm curious, was last night satisfying? It must have been. Look at you, all radiant and glowing. Only a woman with a harmonious love life has that happy look. Host, your husband dared to end the stream without caring about us fans. Today we have to continue the raid and find all his hidden money. Exactly. I think all the secrets are in that encrypted folder. After a whole day of thinking, I have a new idea. Sister Lin, you've gone viral. But it's not just your husband who's suffering. Male streamers everywhere are being affected. Indeed, some famous gaming streamers' channels were seeing hilarious scenes. Big Macaque, the undisputed king of dungeon fighter streaming, had just failed an enhancement attempt and was slamming his desk in fury. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't succeed today. If I have to, we'll call Mr. Ma and ask him to cut me some slack. His chatroom was in hysterics. Brother Monkey, did you forget about a Mr. Ma's portrait today? That's why your luck is so bad. Brother Monkey, you must have washed your hands before streaming. You never used to do that. As Big Macaque was about to retort, a wave of comments about hidden money flooded his screen. Brother Monkey, did your wife check your stash last night? Brother Monkey, confess now. Resistance is futile. I heard your wife and her friends are tearing the house apart. Big Macaque's expression changed instantly. What hidden money? I'm innocent. That kind of behavior would never happen to me. You mean that guy who got caught recently? Haha, he's so amateur. How could a real man get caught? I've never been caught by your sister-in-law. Ahem, you didn't hear anything just now, okay? I swear on my father-in-law not showering for 3 days. I definitely don't have any secret savings. Don't believe me? Go ask my father-in-law how many days he's gone without a bath. The more Big Macaque spoke, the darker his face became, feeling that every word only dug him deeper. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he saw his wife standing at the door, staring at him expressionlessly. Honey, let me explain. Big Macaque quickly put on a fawning smile, cursing the man who had been caught hiding money 1,000 times over. Explain what? Look at this. Cece held up a pair of limited edition signed basketball shoes in one hand and a crumpled wad of cash in the other. You're sleeping on the street tonight. Ahem, Brother Monkey got caught that fast. I knew it. With his personality, how could he not have hidden money? Help. Honey, let go. I'm sorry. The stream went black, accompanied by Big Macaque's cries for mercy. The freshly streaming Saucy Pig encountered the same issue and was at that moment responding boldly to his fans in the live stream room. Private savings, my foot. If my wife ever finds my secret stash, I'm afraid not even this chub of mine will survive. Saucy Pig felt deeply puzzled. The little private savings he had hidden should have been safe, impossible for anyone to discover. Yet the barrage of comments flooding the screen was all about investigating private savings, leaving him completely bewildered. For a moment, he couldn't grasp what was happening. Brother Pig, don't worry, it's not about you. It's about that popular streamer's husband everyone's talking about. Wait, why does Brother Pig's expression seem a bit off? Could it be? Brothers, has Brother Pig just exposed himself? I suddenly realized a brilliant trick. Let's go to other male streamers' rooms and bluff them one by one. We're bound to catch a few fish. Let's go, count me in. This is my kind of fun. Sister-in-law, hurry over and check Brother Pig. This guy must have hidden plenty of private savings too. I wonder how his hiding skills compare to that man's. I bet they can't compare. That godlike man actually hid money in instant noodle cups and even set up an encrypted folder. Absolutely mind-blowing. Watching the barrage, Saucy Pig finally learned the truth and was on the verge of tears. So he had outed himself like a wolfman. No, he had to divert the attention of these mischievous fans, or he'd definitely be kneeling on a keyboard tonight. Brothers, which streamer are you talking about? Let's go raid their room and learn. Who knows, maybe I can use it someday. With that, Saucy Pig immediately entered Lin Qianyu's livestream room, based on his fans' hints. A swarm of fans joined the learning army, causing the online viewers in Lin Qianyu's room to skyrocket at a visible pace. It wasn't just the gaming streamers, though other male streamers in various categories experienced similar situations. Female streamers too were curious about uncovering private savings. After all, gossip and truth-seeking are innate talents for women. Suddenly, major streamers from all over grew curious about how Lin Qianyu was investigating private savings, and they flocked to her room one after another. Welcome Tycoon Saucy Pig to the room. Welcome Tycoon Zhang Xiaoxian to the room. Welcome Tycoon Dai Xiaomei to the room. Saucy Pig donated a galaxy. Zhang Xiaoxian donated a galaxy. The arrival of these major streamers pushed Lin Qianyu's live audience past 100,000, leaving her, the host, staring blankly at the screen, momentarily unsure what to do. What's going on? Why are all these big streamers visiting Sister Lin's room? Probably here for the show. This is way more entertaining than those brainless dramas. Sister Lin, don't freeze. Hurry up and search for private savings now, or everyone will leave soon. Alright. Lin Qianyu snapped back to reality at the fan's suggestion. Well, my room's never been this popular before, so I'm a bit stunned. Let me brief you. Today's stream is all about uncovering my husband's private savings. I'm sure most of you have seen the related videos, but I feel there's still a lot more he's hidden. Today I want to use the wisdom of the internet to turn his secret stash inside out. With that, Lin Qianyu went straight to the bedroom, grabbed Su Bai's laptop, entered the password, and opened the encrypted folder. This fridge, these shoes, the instant noodle cup. She pointed at 7 or 8 images. These are the spots I've already found. The rest are pictures of places I've searched, but found nothing. Yet my intuition tells me these images aren't as simple as they seem. Streamer, why is there a 580 noted under one image? And doesn't that one look like a ceiling trim panel? Isn't that a window crevice? No, window sliding crevices aren't that wide. I'm a decorator. I'm sure that's a living room ceiling trim panel. Ceiling trim panel. Lin Qianyu scrutinized the image marked 580 again. She had studied it for a long time before mistaking it for a window gap. She had spent an hour searching every window, only to find nothing. Now that comment opened a new line of thought. She realized she had been tricked by the photo's angle. With the exact location in mind, Lin Qianyu went to the living room and stood on a chair. Awkwardly, she couldn't reach. Left with no choice, she went back to the balcony and hauled over a ladder. Be careful, Sister Lin. Don't fall. If it's really up there, Brother Bai is amazing. He even considered the height, knowing you'd never check that spot. Lin Qianyu carefully climbed the ladder, shone her phone's light, and exclaimed excitedly, Found it. I found it. There's really money here. Indeed, many hands make light work, and the wisdom of the internet is boundless. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu returned to the ground, sweating, clutching a bundle of cash in various denominations. After counting it all, it came to exactly 580 yuan. Wow, so the note was the amount. How straightforward. Brother, you're a legend. We spent a whole day guessing what that place was, and you solved it in one sentence. Putting the money into a specially prepared box, Lin Qianyu, buoyed by her success, shouted to the stream, "Let's keep going. Let's see where else my husband has hidden his private savings." Streamer, that hook is removable. Think about where you have hooks at home. Try pulling each one. That golden part looks like the center of a chandelier. It can be twisted open. The third gray image in the third row seems to be the side of a book. The numbers on it are probably a serial number. Following the enthusiastic viewer's tips, 3 hours later Lin Qianyu found 9 more hiding spots, totaling 13786 yuan. For the remaining photos, even with everyone racking their brains, they couldn't figure them out. They were all in awe of Su Bai's hiding skills. Finally, the viewers suggested that Lin Qianyu simply ask her husband to draw a map of his secret stashes. "No, for the sake of my dignity, I have to find them myself." Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, showing a determined look. "Since these photos aren't giving us clues, let's study these others." She pointed to an image of a white sheet of paper pricked with countless pinholes from a pin tip. "Fellow viewers, it's time to show your true skills." "Holy crap, what's this? People with trypophobia can't look at it. Does this represent another hiding spot? Is your husband a walking 50000 reward? I heard some island recently sent spies into our country to steal secrets." Suddenly a comment caught Lin Qianyu's attention. "Yes, that's it. I finally remember what those pinholes mean. They're Morse code. Look at the varying distances between the holes. If tapped with a finger, they represent dots, dashes, pauses between dots, and dashes, medium pauses between words, and long pauses between sentences. But to decode it, you'd probably need a code book." "A code book? Could it be that book where we found the private savings? While hiding money with Morse code?" Lin Qianyu returned to the bedroom to retrieve the book where she had found the hidden money. It was a copy of the Bible. She had once wondered why Su Bai kept such a book in the bedroom. His answer merely for showing off. Lin Qianyu, not particularly interested in Western literature, had never opened it. But today, guided by her livestream fan, she flipped through it for the first time and was instantly stunned. What a perfect pose for pretentiousness. Su Bai had carved a square hollow in the Bible, stuffed a bundle of red banknotes inside, and reinforced the front and back with tape to prevent the stash from falling out if the book accidentally dropped. This masterstroke perfectly illustrated the Bible's usage and the saying, "There is a golden house in a book." So brilliant, why not hide a beauty in the Bible too? After an hour of deciphering by enthusiastic netizens, the Bible turned out to be a codebook filled with pinhole patterns. The concealer likely thought that once the hidden money was found, no one would suspect the book as a codebook. But he underestimated the wisdom of countless netizens. After all, 3 cobblers make a zhuge liang, let alone over 100,000 live viewers. The first sheet yielded only 2 words: underground. Everyone pondered for a long time without reaching a conclusion. It couldn't be that the money was buried under the tiles. That would make the cost of hiding it far too extravagant. The second sheet gave computer. The third, user. The fourth, a string of English letters, TD best. The fifth. Everyone was amazed to find that aside from the first sheet, the rest combined to reveal the location of a new folder. If Lin Qianyu were alone, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she would never have thought in that direction. Good heavens. Not only an encrypted folder, but an even deeper folder hidden in the computer. Layer upon layer, one might think they were playing an escape room game. Lin Qianyu immediately followed the clues. Computer C, users to best. After clicking through 13 levels, she finally reached the final folder labeled Simply Secret. Seeing this, the livestream viewers were filled with anticipation, staring intently at the screen, wondering what secret lay hidden in that folder. Do you think the previous folder was where the husband hid his pocket money? Could this one, hidden even more carefully, contain something every man has? Saju, who was also watching the livestream, waved his hand grandly. "Brothers, I bet a carnival gift that it's either a video or photos of the husband and his ex-girlfriend acting all lovey-dovey." "Brother Zhu, you seem to have experience, huh?" Hiya. Seems like Brother Zhu has done this plenty. Any badass brother want to hack Brother Zhu's computer and find something for us to enjoy? Hey, what are you all thinking? Even if I had them, I deleted everything, alright. I'm married now, and I don't want to end up like Guango. That would really make me famous. Saju, seeing the fire turned on himself, hastily explained. "A man should be like Guango. I'm actually envious. Besides, he wasn't married back then, and it was mutual consent, so it's pretty normal. Ahem. I think being faithful is better. That kind of stuff hurts girls too much." Brother Zhu must have been handsome back in the day, walking through a garden of flowers without a single leaf touching him. Bro, do you think Father Ma is handsome? It's the same with Brother Zhu. But I'm sure Brother Zhu had his share of romantic stories before marriage. Of course, a man you know. Seeing the fans' admiration, Zhu got a bit cocky and was about to recount his glorious past, when suddenly the barrage changed tone. "Brother Zhu, good luck. Brother Zhu, take care. He'll burn some paper money for you. Brother Zhu, I see you in the next life." Zhu turned around and nearly jumped out of his skin. "Oh, you're quite something, aren't you? I heard you're very talented. Back in the day, what? Come on, tell me all about it." It was Zhu's wife Xiao Min who had come to bring him some fruit and overheard the conversation. "Honey, I was just bragging." Honey, go easy." Zhu quickly changed his tune. Compared to his own safety, the fans' admiration meant nothing. At that moment, Xiao Min was twisting his ear. "Oh, I heard you've been getting quite capable lately. Let me hear exactly how you brag. In the living room, Lin Qianyu held the mouse about to click on the secret folder. Bang! The door suddenly burst open and Su Bai rushed in panic, shouting to stop her. Honey, don't. But it was too late. With a click of her right index finger, the secret folder was opened completely. I'm done for. Barbecue. Cold sweat broke out on Su Bai's forehead. After work, he had picked up his phone to check Lin Qianyu's live stream, wondering what his wife was doing. He nearly lost his soul when he saw the content. Seeing that Lin Qianyu had already cracked the Morse code, he had set Su Bai rushed home without a second thought. Honey, why are you back so early today? Lin Qianyu asked, surprised, looking at his sweaty face. Did the company meeting finish already? The meeting ended early, so I thought I'd take you to see houses earlier. Su Bai's voice stuttered as he stared at the computer screen. Oh, I see. By the way, honey, what did you just say? Don't. Nothing. You scared me. I thought something was wrong. Lin Qianyu exhaled. Oh, honey, I found another 30,000 in pocket money today. And we cracked your secret too. I didn't know you knew Morse code. Where did you learn that? Let me see what's in this new folder. Interrupted by Su Bai, Lin Qianyu almost forgot to check the folder. She turned back to the screen. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again in disbelief. Inside the folder were 5 more folders, one labeled 300 Tang Poems Study Materials. The second, National Sugar Mommy Directory. The third, How to Win Over a Sugar Mommy in a Week. The fourth, 1001 Nights. The fifth folder had no name, so its contents were unknown. Su Bai, what is this? Lin Qianyu pointed at the National Sugar Mommy Directory with a frown. Honey, let me explain. Su Bai was on the verge of tears. A few of those study materials were graduation gifts from his college roommates. If only he had known, he would never have accepted such a gift. I don't want to hear your explanation right now. Open it yourself. Lin Qianyu's eyes hit 1,000 knives. If she could, she would have stabbed Su Bai 1,000 times with her gaze. Truly a little surprise every day. Lin Qianyu feared that if this continued, she would die of anger one day. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard, trembling as he sat down beside her. Honey, open it. Hearing her command, Su Bai had no choice but to obey. Clicking on National Sugar Mommy Directory, he found subcategories by region: Shanghai Sugar Mommy Directory, Beijing Sugar Mommy Directory, Guangdong Province Sugar Mommy Directory, Jiangnan Province Sugar Mommy Directory. It truly covered the contact information of wealthy women across the country. Open the one from our area. Let me see what they're like. Seeing that it was indeed a directory of wealthy women and not a hiding place for pocket money, Lin Qianyu laughed in anger. Su Bai's right hand trembled as he obediently clicked on the Shanghai Sugar Mommy Directory. Good heavens! Inside there were not only detailed contact methods, but also measurements, ages, asset ratios, and more. One would think Su Bai was preparing to seduce some wealthy woman. But in a second, he switched back to the previous level. The viewers in the live stream were all frustrated, regretting that they hadn't taken a screenshot. Otherwise, if they accidentally won over a sugar mommy, how many years of hard work could they save? Brother Bai, can I buy it privately? I don't want to struggle anymore. Young and unaware of the good life with a wealthy woman, I treasured a young girl as a treasure, but in the end, I not only hurt my body, but also my heart. Young and unaware of the sweetness of eating soft rice, I wasted my youth planting rice upside down. Wealthy women are good. Wealthy women are sweet, a ray of light in the darkness. If you can seize a wealthy woman, we can move into a big villa overnight. This might be a huge turning point in our lives. I thought it was some special small movie, but it turns out it's really a directory of wealthy women. Could Brother Bai's first pot of gold have come from this? This is the real path to entrepreneurship. These aren't aunties, they're treasures. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, fans were crazily begging for the National Directory of Wealthy Women, while Su Bai looked earnestly at Lin Qianyu and explained, Honey, this really isn't what you think. Think about it. Don't I work during the day and come home every night? Su Bai quickly tried to explain. After all, if he couldn't clear this up, things would get serious. Oh, then tell me what it is. As for your so-called work, I only know that someone just goes to drink coffee. Whether there are other special tasks, I wouldn't know. Lin Qianyu snorted coldly. Who knows, maybe someone is also a master of time management. After all, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. In truth, Lin Qianyu knew deep down that her man wouldn't do such a thing. But since the National Directory of Wealthy Women had been exposed during the live stream, she needed a reasonable explanation. Honey, do you remember that guy Jiang Nan? Of course I remember. He's your college buddy. It was because of his matchmaking that we met. Lin Qianyu was certainly familiar with Jiang Nan. He was not only Su Bai's close friend and roommate, but also now her best friend's husband. During college, Lin Qianyu often traveled with her best friend Su Bai and Jiang Nan as a group of 4. He was a good person, but sometimes a bit flaky. Does this have something to do with Jiang Nan? Lin Qianyu stared at Su Bai, waiting to hear what he would come up with. Su Bai gritted his teeth and silently thought, Brother, I have to use you as a shield for the sake of my happiness. After all, you planted the seed. Of course it has to do with him. Honey, let me tell you, he's the one who caused all this. Su Bai said, his face full of indignation. When we graduated, he gave me this as a graduation gift. No matter how much I refused, he insisted I take it. So isn't it his fault? Damn, I seriously doubt the host wanted it himself. Maybe he even threatened to cut ties if the other guy didn't give it. Brother upstairs, our thoughts are exactly the same. I also think wanting it is just a man's nature. But as a married man, I'm even more curious about whether the 300 Tang poems folder really contains Tang poems, or something like stopping the carriage to sit and enjoy the maple forest at dusk. The frost leaves are redder than the February flowers. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow and suddenly pointed at Su Bai's pocket. Call Jiang Nan right now. If it's as you said, he'll forgive you. Now. Su Bai made a wry face. Yes, now. Lin Qianyu answered firmly. Only this would fully explain the matter. In truth, she was also worried that this incident might bring bad consequences for Su Bai. Seeing how serious Lin Qianyu was, Su Bai complied and picked up his phone to call Jiang Nan. Soon the call connected. Brother Bai, what made you think of me today? Ready to relax tonight? Jiang Nan's voice on the other end sounded like he was alone, or he wouldn't have dared to speak so freely. Su Bai glanced up at Lin Qianyu, but was stared down by her gaze, so he had to continue. Do you remember the National Directory of Wealthy Women? Back then. Remember, of course I remember. Before Su Bai could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted. What's up, Brother Bai? Not satisfied with the quality of that batch of wealthy women? Don't worry, I've updated a new list. If you need it, I can send it to your email right now. Damn it. Su Bai's heart felt like 1,000 crows were flying by. Was this guy trying to drown him? Sensing the growing, killing intent in his wife's eyes, Su Bai quickly said, That's not what I mean. Your sister-in-law is asking me how I got the National Directory of Wealthy Women. Is it the graduation gift you gave me back then? Yes, it's the result of my 4 years of hard work. There's definitely no second copy. Wait, you said your sister-in-law asked. Brother Bai, you've really screwed me over. Mid-sentence, Jiang Nan realized something was wrong. Brother Bai, I have a meeting to attend. They'll hang up now. Whoa. They'll have to kneel on a washboard tonight. Knowing had been set up, Jiang Nan silently vowed to make Su Bai pay dearly. Meanwhile, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could get through this safely, he'd gladly let Jiang Nan take a cut. Even 10 cuts would be fine. Honey, you heard him. The National Directory of Wealthy Women was given to me by Jiang Nan. If I had known it would affect our relationship, I would never have accepted it no matter what. Su Bai quickly looked at Lin Qianyu with a pleading expression. Honey, please be magnanimous and forget about this. Who knows if you insisted on having it. Lin Qianyu pouted. But I'll let it go this time. They'll have to talk to Yalan later and see if Jiang Nan still dares to lead you astray. Ahem. Su Bai coughed lightly and didn't dare to argue, silently praying that Jiang Nan wouldn't suffer too badly. Ahem. The host is still naive. Men are never that simple. We only see the surface. If you think deeper, who's leading whom astray is really uncertain. Guys, don't get it twisted. Ambitious men are the ones truly worthy of a woman's love and trust. No. Life is so hard. Nowadays, getting married requires a car and a house. If the family can't help, it's really tough to rely on yourself. I'm willing to offer my body. Besides, who says being with a treasure can't be happy? With money, everything is fine. Are you stupid? If money can buy love, the wealthy woman can just trade you in when she gets tired of you. Wait. Something feels off. Shouldn't this kind of scene be gender swapped? As the debate in the live stream room about whether it was worth being kept by a wealthy woman grew heated, Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai again and asked seriously, But honey, you have to promise me you never contacted any of those women. Silly, with you in my heart, how could I have room for anyone else? Su Bai's heart completely relaxed. Besides, by now you should know that your husband isn't lacking in that area. Lin Qianyu nodded. That reason made sense. After all, this guy probably had more hidden money than her savings, let alone being a shareholder in a listed company. Seeing Lin Qianyu's expression gradually relaxed, Su Bai pressed his advantage. Honey, how about we call it a day and go look at houses? Not so fast. Hearing her objections, Su Bai's heart lifted again, afraid of another twist. The National Directory of Wealthy Women is cleared up. Now open the 300 Tang poems folder and let's see. Don't tell me it's really Tang poems. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, signaling Su Bai to voluntarily open the folder. Honey, this one's a no. Su Bai quickly waved his hand and refused frantically, signaling Lin Qianyu with his eyes. But he was overdoing it, making his expression twisted, which made Lin Qianyu think the folder hid an even bigger secret. I said it's fine. Honey, this really isn't okay. Su Bai warned again. If he opened it, the live stream would probably be banned. But because they were live, Su Bai couldn't explain directly without causing awkwardness. Fine, I'll do it myself. Lin Qianyu grabbed the mouse and clicked it open. Su Bai didn't dare to fight her. He quickly moved the live stream phone away and muted the microphone. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu understood the true meaning of the 300 Tang poems folder. Her face flushed as she faced the live stream. But now Lin Qianyu's gaze at Su Bai was complicated and full of mixed feelings. She was grateful that he had shifted the camera angle to avoid embarrassment, yet puzzled that he would store such things. Was this what men were like? But still, it was so embarrassing. Meanwhile, the sharpie viewers in the live stream room immediately knew what had happened from Lin Qianyu's expression. Wow, finished in 10 minutes. Brother Bai is faster than I thought. Haha, the man's aggrieved expression is so cute, totally not fitting his CEO identity. I have a friend who wants to learn ancient poetry. Could you send it to me? I mean to my friend. Nice a classic I have a friend move. I want a friend like that too. Thousands of people begging to see the 300 Tang poems. I want to recite poetry all night too. My husband and I are watching the stream together, and now he says to me tenderly, don't worry, I would never hide things in a place like that. I still prefer that directory. Could you send me a copy? Good people live well. You don't need to send the one from Shanghai. I won't compete with you. Just send the one from Guangnan province. Honey, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Qianyu reached out and pinched Su Bai's shoulder. We almost got into big trouble. I did stop you, but you wouldn't listen. Su Bai mumbled. So did you learn something new? You're still talking. Darling, I've explained the National Directory of Wealthy Women, and we've gone through 300 Tang poems. Now can we go see the house? Su Bai reached out and gently tugged at Lin Qianyu's delicate hand, hoping for her agreement. Just wait a little longer. Once we finish checking these folders, we'll set off. Lin Qianyu pointed at the remaining 3 folders. If she didn't clarify their contents, even if they went out to view houses, her mind would remain preoccupied. Such is human nature, especially for women. Before Su Bai could react, Lin Qianyu opened the folder labeled 1001 Nights and said, let me see what stories you've tucked away in here. Oomph. Upon glimpsing the folder's contents, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but snort coldly. Well, you're even planning to publish a book, aren't you? Inside lay a collection of 1001 methods for hiding private savings. Lin Qianyu skimmed through a couple of entries, reluctantly impressed by the cunning strategies for concealing money. She then fixed Su Bai with a peculiar gaze. Honey, did you learn all those tricks for stashing away your private funds from this very book? How could that be? I'm a natural at it. I painstakingly wrote all this myself. Su Bai suddenly clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing had said too much. That was a slip of the tongue. These methods for hiding money were all told to me by Jiang Nan. Since had already pinned the blame on someone else, piling on a few more burdens wouldn't hurt. The viewers in the live stream lit up with interest, especially the married men, who looked at Su Bai as if he were a treasure trove. Bro Bai. No, calling you bro doesn't show enough respect. It should be Master Bai. Master Bai, could you do us a favor and share that 1001 nights? We're all men, I'm sure you understand our struggles. No, he doesn't understand. If his wife weren't the streamer, who knows when his hidden savings would have been exposed. He's nothing like us, so he can't grasp our pain. 1,000 voices beg for 1001 nights. We're willing to pay or send gifts. After watching this stream, I suddenly want my husband to stash away some private money too. It's like opening a blind box every day, full of surprises. I'm different from you all. Oh, I still want the wealthy women's directory. No ulterior motives, just looking to expand my network. Whether you're a natural or learning from materials, you'll find every bit of your hidden money. Lin Qianyu casually opened the 3rd folder, a week to learn how to please a wealthy woman. Wow, did Jiang Nan give you this too? Lin Qianyu glanced at it, marveling at its contents, and moved the camera closer so the viewers could see clearly. Ahem, honey, you're so clever. It was his graduation gift to me. Su Bai gave her a thumbs up in praise. In case you can't see clearly, let me read it aloud for you. Lin Qianyu, with her melodious voice, slowly recited from the file's summary. Beautiful Lin, I love you. Wow, finally something free to see. Let me check what's inside. The first step to pleasing a wealthy woman is learning to attract her. How do you attract her? The key is to always be confident without fear of being called a confident but ordinary man. Because we are ordinary, we need confidence even more. No matter the time, walk tall. A confident man exudes natural charm. When you're full of confidence, you convey that even though you have no money, you still possess remarkable qualities. Generally, wealthy women have richer life experiences. They understand the world's harshness better and possess more wealth than others, some through sheer fortune. When they see your confidence, it somewhat diminishes their haughty demeanor, allowing for an equal dialogue. Well, a word from you is worth more than 10 years of reading. This makes so much sense. I feel like my meridians have been unblocked. We'll try it tomorrow. No wonder those sisters ignore me. It's because they think I'm immature. I'm too insecure to even speak up. Bro, Bai, can I become your apprentice? Second, you must research the wealthy woman's preferences in advance. Most are shrewd and disdain blatant attention-seeking. Instead, they might be interested in deep discussions about specific fields, as becoming wealthy requires capability. So you need to put in effort to understand what your target likes. It's not necessary to overtake her in her own field. You can carve a unique path to showcase your most distinctive value. For example, if she loves Western cuisine, you could elaborate on how Chinese food can also be refined and tasteful. Or if she enjoys jazz, while affirming her taste, you could share your profound insights on rock music. A crucial reminder when catching her attention, make it seem casual, but you should be well prepared and focused, showcasing your unique expertise without making the mistake of discussing unrelated fields. Why is there so much content? Lin Qianyu turned to look at Su Bai. Have you and Jiang Nan tried all this? Is this your autobiography? How could that be? Su Bai bristled like a startled cat. Honey, you can accuse me of hiding money, but not this. Of course I can't vouch for Jiang Nan. With that, Su Bai casually saddled Jiang Nan with another black pot. After all, carrying pots becomes a habit. Streamer, keep going. We haven't heard enough. That's only half right. Lin's voice is so lovely, too bad she's married. Hey, what are you all thinking? She's my wife. Don't get any ideas. Glancing at the comments, Su Bai pulled Lin Qianyu into his arms to assert his claim. Alright, stop fooling around. They're just teasing you. Lin Qianyu gently pushed Su Bai away and resumed reading the file. After mastering the first 2 steps, you need to learn to appreciate and discover the wealthy woman's strengths. Everyone has strengths, but what are a wealthy woman's? Having money is one, but that's universal. Never mention it. You must highlight something unique, something even she hasn't noticed. If you point it out, you'll earn major points with her. Think about it, these wealthy women are often successful in their careers. Most people see their commanding public personas, but few witness their tender moments. From another angle, you can focus on that, using your keen insight to discover her softer side. For instance, she might be perpetually busy, but secretly yearns to be a homemaker, raising children and cooking for someone special. At such times, you need to capture these hidden nuances, amplify them, and offer your sincere affirmation. Once you've mastered all this, the final step is to subtly highlight your age advantage, making her feel a hint of insecurity, and then take the initiative to invite her out. After saying this, Lin Qianyu frowned, feeling as though she was leading the audience astray. She quickly added, "These are just personal opinions, not practical advice. Take it as a joke, everyone." Not practical, but it sounds so reasonable. Streamer, you only read the first page. There's more, right? Heavens grant me a wealthy woman, please. Stop bothering my wife. Seeing Lin Qianyu's throat go dry, Su Bai closed the file. They'll leave you with one saying, ponder it well. Advance when the enemy retreats, pursue when they flee, and be shameless to the end, provided you're still alive. What a classic case of, if the enemy advances, we retreat, if the enemy retreats, we pursue. Isn't that the essence of guerrilla warfare? Brother Bai has mastered the art of playing hard to get. Brother Bai, didn't you use this same shameless tactic to win over sister-in-law? My wife and I fell in love at first sight, mutual affection. You guys just wouldn't understand. With that, Su Bai planted a firm kiss on Lin Qianyu's delicate cheek. Remember this, guys, she's my wife. Keep your eyes wide open and don't even think about any improper ideas. Stop it. Can't you see the occasion? Lin Qianyu's face flushed bright red from Su Bai's sudden move, and she shoved him away. Folks, will skip the rest of the tutorial. Let's get down to business. What business, honey? Su Bai shamelessly leaned in. What business? Obviously to thoroughly investigate your hidden private stash. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Of course, if you confess honestly, I can accept that too. Honey, why don't we go check out the house first? Aren't you curious about the new place I bought? Su Bai grabbed Lin Qianyu's arm and shook it gently. Damn, the male lead knows how to act cute. He's both sweet and salty, such a gem. So Brother Bai secretly bought a house with his hidden savings behind the streamer. Is this the ultimate peak of hiding money? The house is bought anyway, it won't grow legs and run away. But this folder, I'm afraid if I leave, someone will secretly move it somewhere else. That would be a loss. Lin Qianyu gave Su Bai a strange look. Last one, and then we'll go. Honey, where are you going? Lin Qianyu saw Su Bai trying to stand up and immediately grabbed his hand. Well, honey, I suddenly remembered I have some things at the company. Maybe we can go see the house tomorrow. Su Bai's eyes darted away, unwilling to stay in the room any longer. Really? But honey, why are you sweating so much? Lin Qianyu took a tissue from the desk and wiped the sweat from Su Bai's forehead. Your palms are sweating too. Well, maybe it's because of some hormonal imbalance recently. I've been feeling a bit weak. Su Bai's gaze shifted to the last folder on the computer screen. He truly didn't want to stay there a moment longer. Sweating forehead, shifty eyes, involuntary leg twitching, clearly lying. It seems the last unnamed folder must contain a huge secret. First there was the National Rich Women Directory, then 300 Tang poems. Could this be one of the 3 divine books? Why, honey, they're saying you're lying. Lin Qianyu also felt that Su Bai was acting strange. How about we check the contents of this last folder together? Honey, this might not be a good idea. Su Bai's expression grew more and more aggrieved, feeling that if this continued, he would have no secrets left. This was the first time he regretted that his wife's profession was a streamer. Nothing bad about it. It's settled. Lin Qianyu made the decision and turned to open the last unnamed folder on the computer. Moi. Lin Qianyu squinted, then turned to Su Bai. Aren't these just some CAD circuit diagrams? What's there to be nervous about? Exactly, just some wiring diagrams. So honey, can we go see the house now? Su Bai quickly jumped in. Aren't you going to the company meeting? Lin Qianyu was confused by Su Bai's sudden change. What's more important than seeing the house with my wife? Besides, I'm just a shareholder. They're the ones doing the work. Su Bai turned Lin Qianyu around and stared seriously into her eyes. Honey, you are the most important and irreplaceable part of my life. The live stream viewers covered their ears again. So cheesy, so incredibly cheesy. If I didn't know Su Bai's character, I'd think he was a player. Damn, this is clearly a distraction. My husband acts the same way whenever he's done something wrong. It's way too similar. That CAD design drawing is definitely suspicious. Lin Qianyu wasn't convinced by Su Bai's sweet talk. She raised an eyebrow. But I can't figure out one thing. Why would you hide a drawing so secretively? It doesn't make sense. Turning around again, Lin Qianyu studied the design, drawing carefully, not noticing that Su Bai's forehead was sweating profusely. Suddenly, she seemed to spot something and pointed at the red dots on the drawing, muttering to herself, "Why do these red dots seem so oddly placed? If I remember correctly, this area should be the bedroom. Do we have so many lines in our bedroom?" After all, the red dots in one area were too dense, making even Lin Qianyu find it unbelievable. "Streamer, I majored in electrical engineering and automation in college. I can tell you very clearly that this design drawing is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's definitely not a standard CAD drawing." "Brother above, do you mean the positions of those red dots are wrong? If that's the case, what do these red dots represent? Wait. Damn. Could it be? No way. So many. Secret cash. These red dots must represent hidden money. What the heck? So many places to hide money. How much money does that add up to? If each spot has a decent amount, that's a walking sports car." Su Bai sneered inwardly. Too narrow-minded. The next moment, he snapped back to reality. Another little secret exposed. How much private money will I lose this time? Whoa. Every day, I lose more income. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Recently cut after cut, Su Bai's heart ached. These netizens' joy was built on his pain. How detestable. Lin Qianyu was about to consult the vast audience when she saw the barrage of secret money comments. The strange feeling in her heart suddenly cleared up. Looking at the CAD drawing again, she noticed that several red dots corresponded to the locations where she had previously found hidden money, the fridge, the ceiling light, etc. Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai. "Is it just like the netizens said? The red dots represent places where you hide money." No, yes, no, yes. For a moment, Su Bai didn't know how to answer. Yes or no? Yes. After saying that, Su Bai's head drooped like a wilted eggplant. "Su Bai, you're amazing, truly amazing." Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh and scold, giving him a thumbs up before turning back to the CAD drawing. "Good heavens, it's so dense. Thank goodness I don't have trypophobia." But this made things much easier. She wouldn't have to rack her brains to find every hidden spot. "My God, I can't believe it really is a secret money map. Lord Bai, you've once again redefined my understanding of hiding money." And we were telling the streamer to teach her husband to draw a distribution map of his hidden money. Now we have everything. Streamer, with so many spots, it must be tiring to find them. Need a demolition team. I can volunteer, recommend myself. Traveling Frog, good heavens, this male lead is a model husband. Admirable, admirable. Traveling Frog tipped 10 Jialianua in the stream. Saucy pig, ahem, ahem. Principal Wong has been attracted here too. Hello, Principal. Hello, Principal. Traveling Frog, old pig, if you can come, why can't I? As a married man, you should learn from this. As for me, no need, no one dares to control my private money. As expected of Principal Wong, truly domineering. Principal Wong's arrival pushed the stream's popularity even higher, even topping the live streaming heat chart on a certain short video platform. Watching the increasingly heated stream, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. Why are people so fond of digging into others' privacy? No way, he had to drag Lin Qianyu to the new house this afternoon and start transferring some of his hidden money tomorrow. After all, the new house was his own decoration, and he had specially prepared many hidden compartments. Next time, Su Bai would not make the same mistake and leave behind these criminal evidence. To prevent Su Bai from destroying the evidence, Lin Qianyu immediately took a photo with her phone. This action instantly prompted countless netizens in the private live stream to follow suit, taking screenshots themselves. "No problem, I've already screenshotted it. They'll go search the streamer's place another day. Girls, we should screenshot too and do the opposite. Check if there are any similar spots at home hiding secret stashes. Who knows, we might uncover a bunch of rats. Wouldn't it be nice to replenish our own little funds?" I was too slow and missed the screenshot of that CAD blueprint. Can any sister share it? Check your private messages, I sent it to you. Good sister, I owe you one. Ahem. Imagai. After taking the photo, Lin Qianyu began studying the blueprint intently. Hearing a noise beside her, she quickly turned her head. "Honey, where are you going?" "I need to use the bathroom." Su Bai's eyes darted around as he frantically thought of a way to escape. "No rush, dear, hold on a bit." Lin Qianyu pointed at a spot on the blueprint. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the kitchen." Su Bai could only nod occasionally, stealing a glance at Lin Qianyu to see if she was angry. If the tigress at home were to erupt, he'd have to make a quick getaway. With that thought, he also checked the position of the front door to confirm his escape route was safe. "So today, let's first check out these few spots in the kitchen where you've hidden your secret stash. What do you think, honey?" What else could he think? Did he even have a choice? Su Bai sniffled and nodded again, looking aggrieved. "Whatever you say, dear. You agreed to this yourself, so don't say later that I forced you." Lin Qianyu flashed a triumphant smile. "Don't be too upset, honey. If you behave well, I might even let you have a little taste." "Wife, you said it yourself. Remember your words, the vast audience here can bear witness." Su Bai rubbed his eyes, putting on an even more pitiful expression. Good grief, looks like he's got a backup plan. What a shame he's not an actor. He'd be a shoo-in for an Oscar nomination for Best Actor. "Don't cry, sweetie. If you're unhappy with Sister Lin, my arms are open wide to warm you up." "Me too. Not only am I a beauty with top-notch looks, but I'm also 36D and well-versed in all kinds of tricks. I guarantee you'll forget all about going home. Seeing a bunch of hussies in the live stream getting horny and trying to steal her man Lin Qianyu immediately got upset. That's going too far, you lot. I treat you like family, and you're trying to cuckold me. She then glared at Su Bai. Honey, if you ever cheat on me, you're dead. They'll cut ties with you for good. Like this kind of cut. Lin Qianyu made a scissor gesture, sending a shiver down Su Bai's spine. How could I ever do that? Your husband isn't that kind of person. Su Bai quickly patted his chest in assurance. He certainly didn't want to wake up one night to find a chill between his legs, forced to rely on tools to pee. Then stop dawdling and get moving. Lin Qianyu made a cute face. Let's go to the kitchen. Watching Lin Qianyu's graceful figure ahead, Su Bai could only obediently follow. Upon reaching the kitchen, Lin Qianyu first secured the live streaming phone, then took out the phone she had used to take the photos earlier. Come on, honey, let's start with this spot. Lin Qianyu casually pointed at a red dot on the kitchen area. Where is this? Su Bai walked directly to the kitchen window where 2 pots of ivy sat. Aren't these the ivy I bought? Lin Qianyu looked at the ivy in surprise. She had bought them to reduce kitchen fumes and had checked them before without finding any hidden money. Su Bai glanced at her as if questioning her intelligence, then yanked the ivy out of the pot by the roots. In the black nutrient soil lay a bundle of red banknotes, also wrapped in a waterproof bag. The ivy was hardy enough to survive with just a little water. Then Su Bai repeated the trick, pulling another bundle of secret cash from the second ivy pot. Here, this is it. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but punch Su Bai's shoulder. You bastard. So that's why my ivy has been looking so sickly all along. Now I know the truth. Awesome. Hiding money in the ground. Bro Bai, are you planning to use it underground if something happens? Such a brilliant mind. Truly a genius. I seriously suspect this man is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. I think he might be the reincarnation of Scrooge. He's like a little hamster hiding a stash of money everywhere. Alright, next. Lin Qianyu pointed at another red dot on her phone photo, exuding the authority of a landlady collecting rent, staring at Su Bai to get to work. Glancing at the red, she indicated Su Bai reluctantly picked up a ladle from the stove, twisted off the handle cap, and pulled out another bundle of cash wrapped in a red plastic bag. Lin Qianyu pursed her lips watching her husband's incredible performance. Good heavens, his methods for hiding money were truly pervasive, finding every crack and crevice. How had she never noticed these hiding spots before? After all, she was the one who usually cooked, and she handled these items daily. Continue. Hearing Lin Qianyu's cold voice and seeing the red, she pointed at Su Bai, went to a cabinet and pulled out a bottle of red wine. With a crisp pop, Su Bai pulled out the cork. Attached to the bottom of the cork was a hook threaded with a fishing line, so when he removed the cork, a long string of red banknotes followed. Good grief, I never thought that besides hiding money in beer bottles, now they're hiding it in wine bottles too. I'm curious, is there anywhere in the streamer's house that can't hide money? I feel like they're sleeping on a pile of cash. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath, but couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed a broom, ready to give Su Bai a lesson in home discipline. Wife, stop. Su Bai quickly waved his hand to halt her. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're going to resist. Lin Qianyu grew even angrier, pouting at Su Bai. How would I dare, honey? What I mean is... Su Bai snatched the broom away, twisted open one section, and pulled out another string of secret cash. This move left the netizens utterly astonished. Truly, there's nothing we can imagine that Brother Bai can't do. I now believe he's a hidden billionaire. He's really showing off with that move. My dustpan is broken. Could Brother Bai bear to part with that one in the corner of his kitchen? I checked, a brand new one costs only 9. For a used one, he'll round it up to 10 for you. How about that? Holy crap, is that allowed? He'll bid 50. He'll bid 100. 150. The live stream turned into an auction house with netizens bidding on everything in sight. You actually hid secret money here too. If you've got the guts, hide some in the door lock. Lin Qianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. How utterly infuriating. Had even inflated the worth of this broom. What if the broom broke one day and she casually tossed it into the trash? At the thought of the half stash of secret money hidden inside, Lin Qianyu felt a chill of dread. What a heartache that would be. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's eyes darted shiftily again. Wife, how did you know there's secret money in the door lock too? There really is. Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open involuntarily, and she felt utterly disheartened. Without further ado, Su Bai retrieved a screw from beneath the cabinet and tinkered with the door lock. After a moment, with a clatter, the door handle was removed entirely, revealing a bundle of secret money hidden inside. Su Bai had truly reached the pinnacle of concealment in the art of stashing private funds. Anymore. Lin Qianyu picked up her phone again, counting the discovered stashes while cross-referencing the little dots on the kitchen. There are 8 red dots in total. We found 2 pots of ivy, 1 broom, 1 wine bottle, and 1 ladle. That's 5 spots. So there are 3 more places to go. Hurry up. Lin Qianyu pointed at the remaining 3 red dots, eager to see where else this man could pull out hidden cash. 11 spots. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion on his face. That couldn't be all. Suddenly a thought struck him, and his inner sorrow began to fade. The map of his secret stashes had made out of boredom was just the initial version 1.0. Even if Lin Qianyu uncovered every single one, it was far from crippling. 11 spots 3. Su Bai muttered to himself, quickly recalling a few places with the smallest amounts of secret money, and a plan formed in his mind. Su Bai first went to the corner, picked up the dustpan that came with the broom, and opened its top lid just like before, revealing a string of hidden cash inside. Then he opened the cabinet, and after some rummaging pulled out an entire toolbox. Su Bai first took out a pair of pliers, and to the disbelief of the online audience, he extracted 2 bills from the rubber grip of the handle. Next, he opened the bottom of the toolbox, exposing a hidden compartment beneath, also layered with a stack of crimson banknotes. Wife, these are the spots represented by the last 3 red dots. The kitchen has no more secret money. Beside him, Lin Qianyu was simultaneously watching Su Bai and counting the cash shed just unearthed from the kitchen. Hand it over. Huh. Su Bai spread his hands. Wife, there's really nothing left. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. Look at you so nervous. I meant the money in your toolbox. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu carried a stack of secret money back to the bedroom and tossed it all into the safe. When she returned to the living room, the corners of Lin Qianyu's mouth involuntarily lifted. Good heavens, you hit a total of 23700 yuan in just the kitchen. If we searched the whole 3-bedroom apartment, wouldn't it be over 500? Su Bai was drinking water when he heard this and nearly choked. 500,000. How little you think of your husband. What's wrong? Lin Qianyu looked at him curiously, sensing that he didn't seem upset about his secret money being discovered. For a moment, she felt a touch of emotion. Nothing, just thinking about the past. Wife, haven't we had this much excitement in a long time? Su Bai took another sip of water and smiled at Lin Qianyu. Lin Qianyu pondered briefly. You're right, come to think of it, these days have been quite thrilling. The livestream audience sneered. Good grief, you've turned life into a spy thriller. How could it not be thrilling? I'm addicted to watching this stream, let alone you two living it. It must feel like a roller coaster. I just want to know how much money Bai Yi has hidden. Will it blow our minds? Bro, above, you're thinking too small. You should say when Bai Yi's secret money is revealed, will it shock the world? I'm new here, just whispering. Why do you all call him Bai Yi? It's all for the future, for those countless treasures. Wife, since we finished searching the kitchen, how about we go check out the new house? Every time Su Bai saw the discovered cash's urgency to move grew stronger. Alright, let's head out. Folks, we'll pause the secret money hunt for now and continue another day. Now let me show you the new house my husband bought behind my back. Lin Qianyu didn't forget to explain to her fans, as each one was her bread and butter. Seeing her stream hit #1 in popularity, she couldn't help but sigh. After all, she owed it all to the man beside her. If he hadn't hidden so much secret money, she'd still be a small-time streamer. Now she'd shot to fame overnight, though she wondered how long it would last. Some viewers were envious. A house, and not some cheap place in Hagong. This is in Shanghai, easily worth 6 or 7 million at least. This is insane. Every time I heard Sister Lin say her husband didn't make much money, just drove for a ride-hailing app, but they lived happily, and now she tells us he bought a house behind her back. The contrast is huge. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. The gap between people is real. I envy how her husband is so wealthy, yet still lives an ordinary life with his wife. That mindset is truly admirable. It reminds me of the diving queen's lifestyle, down to earth, even giving vegetables as gifts. I really respect that. Hearing Lin Qianyu finally agree to see the house, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could stop living in fear. Every second at home, his fragile heart was suspended in midair, terrified that Lin Qianyu might stumble upon some earth-shattering secret that would cripple him. Su Bai quickly took Lin Qianyu's delicate hand. Wife, how about I be your driver today? Or do you want me to drive while you stream? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes and retorted. No, you're the one streaming. I'm not good at interacting with your fans. Su Bai waved his hands in refusal. Wife, wait for me. He'll grab the documents. Bai Yi, you could stream too. Tell us more about how to win over a wealthy woman. Or do an in-depth analysis of 1001 Nights and sell a course. I also love 300 Tang poems. Let's explore the world of men together. Su Bai drove steadily towards the new house, occasionally turning his head to glance at Lin Qianyu in the passenger seat, his lips involuntarily curling up. This feeling was truly wonderful. As the saying goes, if you find a good wife, she can bring prosperity to 3 generations. If you find a bad wife, no matter how great the family fortune, it will be squandered. Especially when encountering a woman who is unreasonable or has major bad habits, one must stay far away. But Lin Qianyu was not only well-educated and sensible, but also skilled in managing the household, keeping both families harmonious, and treating both sets of parents with great filial piety. Except for occasional tantrums at home, especially in the days before her period, Su Bai considered these normal. First, they added spice to life, making it more interesting. Second, girls should be pampered. After all, someone else raised her with great effort and entrusted her to you. If you encounter an excellent girl and don't cherish her, you are not a true man. At this moment, Lin Qianyu was sitting in the passenger seat, live streaming the whole way, occasionally showing the viewers the scenery of Modu. This is Moda, huh? No wonder it's a first-tier metropolis. It's far more luxurious than our third-tier city. No wonder so many young people love to go to the Imperial City Magic City Guangzhou and Shenzhen. You can't say that. Actually, young people struggling in Modu don't have a high happiness index. First-tier cities have their prosperity, and third-tier cities have their comfort. Everyone has their own way of life. No need to envy. Actually, everyone has a point. It's just that people have different pursuits. Some like challenges and are suited to make a name in big cities, while others prefer stability and can take the civil service exam. Ahem, the brother above is right. The ultimate goal of work is a stable job, something so many people dream of now. Wait. The direction Bro Bai is driving. Could it be Daijing Bun? If so, wouldn't I have a chance to become neighbors with Bro Bai? Honey, the fans in the live stream are asking if it's Daijing Bun. Lin Qianyu turned to ask. It seems to be that name, but I can't quite remember. You can check the booklet, Su Bai replied without thinking. Only after speaking did he realize his answer might have been problematic, hoping Lin Qianyu wouldn't notice. The main reason was that there were too many. How could he remember every single one? He could only recall a rough name, something like D something something. Honey, actually no need to check. We're almost there. Holy crap, it really is Daijing Bun. Streamer, if there's a chance, I wonder if you'd welcome a little brother to visit. No other purpose, just want to pay respects to Bro Bai. Damn, I know Daijing Bun. Compared to where the streamer lived before, this is like swapping a slingshot for a cannon. If I remember correctly, those are all duplex units with each floor being 140 square meters. Just as Su Bai had said, after 15 minutes the two arrived at their destination. Before even getting out of the car, Lin Qianyu was stunned. The gate of this new residential complex was on a completely different level compared to where they currently lived. The community they lived in now was only advantageous in terms of housing price. Everything else, property management, security, greenery, service, was very average. But this one, Lin Qianyu looked up and saw that the security of Daijing Bun was simply outstanding. 2 security guards in uniform stood on either side of the main gate, and a fixed guard was on duty at the vehicle entrance. When the car approached the entrance, because Su Bai had previously entered his information, the barrier automatically lifted. Upon seeing the vehicle information, the security guard immediately bowed and greeted respectfully, "Welcome, Mr. Su." Even though Su Bai was driving a car worth only about 100 yuan, there was no disdain in the guard's eyes. After all, those who could become owners of Daijing Bun were extraordinary. Having some special hobbies was understandable. Moreover, when Su Bai's vehicle information was entered, the computer in the security booth displayed 5-star owner, a title not ordinary owners could possess. Su Bai smiled and nodded in response, then drove directly into the underground garage. It was truly one of the top luxury residences in Modu. The entire underground garage was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, many of which Lin Qianyu had never seen before. Finally, Su Bai parked in his designated spot D101, with a Lamborghini on the right, and a Maybach on the left, and beyond that a whole row of cars worth no less than 1,000,000 yuan. Su Bai's car seemed a bit out of place among them. "Honey, what's the difference between driving a luxury car like that and our car?" Lin Qianyu asked curiously. It would be a lie to say she had no desire for a luxury car, but Lin Qianyu wouldn't force it. More importantly, in Lin Qianyu's heart, spending so much money on a car was somewhat not worth it. Su Bai thought for a moment. Maybe one has a driver and the other drives themselves. Actually, it's just a means of transportation. I really can't understand why some people spend so much on a car. Lin Qianyu said with some confusion. It feels like those people are just being leaks harvested by the manufacturers. Leaks. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's gaze paused on the row of luxury cars. Then he quickly snapped back to reality, directly took Lin Qianyu's hand, and said, "Honey, follow me." Even though they had been married for years, Su Bai's sudden gesture still made Lin Qianyu blush. She instantly became very ladylike, obediently following Su Bai like a bird relying on its mate. I envy this relationship again. At home the wife is the boss, outside, she knows how to take care of her man's face. Love it, love it. I am a leak drifting with the wind. Just now when Bro Bai passed by zone A, one of those cars was mine. Little brother, add me as a friend. Take me for a spin sometime, okay? I can be salty or sweet, a queen or a silk stocking. Su Bai did not take Lin Qianyu directly to the new apartment by elevator. Instead, he first familiarized her with the community to ensure she wouldn't get lost when coming home alone. Lin Qianyu remained silent, her eyes constantly taking in the surroundings. The more places they visited, the more she felt like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. The entire community not only had excellent security, but also outstanding greenery and facilities. The first floor of each building had recreational areas. Some of the older generation were either quietly drinking tea and reading books or playing chess, creating a very strong living atmosphere and showing that the residents were of high quality. The whole place was also very clean. Even if there was some litter, it would be promptly cleaned up by passing security guards. These few points alone made Lin Qianyu fall in love with the community. She suddenly understood that having money indeed meant having a different way of living, and it could greatly improve the quality. After a brief tour of the entire complex, Su Bai led Lin Qianyu to the unit building where his apartment was located. They arrived at the elevator. Honey, why isn't this elevator responding to the button? Lin Qianyu pressed the up button several times without any reaction. Su Bai took out his phone and gently tapped the back of it against the sensor area beside the elevator buttons. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slid open before Lin Qianyu's astonished eyes. Dear, I'll send you the invitation code later and help you download an app so you can use it easily from now on. Su Bai opened his phone, logged into the smart home system, entered Lin Qianyu's information, and generated a permanent invitation code. Here, I've sent it to you. There's also a key fob at home. I'll get one for you too. Is it really this advanced? Lin Qianyu blinked in surprise. She knew such elevators existed, but only in luxury office buildings, and they weren't integrated with smartphones. They used key cards. Well, it's designed to be convenient for residents, and also to prevent strangers from entering the building, making it safer. Su Bai explained, this building has 2 elevators per floor, so no crowding. The emergency exit is through the big door on the right. There are signs everywhere. With a ding, the elevator stopped again. Floor 13. The building had 19 floors in total, and Su Bai had chosen a mid-to upper level. Since each floor was a duplex, the 13th floor offered a spacious view, excellent ventilation, and plenty of sunlight. He hadn't chosen the top floor because he was worried about noise from the roof. As they stepped out of the elevator, Su Bai pointed to the left. We're in 1302. Don't go to the wrong door. Lin Qianyu pouted. Honey, you're making me sound so dumb. I was always in the top 3 of my class, you know. Just like the elevator, Su Bai tapped his phone against the door lock. All the door locks are smart. There are cameras at the elevator entrance and security guards patrolling downstairs, so no worries about safety. But honey, I've heard smart devices aren't as reliable as traditional ones. What if the system crashes? We'd be homeless. Lin Qianyu bit her lips, still accustomed to physical keys and not entirely comfortable with full automation. Don't worry. There's also a key fob. If the system fails, you can still use a key, Su Bai said, affectionately ruffling her hair before pushing open the door to 1302. Lin Qianyu's eyes lit up. Honey, is this a furnished apartment? The entire room was impeccably styled with bright, airy lighting that made the living room feel incredibly welcoming. Yes, it's fully furnished, which is more convenient, Su Bai replied, deciding not to mention the extra cost to avoid another interrogation about his hidden savings. To better conceal his secret stash, Su Bai had spent 3 months renovating the interior, choosing warm tones for all the soft furnishings, and even hanging a feng shui painting in the entryway. Dear, if you don't like the furniture, we can always change it. I love it. I really do. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Qianyu explored the entire first floor. The large balcony with 2 rattan chairs facing the Pujiang River made her stretch out her arms to embrace the view. Honey, how big is this apartment? Lin Qianyu took a deep breath and headed upstairs with her phone, eager to see the bedroom. Our unit is 186 square meters on 1 floor with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 3 balconies. Oh, and I specially reserved a room for your live streams, so you don't have to broadcast from the bedroom anymore. Su Bai led the way upstairs. He opened the first small door. This will be your workspace. Seeing the cozy setup with all the necessary equipment and pink wallpaper, Lin Qianyu threw her arms around him. Honey, you're so good to me. Silly, you deserve all this. Su Bai pinched her nose lightly. This streaming room was the only place he had no intention of hiding his savings. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu followed Su Bai to the last stop, the master bedroom. Decorated in a Scandinavian style, it was simple yet incredibly comfortable. In the corner stood a large teddy bear about 1.8 meters tall. Dear, that bear is for you. When I'm not home, you can hug it. Honey. Receiving no response, Su Bai turned around. What's wrong? Lin Qianyu squinted, her brow furrowing. Su Bai, is that stuffed with your hidden cash? The sight of the teddy bear reminded her of the previous bear-shaped promise hidden in the sofa, and she felt an urge to dissect it. Ahem. How could that be? Su Bai carried the bear over. There's a zipper. You can check if you want. They'll trust you this time. Lin Qianyu didn't inspect it, just squeezed the bear, and felt nothing unusual. Dear, let's pick an auspicious day and move in as soon as possible. What do you think? Su Bai wrapped his arms around Lin Qianyu from behind, burying his face in the nape of her neck. That tickles. Feeling his warm breath, Lin Qianyu's body tingled, and she squirmed. Believe it to you. How about we invite both our parents for a celebration? Sounds good. Shall we go handle the transfer? Su Bai nuzzled her gently. Honey, there's no need for that. Just having your name is enough. Lin Qianyu turned around, cupping his face earnestly. No can do. Since you're my woman, I have to give you absolute security. Be good, listen to your husband this time. Su Bai was about to kiss her when he suddenly remembered something. He turned the phone's camera away first, then planted a kiss on Lin Qianyu's lips. After a long moment, they parted. When the camera returned to normal, the viewers noticed the blush of shyness on Lin Qianyu's face and began teasing. You guys are too much. Haven't you seen enough before? Su Bai said with a satisfied grin, responding to the live. Then he took Lin Qianyu's hand and led her to the large balcony on the 2nd floor. Pointing at the nearby buildings, he said, Dear, see that cluster? That's the first hospital of Modu. Over there is Modu Experimental Middle School, and that's a public kindergarten. Our community is zoned for these schools. When our baby is born, their education will be seamless. Imagining the future, he painted Lin Qianyu's mind filled with the picture of a family of 3, and she couldn't help but smile. Honey, you're so wonderful. Then dear, how about we have lots of babies? A bunch of little ones running around calling you mommy. He am not a so. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes at his blunt remark. Anyway, you'll be the one taking care of them. Fine, then I'll rely on you to have more so we can form a basketball team. Why not a soccer team? You're dreaming big. Dear, actually that's not a bad idea. Then our national soccer team. Returning home from the Imperial View Villa, the sky had already darkened. Su Bai and Lin Qianyu had a simple dinner and then slumped onto the sofa. Su Bai focused on the television while Lin Qianyu interacted with her online, fans her legs restlessly draped over Su Bai's thighs. She was still immersed in the joy of the afternoon's house viewing. Suddenly the doorbell rang, shattering the harmony. Honey, could you get the door? Lin Qianyu nudged Su Bai gently with her foot. Is your mother here? Su Bai asked suspiciously as the show reached a critical moment where a man and a woman were about to draw their blades. So late. That can't be, Lin Qianyu said, sitting up quickly and adjusting her posture. Su Bai slipped on his slippers and went to the door, looking down at the video intercom. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. On the screen was a girl around 85 in looks, but though he didn't recognize her, he felt he had seen her somewhere before. Honey, it's a girl. Is she a friend of yours? Su Bai turned to ask Lin Qianyu again. You know all my friends. And I don't remember anyone saying they'd come today. Lin Qianyu waved her hand. Maybe she pressed the wrong bell. Just ask her. Su Bai pressed the talk button. Miss, who are you? Did you ring the wrong bell? 303. I rang the right one. Sister Lin invited me. The girl introduced herself. My name is Chu Sun. Chu Sun. Hearing her name, Su Bai suddenly understood. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was a famous streamer. But why would his wife know such a big streamer? Honey, she says her name is Chu Sun and you invited her, Su Bai relayed like a messenger. Sorry. Lin Qianyu jumped up and rushed to Su Bai's side. Sister Chu Sun, I'm so sorry, how could I forget this? Honey opened the door quickly. Hearing that Chu Sun had arrived, the live stream's audience of perverts immediately erupted. Is Teacher Chu here for a dream collaboration? I was wondering why she wasn't streaming tonight. I wonder what golden quotes Teacher Chu will drop tonight. With her in the stream, the car's speed never drops below 120. With a veteran driver of this level here, I wonder if Brother Bai can handle it. Moments later, an additional beauty, Chu Sun, sat on the sofa. She was dressed simply, a white t-shirt and blue denim shorts, her long white legs constantly swaying in Su Bai's view. Soon the two women chattered like close sisters, completely ignoring Su Bai. Is Teacher Chu going for a pure look today? It's different from her usual style. Comparing them, Sister Lin's beauty really holds up. She's even prettier. Brother upstairs, you're young and don't understand. Both beauties have their own charms. Teacher Chu's allure is not something just anyone can handle. Feeling neglected, Su Bai deliberately coughed twice. Honey, I have a question. What is it? Lin Qianyu paused and turned to look at Su Bai. How did you two meet? I never knew about this, Su Bai voiced his confusion. Just a few days ago, Sister Chu Sun messaged me privately about your hidden stash of money. We chatted and became close sisters, so I invited her over. And you'll find out later, Lin Qianyu replied playfully. I was so excited about the house viewing this afternoon that I completely forgot. Sister Chu Sun, I'm sorry. Lin Qianyu turned to Chu Sun apologetically. It's nothing to apologize for. Chu Sun finally looked at Su Bai. Brother Bai, I'm borrowing your wife for a bit. You won't hold a grudge, will you? Not at all, Su Bai waved. You two chat. They'll cut some fruit for you. Seeing Su Bai leave, Chu Sun revealed her true nature, scooting closer to Lin Qianyu. Sister Lin, I didn't expect your husband to be so handsome. Much more so than in the stream. How did you manage to keep him in your grasp? Teach me a few tricks. The moment she saw Su Bai enter the room, Chu Sun felt a flicker of attraction. But she quickly suppressed the thought. After all, a friend's husband is off limits. Besides, that feeling was just a momentary flutter at seeing a handsome man. Every time she went to a bar, she'd have countless such flutters in a single night, as she was long used to it. No, we didn't have any thrilling love story. It just happened naturally, Lin Qianyu stammered, caught off guard. Sister Lin, as someone with more experience, let me tell you. Being too good isn't a good thing. Chu Sun said, brainwashing Lin Qianyu like a big bad wolf. Men are easily bored and think with their lower halves. To hold a man's heart, you either keep things fresh or control his wallet. Clearly you don't have his wallet under control, or he wouldn't have hidden so much money from you. Chu Sun pointed toward the chandelier in the kitchen. She had been a regular in Lin Qianyu's stream lately and knew exactly where in the 3-bedroom apartment the hidden money had been found. So sister, you have to take the other path. Keep yourself fresh. Chu Sun looked Lin Qianyu up and down. You seem like such a good girl. Can I ask you a question? Moi. Lin Qianyu blinked, finding some truth in Chu Sun's earlier words. Go ahead, sister. Are you and your husband compatible in that area? Chu Sun pointed towards Su Bai in the kitchen and made a special gesture, inserting her right index finger into her left fist. Lin Qianyu's face instantly flushed. She nodded shyly. He's quite good at it. Haha, I knew Teacher Chu couldn't stay innocent for long. She's showing her true colors. Sister Lin learn a few tricks from Teacher Chu. They might last you a year or two. Of course. How else would Teacher Chu be known as the autumn mountain car god of the streaming world? To be honest, I'm pretty good in that area too. I made a man spend 180,000 on me with just 5 sentences. So what do you call each other during that time? Call. We just say honey. Honey. You should say daddy. Daddy. Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open. Sister Chu Sun, is that appropriate? Hearing Lin Qianyu's response, Chu Sun immediately understood. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, you're not doing so well in the area of romance. Let me tell you, as a woman, you need to take the initiative sometimes to keep a man's heart. Romance means choosing different settings, like the bathroom, the kitchen, or even. As Chu Sun imparted her wisdom, Lin Qianyu's face grew redder, and she nodded repeatedly. So that's how it works. Not only that, you can also order special outfits online. On certain anniversaries you can. This way, when your man sees another side of you, the contrast can bring him even greater excitement. What are you two chatting about? You seem so happy. Su Bai walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of cut fruit. Come have some while you talk. Is there anything you can share with me? Seeing Su Bai emerge from the kitchen, the two women immediately changed the subject. Little sister, how do you maintain your skin? It's so smooth, I'm truly envious. Tell me, what cosmetics do you use? Chu Qin grabbed Lin Qianyu's hand, stroking it, as she inquired. Lin Qianyu, however, couldn't keep up, still reeling from the shockingly explicit conversation moments before. As Chu Qin touched her hand, she recalled what had just been said, shuddering and letting out a strange sound. The room fell silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Did I just hear that? Is the beautiful Lin getting turned on by Teacher Chu's talk? After listening to Teacher Chu's lesson, I've learned a lot. No wonder my husband hasn't touched me much after 3 years of marriage. He'll go buy some fishnet and give it a try. A timid question, I'm still a minor. I probably won't need this knowledge, right? If you're a minor, you not only don't need this knowledge, you shouldn't even be in this live stream. Teacher Chu's stream is way too risque. What's going on? Su Bai broke the awkward silence. Nothing. I think I was just bitten by a mosquito. Lin Qianyu hastily made an excuse, pulling her hand away from Chu Qin's grasp. Sister Chu Qin, I only use regular cosmetics, but every morning I boil a few eggs and apply them to my hands and face. My mother taught me that trick. It works surprisingly well. Eggs, eh? Chu Qin blinked. I've never heard of that method. I'll give it a try later, though I might waste a lot of eggs. Or do you have a way to use them up? Lin Qianyu glanced at Su Bai, and everyone instantly understood. Honey, so that's why the eggs I eat are always cold. You use them all on your face, Su Bai said, a little surprised. Usually when Lin Qianyu made breakfast, he would sleep in, so he never knew she used eggs on her face. Whenever he asked why she boiled so many eggs, she always said it was to nourish him. What, you're not happy about it? Chu Qin cut in like a big sister, bold and familiar. Duh, happy, of course I'm happy. No wonder the boiled eggs at home taste better than any from outside. Su Bai quickly backed down. Honey, do you two have any plans later? Two women were like a play, and Su Bai had almost gotten himself into trouble just by sitting there. If there was nothing important, he'd rather retreat to the bedroom and play games. Wasn't a trip to the canyon more fun? Or a quick chicken dinner in the battleground? That was pure joy. Wow, that survival instinct is unmatched. Men really have the same status at home. This is a good man, one who knows how to appreciate his wife's efforts. Actually, yes. Do you know why Sister Chu Qin came today? Lin Qianyu gave Su Bai a sly smile. Gulp. Seeing her smile, Su Bai's heart sank with a bad feeling. Why? To experience the joy of hunting for hidden money. With that, Lin Qianyu grabbed Chu Qin's hand. Sister Chu Qin, let's follow the hidden money map on my phone. He's already confessed to the kitchen area. Tonight, we'll thoroughly search the living room. What? Su Bai was dumbfounded. Did you ask for my opinion? This wasn't the script he expected. How had searching for his hidden money become their daily routine? Not only did his wife do it, but she was now inviting others over. Could life go on like this? He deserves some human rights too. Moi. It's nothing. Out of sight, out of mind. He'll just go to my room. Su Bai vacated the living room and returned to the bedroom sulking. Soon strange sounds came from the room. First blood. Lin Qianyu exchanged an awkward glance with Chu Qin. Don't mind him. He's always like this. She pulled out her phone and placed it on the table. Sister Chu Qin, I've counted in my spare time. There are 15 spots in the living room. We've already found hidden money in the chandelier ceiling in a certain spot, so there are 12 more places. Where do you think the rest is? Chu Qin leaned in excitedly, observing the red dots on the map while scanning the corresponding spots in the living room. The thrill of hunting for hidden money was incredible, like reliving childhood games of hide and seek. Soon Chu Qin pointed at one red dot. Little sister, I think this one corresponds to that spot over there. She was pointing at the TV cabinet. And this red dot should be. Chu Qin looked around, finally settling on the sofa where they sat. It must be this sofa. See how close these two dots are, almost overlapping. Plus that bare pillow where you found money before was on the sofa, so I think there's more hidden inside. Then, Sister Chu Qin, let's divide the work. You check the TV area, and it'll search the sofa. That should be faster. And let's see who finds the money first. Lin Qianyu's suggestion made Chu Qin's eyes light up, and she nodded immediately. Deal. Netizens in the live stream were amazed. Wow, you've turned searching for hidden money into a competition. Can I join? It's live anyway, so no worries about us doing anything crazy. Come on online betting at Sun City. Bet on beautiful Lin at 1-1. 5. Teacher Chu at 1-2. 1. Place your bets. Wow, illegal business here. They'll report. Report gambling. If there's a reward, well, split it. I think the sofa is easier. Based on the bear pillow, the money's probably in the stuffing. Just cut it open. But the TV cabinet stumps me. It can't be in the computer, right? That's cash. Fire hazard. In the master bedroom. Victory. Yes. 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 Su Bai clenched his fists in excitement as the enemy's crystal shattered. He eagerly queued for another round, ready to conquer the canyon and reclaim his dignity. He wasn't too worried about the hidden money search outside. The version 1.0 map wouldn't yield much, all within his acceptable range. If discovered, he'd just treat it as an extra hobby for his beloved wife. Where could it be? Beside the TV cabinet, Chu Sun had already checked every possible hiding spot for secret money, yet found nothing. When she first saw Lin Qianyu's livestream, she thought it was just scripted hype. But after watching for a while, she realized everything was real with no trace of a script. After all, having been a streamer for over 3 years and being one of the top anchors with millions of fans, Chu Sun had a certain level of judgment. Even so, she didn't think finding the hidden money would be too difficult. After all, this 3-bedroom apartment was only so big. How hard could it be to locate stashed cash? Now, however, she fully acknowledged her mistake. The outcome was completely different from what she had imagined. Even with a distribution map of potential hiding spots, she still couldn't uncover the money Su Bai had hidden. Chu Sun gritted her teeth, ready to conduct another meticulous search. Every inch of the TV, even the tiniest crevices, Chu Sun inspected with her phone's flashlight. She reached into every compartment of the TV cabinet, tapping to check for secret compartments, and even felt the underside, fearing money might be taped there. Yet despite her thoroughness, she couldn't find a single coin. How is this possible? Chu Sun plopped onto the floor, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Her eyes swept back and forth between the TV and cabinet, wondering if she had missed something. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu was equally baffled and at a loss. She had opened every cushion on the sofa and felt inside, but found nothing. Viewers in the live stream began offering suggestions. Maybe those 2 red dots aren't the sofa and TV cabinet. Those are movable. Think about whether their positions have changed since you moved in. Teacher Chu, did you check the remote control? The battery compartment can hide cash too. And you have to flip through every page of notebooks. That man will take precautions to prevent it from falling out. Reading the comments, Lin Qianyu squinted at the TV and sofa. No, we haven't moved them since we moved in 2 years ago. Where on earth could my husband hide his secret money? Lin Qianyu was lost, just like Chu Sun, staring blankly at the sofa in deep thought. Secret money, where are you? Just as both hit a dead end, Chu Sun suddenly narrowed her eyes. Behind the TV cabinet, at the junction of the floor and wallpaper, there was a hint of red. The floor was gray tile, and the walls were cream wallpaper. That sliver of red at their intersection was an obvious anomaly to anyone. But since it was behind the cabinet, and they had never found secret money before, no one thought to look there. Now, however, everyone knew this 3-bedroom apartment hid a fortune, magnifying every odd detail. Especially Chu Sun, who was laser-focused on the search. Spotting that red, she became as excited as if she'd had a shot of adrenaline. The next moment, she lay flat on the floor, unconcerned about elegance. After all, she wasn't a streamer who relied on looks. Her fans followed for her gaming and lessons. Chu Sun pried the TV cabinet outward slightly, then gently tapped at the red area with a finger. It wasn't her home, and if she tore something by mistake, it would be awkward. After 3 minutes of careful prying, the bottom section of wallpaper loosened. Then she pulled out a key, inserted it into the loose spot, and gently lifted. Found it. I found it. Seeing the true nature of that red patch, Chu Sun screamed with excitement. Just as she suspected, a bill was hidden there. At the same time, Lin Qianyu also had a find. A white bag under the sofa. She had missed it earlier because it was taped to the underside, matching the color perfectly. Lin Qianyu felt the bag through the material. It seemed to contain small notebooks or stacks of cash. Just as she was about to open it, she heard Chu Sun's excited voice. Everyone, let's check out Sister Chu Sun's findings first. Picking up her phone, Lin Qianyu sat on the floor beside Chu Sun, curious. Sister Chu Sun, how did you do? Not sure yet, but I found your husband's hidden money. Look, sis. Chu Sun excitedly inserted the key again and pried. Under the phone's light, half a 100-yuan bill was visible. But Lin Qianyu felt something was off. Knowing her husband, he wouldn't go to such trouble for just 1 bill. Looking at the wallpaper, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Sister Chu Sun, let me see. Lin Qianyu stuck a finger inside, felt around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was hard. For a moment, she feared it might be like that shocking scene from a TV drama where a corrupt official hit a wall of cash. If it hadn't been hard, she wouldn't have dared to proceed. Otherwise, too much cash might invite investigation. Reassured Lin Qianyu waved her hand grandly at the wallpaper. Sister Chu Sun, let's tear it down together. Tear it down. Are you sure, sis? Yes, tear it. All right. Hearing that, Chu Sun grew even more excited. After all, she had found this spot and was dying to know how much money was hidden. Together, they moved the TV cabinet to the sofa and set the TV on the floor. Sister Chu Sun, I'll take this side, you take that. Lin Qianyu went to the corner near the door and started peeling the wallpaper. Chu Sun worked on the other corner. Soon they had 2 corners to grip. On my count, 1, 2, 3, tear. Whoosh. With a strong pull, the entire sheet of wallpaper came down. At the same time, Su Bai faced a crushing defeat in his game, his base destroyed. Checking the stats. Damn it, the carries are useless. Their damage is lower than mine as a support. What a joke. Just as he was about to start another match, his heart suddenly jolted with unease. Forget it'll stop. Let me see how those 2 women are doing. With my skills at hiding money, they probably won't find anything important. With a forceful pull from Lin Qianyu and Chu Sun, an entire sheet of wallpaper was torn down. What met their eyes was a sea of red. Seeing this, even Chu Sun couldn't help but gasp. Though as a popular streamer, she was never short of money. But usually money was just a string of numbers in her bank account, intangible. Now a wall full of cash unfolded before her eyes, the sheer impact leaving Chu Sun in awe. So this was the true allure of wealth. She had often heard of people risking everything for a few tens of thousands, and she had never quite understood it. But if tens of thousands were laid out before you like this, especially when you were in need, it all made perfect sense. Beside her, Lin Qianyu also felt a tightness in her chest. Though it matched her suspicions, the visual shock of that red wall left her breathless for a moment. The viewers in the live stream were stunned as well. I thought these 2 were tigresses, but now they look more like huskies. Where's my jaw? I can't find my jaw. Holy crap, is this what he calls secret savings? Does Master Bai have a different definition of the term? I thought women were terrifying, tearing up the house like huskies, but now I can only say, it's all worth it. Next time, count me in. This idea is out of this world. I seriously suspect the male owner graduated in design. This was a long-planned operation to hide money. Suddenly worried about Brother Bai's fate. Snapping back to reality, Chu Sun turned to Lin Qianyu and gave her a thumbs up. Sister, your man is something else. Double critical hit. Lin Qianyu stared at the wall plastered with cash, her little fists clenched tight, the sound of grinding teeth escaping her lips. Su Bai, you're doomed. Though this wasn't the first time she had discovered hidden money, each new find made her feel more like a fool. She had told herself not to get angry, but when it happened, she couldn't help it. After all, this wasn't just a few coins or a couple of hundreds. It was an entire wall. Lin Qianyu gave it a rough count, about 25 bills across and 20 down. That added up to around 600 bills, meaning roughly 50,000 yuan. Su Bai. Lin Qianyu yelled, about to storm into the bedroom to drag him out. Thud. A loud noise came from the master bedroom door. The moment Su Bai pushed it open and saw the scene, his legs gave way, and he plopped onto the floor. This can't be right. The script is all wrong. It was supposed to be version 1.0. How could this spot have been discovered? Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Lin Qianyu, Su Bai lowered his head in grievance, not daring to meet her eyes. This is it. I'm really screwed this time. Seeing Su Bai's pitiful look, Lin Qianyu was caught between anger and laughter. She hadn't even said anything yet, and he was already caving. What are you sitting there for? Get to work. Huh? What work? Su Bai looked up confused. Tear it down. Unless you expect us girls to do it. Lin Qianyu pointed at the wall. Of course you can choose not to, but then you'll face the consequences. Chu Sun, standing nearby, smirked wickedly at Su Bai, finding his pitiful demeanor amusing. At the same time, she envied the bond between Lin Qianyu and Su Bai. I'll tear it down, I'll tear it down. Su Bai felt even more aggrieved. Not only had his hard-hidden stash been discovered, but now he had to peel it off and hand it over himself. What kind of life was this? Life was just too damn hard. But no matter how wronged he felt, Su Bai obediently went to the wall and began carefully peeling off each bill. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if afraid of tearing the money, even though it would soon no longer be his. Sister Chu Sun, keep an eye on him while I go get scissors from the kitchen to cut this open and see what's inside. After watching Su Bai work for a while, Lin Qianyu remembered the stash she had found. The bag was tied so tightly, she couldn't open it by hand. Don't worry, little sister. With me here, he won't hide a single bill again. Chu Sun patted her modest chest, vowing confidently. 10 minutes later, Su Bai had successfully peeled every bill off the wall intact. Just as he was about to show off to Lin Qianyu, he saw her staring at him with wide eyes, cheeks puffed, in anger, tears glistening in her gaze. Su Bai also noticed that Lin Qianyu held a kitchen knife in one hand and a white bag in the other. But because it had been so long, he couldn't remember what was in the bag. Honey, what's wrong? Need me to take out the trash? Su Bai stepped forward, reaching to take the bag from Lin Qianyu. Thud, she tossed it into his arms. Su Bai, you really are a wonderful husband. I never knew you had such hidden depths. Honey, what do you mean? I don't understand. Su Bai saw the kitchen knife in her right hand tremble slightly and flinched. Dear, let's talk this out. How about you put down the knife first? You're not planning to kill your husband, are you? If killing you would help, you'd already be in pieces, Lin Qianyu said, brandishing the knife. I used this to open the bag. Take a look inside yourself. Chu Sun watched in bewilderment. Was there another twist? If it was just secret savings in a bag, why would Lin Qianyu be this angry? Unable to contain her curiosity, she stepped closer to Su Bai, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Bai also sensed something was off. The texture of the items in the bag felt wrong. Opening it, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! How did this get found? Inside were 4 certificates. If they were for English proficiency or computer skills, it wouldn't matter, but they were 4 chef's licenses. Well, Su Bai? We've been married 2 years, and I never knew you were a chef. And here I thought you couldn't cook, so I always had dinner ready before you got home. I've been a fool. Lin Qianyu scraped the knife against the doorframe, fuming at the thought of 2 years of cooking. She had even boasted to netizens that her husband couldn't cook, so she handled all the meals. Never expected such a slap in the face. Su Bai quickly stepped forward to take the knife from her and set it aside carefully. Honey. Don't honey me, Su Bai. I've noticed you've been giving me more and more surprises lately. Explain yourself. Lin Qianyu slapped away his reaching hand and pinched the soft flesh at his waist hard. Ow, honey, easy. Then start explaining. She let go, hands on her hips, holding the knife as she stared at him, waiting to see what story he'd spin this time. Meanwhile, Chu Sun took the white bag from Su Bai and sat on the sofa, pulling out 4 reddish-brown certificates. After opening and reading each one, she was stunned, her mouth agape. As is known to all, there are 5 levels of chef certification. They are junior, intermediate, senior technician, and senior technician, corresponding to levels 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 respectively, with different colors for each level. Being placed on the sofa by Chu Sun were 4 first-level chef certificates. They were Chinese Cuisine Chef Certificate, Western Cuisine Chef Certificate, Chinese Pastry Chef Certificate, Western Pastry Chef Certificate, and a Barista Certificate. To know, it is already remarkable for a normal person to master one skill and obtain a first-level chef certificate in one field, yet Su Bai had 4. This was why Chu Sun was so astounded. Looking at Su Bai again, her eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to know if there were even greater secrets hidden within this man. At the kitchen door, Su Bai's eyes darted up and down, coupled with the aggrieved expression on his face. An unaware observer might have thought he was being bullied by his wife. Su Bai lightly touched his fingers near his navel, his gaze still not daring to meet Lin Qianyu's, and tentatively asked, Honey, if I told you that I obtained these 4 certificates out of boredom, would you believe me? I believe you, my ass. You've been with me since college. When did we ever not spend time together? Did you start learning to chop vegetables from the womb? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. She was a graduate of a prestigious university, not a kindergarten dropout. Honey, I really worked hard to earn them. Why won't you believe me? Alas. I thought after 2 years of marriage we would have at least that much trust. Su Bai kept poking his fingers together below, his mind racing for a solution. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu frowned and was about to say something when she suddenly realized something was off. Don't change the subject. Are we discussing this right now? If I hadn't found these 4 chef certificates today, how long did you plan to keep your cooking skills a secret? Su Bai, I thought you could only cook porridge, fry an egg, or at most make instant noodles. I never expected you to be so deep. As Lin Qianyu spoke, a wave of grievance surged within her. She pouted and pointed at Su Bai, accusing him. I love you so much, yet you've kept this from me for so long. Not only that, but you've also hidden private money behind my back. Honey, listen to me. Su Bai quickly interrupted her, preventing her from spiraling into a dead end. It wasn't his fault either. Everything was out of his control. When Su Bai's earnings first exceeded 100 million, the system immediately rewarded him with the 4 certificates and a vast amount of culinary knowledge. In short, it was all self-taught. The system simply gave them to him, leaving it to his discretion where to place them and how to use them. Explanation. Lin Qianyu pointed at the 4 certificates on the sofa. Are you trying to say they're all forgeries? Well, not exactly. Su Bai answered honestly. It's because once you asked me and I said I knew a little bit, so you never asked me to cook. Su Bai, you call that a little bit? I'd say it's a tiny bit. Lin Qianyu's eyes widened. Su Bai, are you trying to make me angry on purpose? Honey, I absolutely didn't mean that. I was just trying to be modest. Su Bai quickly waved his hands, not daring to admit it. How, you're really modest, all right. Not only Chinese cuisine and Western cuisine, but you also haven't missed Chinese pastries and Western pastries. How come I never noticed you were so awesome before? Honey, don't be mad. He'll do anything if you stop being angry. Seeing his wife puffing up like a little hamster, Su Bai hurriedly tried to soothe Lin Qianyu's emotions. After all, heaven and earth are vast, but the wife is the greatest. He had planned to slack off for a while, but he hadn't expected to be discovered so soon. What was going on today? These were supposed to be stored in a version 2.0 hiding spot. How could it be so inopportune? Although the 4 first-level chef certificates wouldn't cause Su Bai any lost time, was money. Now the time he could use to slack off and play video games would be significantly reduced. According to Su Bai's plan, he had intended to start cooking when Lin Qianyu became pregnant. Now it seemed he would have to bring it forward. As expected, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu, who had been puffing with anger, deflated like a punctured balloon and began to calmly contemplate her punishment for Su Bai. After a moment, Lin Qianyu sniffled twice. You said anything right. You can't go back on your word. As long as you're not angry, anything is fine. Then the punishment is that from tomorrow you'll be in charge of all the cooking. Lin Qianyu lifted her head slightly, revealing her elegant neck like a proud white swan. Fine, as long as I'm free, you'll take care of the cooking from now on. I said all the cooking, husband. Don't play word games with me. Hearing Lin Qianyu's address to him change from Su Bai back to husband, Su Bai knew his wife was no longer angry and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, whatever you say, honey. After all, if he was truly busy and she was home alone, she would still have to solve her own food problems. For breakfast tomorrow, I want egg pancakes, cabbage and pork buns, millet porridge, and a small plate of stir-fried greens. For lunch tomorrow, I want guabao roe braised pork with vermicelli chicken stew with mushrooms and a spicy prawn dish. Well, that's it for now. I'll add more if I think of anything else. Lin Qianyu had already started planning the next day's menu. Since you're a first-class chef, I'll make sure to eat all the specialties from Northeast China, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, Cantonese, Sichuan, Southern Fujian, and so on. Just thinking that I won't have to wait in line for a particular dish anymore actually makes me feel quite good. Honey, are you just reciting a menu? Are you a pig? Su Bai couldn't help but tease her. For girls, food always comes first. Plus, Lin Qianyu had a metabolism that didn't put on weight, so Su Bai could already foresee what his future life would be like. Seeing Su Bai and Lin Qianyu reconcile so quickly, Chu Sun couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. Perhaps this is love, easily intoxicating the mind, or rather, for the sake of the sentiment, everyone chooses to feign ignorance while knowing the truth. As long as both hearts belong solely to each other, everything else becomes secondary. The audience in the live stream, having witnessed the entire process, exclaimed in amazement. Good heavens, if this happened to me, I reckon the broom at home wouldn't survive a few breaks. The streamer is very understanding, though occasionally she shows a bit of temper. It only makes her more endearing. After all, no one is a stone monkey without emotions. Brother upstairs, you forgot about the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong. A stone monkey's temper is no joke. One wrong move, and hell throw a havoc in heaven. Look at Teacher Chu's expression. It's a sign she wants to fall in love. Teacher Chu, if you ever decide to find someone, remember to tell us your requirements. As everyone knows, Chu Sun, this popular streamer, is well-versed in theory, but remains single for unknown reasons. This is also why most of her livestream fans are male. If I can't even take care of myself, let alone someone else. I'm not falling in love. Chu Sun rolled her eyes at the livestream. Men only slow down my earning speed. When I achieve financial freedom, wouldn't it be better to switch partners daily? Despite her words, her gaze occasionally drifted toward Lin Qianyu and Su Bai. If one day she could meet a boy who loved her this much, she would probably be willing to marry him. Teacher Chu, you could find a boy who takes care of you. Girls are cherished nowadays, who'd bear to hurt them. Brother upstairs, don't talk nonsense. What's unattainable always stirs desire. Once a boy gets a girl, many don't know how to treasure her. The main issue is that genuine love is too rare nowadays. Most are fast food romances. Meet one day, dine, and watch a movie the next, maybe share a bed within a week, then part at dawn. Crazy Kato. Teacher Chu, I want to ask you something. I want to marry a girl, but her family disagrees. What should I do? Chu Sun raised an eyebrow. Are you foolish? If you truly love each other and can't bear to be apart, you can board the bus before buying the ticket. But if neither is absolutely certain, never do that, or I fear you'll marry fast and divorce faster. Teacher Chu is right. Just force the ride. If that doesn't work, go see the parents with a child. When that child calls them grandpa and grandma, how can they still refuse? Crazy Kato, but it's her husband who disagrees. Tough luck. The netizens were collectively stunned, making international gestures. Good heavens, so you want to be like Chow Chow? What a character. I've learned something new today. Seeing the unreliable netizens, Chu Sun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Glancing at the time, she realized an hour and a half had passed since she arrived. Beside her, Lin Qianyu and Su Bai were already embracing, whispering softly. Turns out she had become a shining light bulb. Ahem. Chu Sun cleared her throat. Well, Sister Lin, it's getting late. I should head back now. Hearing this, Lin Qianyu jolted and broke free from Su Bai's embrace. Sometimes Lin Qianyu found it strange. She and Su Bai didn't seem like a couple married for 2 years. She blushed easily, more like young people in a passionate romance. Sister Chu Sun, stay a while longer. There's still plenty of hidden money in the living room to find. Stay another hour, and I'll have my husband make us a midnight snack. How about that? Hearing that Su Bai would cook, Chu Sun's heart was torn. On one hand, it was indeed late. On the other, she longed to taste the dishes made by a man holding 4 first-class chef certificates. Well, all right then, I just hope it's not too much trouble. Chu Sun finally gave in to temptation and nodded. No trouble at all, Sister Chu Sun. This is your first time at our home. We haven't had a good chat yet. Lin Qianyu approached Chu Sun, taking her hand and shaking it. Sister Chu Sun, I've actually been your fan for a long time. I never thought we'd become sisters today. I'm overjoyed. Su Bai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He hadn't expected to be dispatched so quickly. Of course it's no trouble for you. It's me, Su Bai, who's troubled. Not to mention from the sofa soon came Lin Qianyu's voice. Honey, the fridge seems nearly empty. Go out and get some ingredients for the midnight snack. Got it, Su Bai replied with a look of grievance, his eyes pausing at a few spots in the house. These places shouldn't be discovered again, or else he wouldn't know how to handle it. Wife'll head to the supermarket to buy groceries now. Love you moi. So this is Brother Bay's status at home. Another day of being bossed around. I want to eat Brother Bay's cooking too. Streamer, can you give fan some perks? If Brother Bai ever cooks for me, he'll be satisfied for life. Seeing Su Bai leave, Lin Qianyu took Chu Sun's hand. Sister Chu Sun, let's go to the bedroom and have some private talk. Now, Chu Sun pointed at the streaming phone. But sister, you're still live streaming. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Dear viewers, sorry about that. I'm going to have a private chat with Sister Chu Sun. They'll be back with you soon. Then Lin Qianyu pulled Chu Sun into the bedroom and closed the door behind them. The live stream. Good heavens, is the streamer this capricious? Leaving over 100,000 online viewers staring at nothing. This is prime time. Why close the door when two girls enter the bedroom? What can't we fans see? Ahem, brother upstairs, you're making me imagine things. Two beauties on one bed. No one getting a nosebleed. They'll go squat in the bathroom first. When Brother Bai cooks, remember to call me. I want to see if his culinary skills are real. Actually, you'll just stay in the live stream to not miss anything important. Inside the bedroom, the special scenes imagined by netizens did not occur. Lin Qianyu had yielded her usual live streaming chair to Chu Sun, while she herself sat cross-legged on the bed. The two were chattering away joyfully with bursts of laughter occasionally echoing through the room. After a thorough half-hour conversation, the two became sisters who shared everything. Sometimes friendship between girls blossoms so suddenly. Chu Sun also learned about the story of how Lin Qianyu and Su Bai had met, which made her admire their bond even more, and she began to harbor a faint longing for love of her own, dreaming of the day it would arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu gained insight into Chu Sun's upbringing and understood how difficult it had been for her to become a top streamer. She also saw a different side of Chu Sun, one that was not just the teacher Chu, who taught her fans knowledge. Suddenly, Chu Sun felt something odd about the chair. It was supposedly a soft sofa chair, yet something felt strange. Sister, let me ask, where did you buy this chair? Chu Sun, you mean this one I'm sitting on? This is a Valentine's Day gift my husband gave me last year. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu smiled sweetly, revealing two happy dimples. He said I worked too hard and needed a proper chair. He said it could heat up, adjust automatically based on ergonomics, and went on and on with things I didn't quite understand. Anyway, it was a gift he put a lot of thought into. If you want one, sister, I'll ask my husband to send you one. No need. I just wanted to ask if you ever feel something strange when sitting on this chair. Chu Sun asked tentatively. After all, it was Su Bai's Valentine's gift to Lin Qianyu, so she hesitated to speculate. But the impact of the wall of hidden money earlier was too great for her, so even the slightest abnormality made Chu Sun involuntarily think of hidden money. I have a similar chair at home, but the feel seems a bit different. Hearing this, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Chu Sun, you mean there's something? I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel very comfortable after sitting for a while. Chu Sun was also uncertain, and at first she didn't notice, but after half an hour she felt a slight oddity. Lin Qianyu nodded thoughtfully. I thought it was just me. Every time I sit on this chair for a long stream, my bottom feels a bit sore. There must be something to it. She stared at the chair and gritted her teeth. Chu Sun, help me take it apart. Sister, are you serious? Taking it apart is easy, but putting it back together is troublesome. Well, if it's what we suspect. Su Bai is dead meat. Outside, Su Bai, who had just finished shopping and was at the checkout, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that my wife is thinking of me? Alright, let's remove the armrests first, then the backrest can be taken off separately. Once those two are done, we can detach the seat cushion. Chu Sun crouched down to inspect the chair. If I'm not mistaken, the inside of the cushion is removable. Let's open it and see. Let's do it your way, said Lin Qianyu, who was not one to dawdle. She went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a toolbox, and returned to the bedroom. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. Didn't the streamer say they were going to talk about private matters? Why are they using a toolbox? No way are these two women playing that rough. I think they might have discovered something, and their husky traits are showing again. They're about to dismantle the house. Streamer, if you really find hidden money, remember to include us. We learn a new hiding spot every day, and then we'll see how my wife can fight me. 10 minutes later, in the master bedroom, with Lin Qianyu and Chu Sun pulling together, the chair's cushion was removed. Chu Sun held the cushion and frowned. Sister, the weight feels off. It was too heavy. Open it. Lin Qianyu also lifted it. Almost couldn't hold it with one hand. When they tore open the cushion, they were stunned. The outer layer was indeed cotton, but inside was a pile of coins. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu suddenly understood. Damn, no wonder it felt so bumpy after sitting for a long time. There was only a thin layer of cotton on top. After prolonged sitting, the cotton compressed, and her bottom directly sat on the coins. How could it not be uncomfortable? Staring at the pile of coins again, Lin Qianyu puffed up angrily. Su Bai, you're done for. You hid money, and you even used the Valentine's gift for it. Just then, Su Bai's voice came from the living room. Honey, I'm back. Where are you? You jerk, how dare you come back? Lin Qianyu clenched her fists and rushed out, Su Bai, you've gone too far. Don't be mad, honey. I bought your favorite beef tendon, and Su Bai pointed to his purchases. To make up for my previous mistakes, I'll cook you a hearty late-night snack. We'll talk about the snack later. Su Bai, you hid money under my work chair. No wonder I felt uncomfortable down there for a while, and even went to the hospital a few times almost thinking I had hemorrhoids. What do you have to say? Looking at Su Bai, who was a head taller than her, Lin Qianyu felt she was losing the intimidation battle, so she stepped back 2 paces. Su Bai, you really are too much. Tell me, how are you going to fix this? Dio. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai nearly dropped everything in his hands. Good grief, are you a demolition crew? I was gone for just a moment, and you've already unearthed another spot. And you're not playing by the rules. I said I'd be in the living room, but you found the bedroom chair. Now the old wound isn't healed, and new one's come. What to do? Su Bai's eyes darted around. Honey, how about we eat first? Maybe after a full stomach, you'll be less angry. Su Bai didn't want to hide the coins there either, but one day the system glitched and gave him a pile of coins. Since the target was too large, Su Bai had to resort to this, but he never expected Lin Qianyu to find out. No, this matter must be settled tonight, or he'll let down my poor little bottom. Lin Qianyu crossed her arms over her chest and stared at Su Bai. Well, Su Bai's gaze swept over Lin Qianyu's midsection, and under her murderous glare, he asked tentatively, Honey, how about I go buy you a tube of hemorrhoid ointment? Or some glycerin enema? Lin Qianyu took a deep breath, barely restraining the urge to slap Su Bai across the face. For hemorrhoids, using gangtai was understandable, but she wasn't constipated, so why would she need kaiselu? The livestream audience was equally stunned by Su Bai's bizarre logic. Cough. If I die laughing in this stream one day, brothers, remember to burn some paper money for me. Hemorrhoids and kaiselu, that's priceless. Is that a river of blood? Why would hiding private money under a chair make your butt hurt? Could it be coins? Bro, upstairs, I think you're onto something. Lin Qianyu took another deep breath, trying to calm herself, but the sight of Su Bai's innocent expression only fueled her irritation like a volcanic eruption. Just as Lin Qianyu was about to speak, Su Bai beat her to it. Honey, how about I step out of your sight for a while? Get lost. You wretched man, I never want to see you again. Lin Qianyu couldn't hold back, grinding her teeth as she spoke. Then she quickly added, 1 hour. No, half an hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Don't let me see you. Her time frame kept shrinking hardly, like she truly wanted him gone. She just needed to vent her frustration. Roger that. Su Bai, as if granted amnesty, hurried back to the door to slip on his sneakers. Honey, I'll be back to make you a late-night snack. Oh, and should I bring back the gangtai? Su Bai. Lin Qianyu was torn between anger and laughter, wondering how she ended up with such a clown. His emotional intelligence was truly lacking at times. It was true what they said. Men remain boys till death. I'm going. Su Bai shuddered, quickly closed the door, and headed downstairs muttering, for hemorrhoids, gangtai is right. That's how the TV ads always go. Lin Qianyu stomped her foot in fury, aching for the injustice done to her poor bottom. For over a year she had been sitting on coins while streaming. How absent-minded was she? The memory of visiting the hospital for this, and the looks she got, only fueled her anger. People might even think she had some weird fetish. Behind her, Chu Qian walked out with the coin-stuffed cushion. Sis, aren't you afraid he'll be stolen by another woman? He won't. Lin Qianyu was confident in their bond. But was she being too harsh? What do we do with this cushion? Keep it as evidence. He'll buy me a new one. It's the least he can do to compensate my poor bottom. Lin Qianyu sniffled. I want him to feel guilty. Wow, so there really were coins hidden in the cushion. If the streamer gets hemorrhoids, I'd believe it. Bro Bai is really going off the rails. Coins feel nothing like cotton. Only the streamer has such a good temper. If this happened to me, I'd probably be bedridden for 3 days. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just gone downstairs, planning to take a stroll around the neighborhood and figure out how to move his secret stash of money. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure at the main gate, carrying 2 large bags. It was none other than his mother-in-law, the Empress Dowager herself. Mom, why are you here? Su Bai called out before he even reached her, quickly stepping forward to take the bags from her hands. This was his mother-in-law, the one who cherished him most. If he kept her happy, that girl of his wouldn't dare bully him. In his own home, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy, but with his in-laws, Su Bai's status soared. At least it wasn't one-sided. I grew some greens on the rooftop, and they're ready now, so I brought you some. Mother-in-law Fang Qing handed Su Bai the bag of greens. These are homegrown, absolutely organic. Not like the ones in stores that get sprayed with weird chemicals to look fresh. I worry that eating too much of that might affect your future children. She emphasized the words, future children, hinting at something. After all, her daughter had been married for 2 years without any sign of a baby. Every time she chatted with her friends about their grandkids, Fang Qing felt envious and longed for a grandchild of her own to show off. At their age, it wasn't about walking dogs or cats anymore. It was about showing off grandchildren. If she didn't know both kids had passed their health checks, she might have thought they were infertile. Fang Qing had gone to great lengths to get Lin Qianyu pregnant, nagging her no fewer than 10 times a year. You haven't come over for a meal in 2 weeks, so I decided to bring some over myself. Fang Qing looked at her son-in-law with genuine satisfaction. She could see how much Su Bai loved her daughter. As a woman in her 50s who had seen plenty, she could tell at a glance whether Su Bai's feelings for Lin Qianyu were real or fake. Mom, Xiaoyu and I went out last week, and we were planning to come over this weekend for a meal. Dad and I made a pact. We must drink until we drop fighting till dawn. Su Bai quickly explained, and Xiaoyu misses your cooking. Speaking of which, the old man really does miss you. But forget about the drinking. You know his health isn't what it used to be, and his 3 indicators are high. He should drink less. Fangqing looked at Su Bai fondly. Every time you two drink together you act like brothers. It messes up the whole family hierarchy. Su Bai just smiled and nodded without responding. Xiao Su, your father-in-law, is retiring next year, and will have nothing to do. What do you think about having a child with Xiaoyu? Even if you're both busy, we can help out. Seeing Su Bai's silence, Fangqing casually dropped a hint. Mom, you're reading my mind. I've been planning to have a child with Xiaoyu. Really? Fangqing's spirits lifted immediately. In the past, when she brought this up, the kids always found excuses to avoid it. But now hearing that they were planning to have a child made her overjoyed. Fangqing was thrilled by the news. By the way, Xiao Su, were you heading out just now? She asked, realizing she hadn't notified them of her visit. If you have things to do, go ahead. Xiaoyu is home. Mom, nothing important. Just taking a stroll downstairs and I happened to see you. Are you sure? Absolutely. Ding dong. Inside the room, the doorbell rang. I told you he wouldn't leave me, said Lin Qianyu, who was chatting with Chu's son. She glanced at the time, a smile spreading across her face. Sister, you can't be like this. A man's heart is like a stone. If you gently stroke it, nothing changes, but if you carve a deep cut into it, it's hard to restore it to its original form. Chu Sun couldn't help teasing her. If such an excellent man runs away, one day you'll regret it too late. Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment and felt that Chu Sun was right. Sister Chu Sun, I understand. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Lin Qianyu, wearing slippers with little pom-poms, hopped over to the door. Honey, it's me. The video phone displayed Su Bai's voice and image. If you finally remember to come back. Do you know what you did wrong this time? Lin Qianyu did not open the door immediately. Instead, she wanted Su Bai to apologize first. Only then could he soothe her wounded little bottom. Your mom. Su Bai, what did you say? Lin Qianyu couldn't believe her ears. Su Bai, were you just cursing me? I said your mom. Su Bai, you are really going too far. Tonight you can just sleep on the street. Don't bother coming back. Downstairs, Su Bai, who had no chance to explain, looked helplessly at his mother-in-law. Mom, look. Seeing Su Bai's aggrieved expression, Fangqing immediately understood what had happened. She leaned in and said, Xiaoyu, it's me. Are you bullying Xiao Su again? Oh, Mom, why are you here? Inside the room, Lin Qianyu saw her mother Fangqing on the video screen and was completely stunned. She quickly opened the downstairs door lock. What's wrong? Tired of me already? Fangqing raised an eyebrow. Has it been that long since we last met that you don't recognize your mother? Mom, I didn't mean that. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing the video screen go black, Lin Qianyu was dumbfounded. This isn't how the plot should go. Wasn't it supposed to be her husband apologizing to her, and then she generously forgiving him? How could a mother suddenly pop up? Inside the elevator. Xiao Su, tell me what happened. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen you kicked out of the house. Hearing what Lin Qianyu had just said and seeing that Su Bai was waiting downstairs in the residential area, Fangqing naturally understood what was going on. But young people can get away with this once or twice. Too many times would seriously affect the couple's relationship. Although she herself had done similar things to her man when she was young, it was precisely because of that Fangqing knew some actions were unacceptable. They could cross the line and hurt a man's heart. Well, Mom, actually this isn't really Xiaoyu's fault. Su Bai gritted his teeth. It's because I hid a little bit of secret savings and Xiaoyu found out, so that's what you saw. Secret savings. Hearing this, Fangqing almost laughed out loud. Just because of this. I thought you had done something to betray my daughter. If it's just about secret savings, then Mom will stand up for you. What's wrong with a man having some private money? Xiaoyu's father also hides quite a bit of secret savings. Fangqing seemed to recall past experiences. From the time we got married until now, the secret savings I've uncovered must amount to thousands, if not tens of thousands. It's not that I deliberately check, it's just that he's so stubborn. He always hides his money in cigarette packs, and every time I tidy up his things I naturally find them. It's no big deal. He'll talk to Xiaoyu later. A man should have some of his own private money. Otherwise, if he has to ask his wife every time he wants to spend a little, how embarrassing would that be? Hearing Fangqing's words, Su Bai was deeply moved. Thank you, Mom. You are so understanding. Xiaoyu has never suffered much since she was a child, and her father is reluctant to scold her, so I hope you Xiao Su will be tolerant of her. Fangqing looked at Su Bai, truly feeling that a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law only grows. Rest assured, Mom. Xiaoyu is my everything. Su Bai replied earnestly. Mom, have you been using some new skincare products recently? Your skin looks much smoother. Oh really? I haven't used any skincare products. I just sleep a bit earlier than before. Really, if you don't believe me, ask Xiaoyu later. You look like you've gotten a few years younger. You're such a smooth talker. Upon entering the house, Lin Qianyu quickly took Fangqing's hand and led her to sit on the sofa and immediately introduced Chu Sun. Mom, this is my good sister Chu Sun. Hello, Auntie. Chu Sun quickly greeted. Hello, hello. This girl is really beautiful. Fang Qing generously praised her, then held Lin Qianyu's hand, and said, Xiaoyu Su Bai told me everything on the way. I think as a woman you should be a bit more generous. It's just a little secret savings. Let it go, it's no big deal. Hearing Fang Qing's words, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, but did not expose Su Bai. Instead, she nodded obediently and replied, Mom, I understand. Su Bai, you dare to tattle on me. I'll settle the score with you later. This is just a little bit of secret savings. It's a huge amount, okay? And even if you're angry, you can't kick him out of the house. There's a difference between closing the door and opening the door. Behind closed doors, you're still a family. But when the door is open, the situation changes completely. Fang Qing couldn't help sighing. Young people nowadays, they break up or divorce over the slightest conflict, or if a man makes a small mistake, they make him kneel on a keyboard or a washboard. They don't know how to maintain a relationship. Xiaoyu, I'm telling you, you must never learn these silly things. Mom, I know. He'll live well with Su Bai, and I won't do this again. Lin Qianyu felt that Fang Qing's advice made sense. However, due to the asymmetry of information between them, Lin Qianyu felt a bit aggrieved inside. It was true that kicking Su Bai out was wrong, but that guy couldn't hide so many things from her either. Fine, he had secret savings, but now he even had a level 1 chef certificate. Nearby, Su Bai, who was standing, obediently saw this, and his lips twitched slightly. Truly, every person has their match. Mother-in-law is formidable indeed. Seeing that Fang Qing was about to continue, Lin Qianyu quickly changed the subject. Mom, you came at the right time. Su Bai bought a lot of ingredients before you arrived. Let's have a late-night snack together. Late-night snack? No. I'm old. If I eat, I won't be able to sleep. Fang Qing waved her hand, directly refusing. Mom, but Su Bai is cooking. Don't you want to taste Su Bai's cooking? Moi. Xiao Su is cooking. I remember you said he couldn't cook. Fang Qing was surprised to hear that Su Bai was cooking. That's right, Mom. You don't know, but Su Bai can do so many things. Lin Qianyu said, winking playfully at Su Bai. In that case, I must try it. Fang Qing's curiosity was piqued, but she felt something was off. However, she couldn't put her finger on it, as she just felt that something was strange. In the kitchen, the three women stood at the doorway, lined up in a row. To ensure a more comfortable viewing experience, Lin Qianyu had specially brought 3 stools and placed them at the entrance. This scene makes it look like they're watching a 3D movie. Does the streamer need me to provide peanuts, beer, and melon seeds? Hey streamer, are you selling tickets? They'll bid 100 for that seat of yours just to catch a glimpse of Brother Bai's handsome face. A man who can cook and dote on his partner is truly rare. Ladies, let me share from my experience, being able to cook is incredibly important. It's a definite plus. Damn, everything this sister upstairs said is spot on. My ex-girlfriend was stolen by a guy who could cook. Whoa, I need comfort, I need a hug. Honey, what delicious food are you preparing tonight? Since Mom is here today, you must showcase your best skills. Lin Qianyu's tone was exceptionally tender. But Su Bai, who was preparing the ingredients, shuddered upon hearing this. Good grief. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose, putting pressure on him. Don't worry, it'll definitely satisfy your appetites. Su Bai took a pack of Yanchun noodles from the cupboard. Kneading dough from scratch would take too long since it needs to ferment, so he'll just use these noodles instead and make each of you a bowl of Yanchun noodles. Then he'll prepare some smashed cucumber and century egg tofu as side dishes. Su Bai pulled a cucumber and a piece of tofu from a bag on the floor. It's a pity it's so late. This is the only piece of tofu left. Seeing these 2 items, Lin Qianyu suddenly became interested. Chef, I think you can carve some beautiful shapes for us, right? After all, you are. No problem, I'll carve them for you shortly. Su Bai directly interrupted Lin Qianyu's words, preventing her from revealing in front of her mother-in-law that he held a first-level chef certificate. Xiaoyu, don't be difficult. Are you trying to force him into a corner? Fang Qing, sitting nearby, furrowed her brows, feeling her daughter was acting like a child who never grew up. Mom, rest assured, I believe he can do it. Lin Qianyu gently patted Fang Qing's hand and aimed her live-streaming phone at Su Bai, who was about to start cooking. Seeing this, Su Bai waved at the camera and then began to cut the meat, remove the blood, marinate it, and coat it with cornstarch. Is that all? I can do those steps too. Currently, I can't see Brother Bai's skill level, but he looks quite refined. The steps are correct, but the actual skill isn't apparent yet. After all, these procedures were just routine operations with nothing outstanding. But in the next moment, when Su Bai picked up the cleaver to cut the tofu, all the viewers in the live stream were stunned. Clang, clang, clang. The cleaver, visible only as a blur, occasionally flashed with a cold gleam. Its speed was so dizzying that it was truly breathtaking. The 3 women standing at the doorway were also watching in awe. Sister Lin, your husband is incredibly fast. Hearing Chu Qian's words, Lin Qianyu chimed in. I never imagined he could be this fast. It's a first for me. Ahem, is this what conversations between women are like? What kind of bold words are these? They're making me blush. There's no fastest, only faster. Draw your blade. Is this the standard of someone with a first-level chef certificate? I never noticed the host's hands before. I didn't expect them to be so delicate. It's a pity he's using them to cut vegetables. After a minute, Su Bai looked at the finely cut tofu and nodded with satisfaction. Turning to Lin Qianyu, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he radiated confidence. Dear, the skill you asked for is ready. Please check it. Curious Lin Qianyu stepped forward, her eyes filled with wonder. The tofu was still tofu, yet it seemed as if it was no longer the same piece. Honey, I think I've heard of this before. What's it called? 1,000 silken threads. Su Bai reminded her with a smile. That's right, it's called 1,000 silken threads. I've seen it in many movies. Lin Qianyu exclaimed excitedly, then quickly fetched a bowl of water. Don't move, honey. Leave the rest to me. Behind Lin Qianyu, Chu Qian and Fang Qing, who had been sitting at the doorway watching, saw her excitement and couldn't suppress their curiosity as they approached. Mom's sister Chu Qian, I know this. The cut tofu is placed in water, and it naturally turns into countless fine threads without breaking. Streamer, that dish is called 1,000 silken threads, also known as wensi tofu. It involves slicing the tofu as thin as paper, then making 108 horizontal and 108 vertical cuts, all while ensuring the resulting tofu threads don't break in water. It's said that the most skilled chefs can even thread a needle with the wensi tofu strands. Speaking of knife skills, I admire Chinese chefs. Look at the chefs who slice Peking duck. They must cut the entire duck into 108 slices of uniform thickness, all within 2 minutes and 30 seconds to ensure the meat doesn't lose its texture from cooling. Truly impressive. And there's also Pao Ding from the Warring States period. I once read in an ancient text that Pao Ding's dissection of an ox was so clean and swift that the ox didn't even realize it was dead when he finished, though that's probably an exaggeration. I never expected to witness such incredible knife skills in the streamer's room today. This cutting technique is nothing short of masterful. When Lin Qianyu carefully placed the cut tofu into the water, it instantly bloomed, like a flower with thread-like tofu skins clearly visible in the water. This scene left the three women exclaiming in amazement. But when Lin Qianyu finished examining the 1,000 silken threads and looked up at Su Bai, she widened her eyes again, frozen in place. The viewers within the camera frame were also stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Wait, did we miss out on a fortune? It's been less than 3 minutes since we looked at the tofu threads, and an ordinary cucumber has turned into something I can't afford. This isn't just a cucumber anymore, it's a work of art. Su Bai carefully made the final touches on the artwork with his knife. A vividly lifelike, welcoming pine tree appeared on the plate. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth and pointed at the pine tree on the plate, asking in confusion, "Honey, how did you do that?" "I just carved it casually. It's not difficult, anyone with hands can do it." Su Bai showed a pure, innocent smile, his white teeth gleaming under the light. "Not difficult. Anyone with hands can do it." Lin Qianyu's lips twitched, and she felt like giving this man a special treatment, to show him why flowers bloom so red. Comparing people really drives you crazy. Looking at the man before her, she recalled how she had thought he was an average cook, and had taken it upon herself to cook for 2 years. She wanted to give herself a flick on the forehead. She had been so foolish. "Streamer, how about asking your husband to do it again? I have to record it this time. Now I fully believe that Brother Bay's certificate is real, not a 5-yuan one bought under a bridge. I remember buying a Buddha's palm there once." Tens of thousands begged for the streamer's husband to do it once more. In the kitchen, Su Bai naturally didn't notice the commotion in the live stream. He began preparing to cook noodles. First, he poured some hot oil into the pot. Pop! With a crackling sound, a few cloves of garlic were crushed flat by Su Bai and tossed into the pot along with finely sliced ginger. For this, Su Bai even set aside a few intact cloves for Lin Qianyu, and the others, quipping, "Eating noodles without garlic takes half the flavor away. People like me who can't eat a bit of ginger or garlic find this utterly torturous." Same here. I don't know why, but I can eat cilantro, just not ginger or garlic. Noodles with garlic. That's a culinary abomination. Just as Lin Qianyu thought Su Bai would add water next, he directly poured the marinated beef shank into the pot. Sizzle! A puff of white smoke instantly rose, flames even leaping from the pot, and the rich aroma of beef wafted over. He tossed and flipped the wok. The oil-fried beef shank tumbled relentlessly in the pot, paired with Su Bai's nearly flawless posture and his perfectly chiseled physique. "Oh no, I'm swooning. I feel like spring has come for me." Sister upstairs snapped out of it. "This man is already taken. You can't do anything immoral." "No, he's mine. Why have I never noticed how handsome the master of the house is? Right now he's nothing like the timid guy in front of the streamer. He's absolutely captivating." With such a simple act of cooking, Su Bai directly charmed quite a few admirers. If Lin Qianyu knew that she had inadvertently attracted so many rivals for her husband's affection in that short time, she would never have streamed this scene. Su Bai's eyes were fixed on the beef shank in the pot. When it was 70% cooked, he scooped it out and set it aside. Next, Su Bai washed the pot, boiled water, and cooked the noodles. 10 minutes later, 3 bowls of fragrant beef noodles were placed on the table by Su Bai, who thoughtfully added a fried egg to each bowl. Finally, he served the prepared, welcoming pine and 1,000 silken threads. "All set. Mom, my dear wife, and teacher Chu, please do try your humble servant's culinary skills." Gazing at the table with one main dish and 2 sides, the 3 women exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to begin. "Wifey up. What are you staring at?" Honey, this plating is so beautiful. I'm at a loss as to where to start," Lin Qianyu murmured softly. Yes, it feels a shame to ruin it, Chu Sun chimed in. Especially that welcoming pine. Was there really a need to carve it so exquisitely? Slurp. Ultimately, it was Fong Qing who broke the awkward silence, taking a hearty bite of the noodles. Instantly her eyes lit up. Truly delicious. Looking at Su Bai again, Fong Qing was already pondering whether to tie this son-in-law up and bring him home so he could cook for her every day. Don't be silly. Just eat. What's there to be afraid of ruining? If you want to see it again, just have Xiao Su carve you another one, won't you? Fong Qing took another mouthful of noodles, feeling deeply satisfied. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu and Chu Sun stopped hesitating and took their first bites. Then came the second, the third. Neither could stop. Watching Lin Qianyu and the others eat so voraciously, the netizens in the live stream were filled with envy. If I ever get rich, I'm going to buy a phone that can transmit smells. Watching the streamers beef noodles, my own instant noodles in a bucket suddenly don't seem so appetizing. Brother upstairs, that's because you're not eating the shrimp and garlic flavor or the fragrant lamb chop flavor. Those would make you think it's even more delicious. Ahem, those two instant noodle flavors sound awfully familiar. I feel like I've heard them somewhere. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu and the other two leaned back in their chairs, fully satisfied. Burp. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but let out a belch and immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Oh no! Chu Sun suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, Sister Chu Sun? I forgot to take a picture. Su Bai, is this what women are like? Even now they're thinking about taking photos. Is this the legendary phone eats first? Honey, Lin Qianyu suddenly looked at Su Bai and called out tenderly. I never knew you were this amazing. Of course, don't you know who your husband is? I have to be amazing. Hearing the praise about himself, Su Bai immediately claimed it. Then Lin Qianyu reached out and patted her belly. So honey, do you know what comes next? What? Su Bai looked at Lin Qianyu curiously, then followed her gaze. Got it. He'll do it, but you have to promise me that today's matter is over and done with. He never expected that cooking would also mean washing the dishes. It's over. Lin Qianyu nodded like a little rabbit. The thought of enjoying such delicacies often in the future filled her with immense joy. Marriage is a partnership between two people. You should learn to divide tasks clearly. If Xiao Su cooks, then you should learn to wash the dishes. You have to contribute. Fong Qing couldn't help but chime in from the side. But it's a shame you've been married for 2 years and never discovered Xiao Su's superb skills. Mom, I understand. Alright, I'll head back now. Make sure to bring Xiao Su home often from now on. Like mother, like daughter. Lin Qianyu immediately understood Fong Qing's intention. So it was just about coveting Su Bai's cooking. Mom, don't worry. We'll definitely visit you often. You silly girl. Take better care of your own man. Be good to yourself. Shortly after Fong Qing left, Chu Sun also expressed her thanks and departed, not forgetting to remind Lin Qianyu to hold on to Su Bai tightly. After all, an outstanding man is highly sought after. Even if he's married, there are plenty of people ready to steal him away. Half an hour later, Lin Qianyu said goodbye to her livestream fans and logged off. Seeing Su Bai watching TV on the sofa, she pounced on him. Gazing at Su Bai's face up close, she said affectionately, Honey, you worked hard today. Silly girl, you're my wife, so there's no such thing as hard work. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's little nose and began to savor this moment of peace. Feeling Su Bai's profound love, Lin Qianyu's nose tingled and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Honey, I'm sorry about today. Hearing Lin Qianyu's apology tinged with a sob in his arms, Su Bai was momentarily at a loss. He quickly lowered his head to gently kiss the top of her head, then reached out a hand to softly wipe away her tears. Don't cry, my wife. If you cry, you'll become a little kitten, and you won't be as beautiful. Although Su Bai usually loved to joke around at heart, he was still a straightforward man. When he first got together with Lin Qianyu, every time she had her period, all he knew was to tell her to drink more hot water. So her sudden tears truly caught him off guard. In Su Bai's eyes, marrying Lin Qianyu was the luckiest thing that had ever happened in his life. After all, she was not only the campus belle, but also a top graduate from a prestigious university. Even when she learned he had no house and was about to become a ride-hailing driver, she still chose to marry him without hesitation. Having such a wife, what more could a man ask for? He knew that outsiders might see their relationship as one where the woman was dominant and the man submissive. But this was the true essence of a marital bond. After all, sometimes Lin Qianyu could be as gentle and at a loss as a kitten, utterly adorable. If both were equally strong-willed, or if the woman had no status like in some countries, living a polite but distant married life, then why get married at all? Besides, Lin Qianyu always deferred to him on important matters. Su Bai knew that since she married him, even if she asked for the stars, he would unhesitatingly pluck them for her if he could. From the day of their wedding, when he saw the blissful smile on Lin Qianyu's face, Su Bai decided he would spoil her and make her the happiest girl in the world. He would hold her hand and grow old together with her. Lin Qianyu sniffled, her eyes still moist. Honey, it was wrong of me to kick you out today. I know you didn't mean it that way. Su Bai said, a doting smile on his lips as he gently stroked her hair. I'm just worried about my poor bottom. I'm afraid it might get hemorrhoids. And I really do feel sorry for you too, honey. I know, and I shouldn't have let strangers come into our home to search for your secret stash. That was disrespectful to you. I won't do it again. It's fine. And, I shouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. It's normal for a man to have a little secret money. Wife, this wasn't your fault. Su Bai's face reddened. In truth, his wife's anger was justified. If he had only hidden a few hundred or thousand, she wouldn't have been this furious. But the amount of cash he had stashed away was a bit too excessive. Any other woman would have thrown a monumental fit. If you know that. But your wife doesn't hold grudges. Still, honey, why did you hide so much cash? Lin Qianyu voiced her inner doubt. This money. It wasn't bribes, was it? In her mind, only bribes were paid in cash. Or it could be from illegal deals or some dirty money. After all, in this day and age, most people used Alipay or WeChat linked bank cards. Why would anyone stash cash at home? Su Bai was stunned by her question. This was exactly what he had been worried about. He couldn't exactly confess to Lin Qianyu that he had a system. She would think he was an alien. Even if she believed him, if she ever let it slip, he would probably be captured and dissected by some unknown higher-ups. Then he would be truly helpless. Well, honey, what if I said I kept the cash at home because I was afraid the banking system would crash one day? Would you believe that? Su Bai asked tentatively. Lin Qianyu tilted her head, her eyes looking up into his with a soul-searching gaze. Honey, do I look like a fool to you? What if I was worried about a war breaking out? What about the apocalypse? Wouldn't cash be the most important thing then? Are you stupid, honey? If doomsday really comes, you wouldn't bring survival supplies, but a pile of cash. Are you planning to burn it all as an offering for yourself in the underworld? Or are you worried about running out of toilet paper and need it for that? What about a fund for our future children? Honey, you've already used that excuse. I believed it the first time, but the second time. Lin Qianyu gave him a knowing look. Honey, this money is clean, right? I don't want you to take risks for money only for me to visit you in prison once a week. If that's the case, I hope you turn yourself in early for a lighter sentence. Don't worry, no matter how many years you're inside, it'll be waiting for you at home. Ahem. Su Bai couldn't help but cough lightly. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Rest assured, this money is completely clean and transparent. It's more real than real. You can be 100% at ease. That's more like it. But why did you hide so much cash? Lin Qianyu asked again, puzzled. Well, forget it, hide it if you want. Our home is only so big, how much more can you possibly stash? Lin Qianyu resigned herself. And you know, I find it kind of fun. It adds a bit of spice to our boring life. Su Bai opened his mouth, but no words came out. My dear wife, your thinking is still too limited. You need to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the day you discover even more of my secret stash. Honey, I followed you a couple of days ago, and I never expected you to be a shareholder of that company. Are you rich now? Lin Qianyu pinched the flesh on his waist. Sigh, I heard men change when they get money. So I don't know if I should be happy or not. It's really worrying. And my husband has grown up learning to hide money. Stop. Su Bai quickly interrupted her nagging. Wife, I'm just one of the shareholders. The dividends from the last 2 years were just enough to buy that villa in hundred-yuan. So your husband doesn't have much savings left. The problem you're worried about doesn't exist. Really? Lin Qianyu blinked, staring at him. Really? If I kind of believe that. Lin Qianyu nodded. After all, the hundred-yuan villa was worth a fortune. Even if he was a shareholder of that company, it had only been 2 years. Could he be as rich as a nation? Don't worry, honey. If you run out of money, he'll support you. Good news, my live streaming income has been quite impressive lately. I just checked today's earnings, and it seems to have hit 6 figures. Saying this, Lin Qianyu showed her little canines in delight. I never dared to dream something like this would happen to me. My wife is amazing. Su Bai showered her with unabashed praise. Wife, what great fortune must I have accumulated in my past life to marry you? If you know it. I love you, honey. Lin Qianyu nestled into his arms, all her grievances melting away. I'm also grateful that the old man under the moon tied a red string between us. Honey, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Su Bai pinched her supple cheek and couldn't help but remark, such a nice feel. How much secret money do you really have left? Just a tiny bit. You've almost found it all. Really? Really? Then honey, let's go to sleep. I want a hug. Lin Qianyu wrapped herself around him. Only in their private space did she dare to be this bold. Remembering how Su Bai had transferred the hundred-yuan villa to her name, without a moment's hesitation that afternoon, she couldn't help but rub her head against him. All right. Su Bai scooped her up from the sofa, his hands supporting her softness. Let's go to bed. You have to behave, okay? Behave how? Nothing. Honey, be gentle. Moi. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains onto Lin Qianyu's eyes. Below her long lashes were a delicate nose and alluring lips combined with her languid sleeping pose. Everything was a pleasing sight. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu's lashes fluttered slightly. One hand groped in a direction as she mumbled, Honey, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that all the secret money I found had disappeared. Wah! I kept searching desperately, but it was just gone. Honey, did you hide the secret money again? No comforting, no gentle touch, no hug. Lin Qianyu's delicate nose twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. The spot beside her on the bed was empty. Su Bai was not there. Where's my husband? Lin Qianyu got out of bed and shuffled into her slippers, leaving the bedroom. Not in the living room. Not in the kitchen. Not in the bathroom either. Had her husband just vanished? Suddenly a thought struck her. She hurried back to the bedroom and opened the safe. In an instant she was frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Inside the safe the secret money she had uncovered yesterday was gone too. Husband and money had both vanished. This sudden scene caused Lin Qianyu's blood pressure to spike, her mind a chaotic whirl. Could it be that her relentless quest to uncover his secret stash had driven him to flee with the cash? But that didn't add up. If he had absconded with the money, why wouldn't he take everything from the safe, only the secret stash she had discovered yesterday? And just yesterday, he had transferred the house, worth over 10 million, into her name. Wasn't that far more valuable than a meager 100,000 in hidden cash? Was he out of his mind? Lin Qianyu gently tapped her own head, utterly bewildered. It couldn't be that her husband had been kidnapped by fans along with his secret stash, could it? The live stream had been generating too much buzz lately, which was why her thoughts drifted in that direction. Just as she was about to call the police, a sudden clatter came from the living room door. Lin Qianyu hurriedly slipped on her slippers and rushed out. Honey. She saw Su Bai carrying a white foam box into the living room. It didn't look particularly heavy. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and glanced at the clock. It was only 7:40, not even 8 yet. Why was this girl up so early today? Honey, is that you? Seeing Lin Qianyu standing before him and hearing her question, Su Bai's face darkened. Su Bai set the foam box on the floor and gently touched Lin Qianyu's forehead with one hand. No fever. Whoa, honey, don't leave me. Feeling the warmth of Su Bai's palm, Lin Qianyu rubbed her eyes and then hugged him tightly around the waist. Honey, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Silly girl, how could I not want you? Your husband is right here, standing tall. Su Bai patted her back, gently, still not understanding what had happened. Sweetheart, did you have a nightmare? Nestled in his arms, Lin Qianyu nodded incessantly. I just had a terrible dream. I saw a mysterious figure sneaking around our place, doing who knows what. I tried so hard to get closer to see his face clearly, but I couldn't. And my body felt like it wasn't my own. I couldn't control it properly. After the figure left, I could move again. I checked the whole room, but didn't find anything missing. But when I went back to the bedroom, I found that the secret stash you had hidden was gone. Lin Qianyu sniffled. If he dares to appear in my dreams again, I'll make sure he can't take care of himself. Little did she know Su Bai's lips couldn't help but twitch as he listened to her recount the nightmare. That mysterious figure in the dream. Didn't it seem oddly pointed? Suddenly Lin Qianyu snapped back to reality and pulled away from Su Bai's embrace. Honey, some of the secret stash in the safe is gone. I don't know where it went. Then she noticed the foam box on the floor. Huh. Honey, where did you bring this foam box from so early in the morning? Oh, this foam box. I went to buy some groceries early and was planning to make you breakfast. Huh. You need a foam box for groceries. Curious, Lin Qianyu crouched down and opened the lid. It really is just 2 bags of greens. First time I've heard of greens being carried in a foam box. Is it for insulation? She scratched her head. By the way, honey, the money in the safe is gone. Should we call the police? Call the police. Su Bai's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly spoke. It's not gone, not gone. I saw too many coins and small bills, so I went to exchange them at the bank. Here they are. Kneeling down, Su Bai removed the 2 bags of greens, revealing 11 neat stacks of crimson banknotes underneath. I was planning to put them back before you woke up, but I didn't expect you to have a nightmare. Was this a case of telepathy? Otherwise, the timing of the nightmare was far too coincidental. Seeing Lin Qianyu silent, Su Bai continued. Sweetheart, I really had no intention of touching that secret stash. Otherwise, why would I bring it back? Right. Alas, it was all the result of an internal struggle where reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. To avoid arousing Lin Qianyu's suspicion, Su Bai had resorted to this desperate measure. You're so good to me, honey. Hearing his words, Lin Qianyu harbored no suspicion. After all, everything seemed perfectly logical. But, honey, the reason I didn't respond earlier was because I was wondering why you used such a big phone box. Wouldn't a backpack or a briefcase be more convenient? It's not like you were carrying a whole chest of money. Ahem. Su Bai nearly choked. His eyes darted as he quickly explained. It's to avoid drawing attention. If I carried a briefcase to the bank, everyone would know I was depositing money. But with a phone box, no one would bat an eye. Could he not use a phone box? The small amount of cash coming in didn't mean the same was true when he left. To attend to certain matters, Su Bai had hurriedly gotten up at 6:30. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. Instead, she crouched down and picked up the money. Honey, you'll put this back in the safe then. As she left, she seemed to be muttering something under her breath. Why was her husband so foolish? Since he was already at the bank, why not just deposit the money instead of exchanging it and bringing it home? Wouldn't carrying a phone box to the bank attract even more attention? Which bank opened so early? I'll have to ask him later. You scared me. I thought the money was gone, and so were you. Thankfully, it was just a dream. It doesn't matter if the money's gone or as long as my husband is still here. She babbled on, and on, each sentence different from the last, until Su Bai's head was buzzing. Glancing again at the empty phone box on the floor, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the girl hadn't discovered the secret. Picking up the 2 bags of greens, Su Bai headed to the kitchen to prepare a wonderful breakfast for Lin Qianyu. Thinking about what he had done that morning, Su Bai couldn't help but hum a little tune. The sun shines bright, the money smiles at me. The little bird says, early, why are you carrying a phone box? I'm off to do mischief, my wife doesn't know. Humming along, he found himself getting into it, and even Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Half an hour later, a fusion breakfast of East and West was consumed by the two. Burp. Lin Qianyu let out a satisfied burp, gazing at Su Bai with admiration. Honey, I really am the happiest woman in the world. To capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Lin Qianyu had already been more than satisfied with Su Bai before, but discovering he could cook was such a delightful surprise. Patting her own belly, she smiled. Honey, if I eat your cooking like this for a month, my abs might just disappear. No worries. Even if you were a so, I'd still love you. Su Bai teased with a laugh. These are just the troubles of happiness. Who are you calling a sow? If I'm a so, then you're. Lin Qianyu started laughing herself, her mind racing with wild images. Honey, be honest. Are you trying to fatten me up so you can abandon me? Nonsense. That would be such a waste. This is all my hard-earned effort to fatten you up, so I have to keep you for myself. Besides, even if I tried to sell you, you wouldn't be worth much. Su Bai gently stroked her head. Don't overthink it. You'll never escape my grasp, not even in 500 years. But I can't possibly live for 500 years. I'd be content with 80. At that thought, Lin Qianyu touched her belly again. My period should be coming in a few days. I really hope it doesn't this time. If it doesn't, honey, are you ready to become a father? Father. Su Bai repeated the words softly, gazing tenderly at his wife. Sweetheart, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. On the day our child is born, I want to give them a castle and amusement park. I want to give our child the best things in the world. Honey, you're such a dreamer. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but tease him, though her eyes were filled with love. She too was eagerly looking forward to the future. Honey, once we have a child, will you stop loving me? How could that be possible? You'll always be my number one sweetheart. That's more like it. Lin Qianyu stood up and began clearing the dishes. Thank you for the breakfast, honey. Leave the rest to me. You go rest. I'll do it. Honey, be good and listen to me. Watching Lin Qianyu washing dishes in the kitchen, Su Bai sat on the sofa feeling somewhat bored, so he picked up his phone to scroll through some short videos. The first one made him pause, then he narrowed his eyes. The man in the video was none other than himself. What could have caused the once renowned culinary god to willingly abandon everything and become an ordinary person? The video showed Su Bai cutting tofu. The same person, the same motion, but paired with melancholic music and that absurd caption, what was this all about? To those unaware, it might seem like some great master had fallen. Not only that, but overnight the video had amassed over 10 million views, and the comment section was a chaotic mix. Su Bai randomly clicked on a few and almost believed he was the protagonist they described. Some said he had seen through the vicissitudes of life and wanted to return to nature. Others claimed that just as a war king, enraged upon learning his daughter lived in a doghouse, returned to wreak havoc across 1,000 miles, so too had a culinary god given up everything for love. Still others spun tales of a tyrannical CEO who, after being ambushed and losing his memory, became a bathhouse worker and ultimately the king of bathing. Some netizens even noticed that the man in the video was the same one recently famous for having his secret stash discovered, and they began tagging Lin Qianyu. Sister Lin, your husband is trending. How enviable. Ask him if he loves the kingdom or the beauty more, and he says he'd give up everything for the beauty. Not only is he handsome, but he can also cook. I'm smitten. A piece of cucumber made to look like something I could never afford. Is this a 5-star chef's incognito visit? Reading the praise, Su Bai smacked his lips. What's going on? I never realized I was this remarkable. Scrolling to the next video, it was the same clip, but with a different caption. Among the people great masters always emerge. The one after that was also a video of him cooking, this time, making beef noodle soup. Su Bai frowned. Was he being targeted by the algorithm? It seemed he should avoid appearing in Lin Qianyu's live streams from now on, or he'd have no privacy left. Su Bai didn't want to wear a mask every time he went out. Why was it so hard to stay low-key? He could only blame his own excellence. Honey, do you have any plans today? Lin Qianyu emerged from the kitchen after tidying up the dishes. No, why? Su Bai turned to look at her. After all, he had already clocked in when he went to get the money earlier, so he had nothing pressing. Then let's go soak in hot springs this afternoon. Yalin gave me 2 experience vouchers a while back, and they expire in 2 days. We should use them. I haven't been to a hot spring in almost half a year. Seeing the anticipation in Lin Qianyu's eyes, Su Bai couldn't bear to refuse. Sure, it'd be a waste to let them expire. Use them or lose them. You're the best, honey. They'll stream in the room for a bit this morning. You find something to do. Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai and planted a kiss on his cheek. Mwah, wifey, I need one here too. Love you, honey. Go ahead and do your thing. No, I want to hold you a little longer. After a moment, Lin Qianyu released her grip, grabbed her phone from the table, and returned to the master bedroom. Su Bai turned on the TV, selected a nature documentary, and turned up the volume. After watching for a while, he glanced at the bedroom door. There was no sound. The next moment, he tiptoed to the bedroom door, pressed his ear against it, and listened to Lin Qianyu interacting with her fans inside. Only then did he relax. If she was busy, wasn't this the perfect time for his big move? With that thought, Su Bai hurried back to the kitchen, retrieved the white foam box, and began searching the room. He would pull out a bundle of red banknotes from a hidden spot and toss it into the box, then glance back at the bedroom door to avoid any surprises. To an outsider, Su Bai might not have looked like the homeowner, but rather a professional thief. Inside the room, Lin Qianyu opened her live stream, and viewers poured in. "Host, are we hunting for secret money today, or watching Brother Bai cook? Host, did you use the hemorrhoid patch? How was it? Share if it works. Where's the man of the house? Did he go drive for a ride-hailing service to make ends meet? Host, you should follow him. You might uncover more secrets. Sister Lin, get your husband to start an account too. Head blow up, and what, I'll send him gifts. If she doesn't find this stash, he'll buy a pack of good cigarettes and post it on Moments. Last time she found mine, even the doctor felt sorry for me. This time he'll save some for memories, no photos." Seeing so many sisters paying attention to Su Bai, Lin Qianyu felt a twinge of jealousy. "This afternoon my husband and I are going to soak in hot springs. Let's chat for now, and tomorrow we'll continue the secret money hunt. It's not like the money can grow legs and run away." Lin Qianyu gestured at the bedroom layout. "Of course you can guess where the money might be hidden, and we'll check later. I humbly suggest the curtains. There's plenty of space. If coins can be hidden in table pads, Sister Lin should check the mattress. You might find you've been sleeping on a pile of coins. Since the man of the house can hide money behind wallpaper, I suggest you hire a demolition team to renovate the place. I wouldn't be surprised if he stashed cash inside the bricks. Host, you could search online for ideas. It might give you some inspiration. Wait, let me grab a pen and paper." Seeing the fans' enthusiasm, Lin Qianyu hurriedly pulled out a notebook and pen from the drawer. "Slow down one at a time." In the living room, Su Bai was placing the easily found secret money into the white foam box, while watching Lin Qianyu's live stream on his phone, curious if she might uncover any more secrets. When he saw the barrage of comments, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. These folks were so adorable. The curtains. Searching online. How little they thought of him. He would never hide his stash in such obvious places. Before hiding his money, he had already researched every method mentioned online. He had spent a considerable amount of time sifting through them, joined specialized groups, and discussed various strategies with seasoned fellow sufferers there. Now Su Bai had even founded an elite group dedicated to hiding secret money without being discovered, filled with masters who had endured years of oppression. It was through this bold yet meticulous approach and countless hours of study that he had managed to stash all the money he earned over 2 years safely in the house. Unfortunately, if it weren't for those cups of instant noodles. Su Bai shook off the thought and narrowed his eyes at the foam box now filled with cash. Then he pocketed his phone, cradled the box in his arms, and walked out the living room door. 2 hours later, at 11 o'clock, Lin Qianyu looked at the densely packed notes in her notebook and nodded with satisfaction. These were all the spots fans had suggested might hide secret money. Clutching the notebook, she felt as if she held the world in her hands. Little did she know there was always a higher peak beyond the mountain. Family, let's call it a day. Remember to join me tomorrow for the verification. See you then. With that, Lin Qianyu ended the stream. She considered hiding the notebook under the pillow to prevent Su Bai from peeking and moving the stash. With the collective wisdom of the masses, let's see how long that secret money can hide. At the thought, Lin Qianyu's face lit up with an excited smile as she prepared to rattle off a list of dishes for Su Bai to cook for lunch. But as she pushed open the door, "Honey, what are you doing?" On the other side, Su Bai had just finished securing everything and was whistling cheerfully while carrying the white foam box back into the living room, equally in high spirits. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward again. "Do you prefer watching the secret money hunt or something else? Tomorrow will be different content." If the response is poor, Su Bai swallowed hard, his previously excited expression plummeting to the depths of despair. "Honey." Seeing no response, Lin Qianyu called out again, her gaze toward the white foam box growing wary. "Oh, that. I don't know what's wrong with today's shows, they were putting me to sleep. Then I felt this white foam box was taking up too much space, so I thought I'd take it downstairs to dispose of it." Su Bai fabricated an excuse that even he found utterly unconvincing. "Is that so? Then why did you bring it back?" Lin Qianyu tiptoed over to Su Bai, standing on her toes to peek inside the box. "Give it to me, you'll take care of it later." Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, she placed the box on the floor. Opening it, it was completely empty. She looked up at Su Bai again, inexplicably sensing something odd. "I'm getting older these days, my memory's failing. I forgot that trash disposal in our community is only allowed between 6:09 a.m. and 6:09 p.m. When I went downstairs just now, I saw the dumpster area was locked, so I brought it back." Su Bai rubbed the back of his head, his expression calm. Fortunately, this time, it was about moving the box, not hiding money. Gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Lin Qianyu's stomach. "Honey, are you hungry?" Su Bai patted her head, quickly changing the subject. Lin Qianyu's face flushed as she nodded. "Mom, I don't know why, but I feel hungry faster than before. Honey, could you be?" Su Bai teased with a smile. "How could that be? It's only been a few days for us. Even if I were, it's still just at the fertilized egg stage. That shouldn't affect digestion, right?" Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. "I guess it's just that your cooking is too delicious, luring out the greedy bug in my belly. Honey, for lunch, I want jingjiang, shredded pork, sour cabbage, vermicelli, sweet and sour spare ribs." "Wait. I remember yesterday you ordered braised pork with vermicelli and gobera. Su Bai was bewildered. Do women change their minds this quickly? But I've changed my mind now. Can't you do it, honey? Just think of it as supplementing nutrition for our future baby. Lin Qianyu grabbed Su Bai's arm, shaking it, while acting coquettishly. All right, whatever you say. Su Bai nodded. Since she had brought up the baby, how could he dare refuse? Then I also want a welcome pine. What? Isn't that just cucumber? Wouldn't it be nice to just make a smashed... I forgot to take a picture yesterday, so I have to make up for it today. An hour later. Click. Lin Qianyu put away her phone with satisfaction, pushing the welcome pine towards Su Bai. Honey, you've worked hard. This is your reward. Eat it all yourself. Su Bai TT, so after all that the phone eats first, and she doesn't even take a bite herself. Lin Qianyu picked up a piece of tofu skin, wrapped it with scallions and sauce-drenched shredded pork, and took a mouthful. Wow, honey, you're amazing. She picked up another piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, and seeing Su Bai still hadn't touched his chopsticks, she pointed at the welcome pine. Honey, don't just stare, eat up. Just as Su Bai was about to roll his eyes, a spare rib appeared in his bowl. Honey, meat and vegetables together. Balanced nutrition helps you grow up strong. Ahem. Su Bai's mind immediately went elsewhere. Already fully grown, can't get any bigger. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward again. At 3 p.m. Su Bai drove his car with Lin Qianyu to Ryuten Hot Spring, a hot spring located in the suburbs of Modu. As they got out of the car and saw the wooden gate brimming with natural charm, Lin Qianyu fell in love with the place at first sight. Honey, I thought the hot spring voucher Yalin gave us was for some public bathhouse, but this place is so special. Su Bai looked up at the inscriptions on either side of the gate and smiled faintly. Above one can pluck the moon from the 9 heavens, below one finds the sun and moon in the celestial pool. There were also security guards at the entrance showing excellent safety measures. Walking through the wooden gate, the courtyard was filled with various potted plants, instantly catching guests' eyes, clearly tended by a skilled craftsman. Every potted plant was placed in a very reasonable position, and the flower arrangements above were highly artistic. Perhaps this craftsman was also a flower arranger versed in feng shui. Moreover, an artificial stream ran through the courtyard. Listening to the gentle sound of flowing water, one's worldly worries quietly settled, making it feel like stepping into a paradise completely relaxed. Lin Qianyu and Su Bai stepped lightly on the stone slabs. Beside them, a tea room separated by bamboo fences hosted guests, raising and lowering their cups, exchanging a few words without noise. Glimpses appeared through the gaps, voices heard, but faces unseen, exuding an extraordinary sense of ease and comfort. After walking across the blue stone slabs, they entered the front hall. A large screen stood ahead, elegantly dividing the space. At the reception desk, a woman in a cheongsam greeted them with a smile. Hello, how may I assist you? We have 2 hot spring vouchers. Lin Qianyu handed them over. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist took the vouchers. Ma'am, these vouchers include a 4-hour hourly room. If you need to stay overnight, there's an additional charge of $399. Would you like to proceed? No, thank you. Moments later, the receptionist handed Lin Qianyu 2 key cards. Ma'am, the vouchers have been redeemed. Here are your room cards. They indicate the 2 hot spring rooms assigned to you. The package includes a full set of disposable bathrobes and a buffet breakfast. Enjoy your stay. The 2 took the key cards and walked inside, arriving at the back courtyard. There were 60 rooms in total, each with an elegantly distinctive name: Green Bamboo, Misty Rain, Azure Sky, Listening Pavilion. Among them, 10 were hot spring rooms. The room assigned to Su Bai and Lin Qianyu was the Listening Pavilion hot spring room. Upon entering, the overall decor was still wooden with a minimalist color palette, yet it felt anything but ordinary. Under the bedside lamp, a coffee cup held a note. Happiness is a note floating above you every day. Happiness is an art lurking in your brows every day. Happiness is a realization dancing in your heart every day. Draw your heart with simplicity. May you be happy every day. All the facilities in the room were also international high-end brands, no less than 5-star hotel standards. From the moment they entered the gate, the overall impression was excellent, so much so that a faint smile lingered on Lin Qianyu's face. When she saw the private hot spring pool, she excitedly rushed over. Honey, I heard that soaking in hot springs not only improves mental state, but also helps with high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Hearing this, Su Bai's mouth twitched. Honey, then we should bring our parents along next time. He thought to himself that at his age those 3 highs probably weren't a concern yet. Turning his gaze to the private pool, and then to the tall, graceful Lin Qianyu, a new idea suddenly struck him. Honey, can I discuss something with you? Moi. Well, since we rarely get to soak in hot springs, how about we? Today. Lin Qianyu immediately understood his meaning, and her face flushed crimson. Honey, behave yourself during the day. Su Bai stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind and burying his face in her hair. It's fine, just keep it down a bit. Lin Qianyu, honey, you're so bad. You choose the way. Is that so? Then you said it. I want. 4 hours later, the 2 emerged from the Listening Pavilion hot spring room. Lin Qianyu's face was radiant, while Su Bai stood tall and proud, feeling as if he walked with a breeze. Honey, I think this place is pretty good. We can come and enjoy it often from now on. Su Bai licked his lips, as if savoring the recent experience. It was different from being at home. The change of venue brought them spiritual enjoyment, truly exhilarating. That depends on how you perform from now on. Lin Qianyu pouted, holding Su Bai's arm, her legs a bit weak. I didn't expect Yalin's hot spring vouchers to be so reliable. Honey, are you hungry? Want to go for some buffet? No. I want to go home and eat your cooking. Lin Qianyu shook her head. Ever since she tasted Su Bai's food, she had become addicted to his culinary skills. All right, as you wish. Soon they checked out and arrived at the main gate. Just as they were about to head to the parking lot, both Lin Qianyu and Su Bai stopped in their tracks. Not far from them, beside a trash bin, a ragged woman was rummaging through the bin, occasionally pulling out a plastic bottle, expertly stepping on it to flatten it, then picking it up and tossing it into a woven bag beside her. Next to her sat a little girl in a wheelchair which was old and dilapidated. What was most heartbreaking was that the girl had no legs. The Hello Kitty pants she wore fluttered emptily below, making her look incredibly fragile. The little girl was clutching a worn-out teddy bear. Upon closer inspection, it had turned from white to gray due to age. Mom, Xiao Ai is hungry. The girl patted her stomach and whispered to the woman. The woman paused, trembling slightly, her already furrowed brow forming a deep crease. But when she turned to look at the little girl, her face softened into a doting smile. Xiao Ai, be good. Bear with it a little longer. After we finish searching the next 2 places, I'll sell these, and tonight we won't go hungry. Yay? Then can we have strawberry cake tonight? Xiao Ai's eyes sparkled with hope. But the woman's eyes were filled with helplessness as she patiently explained, not tonight, sweetie. In a couple of days when Mom earns a bit more, I'll buy you a strawberry cake, okay? Okay, Xiao Ai will be good. The little girl nodded. Can we have steamed buns tonight? Yes, Xiao Ai can have 2 big buns tonight. Yay, Xiao Ai is so happy. Then it'll be good and not disturb Mom while she works. The girl began playing with her teddy bear. Teddy, you be good too. At the main gate, Lin Qianyu's eyes instantly welled up at the sight. She gently shook Su Bai's arm. Honey, I want to help them, but I don't have any cash on me. Because Lin Qianyu had been wanting a child herself and was inherently kind-hearted, the scene struck a chord deep within her. Su Bai squinted slightly, gently patted the back of her hand, and nodded. Don't worry, honey. Wait a moment. As for why this mother and daughter were picking up trash in such a remote place, or why the woman with all her limbs intact didn't find a normal job, Su Bai didn't care about any of that. What mattered to him was doing what felt right in the moment. After all, they weren't like those opportunistic beggars who panhandled. They were making a living by collecting scraps. The woman must have had her own reasons for taking this path. It wasn't that Su Bai was overly sentimental, but thinking about his own future children, seeing this scene made his heart inexplicably heavy. The next moment, under Lin Qianyu's astonished gaze, Su Bai reached into his pants. Honey, we still need to maintain some decorum in public, Lin Qianyu said, not quite understanding the situation. She glanced around, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. Su Bai did not respond. Instead, he gave a sharp tug, pulling out an elastic band. Along with it came a string of neatly rolled crimson banknotes. All this. Seeing the money, Lin Qianyu instantly realized what had happened. Her mouth agape, she stared at Su Bai. Honey, you actually hid your secret stash here. Aren't you afraid I'll toss them into the washing machine? Aren't you worried about the smell? Su Bai rubbed his chin, his expression slightly awkward. Well, these are a new pair of pants I just bought, and today is the first time I'm wearing them. It just happened to come in handy. Honey, today's situation is a bit special. You won't be angry, right? This was the first time Su Bai had voluntarily confessed. After all, times were different, and this was a critical moment. Lin Qianyu snorted coldly at first, then replied in a gentle tone, of course not. Are there any other hiding spots for secret money? Today I won't only forgive you, I'll even give you extra points. Honey, you said it yourself. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai felt as if he had received a golden amulet of immunity. He instantly became excited and took a bold step forward. Honey, you. Lin Qianyu paused, about to step back. Don't move. Su Bai directly extended his left hand, pulling Lin Qianyu into his embrace. His right hand reached for the top of her head. That's right, it's this. The next moment, Su Bai released Lin Qianyu, his right hand, now holding an adorable hair clip. Su Bai carefully opened the little bow on the hair clip and pulled out another crimson banknote from inside. Lin Qianyu was about to say something, but Su Bai waved his hand to interrupt her. Don't move, there's more. Then squatting down, he took the nail clipper from his keychain and slowly approached the hem of Lin Qianyu's jeans. Snip, snip. A minute later, both hems of Lin Qianyu's jeans were smoothed out, and he pulled out several banknotes rolled to the size of a lattice cigarette. Lin Qianyu frowned, puzzled. I remember these jeans came from the factory like this. How did you manage to put money inside? Well, one day when you were out, I unstitched the seam and sewed it back myself. Su Bai's eyes darted away, ultimately unable to meet Lin Qianyu's gaze as he replied. So that sewing machine at home wasn't some bargain you stumbled upon. So you learned to use a sewing machine just to hide your secret stash. Faced with Lin Qianyu's double blow, Su Bai could only laugh it off. Honey, it's not as complicated as you think. Everything was just a coincidence. Coincidence? I'd rather believe you won the lottery. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes at Su Bai, thinking that once they got home, she would have to check every piece of clothing. Any more? Yes, just a little more. Su Bai nodded, carefully extracting a 100-yuan bill from his keychain. That's all of it. Lin Qianyu counted and sorted them. 16 bills in total, all 100-yuan notes. Here, you take the money you hid and give it to them yourself. Honey, maybe you should do it. Su Bai waved his hand. What's mine is yours. You and your sweet talk. With that, Lin Qianyu took Su Bai's hand, and they walked together toward the mother and daughter. On the other side, the woman had already finished searching the first trash bin and was about to start on the second. The withered woven bag beside her indicated that the day's harvest had been poor, and the frown on her face had never relaxed. When she saw Lin Qianyu and Su Bai approaching, her body instantly tensed. She immediately returned to the little girl's side, her hands trembling slightly as they gripped the wheelchair. Her eyes fixed on the couple were filled with wariness, as if she feared they might harm her daughter. Lin Qianyu, holding Su Bai's hand, stopped a meter away from the mother and daughter. Extending the neatly arranged money toward the woman, she spoke in a gentle voice. The child's mother, please don't misunderstand. My husband and I just want to offer a small helping hand. The woman remained cautious, staring at Lin Qianyu and Su Bai without reaching out to take the money. Yet when her gaze fell upon the hand holding the cash, it was filled with longing. Dear lady, we truly have no other intentions. We overheard your conversation with your daughter just now. This money doesn't mean much to us, and we can't help in other ways. We just want you and your daughter to have a decent meal. Seeing the woman's wary expression, Su Bai also quickly explained. Then bending down, Su Bai smiled at the little girl. Little one, would you like some strawberry cake? At the mention of strawberry cake, the girl's eyes lit up immediately. But she didn't answer Su Bai. Instead, she pursed her lips, turned to look at her mother, and softly called out, Mom. Child's mother, rest assured we won't harm your daughter. How about this? My wife will leave the money here, and after we leave you can come and pick it up. What do you think? Su Bai looked sincerely into the woman's eyes. When he saw a flicker of hesitation, he gently tugged Lin Qianyu's hand. Lin Qianyu understood immediately. She crouched down, placed the money on the ground, and looked tenderly at the little girl. Little one, you must listen to your mommy, okay? The little girl nodded. Even her young heart could sense that the two people before her were not bad. Thank you, auntie and uncle. Xiao Ai will be a good girl and listen to mommy. Cough, cough. Hearing the girl's address, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. He turned to Lin Qianyu and muttered softly, Honey, why does she call you Annie and me uncle? Out of the mouths of babes, out of the mouths of babes. Lin Qianyu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she glanced at Su Bai, then turned back to the girl. Xiao Ai is such a good girl. The next moment, Lin Qianyu stood up, took Su Bai's hand, and the two walked toward where their car was parked. When the woman saw them go far away, she finally let down her guard, stepped forward, and carefully picked up the money from the ground. As the woman raised her head to look in the direction of Lin Qianyu and Su Bai once more, she choked out two words between sobs, Thank you. Su Bai, who had just opened the car door, paused for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, what a lovely day today. The woman carefully tucked the money into her bosom and returned to the trash bin, continuing to search for plastic bottles and cans. The little girl beside her asked softly, Mommy, does that mean Xiao Ai gets to eat strawberry cake tonight? Yes, yes, the woman replied, her voice tinged with a sob. But this time it was tears of joy. Xiao Ai, remember this. There are still good people in this world. Xiao Ai will remember. Yay. Xiao Ai gets to eat strawberry cake tonight. Xiao Ai is so happy. Inside the car. Honey, why do I feel so lighthearted? Lin Qianyu stretched, feeling a sense of ease from the inside out. Perhaps. Because you are a good person, my dear, Su Bai said, turning his head to look at the mother and daughter. Some are born into hardship. Some are born with a silver spoon. Some are even chosen ones burdened with a system. Maybe. That's life. Suddenly Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. His right foot, which had been about to press the accelerator, lifted again. In Su Bai's line of sight, a young man with silver-dyed hair, holding a girl in scant clothing, walked out of the gate. The silver-haired man also held a half-empty water bottle in one hand. When he saw the trash can, he turned to the girl beside him and said, Baby, wait for me a moment. The girl replied with a coquettish tone. The silver-haired man approached the trash can and drank half of the remaining water. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Excuse me, could I have that bottle? Huh. The silver-haired man turned and saw a woman in tattered clothes, his expression immediately turning displeased. Damn, what bad luck. Why are you people everywhere? He threw the bottle to the ground, water splashing onto the woman. The woman frowned, but dared not say anything, crouching down to pick up the bottle. Suddenly she stumbled and leaned toward the silver-haired man. What do you think you're doing? He kicked her thigh, sending her flying a meter away. Collecting junk all the way out here is one thing, but now you're trying to pull a scam. The security guards at the Sun Moon Lake Hot Spring Gate saw the commotion and wanted to intervene, but upon recognizing the silver-haired man, they held back. Oomph! The woman slowly stood up, clutching her kicked thigh, letting out a muffled groan. The intense pain furrowed her brows, and she could barely stand. She looked up at the silver-haired man, her lips moving, but ultimately said nothing, limping back toward the wheelchair. What are you mumbling about? Looking for death? The woman wanted to let the matter drop, but the silver-haired man was not satisfied. He saw her mouth move and flew into a rage, preparing to teach the unruly woman a lesson. Mommy, Xiao Ai sitting in the wheelchair looked up and let out a piercing scream. She pushed herself up with all her might, trying to shield her mother from the kick. Thump, but without legs for support, Xiao Ai fell from the wheelchair. Even so, she kept crying, Mommy, Mommy, Xiao Ai, are you okay? Seeing her daughter fall, the woman panicked and collapsed to the ground. So she's a cripple. The silver-haired man noticed Xiao Ai and stopped, his face twisting with disgust. Forget it, I'm magnanimous. Let's call it even. He turned and found a man blocking his path, reigniting his irritation. A good dog doesn't block the way. Move aside. He reached out to shove the man away. Did I say you could leave? It was Su Bai standing there with chilling calm, looking at the silver-haired man as if he were already dead. What? You want to stand up for that bad luck charm? The silver-haired man's expression darkened further. Especially seeing his girl watching, he felt humiliated. No, I just wanted to remind you not to be too much of a dog. Show some mercy. While Su Bai blocked the silver-haired man, Lin Qianyu, unfazed by Xiao Ai's dirty clothes, lifted her back into the wheelchair. Don't be scared, Xiao Ai. Big sister is here. Sit tight, okay? After settling Xiao Ai, Lin Qianyu hurried to the woman and helped her up. Sister, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. No need. The woman waved her hands frantically at the mention of the hospital. Struggling to make ends meet, she couldn't afford such a visit. I'm fine. You and that gentleman should go on ahead. He'll be okay. She sniffled, feeling wronged, but unwilling to burden the kind strangers. Honey, don't waste time on him. Just call the police and let them handle it. Lin Qianyu called out to Su Bai, who was still blocking the silver-haired man. She didn't want her husband to get hurt either. The silver-haired man caught Su Bai's meaning. So what do you want? Apologize to them and cover the medical expenses. Su Bai said calmly, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Apologize? The silver-haired man repeated, then let out a strange laugh. Apologize my ass. As he spoke, he raised his clenched fist and swung it at Su Bai's face. Honey, Lin Qianyu screamed in alarm. At that moment, Su Bai moved. He stepped slightly to the right, dodging the incoming fist, and leaned forward. Thump! The silver-haired man felt as if he had been hit by a mountain flying 2 meters away. In the next instant, Su Bai stepped forward, planting his foot on the man's chest, his gaze devoid of emotion. Well, what do you want? Fear crept into the silver-haired man's heart as he met Su Bai's eyes. I said apologize. Su Bai pressed down a bit harder on the man's chest. Of course you can choose not to. Ugh. The silver-haired man grunted, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Bro, let's talk. I'll apologize. Hearing this, Su Bai released his foot. The silver-haired man scrambled to his feet, but when he saw a team rushing out from the gate, his bravado returned. Kid, do you know who I am? The head of this hotel security team is my uncle, and the deputy of the Modu Public Security Bureau is my... Slap. A crisp slap echoed, leaving a deep red handprint on his face. It wasn't Su Bai who struck him, but Luo Tianyu, the security team leader, who had just arrived with the guards. Uncle. The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Uncle, you've got it wrong. He hit me first. The security leader shot the silver-haired man a cold glare, then turned to Su Bai, bowing respectfully. President Su, this incident is our security team's failure. I take full responsibility. Uncle, you must be mistaken. How could he? Slap. Luo Tianyu slapped the silver-haired man again. Apologize to that mother and daughter immediately. This slap sobered the silver-haired man, making him realize Su Bai was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He obediently apologized to the mother and daughter and promised to take them for a medical checkup covering all expenses. President Su, is this handling acceptable? Luo Tianyu asked cautiously. Don't ask me. Ask the mother and daughter. And since this happened at the Sun Moon Lake Hot Springs Gate, it's our responsibility to handle it. Even if this punk wants to take them for a checkup, it'll be under our protection, right? Su Bai gave a meaningful smile, fixing his gaze on Luo Tianyu. Right, absolutely right. I guarantee everything will be arranged properly. Luo Tianyu patted his chest. President Su, what's next? Let it go? No more issues. As for accountability, we'll discuss it later. Su Bai whistled, turned to a stunned Lin Qianyu, and gently took her hand. Honey, let's go home. He also glanced back at the mother and daughter. Don't worry. Everything will be handled properly. Su Bai had no concerns about them being mistreated after he left, as he had assigned someone to follow up. As for the hotel security, it was time for a reorganization. Su Bai led Lin Qianyu back to the car, where she finally snapped out of her shock, replaying the man's commanding demeanor. Was this the same man she knew? Then something occurred to Lin Qianyu, and she pinched Su Bai's waist. Honey, from what that guy said, is this hot spring resort yours too? No matter what kind of man he was still her husband, Su Bai? Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Receiving no response from Su Bai, Lin Qianyu slowly increased the pressure of her fingers, pinching the flesh on his waist. Su Bai could only claim he was distracted, as he couldn't very well admit he was thinking of an excuse. He never expected a simple hot spring trip to expose one of his assets. Having too much wealth was sometimes quite troublesome. What hissing? I haven't even used any strength yet. I'd give you an Oscar before anyone else, Lin Qianyu said, unable to resist patting Su Bai's shoulder. Confess now, is that hot spring resort your property? Alas, Su Bai sighed, a complex smile crossing his face. I knew this day would come. Huh, tell me about it. Su Bai's vague response instantly piqued Lin Qianyu's curiosity, and she leaned her head closer to him. Alas, Su Bai sighed again. This is a sad story. It all started in Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Does this hot spring resort have something to do with Jiangnan? Of course it does. Su Bai straightened his back slightly. Honey, do you know what the most painful thing for a man is, eh? What is it? It's having no right to control money after getting married. After all, men like me who barely spend any money are rare. Su Bai spoke persuasively, hoping to brainwash Lin Qianyu. Are you serious? Lin Qianyu glanced sideways at Su Bai. Sure, some people don't spend much. They just casually buy a luxury mansion. Some people don't spend much. They just accidentally own a company. Some people don't spend much. They're just the boss of a hot spring resort. Some people don't spend much. They just hide a little bit of private savings at home. When she said private savings, Lin Qianyu emphasized the words. Su Bai, how come I never knew you were this impressive before? Stop. Hearing Lin Qianyu's relentless teasing, Su Bai quickly interrupted, feeling like he had shot himself in the foot. Honey, things really aren't what you think. Let's put other matters aside for now. You tell me properly. How does this hot spring resort relate to Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu steered the conversation back, eager to know if Jiangnan had led her husband astray. With the previous incidents of 300 Tang poems and National Rich Women's Directory as warnings, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild in that direction. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Well, that Jiangnan guy, he got married to Yalan too, right? And at home, whatever Yalan says goes. So to have some space for himself, that fellow Jiangnan invested in this hot spring resort. Su Bai sneaked a glance at Lin Qianyu. Seeing her listening intently, he continued, originally, he just wanted to make a little extra cash, but who knew he'd actually make a success of it? And what does that have to do with you? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, staring intently into Su Bai's eyes, trying to see if he was fooling her. It's all that guy's fault. When he invested, he insisted on dragging me along, so I joined in a tiny bit. I never expected it to turn out like this. Su Bai spoke with unwavering conviction. The truth was similar to what he said. He had indeed invested, and Jiangnan had also taken a stake. He had simply swapped their roles. Lin Qianyu nodded. But why have I never heard Yalan mention this? Honey, like I said, Jiangnan invested behind Yalan's back, so it's normal that she didn't know. But I reckon she found out later, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence that she gave you the Sun Moon Lake experience voucher. Su Bai turned his head and, seeing Lin Qianyu still lost in thought, gritted his teeth and added, Honey, if you don't believe me, you can call Jiangnan right now to confirm. No, that would make me look so petty. He'll trust you this once. Lin Qianyu waved her hand. Your wife is very generous. Just as Su Bai thought the matter was settled and prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Qianyu added, Anyway, to thank Yalan for the voucher, I've invited them both over for dinner at our place tomorrow. So honey, you'll be the chef. Su Bai was speechless. So this was the trap waiting for him. But feeling Lin Qianyu's gaze on him, he couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. No problem, it'll make you a perfect feast. Though Su Bai agreed readily, his mind was already racing, plotting to find a chance to coordinate with Jiangnan. One wrong move, and everything would be ruined. Having thought he wouldn't see Jiangnan, Su Bai had planned to pin all the blame on him. Now he had to come up with a new plan. Love you, honey. Lin Qianyu's eyes curved into crescents. Honey, you were so handsome just now. Ha-he, she hummed, mimicking a few moves. Honey, I didn't know you knew self-defense. Where did you learn it? Thinking back to the scene where Su Bai had sent the silver-haired man flying, the cool posture made Lin Qianyu's admiration overflow from her eyes. Honey, you're really amazing. Spill the beans for your wife, won't you? Ahem. Basking in Lin Qianyu's praise, Su Bai straightened his back again. Honey, have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens? You mean the Buddha's palm? Yes, the Buddha's palm. When I was 5 years old, a bald beggar stopped me on the roadside and praised me for having an extraordinary bone structure, a martial arts prodigy rare in a century. After an hour of his flattery, I spent 5 yuan to buy a martial arts manual he claimed was a lost original. And it's thanks to that manual that I am who I am today. Su Bai turned to look at Lin Qianyu in the passenger seat. Honey, that's the origin of my self-defense skills. Su Bai, do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Qianyu had played along until Su Bai finished, only then realizing it was a scene straight out of Kung Fu Hustle. She reached out and pinched his flesh again. Spill it now, or I'll show you my 9 skeleton claw. Honey, you'll talk. Su Bai lowered his voice. Honey, this is a family secret. You must never tell anyone else. Actually, we're a branch of an ancient reclusive clan. Starting from my grandfather's generation, we lived in low-profile seclusion, no longer involved in worldly conflicts. Damn it, are you writing a novel here? Who are you trying to fool? A reclusive clan. Lin Qianyu's face fell. The plot Su Bai had just described was exactly the beginning of an audiobook she had listened to during her nap 3 days ago. Honey, can you make up something less fake? Reclusive. Then you should be living in some undeveloped mountain forest, not in Shanghai. No, if your grandfather lived in seclusion in the mountains, you shouldn't even exist in this world. Honey, you don't understand. Lesser seclusion lies in the wild, moderate seclusion lies in the city, and greater seclusion lies in the court. Only by being in the midst of the hustle and bustle can one truly break free from past grievances. Su Bai, he'll talk. When I was a kid, an uncle who retired from the military taught me. I trained with him for a while, enough to handle 2 or 3 people. That's a bit more believable. Lin Qianyu nodded with satisfaction. Honey, with your imagination, it's a shame you're not writing novels. Honey, I'm hungry. Tonight I want to eat pickled fish. I don't know why, but lately I've been craving something sour. Lin Qianyu licked her lips. Nothing else tastes right. How about you make some pickled radish too? Alright, once we get home, I'll make it for you. Su Bai held the steering wheel with his left hand and lovingly ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair with his right. Gazing ahead, Su Bai curled his lips into a slight smile. There was no uncle who retired from the military. His self-defense skills were actually the combat mastery reward from the system. Of course, being invulnerable to swords and guns or charging through an army to take the enemy general's head was out of the question. Cultivating a golden core, ascending through feather transformation, or achieving immortality was beyond his wildest dreams. At most, he could handle a dozen or so people and protect himself a little. Yet even so, Su Bai felt deeply content. The sun was setting and everything was beautiful. At 9 in the evening, Lin Qianyu and her 2 companions finished dinner, lounging lazily on the sofa. She smacked her lips, still savoring the taste of the pickled fish. It was absolutely delicious. A whole large basin of 5-pound black fish, at least 3 pounds of which had found their way into Lin Qianyu's stomach. Honey, getting that first-class chef certificate was really worth it. Lin Qianyu patted her belly, finally understanding why some women said that marrying a man who could cook would make life more blissful. Indeed, 80% of the women who married chefs became beauties of a certain nation, all chubby and exuding an aura of happiness. No way. To avoid that fate, Lin Qianyu silently vowed to eat only 1 bowl of rice from now on, never again indulging in 2 bowls per meal like the past 2 days, and sometimes even adding half a bowl. Such an appetite surprised even Lin Qianyu herself. Of course, I have a genuine first-class chef certificate, not one of those 30-yuan knockoffs you can buy under the bridge. Huh, there's such a channel? Lin Qianyu asked curiously. Her feet rested directly on Su Bai's thighs, tracing patterns back and forth. I heard it from Jiangnan. In that place, for 30 yuan you can get a fake certificate, and for 50 yuan you can get a release, and they even throw in a pack of dakium and cigarettes. In short, there's nothing you can't get there, only things you can't imagine. Throwing the blame was a momentary pleasure, and doing it repeatedly brought continuous joy. In just a few days, Su Bai had mastered the art of shifting the blame onto Jiangnan without a change in expression. After all, going by that guy's nature, he probably had already taken many falls for him over at Yalan. 50 yuan. What kind of place is that? Is it fun? Lin Qianyu asked like a curious child, not hesitating to inquire about things she didn't understand. It's a place for men's activities, dear. You might not be suited to go there. Lin Qianyu instantly grasped what place it was. Honey, is that place really that cheap? I used to hear from my roommate that it's usually 500 to 1,000, and even more in special circumstances. Well, the market is polarized. Some with strong spending power go to high-end clubs, while those who can't afford much, like migrant workers who want to relieve themselves but are reluctant to spend, settle for such places. Su Bai explained with a smile. Some wealthy people even drive to schools. And some, when they reach a certain age, even go with men. That's disgusting. I know about the school thing, but the homosexual part, I can't even think about it. Lin Qianyu quickly shook her head, avoiding the mental image. So, honey, have you ever been there? Impossible. I would never do such a thing. Su Bai stated, firmly unwilling to joke about his own innocence. Dear, our conversation is taking a weird turn. Why are you asking about such channels? No reason, just thinking that if some special situation arises, it could be a backup. What are you thinking? What special situation could there be? Su Bai reached out and pinched Lin Qianyu's cheek. Why look for a bridge when you have me? Yeah, I know. Lin Qianyu nestled her head against Su Bai's chest. By the way, honey, you forgot to make me pickled radish tonight. Su Bai glanced down at Lin Qianyu, wondering if it was his imagination, but he felt his wife seemed a bit different. In the past, Lin Qianyu had never been so fixated on food. Silly, pickled radish needs to marinate. You'll be able to eat it when you wake up tomorrow morning. It won't taste good now. Su Bai played with Lin Qianyu's small hand. Smooth and soft, very pleasant. He glanced again at the lovely woman in his arms. If only she weren't so strict about his hidden money, she would be truly adorable. Alright, but I must have pickled radish tomorrow. I'm already craving it. Lin Qianyu gently shook her head like a docile kitten. Suddenly, she sat up and scanned the living room with her eyes. Dear, what are you looking for? Still searching for hidden money? Yeah. Lin Qianyu looked around again. Honey, I feel like there's still a lot of hidden money stashed around here. With that, she pulled out her phone. Look, there are several red dots in the living room. Where do you think the money is? Su Bai blinked. Dear, is it possible that the money grew legs and ran away? You could run away, but they never will. They'll all obediently crawl out sooner or later. Lin Qianyu raised her little fist and gritted her teeth. Honey, I'm telling you seriously, I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm familiar with all your tricks for hiding money. From now on, call me Conan-yu. What the hell? Conan-yu. What a bizarre combination. But let's see if this girl can actually find the money he hid. If it were that easy, wouldn't his 2 years of hiding be in vain? He gave a light slap on Lin Qianyu's soft spot, then stood up and stretched. Honey, I'll take a shower first. They'll be waiting for you in the bedroom. Go ahead. Lin Qianyu waved her hand, still scanning the living room, while muttering under her breath. Should she bring all these furniture when they moved? 20 minutes later, Su Bai, wrapped in a bathrobe, walked into the bedroom and saw Lin Qianyu standing quietly by the wardrobe, seemingly in a dilemma. Dear, what are you thinking? Hearing Su Bai's voice, Lin Qianyu raised her right hand, revealing a pair of scissors, and pointed at a pile of clothes. I'm thinking. Maybe there's hidden money in there too. Should I check? Su Bai followed her gaze and immediately understood her intention. Dear, if you're going to check, why only my clothes? Because I'm reluctant to ruin mine. Lin Qianyu said innocently. After all, I'm a girl, and I need a few nice outfits when going out. Honey, I think that denim jacket I bought for you recently might have some issues. Let's verify. Su Bai looked at the wardrobe. Lin Qianyu's clothes occupied 3/4 of it, while his own accounted for 1/4 with some leftover space. Even so, she still wanted to use his clothes for verification. No, please spare me, honey. That's a new jacket you bought me, and I haven't even worn it yet. My. I'll do it myself. 2 minutes later, Su Bai pulled out 4 pieces of clothing from the pile. Here, that's all of them. That's better. Lin Qianyu, having achieved her goal, showed 2 cute little fangs. Honey, that's obedient. Love you. Seeing Su Bai's aggrieved expression, Lin Qianyu leaned close to his ear. Don't be upset. Tonight I'll listen to you. You said it. Su Bai instantly perked up, ready for action. If you still can. As she said this, Lin Qianyu blushed. I'll go take a shower. Be good and wait for me. After all the hours spent in the private hot spring pool at Ryuten Hot Spring Resort, that afternoon hadn't been idle. A man can never say he can't. Su Bai patted his chest. Tonight I'll show you who's the real master of this house. That depends on your performance, honey. Girls generally take longer to shower than boys with body wash, exfoliation lotion, and so on from head to toe. Half an hour later, Lin Qianyu, wrapped in a bathrobe, floated lightly to Su Bai's side like a bird. Seeing Su Bai lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Lin Qianyu brought her lips close to his ear and whispered softly, Honey, are you asleep? Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, looking at his wife's large expressive eyes. He opened his arms and pulled Lin Qianyu into his embrace. The big bad wolf is going to eat the little rabbit. The next morning, Su Bai woke up to the mess scattered across the floor and couldn't help but shake his head. This girl, she was both inexperienced and addicted with an insatiable appetite for fun. As he recalled the previous night's events, Su Bai straightened his back and lifted his chin, his demeanor instantly brimming with newfound confidence. Did you really think I was just a rideshare driver aimlessly drifting through each day? Did you believe that a bit of belly fat could slow me down? Did you assume my daily push-ups were all for nothing? My core strength is beyond what ordinary people can match, you know. Su Bai turned his head to glance at Lin Qianyu, still sprawled on the bed, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Never mind, he thought she was worn out from last night. He might as well whip up a beautiful breakfast for her. But just as he took 2 steps, his feet suddenly gave way, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing back onto the bed. Damn it, I'll have to take it easier from now on. This kind of activity needs moderation. Too much repetition does more harm than good. Or was it because of that particular move? Su Bai shook his head, resolving to strengthen his self-control from now on. After all, he was just the plow, and no matter how hard he worked, the field would never wear out. He quickly washed his face, slipped into his slippers, and headed to the kitchen. What did that girl say she wanted to eat last night? He muttered. Sour radish. That's right, sour radish. Su Bai retrieved a jar of pickled sour radishes and began to prepare them. He'll cook some congee and make a sandwich. Perfect. Half an hour later, as he arranged all the breakfast dishes on the table, Lin Qianyu sauntered out lazily. Her tousled hair draped casually over her shoulders, making her look like a sleepy kitten. Approaching the table, she picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of sour radish, and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. Instantly, she snapped out of her languid state, her eyes lighting up at the heart-shaped sandwich on the plate. Honey, you worked hard. Moi? Moi? Su Bai blew her a kiss in return and began serving himself a bowl of congee. Honey, Yalin and Jiangnan will be here around 10, so remember to prep the ingredients first, Lin Qianyu reminded him after swallowing a mouthful of congee. Don't worry, you'll check what's left in the fridge and grab more if needed. Half an hour later, in the living room, Lin Qianyu had dried her hair, applied some light makeup, and was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, opening her live stream. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Miss Lin grows more beautiful by the day, and this humble one misses you dearly. Did you enjoy the hot spring trip yesterday? Which one did you visit? I notice your complexion is rosy today. You must have endured something extraordinary last night. Stop, Lin Qianyu interrupted. Did you all just time travel here? Why are you speaking so formally today? As she read the comments about the hot spring, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Let bygones be bygones. Ahem, you've got me sidetracked. Today let's get down to business and see if we can find some hidden money in those places we guessed yesterday. Lin Qianyu held up a pen and paper. Success all depends on the wisdom of our fans. Meanwhile, Su Bai had finished washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen. He opened the fridge, scanned the remaining ingredients, and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Honey, I'm going to the market to buy some fresh seafood. Since Yalan and Jiangnan are coming, I want to prepare a big dish for them. Sure, go ahead and come back soon, Lin Qianyu replied casually. Oh, by the way, honey, I remember we have some walnuts at home. I'm planning to grind them with peanuts, sesame, and black beans to make a multi-grain mix. We can all have some together. Walnuts? Oh no. How could this be? Su Bai froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Honey, why the sudden craving? You don't usually like walnuts. I don't know, I woke up feeling a bit unfocused today. I heard walnuts are good for the brain, so I thought I'd give it a try and see if it works, Lin Qianyu said, touching her head. I remember those jars of walnuts are thin-shelled, right? If they were hard-shelled, I couldn't crack them open. Why go through all that trouble? I can just buy some ready-made for you, Su Bai tried to persuade her. Think about it. Cracking walnuts, grinding them. It's a lot of time and effort. The live stream viewers sensed something was off. Something's not right. Don't you think the host's husband is acting strange today? He's dragging his feet, not being his usual decisive self. Could there be a big secret here? I think the grinder might be the issue, or he wouldn't keep trying to stop her from making the mix. His eyes are darting around, and he's fidgeting. He's definitely thinking something over. Looks like there's drama brewing today. Lin Qianyu ignored Su Bai's suggestion and headed to the kitchen. Honey, I don't trust store-bought mixes. Who knows what they add? Homemade is safer. You go buy groceries, and by the time you're back, they'll be almost done, she said, opening the overhead cabinet and pulling out a jar full of walnuts. Besides, these have been sitting here for a while. If we don't use them, they'll go bad. Hearing no response from Su Bai, Lin Qianyu opened the jar and turned around. Oh, honey, are you a ghost? How come you walk without making a sound? Su Bai had appeared beside her without her noticing, his eyes fixed intently on the jar in her hands. I was worried you might have trouble cracking them, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Don't worry, I've cracked thin-shelled walnuts before. It's easy, Lin Qianyu said, pulling one out. Suddenly, she felt something was off and turned to look at him. Honey, you're acting a bit weird today. Su Bai jolted, putting on a hurt expression. Weird? Imperfectly fine. Is it wrong to care about you? Alright, I was wrong to suspect you. Love you. Lin Qianyu grabbed a walnut and a nutcracker from the drawer, carefully placing the nut inside. Su Bai watched with rapt attention, a hint of tension in his expression. After days of practice, Lin Qianyu had learned to be more observant. She sneaked a glance at Su Bai. Good heavens. Was cracking a walnut really worth such focus? Wait a minute. A spark of insight lit up in her mind. Something out of the ordinary always hides a secret. Given Su Bai's usual personality, he would never act like this. The truth could only be one thing. Lin Qianyu looked down at the walnut in the cracker. No way. Was there something inside this walnut? I bet a pack of spicy strips. There's something fishy in there. Are you crazy from hunting for hidden money? That's an unopened walnut, you know. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as the walnut split open under the pressure. In Lin Qianyu's view, the shell was just a shell, and the kernel was just a kernel. Nothing unusual. Frowning at her mistaken judgment, she thought that can't be right. Maybe the cracker is the problem. She examined it closely, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. Close call. Good thing he had been cautious. Though he knew Lin Qianyu rarely ate walnuts, he had still tampered with the jar. The top layer was all real walnuts. The bottom layer, however, held specially processed ones. As long as she didn't crack them all open, he should be safe. Honey, since everything's fine, I'll head to the market now. Sure, go ahead, Lin Qianyu replied, reaching for another walnut. Crack. Another crisp sound. Just as Su Bai was about to leave the kitchen, he felt a murderous aura emanating from behind him. Honey. Su Bai turned around slowly to see Lin Qianyu's smirking face. In the cracked walnut lay a folded 100-yuan bill. The live stream audience burst into laughter, while the host's husband got caught red-handed first thing in the morning. After instant noodles and beer bottles, now walnuts. Can you grow a cash tree? How did he even do that? Can you plant a walnut tree that grows money? To find his hidden cash, you can't use common sense. This is like a calf doing a one-armed backflip. One incredible feat after another. Honey, these walnuts are quite precious, aren't they? Ahem, honey, this. Su Bai's expression turned awkward, and he felt utterly defeated. This didn't make sense. He clearly remembered the top layer was genuine. How did this slip happen? Could it be that when he arranged them, one disobedient walnut rolled up? And then Lin Qianyu happened to pick that one. At Lin Qianyu's smile, Su Bai felt a shiver run through his entire body. He wished he had gone to the market to buy groceries instead of lingering there. Now look at the situation. Awkward, wasn't it? How was he supposed to salvage this? Su Bai's eyes darted left and right just as he thought he was about to be reprimanded by Lin Qianyu. Honey, I'm really curious how you managed to put it inside. Lin Qianyu spoke. This time it was no longer an interrogation nor an inquiry into the origin of the secret stash, but a curiosity about how the private money ended up inside the walnut. What? Su Bai was stunned, momentarily unable to react. How had this girl's attitude changed? Su Bai stepped forward, gently touching Lin Qianyu's forehead with the back of his hand, his expression very puzzled. No fever. Seeing Su Bai's gesture, Lin Qianyu understood immediately and lightly brushed his hand away. Stop fooling around. Tell me quickly how you managed to put the money inside. Honey, you're not going to pursue this. Su Bai still found it somewhat unbelievable. Anyone would have some reaction to this kind of thing. No reaction at this moment was the most terrifying thing. Honey, you don't have a little notebook in your heart frantically deducting points from me, do you? Honey, what are you thinking? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but sigh. Do you think your wife's heart is that small? Actually, I thought it through last night. Rather than making you go through all this trouble to hide secret money, it's better for me to loosen up a bit on you. Lin Qianyu pinched the flesh on Su Bai's shoulder. After all, you are the man of this house. I'm even happier that you're good at making money. Su Bai blinked, his heart also filled with conflict. Not hiding secret money was impossible. After all, this wasn't just about his personal income. Some special rewards from the system were also very important. Speaking of which, after 2 more days of check-ins, he would be able to reap new rewards. He wondered what the special reward would be this time. Honey, should I just choose to confess and seek leniency? Su Bai asked tentatively. No, honey, I have an idea. Lin Qianyu directly refused, grabbing Su Bai's hand and shaking it. Since you've already hidden the secret money, let's play a game. Moi. Su Bai was even more confused, not knowing what scheme this girl was cooking up. Honey, tell me about it. Lin Qianyu smiled and said, Honey, from now on, let's make 3 agreements. First, no matter how much secret money you are found to have in the future, your wife will not delve into it, get angry, or ask about it. Second, no matter what, we cannot give each other the silent treatment, nor can we do things like kicking each other out of the house. Third, I, Lin Qianyu, swear that I will only love my husband Su Bai for my entire life. After hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai was even more baffled. Honey, I love you too. But he still couldn't figure out what these sudden 3 agreements had to do with the game. Honey, what is this game you mentioned? Su Bai continued to ask. I want to play a cat and mouse game with my husband. Although I won't be angry when I find new secret stashes in the future, the ownership of the money will be temporarily in my keeping. Lin Qianyu winked playfully. But rest assured, honey, when you need the money, it will still belong to you. It's settled. Su Bai agreed directly. Honey, you can't go back on your word. For Su Bai, this was a good thing. From now on, if his secret money was discovered again, he wouldn't have to waste brain power thinking of excuses. Emma might want to go back on it. Lin Qianyu nodded her little head. Actually, this also adds a bit of fun to our lives. It's quite interesting, don't you think? It's like playing hide and seek. When we were kids, one person hides, one person seeks. It's so much fun. For some reason, watching Lin Qianyu mutter to herself like this, Su Bai found her incredibly adorable. He just wondered when this girl finally discovered all his truths whether she could still remain so composed. After all, the secret money he had hidden was quite astonishing. Honey, I want to ask, what made you come to this decision? Su Bai was happy, but he still wanted to know the reason for this girl's change in attitude. Honey, it's obvious you haven't been following my Douyin account. Lin Qianyu sniffled twice, as if remembering something, and her mood turned somewhat somber. Last night, in the middle of the night, Lin Qianyu had woken up due to a bathroom urge. But after she finished and got back into bed, she couldn't fall back asleep. Bored, Lin Qianyu turned on her phone and started scrolling through the recently uploaded videos about finding secret money. It was fine until she saw them, but then Lin Qianyu was dumbfounded. In the comments section, someone had started a trend, and it was a chorus of condemnation. Does any man really think hiding secret money after handing over the salary card is something to be proud of? Isn't this a tragedy? The video is funny, but the underlying message shouldn't be overthought. Men really have it hard. Is the streamer deliberately trying to stir up controversy? Men and women are independent individuals and family status should be equal. To be honest, I really don't like this feeling. It's a typical domineering feminazi style. Trash streamer am the first to oppose this anyway. I think the male lead is even the head of a company, yet he has no status. I wonder how he manages the company. Men are under so much work pressure, and they have to suffer like this at home. What's the point of marriage? Might as well stay single. Boring him out. Looking at the unanimous condemnation in the comments, Lin Qianyu was utterly shocked. She usually posted content, but never paid much attention to the comments. She never expected her actions would cause such a backlash. Carefully pondering the content of the comments, Lin Qianyu also felt that her actions had been somewhat excessive. She gently turned over, looking at Su Bai sleeping soundly beside her at the smile on his lips. Lin Qianyu's tears immediately streamed down uncontrollably. This man must have been so tired these past 2 years. Looking back at the comments, Lin Qianyu also felt a bit of grievance inside. She had never thought that far, and she had absolutely no so-called feminazi intentions. Previously, it was Su Bai who voluntarily handed over his salary card. After all, the mortgage pressure in Shanghai was really high. The combined salaries of the two after paying the mortgage and some expenses left almost nothing. The rest had to be saved just in case some unavoidable disaster caused them to default on the mortgage and lose the house to foreclosure. Besides that, Lin Qianyu was also responsible for the insurance of everyone in the family and the expenses for both sets of parents. But Lin Qianyu recalled that after she had discovered the secret money, some of her actions had indeed failed to consider her man's feelings. After all, this man was the head of the family. When real problems arose, he was the one who had to shoulder the heavy burden. Moreover, from the very first day she met this man, he had never let her suffer a single day of grievance. He loved her so much, yet she. Lin Qianyu turned off her phone, reached out, and gently caressed Su Bai's face, stroking the stubble that had just grown. Having a husband like this made this life worthwhile. Honey, what's wrong? Feeling Lin Qianyu's low mood, Su Bai became a bit anxious. Nothing, honey. Yuer has always loved you. Silly, I love you too. Su Bai gently pulled Lin Qianyu into his arms, opening his phone with one hand. Seeing the comment, Su Bai immediately understood what had happened. He gently cupped Lin Qianyu's face with both hands. Honey, don't care too much about what others think. They haven't experienced what we've been through, so they can't truly empathize. Honey, I understand what you're saying, but I am a streamer after all. Spreading this kind of mindset is indeed somewhat wrong. Lin Qianyu sniffled, her eyes red. And my actions were also a bit too much. Marriage is about two people, and I didn't consider it well enough. Silly. Su Bai gently wiped the tears from Lin Qianyu's face. You are my treasure. You don't need to worry about so much from now on, okay? Otherwise I'll have to give you a good lesson. Honey, you're so good to me. Feeling Su Bai's love, Lin Qianyu felt a bit better inside. Be good, listen to me, okay? Don't think about unnecessary things from now on. Life is only so long, living happily is the most important thing. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's little nose. And some people might not even know what's going on, they're just following the crowd. But I will make changes from now on. Little silly. In the live stream room. Am I getting a mouthful of dog food early in the morning again? I really envy the streamer for having a man who loves her so much. Actually, everyone has their own way of life. I personally think living in harmony and happiness is the most important. Everyone has a point. It's just that they stand in different places and see problems from different angles. But public opinion is really scary nowadays. Many people have gotten depression because of it. I heard a certain celebrity committed suicide because of it not long ago. Kids are under a lot of pressure too. They give up everything for grades. A classmate of my child even ended his life due to excessive pressure. It scared me so much that I no longer dare to demand rankings from my children at home. As long as they live healthily and happily, that's fine. Honey, but one thing is one thing. I found this secret money, so what do you think? Comforted by Su Bai, Lin Qianyu's mood recovered. It's yours. Yeah, but honey, how exactly did you hide the money inside? Lin Qianyu once again voiced the question in her heart, which was also the question of the vast number of netizens. Look, honey. Su Bai directly picked up the previously opened walnut, took out the walnut kernel, and put it in his mouth. So delicious. I just gently split the walnut in half, carefully took out the walnut kernel inside, folded the banknote into a small ball, put it in, and finally glued it back together. The final product is the walnut you see. Tisk tisk tsk. After hearing Su Bai's explanation, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Honey, with craftsmanship like this, it's a real shame you're not working as a walking 50,000 in another country. But honey, I don't think you'd be willing to let your lovely wife slowly crack open all these walnuts, would you? I wouldn't dare to trouble you, honey. I'll do it myself. Honey, you said it. Lin Qianyu pulled out a few more cans of walnuts from the drawer. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a few more of hubby's specially processed walnuts in here. Su Bai was instantly dumbfounded. Honey, can we discuss something? Let me slowly crack these open later, or my hands will be rubbed raw. How come your hands didn't get rubbed raw when you were putting them in? Lin Qianyu said with a smile. They'll let you off for today. First go buy some groceries, honey. I reckon Yalin and her partner will be arriving soon. Alright. Su Bai quickly grabbed a shopping bag. Honey, you'll be off then. Drive slowly on the road, no rush. Got it. What a pity. I was hoping to grab a little stool, crack some sunflower seeds, and enjoy a beer while watching Brother by Crush Walnuts online. I've noticed the streamer has become much more considerate. Could searching for hidden money actually improve a wife? I should go hide some private funds myself. Brother, upstairs, may you be safe. I fear even your underwear might be stripped away. Remember to report back safely. If there's no news, you'll just have to wish you a smooth journey. Streamer start explaining. Let's see if our guesses from yesterday were right. I think there's more material in the kitchen. Streamer, why don't you check again? Lin Qianyu glanced at the comments, thought for a moment, and nodded. Folks, I think you're absolutely right. The next moment, starting from the refrigerator, she launched another thorough search of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just gotten into the car downstairs. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent Jiang Nan a text message. Target 1 exposed. Initiate Plan A. Shortly after he received Jiang Nan's reply, received. Only then did Su Bai's anxious heart settle. To make everything seem more reasonable, what a painstaking effort it was. Glancing at the steering wheel, Su Bai thought for a moment, and then made another phone call. 3 minutes later, after learning that the mother and daughter had been properly taken care of, he nodded in satisfaction. Pretty efficient. It seems I can continue to watch from the sidelines. I've done all I can, the rest of the path is theirs to walk. What should I cook for lunch? Su Bai rubbed his nose. Since Jiang Nan was coming, he had to prepare something special, or else it wouldn't do justice to their 4 years of wingman camaraderie in college. Well, pig trotters would be perfect, very fitting for his persona. But what did that kid mention the other day? Something about an imbalance between supply and demand. Right, demand exceeding supply. Then he'll need to add a pound of beef, a dozen oysters chives, and finally 2 lamb kidneys. That'll ensure he leaves without regrets, radiating confidence. If he loses in certain aspects, how can he hold his head high in front of a woman? I've got to give him a good boost. He'll have 2 kidneys myself, or else my legs will feel weak. With that thought, Su Bai couldn't wait any longer. He stepped on the gas and sped off toward the market. An hour later, Su Bai returned excitedly from the market carrying 2 large bags of premium goods. As he pushed open the door, he called out, "Honey, I'm home." There was no sign of Lin Qianyu in the living room or kitchen. She was probably streaming in the bedroom. Su Bai carried everything into the kitchen and instinctively opened the fridge for a look. Seeing the arrangement inside, he paused. Good grief, this girl still can't let go of the kitchen. Noticing the drinks were out of place, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Though the types and order of the drinks in the fridge seemed fine, the sequence was off. Lin Qianyu never touched carbonated drinks like happy water for couch potatoes. So the truth was obvious. She had searched this fridge. She must have thought those plastic bottles also contained hidden money and flipped each one over to check the bottom. But the law may be high, yet the devil is higher. If it were that simple, how could Su Bai be hailed as the ceiling of hiding private funds? Now in no time he was revered as the godfather by countless married men, all eager to pledge allegiance and learn his craft. Glancing at the sequence, Su Bai picked a specific bottle, opened it, and gulped it down in one go. Then he rearranged the remaining bottles. They're no problem at all. After organizing all the ingredients, Su Bai suddenly turned around and looked at the kitchen. Something felt missing. Where were the walnuts? The walnuts were gone. Damn, could it be? His heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace to the master bedroom and pushed open the door. There sat Lin Qianyu on a stool by the window holding a nutcracker. Several walnut jars were empty, the table covered in shells. Only one jar remained with 3 walnuts yet to be cracked. Honey, why did you do it yourself? Seeing this, Su Bai's heart trembled. He only hoped it wasn't too late to salvage things. Hubby, you're back. Lin Qianyu was interacting with the livestream fans and turned around at the sound. I had nothing better to do, so I got to work. And took the chance to see how many walnuts you had tampered with. I never knew until I started. The number is quite something. Out of 120 walnuts, 84 were tampered with, totaling 830 yuan. Hubby, you really have patience when hiding money. They'll take this into safekeeping for now. Lin Qianyu counted again and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, 83 bills. This must be the joy of counting money. 84 walnuts, 830 yuan. Could it be? Honey, you only got 830 yuan right. Su Bai asked tentatively. Hubby, now that you mention it, I remember. Besides the money, I found this when cracking the walnuts. Lin Qianyu picked up a key from the table and looked at Su Bai teasingly. I searched the whole house, but couldn't find a box that fits this key. None of the doors accepted either. So, hubby, what do you think? Though her words trailed off, the implication was crystal clear. Seeing that familiar key, Su Bai felt awful. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. He had planned to secretly open all the walnuts while returning from grocery shopping, sneak the key away, and relocate it. He never expected this girl to break the routine and become so diligent today. See, Brother Bai is stunned. That key must hide a big treasure. It's a lucky accident. If the streamer hadn't failed to find any hidden cash in the kitchen or bedroom and gotten bored enough to crack walnuts, she'd never have discovered this key inside. I seriously suspect this key is Brother Bai's backup plan. Normally finding cash in the walnuts would stop anyone from thinking further. But today, by sheer coincidence, the streamer found this key among the money-stuffed walnuts. But from now on, I can't trust Baidu anymore. Look at all the spots we summarized yesterday morning. Not a single one had hidden cash. Baidu is damn unreliable. Brother upstairs, have you forgotten? Baidu's unreliability isn't just for a day or two, it's been ages. Even for a minor issue like a cold and runny nose, if you search Baidu, it'll tell you it's cancer, and you'd better prepare your funeral. Hubby, whose key is this? I've already found the key, so don't keep it secret. Lin Qianyu stared at Su Bai, blinking from time to time. Su Bai opened his mouth, but hesitated. Hubby, you can choose not to tell me. Then he'll renovate the whole house until I find a lock that matches this key. Renovate? No way. Su Bai jolted and quickly said, Honey, let's talk this out. It's just a key, no big deal. Until all his hidden funds were safely relocated, renovation was out of the question. He had to cut his losses. All for the sake of life. Oh heavens, please send someone to save me. The doorbell suddenly rang. Su Bai's eyes lit up. Could there really be a divine being in this world? One that heard his plea. Honey, what do you think? Su Bai pointed at the living room door, then at the key in Lin Qianyu's hand. Answer the door first. We'll talk about the key later. At the entrance of the residential complex, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were waiting for the host upstairs to open the door. Honey, what's in that box you're carrying? Jiang Nin asked curiously, eyeing the brown case in Yolan's hand. In his other hand, he held a box of tea leaves and a bottle of wine, while the other carried a fruit basket. Since they were visiting as guests, it was only proper to bring some gifts. I haven't seen Qianyu in 2 months, so I prepared a little surprise for her, Yalan said, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at the case in her hand, a peculiar smile spreading across her face. Seeing Yalan smile, Jiang Nan's entire body trembled. Honey, don't smile like that. It gives me the creeps. Whenever he did something wrong and saw her with that expression, his skin would crawl. It was never a good sign. Can you give me a hint? What kind of gift is it? Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Nan reached out and tapped the brown case in Yalan's hand. She gave him an odd look, then leaned in and whispered something in his ear. When he heard what she said, he was completely stunned. Honey, isn't that a bit too harsh? I don't care. Su Bai is always trying to lead you astray. This time he needs to learn his lesson. Hearing this, Jiang Nan shuddered again, lost in thought. He hadn't realized his wife held such a grudge against Su Bai. Had he been putting too much blame on Su Bai all this time? He'd have to be more careful in the future and not keep dumping everything on one person, or it might eventually lead to disaster. The gift his wife had prepared was utterly inhumane. It would be the end of Su Bai. He was well aware of some of Su Bai's tricks. What's wrong? Do you want one too? Yalan suddenly turned to Jiang Nan with a smile. No, we don't need that at home. I think Su Bai's family is the one that really needs it. You're so thoughtful, honey, Jiang Nan immediately conceded. After all, his wife was a tigress, nothing like Lin Qianyu's gentle nature. And his own tail wasn't exactly clean. If they had such a device at home, he'd probably end up sleeping on the streets. Yalan and Jiang Nan. Hey, Bai, good afternoon. The door's open. Bye. Jiang Nan was about to warn Su Bai, but the line went dead. Jiang Nan's lips twitched involuntarily. Bro, it's not that I didn't want to warn you. I gave you the chance, but you didn't take it. At the living room door, Su Bai soon greeted Jiang Nan and Yalan. Bro, long time no see. Welcome. Su Bai called out cheerfully, then nodded to Yalan. Qianyu is in her room. She'll be out soon. Please come in and sit. Long time no see. Didn't Jiang Nan say you two went fishing together just the day before yesterday? Yalan asked with confusion. Jiang Nan broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly uneasy. He could only frantically signal Su Bai from behind Yalan's back. Not now, not already caught red-handed. Catching Jiang Nan's signal, Su Bai quickly understood. This guy had been using him as an excuse at home, probably claiming they were drinking, fishing, or doing other things together. Well, a day apart feels like 3 years. It's been ages since I last saw you, Yalan. Su Bai quickly explained, inwardly relieved that Lin Qianyu hadn't come out yet, or they would have been truly busted. That's more like it. Yalan nodded, not pressing further. Here, this is a gift I prepared for Qianyu. Oh, you really shouldn't have. Just your presence is enough, Su Bai said as he took the brown case. With packaging like this, it must be quite valuable. You've gone to so much trouble. Why don't you open it and see what it is? Jiang Nan chimed in again, doing his best to help. Sensing the implication in Jiang Nan's words, Su Bai took a closer look at the brown case in his hands. Rectangular this size. A chill ran down Su Bai's spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Combined with Jiang Nan's strange tone, could it be the legendary domestic violence weapon, a washboard, or a metal keyboard? If it really was that kind of gift, he'd rather not have it. It would be far too terrifying to keep at home. When Su Bai looked up at Yalan and saw the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, his ominous feeling grew even stronger. Yalan, you're here. I've missed you so much. Lin Qianyu emerged from the bedroom and rushed over excitedly at the sight of Yalan. I've missed you too. That's why I brought you a little gift, Yalan said, slipping off her shoes as she pointed to the case in Su Bai's hand. Trust me, sis, this gift will definitely come in handy. Oh, Yalan's words piqued Lin Qianyu's curiosity. Then I have to take a good look. With that, Lin Qianyu took the case from Su Bai's hands and carefully opened it under everyone's gaze. The moment he saw what was inside, Su Bai's pupils dilated involuntarily, and his entire body trembled slightly. The contents were utterly terrifying to him. When he looked up at Yalan again, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. What had he done to offend this woman? When he shifted his puzzled gaze to Jiang Nan, it suddenly dawned on him. If looks could kill, Jiang Nan would have been sliced to pieces by Su Bai 1,000 times over. If looks could send someone to hell, Su Bai would have cast Jiang Nan into the 18th level of hell, making him experience every single layer. Good grief, this was digging up the roots. Compared to metal keyboards, washboards, or durians, this thing dealt the most devastating blow to Su Bai. Even the atomic bomb in Japan or the nuclear leak in South Korea paled in comparison to this weapon. It was like playing do diju and finding your opponent had all 4 twos and both jokers. There was no way to win. Nan, come with me for a moment, Su Bai called out to Jiang Nan, leading the way toward the balcony. Behind them, Lin Qianyu was eagerly reading the instruction manual. Yalan smiled and said, Qianyu, you've been all over the news lately. Douyin is full of those skits about you finding hidden money. I haven't seen you in a while, so I thought I'd bring you a little gift. After much thought, I decided this was the most fitting one. I believe that with this, finding hidden money will be a breeze. Lin Qianyu read the instructions happily and replied, Yalan, you're truly my best sister. With this ultimate weapon in hand, how could she ever lose the game between her and Su Bai from now on? On the balcony, 2 men were looking at the scenery with worried expressions. Brother, by my condolences. Jiang Nan took the initiative to pat Su Bai on the shoulder, his expression slightly awkward. After all, it all started because Jiang Nan had dumped too much blame on Su Bai, which led to his wife Yalan visiting to deliver a mysterious gift. Su Bai couldn't help rolling his eyes, his mind still frantically thinking of countermeasures. Otherwise he would really be hurt badly. In considering whether to mutually hurt each other, Su Bai sighed leisurely. Brother Bai, give me a chance. Jiang Nan shrank his neck and shivered. We should unite against external threats at this moment, not fight among ourselves, otherwise we'd be playing into the hands of those two women. How can I give you a chance? A big killer like this, which even I couldn't think of, you dared to let your wife send it. What use are you to me? Su Bai grew more depressed as he thought, and there wasn't even a hint of news leaking out, otherwise I could have prepared in advance and been on guard. Fortunately, he had transferred quite a bit of assets earlier, or he would be completely finished. This bizarre system was something else. Even giving money had to be done in secret. Su Bai had suspected more than once that the system was also a henpecked husband. Like in some novel plots, formidable figures from other parallel worlds transmigrated into his body and became the system. Brother Bai, I didn't have a choice before, but now I just want to be your right-hand man. Jiang Nan patted his chest. I didn't know my wife had been secretly pulling this off. I wanted to warn you downstairs just now, but you didn't give me a chance. Jiang Nan turned to glance at Su Bai, who asked you to become an internet celebrity now. As soon as Yalan heard about it, she got someone to prepare this gift. I only found out about it 5 minutes earlier than you. Are you playing infernal affairs with me? I didn't have a choice before. Then how about you go inside and plead for me with those two? Su Bai couldn't help scolding with a laugh. Let's quickly verify the recent arrangements and make sure nothing gets exposed. After a moment's thought, he added, by the way, what goes around comes around. You were also involved in that hot spring resort. My wife already knows. Remember, you're the major shareholder, so don't let it slip later. Yalan also gave my wife 2 hot spring experience vouchers. I think your wife already knew about it. Boss, didn't you say the hotel was exposed? How did it become the hot spring resort? Hearing Su Bai's words, Jiang Nan's face turned pale. Huh. I said target no. One was exposed, didn't I? Boss, no. One is the hotel, not the hot spring. No. 12 is the hot spring. Jiang Nan was on the verge of tears. This is terrible. I lied to Yalan that the experience card was a gift from shopping. Boss, does that make us even? Seeing Jiang Nan's awkward state, for some reason Su Bai felt a bit relieved. Finally, he wasn't the only one bearing everything. It's no. 12. I misremembered. Forget about that. Just remember to improvise later and help me minimize the losses. Su Bai patted Jiang Nan's shoulder. And that national rich women contact list and 300 Tang poems, you'd better come up with a countermeasure. Now quickly tell me what blame you've dumped on me this time. Brother Bai, how can you call it blame? It's your brother's full trust in you. Jiang Nan rubbed the back of his head and began to explain his recent itinerary to Su Bai. 5 minutes later. Brother Bai, that's all. Jiang Nan's expression was slightly embarrassed. Actually, it wasn't much, just about 30 blames a month. Su Bai fell into deep thought, feeling that he had been too kind to Jiang Nan before. He himself only passed on 3 or 4 blames a month, and even then he felt a bit guilty. But this guy, though they only met once or twice a month, could involve him in everything. And it was different every day, to the point where he would even say he was taking Su Bai along when he went to poop. No wonder Yalan held such a grudge against him. Apparently, in Jiang Nan's words, the time Su Bai and Jiang Nan spent together was even more than the time Jiang Nan spent with his wife. Brother Bai, boss, Lord Bai, you're not angry, are you? Jiang Nan saw Su Bai's expressionless face and spoke cautiously. Gulp. Su Bai swallowed hard, barely restraining the urge to beat this guy into the ICU. My wife is also at home. I could help you cover up before, but these past few days you can only pray that Yalan won't check. Otherwise I can't do anything about it. You've been going out so often lately. Could it be that you've done something to betray Yalan? How could that be? It's just to rush to be a warrior before next season. Every time I play games at home she nags. Helpless, I had to resort to this. Jiang Nan said with a aggrieved look. By the way, I heard Microsoft acquired Blizzard for $68.7 billion in cash. Do you think there will be a Warcraft metaverse in the future? Brother Bai, any thoughts? Should we get Tencent involved? Su Bai quickly glared at Jiang Nan. Don't mention that. Let's think about how to deal with those two inside. Inside the living room, Lin Qianyu had already read most of the instruction manual, unable to hide her joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the gift. The netizens in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably, all rubbing their hands together, eager to see Su Bai's embarrassing moment. Wow, huh? Thank you for the assist, beauty. Why didn't I think of that? This method is really awesome. Congratulations to the beautiful Lin for gaining a sword-bearing guard. From now on we are one big family. Indeed, only villains and women are hard to deal with. Only a woman could come up with such an idea. This thing should work like a chest x-ray. It alarms when detecting any metal, even the metal zipper of underwear. It's a pity though. Through my research, I found that the male host still prefers cash. He hides fewer coins. I'm going to buy one as a gift for my husband and see if he has any little surprises. Sister upstairs, please be kind. Yalan, where did you get this thing? It looks much more high-tech than similar products I've seen. Lin Qianyu played with the gift in her hands, unable to put it down, ready to put it to use later. Of course. You should know my cousin's job so you understand. Yalan winked at Lin Qianyu. But this metal detector is different from the ones on the market. Its detection function is not as simple as usual. It combines electromagnetic induction and X-ray detection, and one can detect various precious metals, and the sound it makes for different metals is different. Yalan pointed to a part on the metal detector. Qianyu, look here, it also has a display screen. When you use this detector to detect some metals, it will project the size and shape of the detected object on the screen. Then Yalan directly took the metal detector out of the box and began to assemble it piece by piece. My cousin said the body is made of polymer material, so it's not heavy. After a moment, a strange object appeared in front of Lin Qianyu, a circle at the bottom and a handle to hold at the top. Its overall shape was a bit like a sweeping robot with a handle. You see, this rod is retractable. Pull it up when in use, put it back when not, and it won't take up space. Next, I'll demonstrate for you. With that, Yalan pressed the switch, held the metal detector, and casually aimed it at the nearest corner. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately, the metal detector emitted a series of urgent sounds. What was going on? Yalan was also stunned for a moment. She glanced at the screen, which showed the outline of an umbrella along with an element, prompt 079. Gold. She looked at the shabby umbrella in the corner that had obviously been used for years, then at the metal detector's display with a puzzled expression. Could a broken umbrella be related to gold? Yalan, what's wrong? Did you detect something? Seeing such high efficiency, Lin Qianyu immediately showed an excited expression. You know, in the past, when Lin Qianyu searched for hidden money, even after spending a lot of time, she might not find a single spot. But now in just 5 seconds there was already a result. Qianyu, maybe the machine has a problem. Yalan glanced again at the serial number, detected 79, then at the umbrella. She herself was full of doubt about the data. It's okay, you'll test again. The first time data is inevitably a bit inaccurate. But at this moment, Su Bai, who was standing on the balcony with a worried look, twitched his ears. He shuddered and quickly signaled to Jiang, Nin, something big is going down. Get inside quickly and act according to the situation later. Upon returning to the living room, Su Bai saw Yalan holding a metal detector, pressing it once more against the umbrella in the corner. The familiar beeping sound echoed again. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly approached Yalan and deliberately teased. Yalan, you didn't buy this for free from Pinduoduo, did you? Tell me, how many people did you get to help you with the cut-a-knife game before you succeeded? With Pinduoduo's algorithm, you must have needed at least 100 people, and all you got was this toy. Jiang Nin followed closely behind, reaching out to take the metal detector. Yalan, I don't think this thing is accurate. Maybe we should return it to your cousin. Impossible. Yalan slapped away Jiang Nan's hand. My brother said these instruments undergo rigorous testing before production. They use them for geological surveys. It shouldn't malfunction. Could it be my operation was wrong? I have to try again. Unconvinced, Yalan picked up the metal detector and tested it once more. The same sound rang out, and the display showed identical data. Yalan, how about we try somewhere else? Lin Qianyu, standing by, took a pair of scissors from the TV cabinet. Yalan, try this. Yalan nodded and pointed the instrument at the scissors. A different beeping sound emanated from the metal detector. Yalan glanced at the screen. Fei 26. Perfectly correct. She then aimed the instrument at the umbrella 079. After several attempts, Yalan was baffled. What was going on? Turning to Lin Qianyu, she pointed at the corner and spoke with uncertainty. Qianyu, I suspect there's something seriously wrong with your umbrella. This umbrella. Lin Qianyu stood up and walked to the corner. Yalan indicated, picking up the straight-handled umbrella. She brought it before the group and pressed the button. The fabric slowly unfurled along the ribs, its worn condition a testament to its long use. Finding nothing unusual, Lin Qianyu shook the umbrella again. Still nothing. Yalan, I don't see any hidden stash of money. That's not what I mean, Yalan said, unsure how to explain. She pulled Jiang Nan over. Give me your gold ring. Huh? What for, dear? Just give it to me, no more questions. Yalan's tone clearly reflected their household hierarchy. Moments later, a gold ring and the scissors lay on the table. When tested alone, the scissors showed Fei 26. The gold ring alone showed 079. When placed together, the detector displayed 079. Lin Qianyu and Yalan exchanged glances, then picked up the manual and flipped to the last few pages they hadn't read. The manual stated, when detecting different types of precious metals, this metal detector will prioritize displaying the higher value metal. In other words, when iron and gold were together, it would show gold. Qianyu, now you see why I tested it multiple times, Yalan said, pointing at the umbrella. There's definitely something to this. You mean? Lin Qianyu looked at Yalan. There's gold hidden inside this umbrella. No way. I've used this umbrella for almost 2 years, taking it to the market and such. Now you're telling me there's gold in it. Yalan nodded. Based on the readings, that's likely. Should we just open it and see? An umbrella isn't worth much anyway. We can buy a new one later. I agree. Wait till get some tools. Lin Qianyu nodded in approval. If she didn't get to the bottom of this, she wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Jiang Nin, enjoying the spectacle, tugged at the hem of Su Bai's shirt and whispered, Bro, you didn't actually hide gold in the umbrella, did you? Su Bai's lips twitched slightly. Brother, you're thinking too small. Seeing Lin Qianyu heading to the kitchen for tools, Su Bai quickly stepped forward. Honey, is all this trouble necessary? It's just an ordinary umbrella. What if the machine is faulty? Hearing Su Bai's words, Yalan became alert. Having known each other for years, she knew Su Bai and Jiang Nan's personalities well. This man was usually not so hesitant. His strong objections now surely meant something big was afoot. Leading my little Nan astray. Today I'm going to expose everything. As for whether Lin Qianyu would mind, Yalan had no worries. Their bond was so deep they could share everything, and they had even planned to betroth their children if they were of different genders. It's fine. I can help out. I fix everything around the house myself anyway, so no need to trouble these two men. Ahem. Su Bai coughed to hide his anxiety. Honey, how about we test other places first and dismantle this umbrella later? Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai with a knowing smile. No, we're doing it today. Don't worry, honey, no matter the outcome, I won't be angry. The livestream audience burst into laughter, eagerly stirring the pot. Never thought Boss Bai would have his day exposed. Can't hide it anymore. Who knew the most ordinary umbrella might be the most valuable? Isn't this what they call dark under the lamp? Wow, Bai Gu has some nerve. If there's really gold in the umbrella, that's wild. Even with that much money, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Bai Gu, all resistance is futile. Give up. Seeing no way to sway the two women from their plan to dismantle the umbrella, Su Bai could only glare at Jiang Nan. Quick, clean up the mess you made. Jiang Nan caught the meaning in Su Bai's eyes and quickly extended his left hand, pinching his thumb and ring finger together in an elegant gesture. My dear, please don't. Why, oi? Yalan looked at him skeptically, curious about what he would say. I just did a quick divination. Today is not suitable for moving, demolition, or digging. Otherwise everything will go wrong. Jiang Nan said with a serious air. Don't disbelieve me. My ancestors were from Zhuge Kongming's lineage. I'm quite skilled in feng shui and fortune. Otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly all these years. Indeed, his posture and tone might have fooled an ordinary person. But the two women in the room were no ordinary folk. Especially Yalan, who had been married to Jiang Nan for nearly 2 years and knew every detail about him, let alone his tricks. I don't believe you. Last night you said we couldn't be intimate, claiming it was unlucky to see blood, yet you still crawled up in the middle of the night. Yalan rolled her eyes. Besides, your surname is Jiang. What connection do you have to Zhuge Kongming? Lin Qianyu picked up a diary and flipped to today's fortune. Today is suitable for visiting, moving, and renovations. The rebuttal was so abrupt that the atmosphere turned awkward. Even Su Bai, who was ready to cheer, swallowed his words. Why couldn't you have done a bit of homework before spinning that yarn? In the live stream, while birds of a feather flock together, my guest friend is just as silver-tongued as he is. If I were a stranger, he could talk the dead back to life. His act almost had me fooled. Ahem. Zhuge Kongming's lineage, ha. Learn something new. They'll try that on my wife tomorrow. In the great immortal Huang. My divination says both men will face bloodshed today. Are all women this terrifying? Then I'd better not get married. No. They're exceptions. My wife is very obedient and does whatever I say. Bet she's not a blow-up doll. Realizing there was no way out, Su Bai took a deep breath and stepped forward. Fine, I'll do it myself. You two are clumsy and I'd hate to see you hurt. Had just a bit of gold hidden inside. This umbrella isn't worth much anyway. Yalan teased. But it's fine. Qianyu and I will just sit back and watch. Let's see how much gold you can hide in this shabby umbrella. Su Bai glanced at Yalan with a meaningful smile. Remember what you just said. With that, he walked to the TV cabinet, crouched down, and pulled out a red toolbox. To everyone's surprise, Su Bai carefully opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite tools. Su Bai looked at the umbrella and selected 5 or 6 tools from the box. The next moment, he transformed into a craftsman and began dismantling the straight-handled umbrella. Soon the handle was removed and set aside, and all the umbrella caps were placed separately. Su Bai, your fingers are really dexterous. They must come in handy. Yalan licked her lips meaningfully. Handy. Lin Qianyu, hearing this, also looked at Su Bai's fair and nimble fingers. A blush immediately crept onto her face. Yalan, we're still live. Don't say things like that. Sorry. Yalan realized her slip and even slapped Jiang Nan's arm. You should have reminded me. What? Jiang Nan was still confused, completely missing the point. What were you talking about? I didn't understand a thing. Nothing. Yalan rolled her eyes and turned to Lin Qianyu. Their eyes met. Truly, the understanding between married women was terrifying. After hearing the exchange, some in the live stream slowly caught on. Wow, no wonder they say married women are veterans. I never believed it before, but now I've learned something. These are clearly women with stories. Look at Su Bai's hands. Compared to Katas, which is more valuable? You mean the one whose fingers are worth a fortune and can charm anyone? Any resources? Asking for a friend. www. See, help yourself. Remember to bookmark. Good brother. No good sister. The netizens were enlightened, and their anticipation for what would happen next grew even stronger. 20 minutes later, Su Bai had disassembled the entire umbrella with the precision of a master butcher carving an ox. The handle, ribs, canopy, and tip. Each part was sorted and neatly arranged in separate piles. Yalan eagerly picked up the handle, peering through its crevices. Strange, it's hollow. No gold in sight. She murmured, then examined the thinner ribs, still finding nothing. Su Bai, where did you hide the gold? Yalan asked, puzzled. She grabbed a metal detector and pressed it against the handle. A rapid beeping sounded, displaying 079 on the screen. Yalan was stunned. Honey, figure this out. How could gold be hidden in this thing? Jiang Nin took the handle, a hint of disdain on his face. Bro, by how stingy can you be? These ribs are so rusty you won't even replace them. You're really putting sister through this. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Nin tossed the handle back. Wife, I've checked. There's no way gold's in there, or I'll eat my own words. Nan, remember what you said, Su Bai replied, rising to fetch other tools, a strange smile playing on his lips. Damn it. They'll teach him a lesson this time. Bro, by how could gold be hidden in there? Don't mess with me, Jiang Nin said, examining the handle again. Impossible unless. His eyes widened. Bro, by did you? Wait, you'll find out soon if you're right. Su Bai smirked. Remember what you said. Jiang Nin felt had dug himself into a hole. Bro, by I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Seeing Su Bai's eerie expression, Jiang Nin grew more certain of his guess. Honey, what riddle are you two playing? Yalan looked between them, confused. Lin Qianyu quietly watched, curious about the surprise Su Bai would reveal. Wait for me, Su Bai said, heading to the kitchen for a plastic basin. He then retrieved a bottle of unknown detergent and a rag from a corner cabinet on the balcony. Back in the living room, he waved. Step back, it might get smelly. Honey, what's that? A rust remover and detergent combo. I bought it from a roadside vendor and never tested it. Su Bai glanced at the handle and rives a pang of regret in his heart. Exposing this would cut into his daily earnings. He gritted his teeth. Despite the reluctance, he had to see it through. He filled the basin halfway with water from the bathroom, placed all the ribs and handle inside, then poured in the detergent. A strange odor filled the room. What the hell? Smells like someone puked in a KTV bathroom 2 days ago. Disgusting. Jiang Nin waved his hand in disdain. Wife, let's get some air on the balcony. But Yalan and Lin Qianyu, pinching their noses, were fixated on the basin. No, I'm afraid Su Bai will swap something out. Yalan's voice came out like a squeak. I'm staying too. I want to see this processed. It feels magical, Lin Qianyu said, leaning closer to Su Bai. She was more curious than the couple about the outcome. After all, this umbrella had been with her for nearly 2 years. The seller said it works in 10 minutes. Let's wait, Su Bai said, covering his nose and mouth, then giving in. Wife, you watch. I need air. Damn it, if I recall, the old man who sold me this said it'd be a bit smelly, but bearable. Bearable, my ass. This rivals that infamous stinky burger. Su Bai couldn't understand how the two women endured it. Women were strange creatures. Bro, Bai, count me in, Jiang Nin said, following him. 10 minutes later, Su Bai returned to the living room, now wearing an KN95 mask and rubber gloves. Time's up. Move aside, ladies, Su Bai said, parting the two women, staring intently at the basin. The once clear water was now murky, hiding everything within. Su Bai grabbed the rag with one hand and plunged the other into the basin, gripping the thickest handle. Don't blink. Time for a miracle. He yanked it out and wiped it vigorously with the rag. A gleaming golden handle emerged. Holy crap. Jiang Nin cursed. Bro, Bai, you plated it with gold. Moi. Su Bai nearly choked, tossing the handle to him. Take another look. Do I seem that cheap? He retrieved the remaining ribs, wiping each clean. Soon a pile of golden ribs lay on the table. Yalan picked one up, tapping it on the table. Su Bai, is this pure gold? Yalan, you're sharper than Nan, Su Bai said with a thumbs up. What? Pure gold? Lin Qianyu was stunned. Yalan, you mean the umbrella I take to the market is made of gold? No wonder it always felt a bit heavy. Now she knew the truth. The entire umbrella was gold. How could it not be heavy? She'd been carrying hundreds of thousands to the market all along. She'd been clutching $1 million asset while complaining about Shanghai's sky-high housing prices. Yalan, receiving Su Bai's confirmation, was speechless, staring at the golden rib in her hand. Suddenly, she grabbed the metal detector and scanned Su Bai. When it passed over his pants area, an unexpected beeping sound rang out. Moments ago, all netizens were astounded by the golden umbrella. Whispering aside, if one's hidden savings surpass their bank deposits, can they still be called hidden savings? Now cash is no longer worthy of Brother Bai. No. Lord Bai's status, he's moved on to gold. So, it was my narrow mindset. I once hailed Lord Bai as the ceiling of hidden savings, but now who dares to disagree? Bow to Lord Bai. But this method of hiding money is beyond my imagination, too extravagant. Strolling around with millions, the perfect light under the lamp trick, and to avoid the streamer's attention, the homeowner even coated it with rust. Truly awe-inspiring. The next moment, when the metal detector's alarm rang again, all netizens' eyes widened. Some female netizens gaped, their faces flushing crimson, as if envisioning some embarrassing scenes. In ancient times, guns were made in America. Now Lord Bai makes gold guns. No, no, no. In ancient times, Genghis Khan drew his bow to shoot eagles. Now Lord Bai hides gold in his pants. Damn, this is the true golden-skinned Ho-E shooting the sun, dazzling with gold. Could it be that this thing can be gold-plated? Like that Salt Bay's gold leaf tomahawk steak. Damn, the imagery is too intense, ladies. I'll step away for a moment. This. Yalan was slightly embarrassed as the metal detector alarm sounded. I just suspected Su Bai might have gold on him, and it turns out. Holy crap. Boss, you don't have some weird fetish, do you? Jiang Nan pointed at Su Bai's pocket with a strange grin. If it were true, this would be an eye-opener. Lin Qianyu snapped back from the shock of the golden umbrella at the familiar sound. When her gaze fell on Su Bai's position, Lin Qianyu frowned. Wait. If she remembered correctly, her husband was no different from ordinary men. After all, in college, under the influence of her dorm mates, she had watched some small movies and knew a thing or two about male anatomy. Honey, what's this? Lin Qianyu asked, bewildered. Seeing everyone staring at him, Su Bai quickly turned sideways, placing his hand over his front pocket. Don't look at little me like that, he'll get shy. Netizens, ugh. Good heavens, is this still Lord Bai? Could Lord Bai be into men? Really? Lord Bai likes men. Look at me, look at me. Just give me a little private money, and he'll go home with you tonight. Damn faggot, get lost. Honey, take it out. Lin Qianyu suddenly thought of something, and lunged at Su Bai, tackling him onto the sofa. Jiang Nan and Yalan exchanged awkward glances, unable to look. Are these two still in kindergarten? Wife, be gentle. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'll do it myself. Under Lin Qianyu's fierce assault, Su Bai quickly surrendered. Standing up, he unbuckled his belt and pointed at the buckle. This is also made of gold. Anything else? No. Lin Qianyu took the metal detector from Yalan and aimed it at Su Bai again. Beep, beep, beep. The familiar sound rang out once more. Everyone looked at Su Bai with knowing glances. Finally, Jiang Nan spoke first. Boss, that thing of yours isn't really made of gold, is it? Damn it, you're the one made of gold. Su Bai scowled at Jiang Nan. Who was it that said if the umbrella had gold, they'd eat shit upside down? Wait, I forgot about this. Su Bai walked straight into the room. Don't come in, everyone. Not suitable for kids. A moment later, Su Bai emerged from the bedroom in a different pair of pants, holding the one's head just changed out of. It's been so long, I forgot about the zipper. Sigh. Yalan gasped. Qianyu, I really underestimated your man. What kind of filthy rich family is this? Even the zipper is made of gold. Lin Qianyu was at a loss for words, could only stammer. Who knew Su Bai would go to such insane lengths to hide private money, plating the lock on his crotch with gold? I've only heard of women getting diamond implants, never men getting gold. Just how rich is Lord Bai? I'm curious why he doesn't keep it in a bank card, but hides it in various forms around the house. Any brothers want to team up and raid his house? Count me in, bro. I really had a narrow mindset. Gurgle. Suddenly, an untimely sound echoed in the living room. Did you fart? Su Bai pointed directly at Jiang Nan. Not me, I pooped this morning, Jiang Nan quickly retorted. If it were me, I'd eat shit upside down. Your stock from the last vow hasn't been finished yet. This one doesn't count. Pick another. Su Bai rolled his eyes. Little Nan'll be watching you. Then he'll wash my hair upside down. Jiang Nan changed the punishment, feeling inexplicably wronged. Why does everything get pinned on me? Besides, that wasn't even a fart sound. If it wasn't you, then who? Su Bai looked at the two remaining girls. Yalan quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me, it wasn't me. Lin Qianyu, blushing furiously, glared at Su Bai. Su Bai, you bastard. Since it was a live stream, and such a sensitive topic, even Lin Qianyu felt very embarrassed. That's not a fart, it's my stomach growling. Lin Qianyu rubbed her belly, feeling quite annoyed. She had eaten plenty this morning, so why was she hungry so soon? Had her digestion improved lately? Lin Qianyu quickly felt her arms and thighs, compared them, and sighed in relief. Good they hadn't thickened. Honey, if you're hungry, just say so. Your husband will cook for you right away. Su Bai quickly put the metal detector aside, and waved to Jiang Nan and his wife. Don't just stand there, come help. Alright, I'll pick the greens, Yalan said, getting up, grabbing a bag of vegetables from the kitchen, and pinching Jiang Nan's arm. Don't just stare, get moving. Wife, you and Qianyu work together, they'll help brother Bai with the chopping. Fine. Seeing this, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief, having finally diverted the two women's attention. He glanced at the black metal detector in the corner, and rolled his eyes. He would have to find a chance to tamper with that device, let it enjoy its final years. No, it should meet its demise. Damn, that was terrifying. An hour later, Su Bai meticulously arranged 6 dishes and a soup on the dining table. Gazing at the feast that delighted both the eyes and the nose, Jiang Nan's mouth began to water uncontrollably. The dishes, especially those reputed as man's gas station, filled Jiang Nan with profound gratitude towards Su Bai. Indeed, no one understands a man better than another man. By Gu, I never imagined you had such hidden depths. 4 years of college, and I never knew you possessed this skill. Jiang Nan eagerly picked up a garlic-flavored oyster and savored the first bite, utterly immersed in the exquisite flavor. This is pure bliss. Look at you with such meager ambition. Yalan, unable to contain herself, lightly tapped Jiang Nan on the head. The next moment, she picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of drunken spare ribs, and froze in place. So delicious. Qianyu, you are truly blessed, Yalan said, a hint of envy creeping into her voice. Every dish on the table was so delectable that even the sight of them stirred her appetite. And then there's my man. All he does all day is smoke, drink, and get perms. He goes fishing 9 times out of 10 and comes back empty-handed. He's useless at everything except being the laziest of all. That's nonsense, Lin Qianyu defended Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan is quite accomplished, Yalan. Don't take your fortune for granted. After all, he's a big boss. But as she spoke, Jiang Nan felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh dear lady, why must you bring up that topic? Big boss, Yalan asked puzzled. What do you mean? Well, you gave me 2 vouchers for the Ryu Tan Hot Spring Villa, and when we got there I discovered that Jiang Nan is the big boss of the place. You two have been keeping secrets, Lin Qianyu explained. And my husband also invested a bit of money there. Let's eat, let's eat. It'll get cold soon. Su Bai quickly changed the subject as the atmosphere grew tense. He picked up a piece of pig trotter and offered it to his wife, saying, Dear, have some more of this. It's rich in collagen. It'll keep you looking beautiful. Honey, you're the one who's beautiful. Yalan turned to Jiang Nan with a meaningful glance, but ultimately decided to savor the meal first. Some matters were better discussed behind closed doors. Soon every dish on the table was completely devoured. After helping with the cleanup, Jiang Nan and Yalan took the kitchen waste and said their goodbyes. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu held the golden umbrella ribs and handled her face full of worry. Honey, where should we put these? Put them in the safe. No, what if the safe gets pried open? Lin Qianyu shook her head. Before she had thought it was just a broken umbrella that she wouldn't mind leaving in some corner. But now that she knew it was made of gold, she was at a loss. Nowhere seemed safe enough. Honey, can you think of another place? How about I turn it back into its original form and leave it in the corner again? Su Bai joked, finding Lin Qianyu's distress endearing. That won't work either. All the viewers saw it during the live stream. It's not safe. Lin Qianyu shook her head, rejecting the idea. Forget it. They'll take it to the bank tomorrow and store it in a safety deposit box. That'll be more reassuring. Suddenly she got up from the sofa, walked to the corner, picked up a metal detector, and pressed it against the couch. What are you doing, dear? Nothing. I just wanted to see if this couch is also made of gold. Seeing her actions, Su Bai felt a wave of dizziness. Darling, don't be silly. If the couch were made of gold, it would be impossibly heavy. Who knows? Normal people don't make umbrellas out of gold either. Su Bai was speechless. The phone on the sofa buzzed. He picked it up and saw it was his mother. Son, your great-aunt just brought 2 free-range chickens from the countryside. Come over this afternoon with you where to eat them. Okay, Mom. It's settled then. He'll have your father go to the market to buy some vegetables, and we'll have dinner together at home tonight. After hanging up, Su Bai repeated the conversation to his wife. Mom invited us to eat the free-range chicken tonight. She said it's to nourish you. Great. Let's leave early. He'll buy a skincare set for Mom on the way. I notice she's almost out of her current one. Lin Qianyu agreed, putting down the metal detector. Alright, let's take a 2-hour nap, and then head out. Su Bai stood up, reached out, and scooped Lin Qianyu off the sofa. Time for bed. Honey, it's still daytime. What's wrong with daytime? Who says you can't sleep during the day? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Darling, are you thinking? No, I'm still sore. The memory of the previous night sent a shiver down Lin Qianyu's spine. Silly girl, just go to sleep. No, I want a kiss. Moi. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Bai drove Lin Qianyu to his parents' home. It was a small 3-bedroom apartment in a remote area of Modu, priced at around 300 yuan per square meter, covering 88 square meters. Since his secret stash of money had never been discovered, Su Bai had never considered moving his parents to a better place. But now that a small portion of it had been exposed, Su Bai's mind started to stir. He planned to find a new home for his parents after a while, and maybe ask Lin Qianyu about moving her parents as well. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Qianyu affectionately called out Mom and handed over the skincare set she had meticulously selected for half an hour. This gesture immediately delighted Su's mother, who took Lin Qianyu's hand and led her to the sofa. Your is so thoughtful. If I had to rely on this brat, he'd never buy such things, Su's mother said, looking at Lin Qianyu with fondness. I'm happy just having you two here. Next time please don't bring anything. Lin Qianyu had been married to Su Bai for 2 years, and Su's mother grew more pleased with her with each passing day, treating her like her own daughter. I understand, Mom, Lin Qianyu replied obediently. Where has Su Bai been bullying you lately? If you're unhappy, you must tell me, and I'll set things right for you. Mom, I would never dare. She's the most precious treasure in our family, Su Bai chimed in as he finished putting things away. Mom, Su Bai treats me very well. He's perfect except for his habit of hiding a little private money, Lin Qianyu replied with a smile, though she shot a sly glance at Su Bai. If you tattled to my mom. Now it's your turn. A secret stash. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Mother Su paused for a moment, then furrowed her brows. Goodness, son, you've picked up bad habits instead of good, actually learning to hide money away. But Mom, though Su Bai is hiding money, I find it quite amusing. Lin Qianyu took Mother Su's hand. This process of wits and strategy adds a lot of fun to the mundane married life. Wits and strategy. Seeing that Lin Qianyu wasn't complaining, Mother Su grew curious instead. Exactly. Su Bai hides his secret stash in the most unexpected places, even drawing a distribution map and using Morse code or something. Lin Qianyu laughed as she recounted recent events. Mom, if you're around too, you can join me in searching another time. Hearing this from the side, Su Bai shivered all over. No, absolutely not. One woman was already more than he could handle. Adding his mother to the mix would leave him with 0 standing. A distribution map. Morse code. Mother Su raised her hand to smooth the hair by her ear. Qianyu, are you saying you discovered Su Bai's hidden money through some strange pieces of paper? Exactly. Otherwise I wouldn't have found several very concealed spots. Lin Qianyu glanced at Su Bai. Maybe with so many hiding places someone was afraid he'd forget them over time. Wait, Qianyu, hearing you say that, I think your father-in-law might have some issues too. Hold on a moment. Mother Su rose from the sofa and walked straight into the bedroom. A moment later she emerged holding a piece of white paper. Qianyu, take a look at this for me. See if there's anything odd. I found this paper inside your father-in-law's copy of Dream of the Red Chamber with some strange drawings on it. Mother Su handed the paper to Lin Qianyu. Su Bai, sensing a good show, sidled over as well. In the center of the paper was a 5-point star with the 4 corners, each inscribed. East Jin 88. 5. South Li 168. 5. Northwest Qian 280. 5. Northeast Jin 41. 5. Lin Qianyu studied it carefully, but found no clue. So she turned to Su Bai, who was watching the excitement. Honey, can you make sense of this? It looks familiar. Let me think. Su Bai stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then realized something. No way Dad's methods are on par with mine. Why didn't I ever think of this approach? What approach? Mother Su was baffled by Su Bai's words. Mom like father like son. It seems the habit of hiding money is hereditary. Su Bai couldn't help but find it amusing. He never expected his seemingly upright father to also have a secret stash. What do you mean? Are you saying your dad hides money too? Mother Su was stunned, her expression identical to Lin Qianyu's when she first discovered Su Bai's stash. Mom, hold on, I'll find it for you right away. Su Bai felt every cell in his body thrumming with excitement. So, uncovering secret stashes was this satisfying? The next moment Su Bai went to the balcony, rummaged through a cabinet, and pulled out a compass. In most elders' homes, due to a bit of superstition, such an item was often kept. Returning to the living room with the compass, Su Bai compared it with the paper's contents, muttering under his breath, "Seek the dragon, part the gold, view the encircling hills, 1 ring of hills, 1 ring of gates. If the gate holds 8 parts peril, nothing escapes the yin yang, 8 trigrams." Got it. Mom, honey, look here. Su Bai pointed at the words, East Jin 88. 5. The numbers here represent directions on the compass. We just align the compass toward the balcony and follow the indications to get 4 locations. See this? It points toward the TV. Su Bai went straight to the TV and began searching. Lin Qianyu joined the search party, claiming she had rich experience in finding secret stashes. Soon Su Bai found a 100-yuan bill inside the TV remote. This sight left Mother Su utterly astonished. Good heavens, the old man actually dared to hide money behind my back. Mom, don't rush. According to this paper, Dad has hidden money in 4 places. Su Bai pointed to South Li 168. 5 on the paper, this spot should be over here. After searching the bathroom, it was Lin Qianyu who pulled a crumpled wad of bills from behind a hook. During this, Lin Qianyu asked, "Honey, what was that stuff you were chanting earlier?" "Nothing important, just to look more professional." Su Bai's reply nearly made Lin Qianyu choke. When Mother Su received the second batch of Father Su's hidden money. "No way, I'm home all day, and your dad still manages to hide money right under my nose. Isn't that too much?" "Mom, don't get upset. This is just the beginning." With 2 of Father Su's stashes uncovered, Su Bai felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. He gently touched Lin Qianyu's arm. "Honey, so this is how it feels to find secret money. You're just realizing that now." Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. "Honey, aren't we being a bit harsh on Dad? What if he comes back and—" "Don't worry. We're just adding some spice to the old folks' dull life. Later we'll secretly slip Dad a big red envelope." Su Bai winked playfully. "Come on, let's hurry and find the remaining 2 spots. This one Northwest Qian 280. 5 should be in the kitchen. I'll leave it to you, honey. The last one Northwest Qian 280. 5, if I'm not mistaken, is in the bedroom I used to sleep in. He'll need to go in and figure out the exact spot." With that, Su Bai walked into the bedroom, while Lin Qianyu pulled Mother Su along to share in the thrill of uncovering the secret stash. 5 minutes later, the 3 regrouped in the living room, each placing the found money on the table. The total came to 325. 5 yuan, complete with odd cents. "Son, tell me, your father at his age pulls a stunt like this. What was he thinking?" Mother Su stared at the money on the table, utterly perplexed. "Mom, don't overthink it. If you want to know why Dad did this, just call him back and ask." Su Bai, not one to avoid drama, pulled out his phone and dialed his father. Soon a deep male voice came through the phone. "Son, what's up?" Su Bai handed the phone to Mother Su. Mother Su took it, composed herself, and said, "Dear, have you bought the groceries? Come home quickly. Almost there, I'm already in the neighborhood. You can start boiling the water." Father Su replied cheerfully. "All right, that's it. I am a tiny, tiny little bird wanting to fly, yet unable to soar high. I search and search, seeking a warm embrace. Is this request too much?" Humming this tune, Su's father walked through the residential complex, holding 2 black plastic bags in his right hand, his face beaming with joy. "Old Su, what's got you so cheerful?" a neighbor greeted him. "It's just that my son and daughter-in-law are coming home for a meal. It makes me happy." After all, as one ages, family dinners become a cherished pleasure. The warmth and contentment were palpable. "I envy you. Your kid still comes back to see you now and then. My brat of a son only manages 1 visit a year, if that. What's there to envy? Your child is so accomplished, if I recall correctly earning $1 million a year, right? What's the use of earning more money? You can't take it with you. He sends me money every month, but at my age I can't spend it. Even a foot massage is just a foot massage, no energy for more. Besides, I don't really need his money. Having a son is like not having one at all, but it's damn frustrating. That's true. Well, I want keep you YD better head up, or my wife will start calling to hurry me. Go on then. Drop by when you're free. We're one short from mahjong. We'll see. Su's father waved and continued humming as he stepped into the elevator. He glanced down at the bags in his hands. Yes, he needed to give those two youngsters a good, nourishing meal, hoping they would soon have a child. With a soft ding, the elevator stopped. Su's father arrived at his doorstep and fished out the keys from his pocket. As the door clicked open, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, I'm home." But the next moment he froze. "Honey, what? What are you all doing?" There sat Su's mother at the entrance, stern-faced, staring at him, with a feather duster that had served for 12 years clutched tightly in her hand. Their son and daughter-in-law seemed to be stifling laughter. A sense of foreboding washed over Su's father. He stood at the threshold, uncertain whether to step in or retreat. "What are you standing there for? Get in here." Su's mother tapped her thigh with the feather duster, her heart full of grievance. She never thought that at this age her old man would still be hiding private funds. How childish. "Honey, your posture is unnerving. Did that rascal upset you again?" "They'll have a word with him," Su's father said, slipping into his slippers while probing the situation, all the while signaling to Su Bai to find out what had happened in his absence. But Su Bai just spread his hands, looking indifferent, his eyes conveying a message: "Dad, you're on your own with this one." 10 minutes later, Su's father understood everything. He shot his son a look that said it all. What a filial son. Not only did he not help, but he also made things worse. "I should never have fathered you. Husband, where are you looking? Look here. Confess. What's the meaning of this?" Su's mother pointed the feather duster at a pile of assorted bills on the table. "Talk. It's just the pocket money you give me." "Oh, I didn't spend it, and just left it there," Su's father replied sheepishly. "Oh, really? And you just left it inside the remote control?" Su's mother sorted through the money. "Here, this is from the remote, this from the bathroom, and this." "Son, where was this part hidden?" "From the photo frame in the bedroom," Su Bai quickly answered. He received another glare from his father, and for the first time Su's father regretted not having a daughter. At least she'd be a caring little cotton-padded jacket, instead of this torn, leaky jacket. Look at that. How could pocket money accidentally end up in a photo frame? "If it weren't for our son coming back, I'd never have known," Su's mother said, glaring at her husband. "Confess, where else are you hiding private funds?" Su's father gritted his teeth and decided to cut his losses, pointing at the air conditioner. "Mom, let me." Su Bai rushed over as soon as he saw the gesture. After a bit of fumbling, he indeed found 300 yuan behind the air conditioner cover. "Any more?" Su's mother took the money from Su Bai and pressed her husband. "No more? I don't get much pocket money each month. The rest is in the bank for emergencies." Su's father shook his head, looking utterly sincere. "That's more like it." Su's mother stuffed the discovered cash back into Su's father's pocket. "Keep it. We're old married couple. There's no need for this charade. We're not like our son and you have only been married 2 years and need to hide money." Seeing his wife put the money in his pocket, Su's father showed no joy, but rather a look of regret. "If only had known. But then, Mom, I didn't notice earlier. There's more in the secret compartment here." Su Bai reached in and pulled out over 500 yuan. "Didn't Dad just say there was nothing left?" The atmosphere turned awkward. Su's father's brows twitched, his expression complex. "Old man, you really know how to hide things. Keep what I've given you, but if I find any more, it's going to the family fund." "You're too sly." Su's mother laughed, lightly slapping his arm. "Mom, compared to Su Bai, Dad is actually pretty good. You don't know. Su Bai not only hides cash, but even gold." Lin Qianyu quickly chimed in to comfort her mother-in-law. "And this guy hides money inside wine bottles. I only found out when I was making beer braised duck the other day." Little did she know as she spoke, Su's father's frown deepened. Gold wine bottles. He turned to look at his son, genuinely suspecting that the boy had learned his hiding techniques from him. "Son, keep searching. Whatever you find, it'll add to your meal bonus." Su's mother waved the bills. "You help him look too." "Sure, Mom." "Got it." Su's father thought, did I raise such a troublemaker? Half an hour later, after Su Bai and Lin Qianyu's efforts, they uncovered 7 more hiding spots, totaling 613 yuan, 6 of which Su Bai found. There was no helping it. Su Bai was the ceiling of private fund concealment. Any slightly odd spot, he could spot instantly. His skill was better than a metal detector. He also found a booklet titled Special Agent Training Manual in the wardrobe. While Lin Qianyu wasn't looking, he slipped it into his pants, planning to study it later for new hiding techniques. Speaking of which, it was time to move. With the house this size, his carefully crafted golden umbrella had been exposed. If Lin Qianyu kept searching, who knew what more explosive secrets might surface? "Old man, tell me, where did all this money come from?" Su's mother was a bit shocked at the pile of cash on the table. After all, hardly anyone uses cash these days. What's the point of hoarding so much? Sigh. Su's father sighed. "It's all from winning at mahjong. Since you don't like me playing, I stash the winnings in inconspicuous places. If you doubt me, ask old Wong next door. He can vouch for me. With that answer, Su's mother turned and headed to the kitchen. Don't just stand there, come help with the cooking. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Su's father sighed in relief. Coming. But his eyes darted to the wine bottle. Good head kept a little for himself. Su Bai was about to help too, but Lin Qianyu pulled him back. Don't crowd them, I'll let your parents have some time alone. Sure enough, voices soon drifted from the kitchen. Old man, I never forbade you from playing mahjong. That was when you were young, and I was afraid you'd get addicted. At our age, playing cards or mahjong is perfectly normal. It's like me going square dancing. From now on, I won't stop you. My only request is play for fun, not for big stakes. It's harmful, Su's mother sighed. Our lives are a bit dull now. If only those two would hurry up and give us a grandchild. Dear, you can't force these things. They'll have a child when they're ready. If you push too hard, they might rebel. Su's father's mood lifted at the thought of freely playing mahjong from now on. It seemed getting caught with his hidden money wasn't such a bad thing after all. That's not how it works. It's better to have children early. We're getting older. Soon our backs will ache and we won't be able to help with babysitting. Besides, think back to our time. We had kids right after marriage. Times have changed. Young people today want to enjoy their time as a couple first. Just don't bring it up during dinner, a gentle hint will do. I know. I'm not that kind of person. In the living room, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu exchanged knowing smiles. Honey, if mom and dad knew we're trying to have a baby, they'd be overjoyed, Lin Qianyu winked playfully. I've had enough of our duo, I want to experience a trio now. Let's surprise them when we're sure. They'll keep working hard tonight. Su Bai pinched her nose teasingly. Honey, with all this intensity lately, maybe you should rest a few days. At the mention of him continuing tonight, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but shiver. No need, a man can't say no. Trust me, I'm more than capable, Su Bai patted his chest. I'm very strong. I know you are, honey, but I need a break. My back aches. Oh, then it'll go easy. If you finally noticed. At 9 in the evening after dinner, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu chatted with his parents for a while before driving back to their cozy little nest. During the conversation, both his mother and father subtly hinted a couple of times that while they were still spry, the couple should hurry up and have a child. Oh, what a relief. As soon as they got home, Lin Qianyu collapsed onto the sofa, pulled out her phone, and opened a short video app to unwind. Su Bai, meanwhile, put away the things they'd brought from his parents' place into the fridge. His mother insisted the greens were pesticide-free. The hen was raised by his great-aunt at home, fed on grain. They had simply forced these things on Su by saying the young couple needed to eat healthier at home instead of ordering takeout all day. Thinking about it, Su Bai felt a warm glow inside. In this world, the ones who worry about you most are always your parents. Usually Su Bai and Lin Qianyu rarely ordered takeout. When they did once in a blue moon, it was from places with a visible storefront and a physical shop. Otherwise, some of those shady little workshops were just too terrifying. Either pre-packaged meals or inferior expired products. Eating too much of that, Su Bai worried they might end up with a deformed child. Even though the platform's commission was exorbitant, some merchants would stoop to any means to make money. There was even a joke people from several countries ate at the same place. Due to poor hygiene, everyone else got diarrhea, but only the locals were bouncing around. A testament to what they usually consumed. After organizing the ingredients, Su Bai picked up a couple of glasses, poured 2 cups of salt water, and walked into the living room. Honey, hear wet your whistle. Gulping it down, Lin Qianyu said, Hubby, you're so sweet, and rested her head on his shoulder, nuzzling against him. For some reason lately, besides craving sour foods and having trouble concentrating, she also seemed to get drowsy easily. You little silly. Whenever Lin Qianyu acted like a kitten, Su Bai couldn't help but gently touzle her hair, his eyes brimming with adoration. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu stared blankly at her phone screen. She had just scrolled into a certain live stream. It wasn't that the stream was particularly interesting, but the content was also about searching for hidden private money, clearly just trying to ride a trending topic. Even so, it immediately captured Lin Qianyu's attention. After all, she was always the one showing others her searches for Su Bai's stash. Watching someone else do it from a different perspective was quite novel. Hubby, look. Lin Qianyu adjusted the phone's angle and pulled Su Bai to watch with her. On the screen, a heavily made-up woman in a robe sat angrily on the sofa, while a simple, honest-looking man sat on a stool. Spill it now, or tonight you're sleeping on the street. The woman yelled at the man furiously. You've gotten bold lately, huh? Hiding money from me. Tell me, where else in the house have you stashed it? Wife. I haven't hidden any more, the man stammered. Still lying. I've been too good to you. The next moment, Lin Qianyu and Su Bai were stunned. The woman in the live stream aimed a kick at the man, sending him tumbling from the sofa to the floor. The man just rubbed his sore backside, not daring to complain. Damn, that's way over the top, right? Lin Qianyu found it unbelievable. Glancing at the stream's comments, they were also flooded with criticism. Is this how violent it gets? If I were in that situation, I'd hit that hag with the 18 dragons subduing palms and knock her senseless. If it's scripted, fine, but if not, isn't this a bit too much? Why would you marry a woman like that? To worship her like a bodhisattva? Why not divorce her already? If my wife ever did that, I'd teach her some manners and show her what respect means. Violence works wonders. This woman clearly has no upbringing. Most girls are sensible and good wives. She's just an exception. It's just a little bit of hidden cash. Look at how loving old man Bai and his wife are next door. You guys are just groveling. It's a disgrace to men. Exactly, this is too much, Su Bai agreed with a nod. Isn't that domestic violence? Why does this woman dare to hit a man? Why? Lin Qianyu suddenly turned to look at Su Bai. Hubby, am I like that usually? Watching the live stream, she felt a growing sense of guilt. Actually, when she first found out about Su Bai's hidden money, her relentless cornering approach had been a bit excessive. Silly, how could you compare to her? Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's smooth cheek. First, you don't curse, second, you don't get physical. And most importantly, you're nothing like that woman in the stream. My wife is adorable, don't overthink it. Hubby, don't worry. He'll never be that unreasonable again. Lin Qianyu sniffled, making a silent vow. From now on, she would treat the man beside her even better, so much better. Thinking it over, Lin Qianyu leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Bai's cheek, smacking her lips. Kissing my dearest husband, you loves you so much. Su Bai's lips curled into a smile as he reached out and pulled the adorable woman into his arms. Slowly, he tightened his embrace, making the little silly feel more secure. If you met a woman like that, what would you do? Lin Qianyu pointed at the woman on the stream, curious. What would I do? That goes without saying. Divorce. Would have to divorce. If it happens once, it'll happen again. Must divorce. Cherish life, stay away from violent women. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. Good thing she wasn't that type and didn't have the habit of hitting. Of course, a little pinch on the shoulder or waist was different. That was flirting. After all, during those intimate moments, this man would even wrap his arms around her waist, in the name of more excitement. And at her strength, it was just tickling to Su Bai. Many times the man only yelled so loudly to tease her. Hubby, it's strange. If a man commits domestic violence, society's reaction is very harsh, but when a woman hits a man, there's hardly a peep. Why? Lin Qianyu voiced her confusion. In fact, according to surveys, in divorced families, the proportion of female abusers is higher than male ones. Maybe it's human psychology. Many people think girls should be cherished and wouldn't usually resort to violence. Of fixed mindsets cause the harm. Su Bai pursed his lips. Little do they know, most netizens only see the surface. Sometimes a man chooses violence for two reasons. Either he has psychological issues himself, or behind the scenes we don't see, the woman did something extremely outrageous. Something that would outrage everyone. Hubby, are you talking about being cuckolded? Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's delicate little nose. Or maybe a vast green prairie, or something even worse than cheating. But every family has its own dynamic. Maybe this couple we're watching actually enjoys this kind of interaction. Lin Qianyu joked with a smile. I for one couldn't bear to do that to my husband. Hubby, where do you think this man hides his money? In the sofa? Or like you, in the little tufts on your slippers? How could it be in the little tufts? Look at his little tufts compared to yours. They can't hide anything at all, right? Su Bai stared at the phone screen. The sofa's unlikely to. That sofa sinks completely when you sit on it, very springy. If the cushion was stuffed with money, it wouldn't have that effect. That's true. Mentioning this made Lin Qianyu think of her office chair, which then reminded her of her delicate little bottom and the near brush with hemorrhoids. Damn, man. She reached out to pinch Su Bai's waist fat, but thought better of it. She wriggled in his arms to get more comfortable. Hubby, grab your phone. Oh, you can hide money here too. On the screen, the couple had moved to the bathroom, and the woman actually found the man's hidden cash inside a roll of toilet paper. The outer layers were just paper, but inside were rows of red banknotes. As the woman yanked, the bills tumbled out. Good idea, but the hiding method is a bit dumb, Su Bai commented. If had hidden the money inside the cardboard roll and sealed both ends with something else, the chances of discovery would be smaller. Sticking the money and paper together to make a toilet paper roll like that is pretty pointless. Honey, imagine if you were taking a dump one day and pulled the paper. Everything would be exposed. And at that moment, having no paper to clean up would only add fuel to the fire. Seeing this, Su Bai couldn't help but shake his head. It feels so fake. I bet it's a self-directed script, and the woman's tough attitude is just to keep viewers hooked and make the stream go viral. Hubby, what would you do? Lin Qianyu asked casually. If it were me, I'd put the money in a waterproof bag and stuff it inside the toilet lid. In spy movies, that's how they hide bombs and phones. Hearing this, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, too bad. She had already found the stash in that spot. She could only keep watching the live stream, hoping to glean new inspiration. On the screen, the couple had moved from the bathroom to the kitchen, heatedly arguing. Is there any in the kitchen? The woman demanded again. No. Like I'd believe you, you said no in the living room and bathroom too. The woman didn't buy it, and opened the fridge for a thorough search. On one shelf, neatly arranged cans of drinks. On the screen, you must have hidden the money inside a plastic bottle, the woman said confidently, picking up a bottle of Coca-Cola. No, I didn't, the man replied, his eyes darting up and down, his entire body tense with nervousness. Still not admitting it. If I find it, you're done for. The woman twisted open the cap, poured out all the cola, and pulled out a sealed waterproof bag containing several red banknotes. Witnessing this slick move, the live stream chat erupted with comments. Wow, is he copying Master Bai? Hiding money in a container. But he's only got a fraction of Bai's skill. Bai uses a can, this guy uses a plastic bottle. How can that be the same? Anyone can tell at a glance from the bottom. Ugh, it's obviously scripted. So fake. Can't help but say ever since my wife started watching Lin the Beauty and Master Bai streams, she's been suspicious every day, always thinking I've stashed away secret money. Bro, above you're lucky. Since I started watching their streams, my wife has already found half of my hidden money. Heaven help me. If this continues, I won't be able to drive my Cadillac to the spa anymore. Bro, above, let's team up. Same Cadillac, let's go to the Bath King together. Anyway, I've noticed that anywhere Master Bai has been exposed, you definitely can't hide secret money, or those tigresses will definitely search the place. Lin Qianyu giggled at the comments. Honey, who's the best at hiding secret money? It's Su Bai, the only son of the Su family. Hiding money in a plastic bottle. How is that possible? Even you couldn't do it right. Su Bai couldn't help but laugh. Wife, are you doubting my ability to hide secret money? It couldn't be easier. If it were me, I wouldn't just stuff the money directly into a plastic bottle like that. Su Bai pointed at the Coca-Cola on screen. See that outer label on the bottle? Actually, you just peel off the label, stick the money inside, and put the label back. That way it's not easy to find. Wow, honey, you're amazing. To come up with such a way to hide money. Lin Qianyu praised him without reservation. But this time Lin Qianyu was even more delighted inside. This live stream was totally worth it. Behind the label, huh? Lin Qianyu thought she would never have thought of hiding money behind a label on her own. No wonder she had checked everything so foolishly last time and found nothing. On screen, the woman proudly waved the found money. I told you, no hiding money at home. The man looked utterly defeated. Wife, there's really nothing left. I don't believe you. We haven't checked the balcony yet. There must be more. Wife, there's really nothing on the balcony. It's windy out there. You'll catch a cold. Arriving at the balcony, the woman pointed at the washing machine. Is there any in here? No, this is where we wash clothes. How could there be secret money? The man quickly retorted. You say no, so there must be. The woman rummaged through the washing machine and pulled out a crumpled banknote from the detergent dispenser. This scene left the live stream audience stunned. Can someone tell me? Are they dumb, or are they treating us like fools? Damn, hiding money in the detergent dispenser. Only an idiot could come up with that. Hiding money there means it'll be found every time you do laundry. Even if it's scripted, at least make it logical. I'm out. If I keep watching, you'll start thinking I'm a genius. Master Bai's stuff is way more real. It doesn't look scripted at all. By the way, is Master Bai the richest man online now? Does anyone know how much money he has? If it's scripted, making a golden umbrella to hide money is way too extravagant. I searched for Master Bai online, but strangely, I couldn't find any info about him. I can't wait for the day all of Master Bai's hidden money is exposed to see if it blows my mind. Someone was even trying to dox him. Su Bai happened to notice that comment and made a mental note. He would have to ask Xiao Tian to strengthen his online security and update some of his existing information. Lin Qianyu laughed so hard her stomach trembled. Honey, if you were as dumb as that man, I wouldn't have to work so hard finding your secret money. But I'm curious, can you really hide money in a washing machine? It's not hard, but you need some tools. Su Bai pointed at the back of the washing machine on screen. Wife, see that back cover? It's actually useless. All you need is a screwdriver to remove it, and then you can. He suddenly caught himself and quickly changed the subject. No, on second thought, you can't hide money there. Water might leak in when the machine runs. Oh, I see. Lin Qianyu nestled in Su Bai's arms, suppressed a smile, and mentally noted another new spot: the back cover of the washing machine. Whether water leaks or not, a waterproof bag would solve that, wouldn't it? After all, this man holding her had once hidden money inside a toilet tank. Wife, it's getting late. How about we stop watching for today? Su Bai realized he had said too much and tried to divert her attention. No, let's watch a bit more. This couple might be dumb, but they're amusing. Lin Qianyu coaxed in a playful tone. Honey, just half an hour more, okay? She wriggled her soft body as she spoke. Ahem. Su Bai couldn't resist such an attack and nodded in agreement. Fine, half an hour then. Honey, men really have it tough. Hiding money in places like that takes serious brainpower. Truly, necessity is the mother of invention. Lin Qianyu turned around and touched Su Bai's chin as she spoke. Necessity? Not always. Some people come out by section. After watching for another 10 minutes, Lin Qianyu suddenly found it utterly boring. After all the methods of hiding secret stashes in the live stream either copied her own or were hidden in such tedious places that watching for too long became genuinely dull. Honey, compared to them, I really think you're a walking 500 bounty. Lin Qianyu pinched Su Bai's arm and teased with a laugh. What walking 500 bounty? With my skills, it's definitely 5 million at least. Su Bai's expression carried a hint of smugness. Don't you know who your husband is? Can ordinary people find the places I hide my secret stash? For example, behind the label of a plastic bottle, or the back cover of the washing machine. Ahem. Su Bai realized he had revealed a few spots, his expression slightly awkward. Fortunately, they were just small spots with nothing major hidden. Since you've confessed yourself, don't move the secret stashes from those 2 spots, got it? They'll go scavenge them tomorrow, Lin Qianyu pouted. I found secret stash in the fridge, I must hand it over. In her joy, she even adapted the childhood nursery rhyme, 1 cent, which directly amused Su Bai. Su Bai stood up directly and scooped Lin Qianyu into his arms. Babe, since you'll scavenge tomorrow, let's take care of the important business now. What important business? What do you think? It must be something huge. Here we go. The next morning, Lin Qianyu slowly opened her eyes looking at Su Bai, who was still sound asleep beside her, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. He had been exhausted lately, as she should buy some supplements to nourish him. Lin Qianyu gently touched Su Bai's face, then raised her head to kiss his forehead before getting up to prepare a loving breakfast. As she got out of bed, Lin Qianyu frowned, feeling her gait was a bit odd. Humph, that stubborn man, he had no idea how to treat a lady with care. Arriving at the kitchen, she opened the fridge intending to make 2 sandwiches, but her gaze was drawn to an entire row of beverages. These were all the secret stashes Su Bai had painstakingly hidden. Instantly, Lin Qianyu changed her mind and began a joyful gold rush journey, tearing off the labels from the beverage bottles while muttering, 100, 200, 300. 20 minutes later. How refreshing. Su Bai stretched his body in the bedroom, feeling invigorated. It seemed that doing too much of a certain activity actually brought about a reversal of fortune, leaving him not tired. Su Bai turned to embrace Lin Qianyu, but caught only air. That girl, was she feeling sorry for him being too tired and making breakfast? With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? After a simple wash and tidying up, Su Bai walked out of the bedroom in pajamas and slippers. Babe, what delicious food are you making today? There was no response. Su Bai glanced toward the kitchen, but didn't see Lin Qianyu. Turning around, he saw a white figure bent over doing something on the balcony, like a husky tearing up the house. Su Bai leaned in for a closer look. Good heavens, that girl was actually working hard at wrecking the place. Babe, what are you doing? Oh my God, you scared me to death. Startled by the sudden voice in her ear, Lin Qianyu, who had just removed the back cover of the washing machine, shuddered all over. Turning around, she saw it was her husband. Honey, you're up so soon. Lin Qianyu pulled out the money from behind the washing machine cover, suddenly realizing something. Oops, honey. I forgot to make breakfast. Silly, you'll handle it. I thought there was a husky wrecking the house, so I came to check. Su Bai patted Lin Qianyu's head and spoke affectionately. Honey, you're really... Wait, who are you calling a husky? Lin Qianyu waved the cash in her hand. So happy, this is today's second income. Second. Su Bai looked puzzled. Yeah, I also tore off the labels from your drink bottles. Plus the ones in my hand. I reckon it's about 3,000. Lin Qianyu revealed 2 cute dimples in her joy. Honey, tonight, they'll treat you to hairy crab plus a small lobster. Babe, you said it, so I won't hold back. Su Bai quickly confirmed. But he felt something was off. It seemed logically inconsistent. Why did it feel strange that she was treating him to seafood? Then please make breakfast, honey. He'll go freshen up quickly and start a live stream. Lin Qianyu gently pushed Su Bai with both hands. I want sandwiches with bacon and eggs and 2 fried eggs. Gotta go wash up. Su Bai ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair and turned into the kitchen. Opening the fridge, he looked at the colorful labelless drinks and showed a resigned expression. Luckily, cola, Sprite, Fanta milk, etc. could be distinguished by color. He just hoped he wouldn't accidentally mix in a bottle of pesticide. That would be a goodbye. 20 minutes later, Su Bai brought the prepared breakfast to the dining table, while Lin Qianyu was sitting on the sofa enthusiastically interacting with netizens. Streamer used that metal detector to do a full house sweep today. I seriously suspect your house is made of gold. I've bought a train ticket overnight and come to Magic City. Let you all see what real wall digging means. This time I've specially brought a top quality hoe from my hometown. Guaranteed to hit the mark every time. Brothers, why go gold panning in Africa? You'd have to risk your life there. Just steal from the streamer's house instead. Folks, friendly reminder, over 500 yuan already constitutes a crime. Stealing from the streamer's house might get you 8 to 10 years. Wait, isn't it that over 300 yuan counts as a relatively large amount, and over 300 yuan is a huge amount? A scammer once cheated me out of 2500 yuan, so I decisively transferred another 500 yuan to him. The result was indescribable. Was the case filed successfully? No, he transferred 1 yuan back to me and blocked me. All his account info was fake. I thought she was really a wealthy beauty. Alas, I lost money and got my heart broken. Zhang San, am not Su Bai who digs walls, but his house's actual area is 1 square meter more than stated. Su Bai quietly came behind Lin Qianyu and covered her eyes with his hands. Guess who? Oh, do you have to be so childish? In this house besides you and me, is there a third person? Lin Qianyu couldn't help laughing. This big boy's childishness was truly adorable. Babe, that's not necessarily true. Haven't you checked the door lock? Maybe. There's always someone under our bed, hee hee. Su Bai made claw gestures with his hands. Babe, are you scared? Scared of your head? I've practiced taekwondo. Lin Qianyu waved her small fist in demonstration, but her eyes couldn't help glancing around, especially behind the door and under the table. Honey, let's skip this topic and eat quickly. My little belly is starving. I seriously suspect these two are only 3 years old. No way they'd be this childish otherwise. This life is just like when I played house in kindergarten. Gotta say, it's really fun. Is this what marriage is, eh? Every day feels like dating. Unlike me and my husband, we treat each other with respect and have become family. So envious. Wow, is this a sandwich I can afford to eat? It looks so appetizing. If I had a boyfriend like this, gaining 20 pounds a year wouldn't be a problem. Lin Qianyu looked at the sandwich and soy milk on the table, and her appetite soared. Taking a bite. Wow, it was so delicious. Honey, I want to eat sandwiches tomorrow morning too. Lin Qianyu spoke with her mouth still full, her puffed cheeks looking utterly adorable. Eat properly, or you'll choke, and then I'll have to use the Heimlich maneuver on you. Su Bai couldn't help tapping Lin Qianyu's head, signaling her to eat properly. Don't talk nonsense, honey. You're just trying to curse me, humph. It must be because I found so much of your secret stash lately, and you're holding a grudge. Lin Qianyu said this, but her pace of eating the sandwich didn't slow down. How could that be? Money is just worldly possessions, all fleeting. Making money really isn't hard. Su Bai sighed softly. Compared to you, money really means nothing to me. Su Bai wasn't showing off, though after 2 years of hiding secret stashes and various investments, he didn't even know how much wealth he had. As Father Ma said, making money was really a boring thing. But these words heard by the netizens in the live stream took on a different meaning. Boo-hoo. I wish I could have that day too. If my secret stash could also forge a golden umbrella, I'd think money was just clouds. A 9-to-5 worker shivers. Is there any kind soul to sponsor? I'm almost out of food, and I still haven't paid next month's rent. Folks in the live stream, if each of you donates 10 yuan to me, I'll be a millionaire. When you need money later, I'll donate 10 yuan back to each of you. Then wouldn't we all be millionaires? Good heavens, so would have to queue up. The last person might not get their turn for centuries. Really? Then can you first give me a small gold to spend? Lin Qianyu thought Su Bai was bragging and teased him directly. That's easy, babe. Just wait, I'll transfer it to you now. Su Bai waved his hand, grandly speaking with great bravado, and immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket. A small gold, right? He'll transfer it now. After a series of operations, Su Bai scratched the back of his head and asked cautiously, Babe, I didn't catch that. Did you mean legendary gold coins or happy beans? Damn, I was so hyped for that, and that's all it is. Legendary coins. I could set such a trivial goal myself. Hello everyone, I'm Jia Hui. If you're my bro, come slash me. 1 slash for 999, you can have it too. For games like this, I usually play on private servers. The earliest one I played was Magic Realm. Gold coins there were worthless, only the pets had value. No way I'm cracking up this early morning. This isn't a proper live stream. I thought there'd be a domestic violence scene every day, but it's turned into a comedy skit show. The more I look at these two, the more I feel they're a perfect match. Truly, some people are destined to be together. I can't envy them, or I just can't. Su Bai, I must have owed you in a past life for you to torment me like this in this one. Lin Qianyu jabbed the stainless steel chopsticks on the table twice. Su Bai, you're doomed. The next moment, she quickly stuffed the remaining sandwich into her mouth and downed the soy milk in one gulp. Then, under Su Bai's astonished gaze, she dashed to the corner, picked up the metal detector, and began a new round of searching. Streamer, I support you. Keep it up. Let me look forward to what big treasure Beauty Lin will find this time. Pretty lady upstairs, I've got a big treasure at home too. You're welcome to come search late at night. I promise a huge surprise. Is it really okay for us to stir the pot like this? Shouldn't we defend Brother Bai's dignity? What's that? Can you eat it? Su Bai rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. I would a spendthrift wife. If she knew that the more she tried to find his hidden money, the more she'd actually lose, he wondered what she'd think. Watching Lin Qianyu beep the metal detector here and there, Su Bai bored pulled 2 stress relief toys from the drawer and started kneading them. Honey, what are you playing with? Lin Qianyu asked, puzzled after a few beeps with no success, turning to see the 2 lumps in Su Bai's hands. That hint of red seemed familiar, but due to the angle, Lin Qianyu couldn't place it. Are you talking about these? A man's stress reliever. Su Bai opened his hands, revealing the true form of the stress toys. Want to give them a squeeze? The texture's not bad. The moment she saw the stress reliever, Lin Qianyu's expression shifted like the 6th emoji in your phone. First a flush of shame, then fury. Su Bai, are you trying to get my live stream shut down? Ahem. Sorry. Su Bai only then remembered they were live, quickly gripping the stress reliever tightly, muttering. You asked me, so I showed you. Now you're blaming me. Besides, I wanted to let you try them. I bet you've never played with anything this fun. Why, if I tell you, the feel is absolutely amazing. It's incredibly satisfying. Lin Qianyu is Sigmund. ONG. At that moment, she just wanted to blast this man with a wave of dynamic light beams to vent her anger. Su Bai, why would I need your stress reliever? If I want to play, isn't touching my own just as good? After saying that, she mimicked the kneading motion on herself before realizing. You sly dog, Su Bai. Are you subtly hinting that mine don't feel as good? I'm at least a cup. How are they not bigger than those 2 in your hands? Ahem. Su Bai coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Well, yours are definitely better, honey. They're the apple shape and have warmth. It's just not convenient now. Or do you want to study some biology together after the stream? I feel like I'm 18 again today. I'm ready. Play with your grandma's head. Lin Qianyu's face flushed, even redder, wishing she could give the man a scoop the moon from the seabed, or a monkey steals the peach to quell her hatred. The viewers in the live stream were going wild with laughter. I'm going to buy the same stress reliever as Bai Yi. He's dancing on the edge of getting the stream banned. Brothers, can any expert help me out? I didn't catch what that thing was. Was that red dot a strawberry? You know what it is, just don't type it in the chat or the stream will be gone soon. I used to have 2 stress relievers too, but they were buns. My mom threw them in the pot to cook. Holy crap bro, upstairs I think I've seen your video. Your mom almost steamed those buns to feed your son, right? In the living room Lin Qianyu pouted and continued scanning with the metal detector. She refused to believe there was nothing else to find besides the umbrella. Su Bai glanced at the live stream, thought it over, and put away the stress reliever. After all, it was fine to play with privately, but in public it was indecent and could negatively influence minors. Then Su Bai took out a box of marbles from the drawer and began happily playing. Watch this score. Too bad so close. Strange, why do my hands feel a bit shaky? Honey, do we still have any Lu Wei Di Huang pills? Or any Pian Zai Huang? Lin Qianyu turned and glared at Su Bai. There might be a little Lu Wei Di Huang pills left, but no Pian Zai Huang. Could we afford that before? 1 pill costs over 1,000 yuan now. Why don't they just rob us? Hey, when did you buy another box of marbles? I didn't know. Seeing Su Bai having so much fun, Lin Qianyu beeped the metal detector over the marbles. No reaction, she picked up a marble and looked at it. Honestly, it was quite pretty. Then she placed it on the table, mimicked Su Bai's posture, aimed at another marble, and flicked it hard. Thump, a direct hit. Is this supposed to be hard? Isn't it just something anyone with hands can do? After saying that, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, feeling like she'd heard that phrase somewhere before. Isn't this karma? If I remember right, Bai Yi said the same thing when he carved the welcome pine. Does opening a door for someone mean closing a window 3 days later? I can't believe the all-capable Bai Yi is worse than his wife at marbles. Hey, don't you guys think these marbles look off? Or is it just me? Were the marbles we played with as kids this smooth and lustrous? Wait. Bro, upstairs, now that you mention it, I think something's off too. Let me grab a magnifying glass to check. Holy crap, could these marbles be diamonds? One comment sparked 1,000 waves. As that bullet comment scrolled across the screen, all the viewers felt like a meridian had been unblocked, unanimously believing the marbles were diamonds. Damn diamonds. How much are these worth? I'm out, brothers. I need to book a flight to Shanghai before it's too late. Bro, wait for me. Lin Qianyu, who had been playing happily, also noticed something off about the marbles. They seemed unnaturally beautiful, and the more she looked, the more familiar they seemed. Honey, where did you buy these? They're so pretty. Take me there sometime to buy some in bulk. Hearing this, Su Bai's mouth twitched. Good grief, she had an even bigger appetite than him. Talking about wholesale. I don't know. Jiang Nin said these were also stress relievers and gave them to me to play with. Su Bai pursed his lips, pretending not to care as he started packing up. Honey, this is just kid stuff. It's not fun. How about we go back to the room and play some adult games? Moi. Lin Qianyu didn't take the bait, but looked at Su Bai suspiciously. Something was off. After days of hunting for hidden money, she had grown wiser. She noticed that whenever this man tried to change the subject, there was definitely a big secret involved. Realizing this, Lin Qianyu picked up a marble and examined it closely. As she looked, a thought struck her. She raised her right hand, showing the diamond ring on her ring finger to compare. At that sight, honey, is there anything you need to confess? Lin Qianyu looked up, but Su Bai was nowhere to be seen. Honey, where are you? Taking a dump, came Su Bai's voice from the bathroom. Inside, Su Bai was filled with regret, cursing his own carelessness for playing with those marbles at that moment. Now had been exposed. He had to think of a way to distract the girl, or he wouldn't be able to explain. Su Bai sat on the toilet, drawing circles on his thigh. Got it. If he couldn't handle her, he could call for backup. With this plan in mind, Su Bai immediately picked up his phone and dialed. Xiao Su, came his mother-in-law's voice from the other end. Mom, I need your help, Su Bai said quickly. Don't panic. Tell me what happened. Mom, hey, race the thing. 10 minutes later, Su Bai strode out of the bathroom, full of confidence. On the sofa, Lin Qianyu looked at him with a knowing smile. In those 10 minutes, she had confirmed with the viewers through multiple comparisons. They had ultimately determined that these marbles were indeed diamonds. As for the grade, it would require professional appraisers with equipment to confirm. Honey, tell me, how much are these marbles worth? Realizing that his secret stash had been discovered, Su Bai chose to confess openly. Honey, these diamonds aren't as valuable as you think. Honey, I've noticed your tone is getting bolder and your hiding spots are becoming more creative. Do you think if I dismantled this house we could afford a small villa? Lin Qianyu produced a wrench from somewhere and tapped the sofa beneath her. You've got me wondering if our floorboards are made of gold. Impossible. You've already checked with the metal detector. There's nothing. Su Bai quickly stopped her. After all, redoing the floor would be both costly and laborious. Honey, these diamonds are of low quality. High-quality diamonds are usually cut with facets to enhance light refraction, making them more brilliant. Su Bai was indifferent to diamonds. In his view, they were just like Dutch tulips, a product of capitalist hype. Compared to gold, the value of diamonds was far more uncertain. Thinking about how wedding rings now cost at least 8,000 or 9,000, sometimes hundreds of thousands, these capitalists were the true vampires, ruthlessly harvesting leaks. How can they not be valuable? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. The diamond ring I'm wearing cost us 1,280 back then. Which of your marbles isn't bigger than mine? And from what I know, the bigger the diamond, the more valuable it is. Honey, it's different. If high-quality diamonds were as big as marbles, each would cost hundreds of thousands. These are actually low-quality stones with poor transparency, so they weren't cut into rings. I thought they looked nice, so I got a few as marbles. Su Bai recalled spending only about $1 million in total, roughly the same value as the golden umbrella. Didn't you just say they were a gift from Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu's sharp instincts immediately caught his slip. Fine husband, you actually dared to lie. Let me show you how I punish you. So saying, Lin Qianyu stormed over to him. Seeing her stance, Su Bai prepared to bolt, but he was a beat too slow and his head was firmly locked in her arms. In Su Bai's wide eyes, moi. 10 minutes later. Phew. Inhale. Exhale. Su Bai doubled over, gasping for air, looking at the unflustered Lin Qianyu with a strange expression. Honey, are you trying to kill me? After speaking, he licked his lips, savoring the memory of the past 10 minutes. The process was long and winding. 1 or 2 minutes were a blissful pleasure, but over 10 minutes was sheer torture. What was even more infuriating was that she had pinched his nose while kissing him. That suffocating sensation was truly unbearable. What else can I do? The viewers in your live stream say I'm abusive if I hit you, and I can't out-quarrel you. I've barely said a curse word in my life. You'll have to learn some properly. Lin Qianyu sat on the sofa looking aggrieved. And since you enjoy deceiving me so much, I had to resort to this. Where did you learn this? Your technique seems much more refined. Su Bai felt as if he had been cupped by a fire cupping glass. I learned from Baidu. You always said my technique was lacking before. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu suddenly felt something was off. Wasn't she supposed to be punishing him? How had she become the one in the wrong? Husband, if you ever lie to me again, it'll be 20 minutes. Cough, cough. Su Bai pointed at the camera. Honey, did you forget about this? Fortunately, due to the angle, the livestream audience could only see 2 heads tightly pressed together, missing the finer details, so no violation warnings appeared. But Lin Qianyu's face instantly turned as red as an apple. In the heat of the moment, she had forgotten they were still live. Oh my god, how embarrassing. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream were all just curious onlookers. A moment later, Lin Qianyu continued sweeping the metal detector around, while Su Bai's heart oscillated between ecstasy and despair. This room wasn't just the umbrella made of gold, though every time Lin Qianyu narrowly missed the other hidden items, Su Bai nearly had a heart attack. He glanced at the clock on the wall. When would his mother-in-law arrive? After searching the living room in vain, Lin Qianyu took the metal detector into the bedroom. Beep, beep, beep. A familiar urgent sound rang out. Lin Qianyu blinked, then jumped up excitedly. Found it. I finally found it again. Following the signal, she threw caution to the wind, lying flat on the floor, her hand groping under the bed. When she pulled her hand out, she was holding a toy rubber duck. Did I get it wrong? Lin Qianyu was dumbfounded. She tapped the duck. It felt like plastic, definitely not gold. To rule out a machine error, she scanned it again with the metal detector. Beep, beep, beep. It showed, oh, gold, no mistake. Could it be? Looking at the toy duck in her hand, she recalled the golden umbrella. You sly Su Bai, you must have done something to this duck. Be good, little duck. Big sister will give you a bath later, and you'll reveal your true form. A beautiful white swan. Hearing the continuous beep, beep, beep sounds from the room, Su Bai, who was lounging on the sofa, could no longer sit still. Damn, such a dense frequency. Could it be that the big catches in the bedroom had been discovered? But that didn't seem right. If he remembered correctly, those big catches should have nothing to do with precious metals. So what was this sound all about? The relentless noise left Su Bai utterly puzzled. He was about to get up from the sofa and head to the doorway to see what was happening. But before he could step off the sofa, he saw Lin Qianyu rushing out of the bedroom, clutching a little yellow duck and dashing straight toward the balcony. Honey, do you have any of that detergent you used last time left? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. I used it all up last time. What do you want to do to my toy little yellow duck? Give the duck a bath. Don't make excuses. Oh, I've already seen through your tricks. Lin Qianyu tossed the little yellow duck into a basin and started running water. Confess honestly, did you plate a layer of gold film on the surface of this toy? Although the texture of this little yellow duck feels like plastic, the precious metal detector picked up gold components. I'm going to reveal its true face. What was that detergent you bought last time? I'll order it right away on Mate 1. Lin Qianyu stretched her neck with a smug air. I've tested it several times in a row, there's absolutely no problem. Hearing that she had tested it repeatedly, Su Bai felt a wave of relief. If it was just this one toy duck discovered, it was still within acceptable limits. Seeing Lin Qianyu already picking up her phone to place an order, Su Bai gritted his teeth. Wife, don't give it a bath. This is different from an umbrella. Different? Yeah, bring it over first, and I'll teach you how to play with it. Su Bai pointed to the little yellow duck already floating on the water. It's actually just like an ordinary little yellow duck toy. There's nothing special about it. Then why did the metal detector go off? Su Bai, if you're messing with me, you're really in trouble. Lin Qianyu grabbed the little yellow duck and picked up a towel to dry it. I'm not messing with you. Bring it over, and I'll show you how to play with it. A moment later, Lin Qianyu came to Su Bai with the dried little yellow duck. You talk, I'll follow. Wife, look how stingy you're being. Since you've already found it, do you think I'd try to take it away? Su Bai couldn't help teasing her. You never know. According to our bet from now on, everything about this little yellow duck belongs to me. Lin Qianyu hugged the little yellow duck tightly, like a kitten guarding its food. Fine, fine, you talk, you'll do. Su Bai pointed at the little yellow duck in her arms. See that protruding part on the tail? Lin Qianyu looked down at the little yellow duck in her hands, felt around the tail area, and finally pointed at a small bump. You mean this? Yes, that's it. Press it 3 times in a row. 3 times. Following Su Bai's instructions, Lin Qianyu gently pressed 3 times. Suddenly, the little yellow duck began to twitch and shake. Rooster, rooster, egg-laying rooster, rooster, among fighters, rooster, rooster, you're an idiot. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Uff, damn, I laughed so hard I spat out the water I was drinking. No, I need to clean up quick or my mom will come in with a feather duster. Can someone tell me why a little yellow duck claims to be a little rooster? Are all the things in Master Bai's house this quirky? I've really learned something new. I seriously suspect this is the husband's unconventional protest against the wife. Honey, honey, you're an idiot. I thought it was a golden duck, but it turns out to be a hybrid. Su Bai, did you do this on purpose? Hearing the little yellow duck's announcement, and seeing Su Bai's twitching mouth, Lin Qianyu felt sure this man was deliberately cursing her. It's been so long, I don't know how it ended up like this. Su Bai quickly waved his hands to prove his innocence. Jiang, Nin, it must be that kid Jiang, Nin getting back at me by giving me this toy. Do you think I believe that? Lin Qianyu snorted coldly. And then, don't tell me this stinky duck just cursed me twice, and then did nothing. As if hearing Lin Qianyu's insult, the little yellow duck grew displeased and shook its entire body even more violently. Zzz. Poof. A golden egg dropped from the little yellow duck's rear. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth, reached down, picked up the golden egg, and tapped it. Good heavens, it was solid. How much effort did this little yellow duck have to put in to lay this thing? It's not bad this time. Lin Qianyu weighed the golden egg in her hand, estimating it to be about a pound. Her little private stash was growing nicely as she needed to get it to the bank for safekeeping soon. You little bastard, give me back my son. You little bastard, give me back my son. Since Lin Qianyu hadn't put the golden egg back inside the little yellow duck, it grew agitated again. Lin Qianyu looked up at Su Bai again and asked softly, are you sure you didn't set this up? Stunned old pal, what kind of move is this? A little yellow duck calling itself a rooster is one thing, but now it's calling someone a little bastard. Now gold is 486 yuan per gram. This golden egg weighs about a pound, so the total value is roughly 486000 yuan. Adding the golden umbrella and the cash she found earlier, that's over 3 million yuan at this rate. Gulp. If I remember correctly, the total value of the streamer's house is only around 3 million. Not counting what hasn't been found yet, Master Bai's hidden stash is already worth a house. How is that possible? How could I possibly do something so boring? Su Bai rubbed his cheeks. Foolish woman, why did she have to dig so deep? In the end, all of this would be hers anyway. No, he needed to check if the construction site outside was hiring temporary workers. He'd have to do some part-time work to earn money and soothe his wounded little heart. He just wondered if his physique would appeal to the foreman at the site. Others might not, but with you I think anything is possible. Lin Qianyu shook her little fist, stuffed the golden egg back into the little yellow duck, and picked up the metal detector again, ready to continue. Wife, you've already found one stash of private money today. How about we continue tomorrow? Su Bai quickly grabbed Lin Qianyu's hand. Why? Finding your hidden money makes me very happy. Lin Qianyu's large eyes were filled with confusion. Think about it. If you keep searching like this, your happiness won't last long. No. I think happiness can last forever. Heavens help me. Su Bai wished someone could divert Lin Qianyu's attention. If he could just have one day. No, half a day, he could pull off a great relocation. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Su Bai felt like Zhu Beiji, seeing Tang Sanzang finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. With his mother-in-law arriving, he could finally stand up straight. Did you order takeout? Lin Qianyu immediately turned to Su Bai upon hearing the doorbell. No, Su Bai shook his head. Then did you call a friend? Not that either. Su Bai continued shaking his head. Moi. Lin Qianyu was puzzled. I don't recall ordering anything online recently. Could it be a fan visiting? It's your mother. Su Bai said, quickly rushing to open the downstairs intercom. My mother. Why would she suddenly come so early in the morning? Lin Qianyu was taken aback. Seeing Su Bai's swift reaction, she suddenly realized something was off. Wait. Honey, how did you know it was my mother? She just called me. She probably misses you. Su Bai hastily made an excuse. He couldn't exactly say he had called in reinforcements. Miss me? Didn't she just visit 2 days ago? Lin Qianyu furrowed her brows. She knew her mother's personality well. If she truly missed her, she would call her directly, not Su Bai. There had to be something fishy going on. Soon the elevator chimed, and Fang Qing walked in carrying a bag of vegetables. Mom, you only needed to come. Why bring anything? Su Bai eagerly stepped forward to greet her and took the bag from her hands. It seems everyone's here. Your father and I are the only ones at home, and we can't eat much greens, so I brought some more, Fang Qing said, giving Su Bai a meaningful glance as she slipped on a pair of slippers. Su Bai nodded in understanding. Dear, why don't you chat with Mom? He'll prepare lunch for you too. With that, Su Bai carried the bag into the kitchen. Lin Qianyu quickly led Fang Qing to the sofa. Mom, you must be craving Su Bai's cooking, right? Fang Qing first glanced toward the kitchen where Su Bai was busy, then turned her attention back to her daughter. I heard you had another quarrel with Su Bai over his private savings. Nothing of the sort. Mom, you must be listening to gossip. Su Bai and I are getting along wonderfully. When she said the word gossip, Lin Qianyu deliberately emphasized it, casting a sidelong glance toward the kitchen. You sly Su Bai, not only did you tattle, but you even knew to call for backup. By now Lin Qianyu had no doubt that her mother's early morning visit was all Su Bai's doing. It wasn't Xiao Su. My square dancing girlfriends told me all about it. How you went viral online for checking his private savings. That's how I learned the whole story. Fang Qing sighed as she looked at Lin Qianyu. Hiding some pocket money wasn't such a big deal. When she first got Su Bai's call, she feared the couple was on the verge of divorce. These two kids were always fussing over trivialities. The real priority was having children. Both sets of parents had worn themselves out trying to get them to start a family. Mom, don't you think Su Bai went too far hiding so much money? Lin Qianyu quickly went on the offensive. It is quite a bit, Fang Qing nodded. Her square dancing friends had indeed told her about it, and she had even come across related short videos. When she saw that umbrella made of gold, she was utterly incredulous, even suspecting the young couple had staged it all. Hearing Fang Qing's affirmation, Lin Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief and began recounting recent events. Mom, you might not know this, but he didn't just stash cash and price tags. He even made an umbrella out of gold and played with diamonds like marbles. Just now, Lin Qianyu pressed the little yellow duck's bottom 3 times again. Rooster, rooster, egg-laying rooster, the fighting rooster among roosters. Rooster, rooster, you're a dummy. The familiar voice sounded once more. Lin Qianyu's face flushed. Mom, ignore that. Puffed. The little yellow duck expelled another golden egg from its body. Lin Qianyu quickly handed the golden egg to Fang Qing. Mom, see, I found this even before you arrived. So sometimes when I get a bit worked up, it's not entirely my fault, right? Fang Qing pondered for a moment, then looked up at Lin Qianyu. Honestly, I still think it's your fault. Humph. In the kitchen, Su Bai barely stifled a laugh at the mother-daughter conversation. As expected, his mother-in-law was ultimately on his side. He would have to prepare a signature dish for lunch. Lin Qianyu was dumbfounded. Had all her explanations been for nothing? You scoundrel, give me back my son. You scoundrel, give me back my son. Ahem. Hearing such a distinctive voice, Fang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. She stuffed the golden egg back into the little yellow duck and began lecturing Lin Qianyu. Daughter, hiding some private money is just a man's instinct, not a mistake. Everyone wants their own space. Think about it. If all the money in a marriage is transparent and public with no privacy at all, how exhausting would life be? Going out for a meal requires reporting. Hanging out with a few friends requires reporting. Every day's schedule requires reporting. Is that the kind of suffocating life you want? Lin Qianyu imagined the kind of relationship Fang Qing described and shook her head. No, I don't. See, that's the point. Besides, after all that checking of his private savings, did Su Bai ever complain once? Did he ever say a single bad word about you? Fang Qing pressed on. Lin Qianyu nodded, finding her mother's words quite reasonable. My dear, you are marrying a man with such a good temper is your blessing. If it were another man, he might have turned violent by now. So you need to cherish this. Are you still angry now? No, I'm not angry anymore. Lin Qianyu lowered her head, feeling somewhat ashamed. It seemed she really wasn't a good wife. Mom, rest assured I won't be like this anymore. Clatter. Su Bai, busy in the kitchen, suddenly lost his grip and nearly knocked over a bottle of soy sauce. Good heavens, his mother-in-law was truly something else. She had eaten more rice than he had walked roads. In just a few moments, she had completely swayed Lin Qianyu. He would definitely have to learn from this resourceful mother-in-law later. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Lin Qianyu looked up and caught a faint smile on Fang Qing's lips. Only then did she understand everything, letting out a plaintive complaint. Mom, all right. Let bygones be bygones. Couples need to understand each other, otherwise their feelings will suffer, Fang Qing said, pointing toward the kitchen. If you're still upset, have him cook you some nice dishes. That should settle it, right? No, that won't be necessary. Lin Qianyu lowered her head again. Mom, actually Su Bai and I have a great relationship. I won't be so stubborn anymore. Viewers in the live stream were filled with envy upon seeing this. Keep your pretty streamer, I want this understanding mother-in-law. If my mother-in-law were this good to me, I'd spoil her rotten. Comparison is the thief of joy. Look at my yes mother-in-law, then look at mine. She can't wait to kick me out. Just because I married her daughter on a tricycle, just because I got the ticket after boarding, just because I stay out 3 or 4 nights a week. Brother upstairs, you're lucky to be alive. Seeing that Lin Qianyu had been successfully convinced, Fang Qing entered the kitchen and gave Su Bai a knowing glance. It's settled. Su Bai smiled and nodded in return, flashing a conspiratorial look. Thank you, mother-in-law. Long live my mother-in-law. Their secret signal exchanged perfectly. Fang Qing returned to the living room sofa, reached out, and patted Lin Qianyu's head. I've asked Su Bai to make your favorite dish, salted egg yolk eggplant. Don't be mad anymore, okay? Lin Qianyu shook her head, slightly a hint of grievance in her voice. Mom, I'm not angry. You're my daughter. I raised you through thick and thin, and I know your temperament all too well. Fangqing sighed. You always keep things bottled up inside, and that's not a good habit. One day your irregular periods will be on you. Huh. Lin Qianyu blinked. Mom, how can personality and irregular periods be related? And what was that about raising through thick and thin? The process couldn't have been that shocking. She was always very particular about cleanliness. Well, think about it. If you hold unhappy things inside, won't you feel suppressed and troubled? That can easily lead to endocrine imbalance. And for a girl, endocrine imbalance means irregular periods. Doesn't that make sense? After hearing Fangqing's analysis, Lin Qianyu nodded thoughtfully. Mom, you actually have a point. Come to think of it, my period has been delayed for a few days. Could it be because this guy made me angry? A few days, eh? Fangqing narrowed her eyes. I recall you just had a checkup. There shouldn't be any problems, right? No problems at all. Su Bai and I are both fine. Every indicator is perfectly normal. Lin Qianyu patted Fangqing's hand. Mom, don't worry. Everything's great, just great. Healthy. Fangqing frowned again, then suddenly thought of something, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Daughter, how long has it been since your last period? Lin Qianyu counted on her fingers. About 7 days. The longest it's ever been before was 5 days. If it doesn't come soon, I'll see a doctor. 7 days. Fangqing narrowed her eyes once more. I think I was about 7 days late too, and then. What is it, Mom? Is there a big problem? Seeing Fangqing's narrowed eyes and furrowed brows, Lin Qianyu feared something was wrong. Do you have any pregnancy test strips at home? Pregnancy test strips. Lin Qianyu's pupils dilated instantly. Mom, do you mean my period is late because I might be pregnant? It's still too early to say. Tomorrow morning, remember to test with your first urine. Fangqing's hands trembled slightly. No one longed more for Lin Qianyu to be pregnant than she did. If it were true, she would become a grandmother. Don't tell Su Bai yet. I'm afraid he'll get his hopes up for nothing. After a moment's thought, Fangqing added, Pregnant. I'm pregnant. I'm going to be a mother. Lin Qianyu kept murmuring to herself, her heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Wait until you test tomorrow before drawing conclusions. It could also be an endocrine imbalance. Seeing her daughter's flustered state, Fangqing couldn't help but smile. Thinking back, she had felt the same way. If you really are pregnant, are you ready to be a mother? I am. Lin Qianyu nodded. And him? Fangqing pointed towards Su Bai, who was busy in the kitchen. After all, before having children, men themselves are still children. But the moment they have a child, they become fathers and truly grow up. Only a man with a sense of responsibility truly becomes a man and undergoes the greatest transformation in life. Lin Qianyu turned to look toward the kitchen. He'll probably be even happier than me. That's good. Fangqing finally felt relieved. After all, many young men these days don't want children so early. She had worried they might clash over this issue. Then remember to test tomorrow. If you really hit the jackpot, make sure to let me know in the group. Even if you don't, you too need to work harder recently. At the words, work harder, Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed crimson. They couldn't work any harder. The intensity lately was already very high. Were they supposed to lock themselves in the room 24 hours a day making babies? Mom, will giving birth hurt? Though unconfirmed, Lin Qianyu was already curious about life after pregnancy. Yes, it hurts a lot. But a mother becomes strong for her child. Only after enduring that pain do you truly understand what maternal love is. Fangqing affectionately stroked Lin Qianyu's head. When I was pregnant with you, I was in pain for 2 days and 2 nights. The doctor suggested a section, but in the end, I delivered you naturally. When you were born, you were a chubby baby weighing 8 jin and 2 liang. But as you grew up, you became so slender. You didn't inherit your father's genes at all. Mom, if I were like Dad, I'd probably never get married. Lin Qianyu stuck out her tongue. Her father used to weigh nearly 200 jin. Now, due to high blood pressure, he had started controlling his diet and had dropped to a little over 170 jin. Nonsense. A little plumpness is adorable. Fangqing couldn't help teasing, then continued, the pain of childbirth is one thing, but the 9 months of pregnancy is also a long process, especially the morning sickness phase. You'll find you have no appetite for anything, but once you get through it, your appetite will return. Mom, will my figure change? After giving birth, will I become a fat whale? The thought made Lin Qianyu shudder. Ew, that's terrifying. Silly girl, don't worry. You'll gain a little weight during pregnancy, but it'll gradually come off after you give birth. Fangqing took Lin Qianyu's hand. Yes, the first pregnancy is always harder. By the second, you'll be used to it. Second, 1 is enough. Lin Qianyu shook her head. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Fangqing smiled and said no more. When the time came, a second child would naturally follow. Mom, if I really am pregnant this time, will it be a boy or a girl? You'll only know once the baby is born. But boys and girls are both wonderful. That's true, but if it's a girl? The two sat on the sofa chatting softly about the baby. An hour later, Su Bai set a variety of delicious dishes on the table. Mom, honey, what were you two chatting about so happily? Nothing much, just chatting with Mom about your glorious exploits and hiding your secret stash. Seeing Su Bai walk out of the kitchen, Lin Qianyu immediately changed the subject. Nonsense, what glorious exploits? Just a few trivial antics. Don't tarnish my image in front of Mom. Su Bai went back into the kitchen and brought out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Hurry up, wash your hands and eat. This was his mother-in-law after all. As long as he had her backing, this girl couldn't turn the tables. Oh, please, you call that trivial? That little trivial move got you crowned by the whole internet as the godfather of secret stashes, the ceiling of hiding money. I read the comments. Oh, every man out there worships you. Lin Qianyu took Fang Qing's hand. Mom, don't let this man's sunny exterior fool you. Seeing the couple's unique brand of teasing, Fang Qing couldn't help but laugh. All right, neither of you should point fingers. Let me see what good food Xiao Su has made for lunch. Fang Qing simply washed her hands, dried them, and came to the dining table. Xiao Yu's favorite salted egg yolk eggplant boiled trio, soy-simmered yellow croaker crispy chicken drumsticks. Looking at the 6 dishes on the table, Fang Qing's appetite was instantly whetted. Not bad, really not bad. But isn't this a bit too much? Mom, with Yuer around, no need to worry. It might not even be enough for her. Su Bai helped Fang Qing to a bowl of rice, teasing with a smile. Su Bai, so much food, do you think I'm a pig? Lin Qianyu pouted in protest. Even though her appetite had been growing lately, this was still too much. I am alright. Su Bai served Lin Qianyu a bowl of rice as well, and thoughtfully picked up a piece of salted egg yolk eggplant. Now eat up nicely. Seeing this, Fang Qing smiled contentedly, and also placed a large chicken leg in Su Bai's bowl. Xiao Su, you should eat too. A man needs his meat. Mom, anyone would think Su Bai is your real son. You have some too. Burp. After the meal, Su Bai patted his round belly, and couldn't help but let out a burp. Under his mother-in-law's enthusiastic care, half of the dishes on the table had ended up in Su Bai's stomach. The love from elders was truly something else. Fang Qing looked at the empty table and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Su, your appetite is good. You've got half the skill of Yuer's father back in the day. Half. Su Bai turned to look at Lin Qianyu and asked a soul-searching question. How come you didn't inherit any of your dad's good traits? He had eaten so much only because his mother-in-law's love was too overwhelming and he couldn't bear to refuse. Maybe because I'm a girl. Lin Qianyu blinked, asking uncertainly. Are you stupid? I know you're a girl. Otherwise, why would I have married you? Su Bai, that's not what I meant. Are you? Flustered by Su Bai's retort, Lin Qianyu was at a loss for words. Why was this man's mouth so sharp? If Mom weren't here. All right, I've eaten and the matter is settled, so I'll head back now. Fang Qing wiped the corner of her mouth and spoke. Mom, in such a hurry. I was hoping you'd join me this afternoon to look for the secret stash. It's quite fun. Hearing that Fang Qing was leaving, Lin Qianyu felt a bit reluctant. You silly child, how could Mom possibly get involved in such a thing? Fang Qing said, both amused and exasperated. As an elder, how could she participate in her children's secret stash hunt? That would be far too awkward. Su Bai nodded vigorously from the side. See, this was a mother-in-law with real class. If only he and Lin Qianyu hadn't married a few years earlier. The livestream audience instantly fell in love with Fang Qing. Love it. This mother-in-law is absolutely amazing. All women should take a lesson from her. This is the standard for women, unlike my wife who won't listen to reason and just makes a fuss all day long. Damn it, I work my ass off outside all day exhausted, and I still have to hand over every cent of my salary to her. She never gives me a shoulder rub or a kind word. If it weren't for the kids, I wouldn't even know what the point of marriage is. Am I marrying a damn goddess? Compared to the mother-in-law, I'm more interested in the food on the table. I wonder when the streamer will show some love to the fans and let me taste Chef Bai's cooking. The next moment. But Xiao Su, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. How about you tell me one spot where you hide money just to satisfy my curiosity? Fang Qing turned to Su Bai. Just pick the least important one. If it's inconvenient. She had seen clips of her daughter searching for secret stashes on short videos and wanted to see it firsthand. After all, in certain behaviors, women shared a common trait. Lin Qianyu once again became a bystander, starting to egg him on. Honey, this is Mom's request, not mine. It's fine. Su Bai readily agreed. When his mother-in-law spoke, how could there be any inconvenience? Just one spot. No harm done. Su Bai looked around, recalling where he had hidden his secret stashes before. It had to be low value, yet interesting. Got it. If he remembered correctly, this spot should fit the bill perfectly. With that thought, Su Bai waved at Lin Qianyu. Honey, hand me the scissors you put under the sofa. How did you know I put scissors under the sofa? Lin Qianyu asked, puzzled as she walked toward the sofa. Saw them by chance one day at some minute. Su Bai shrugged. Why did this girl leave scissors all over the house? Was she planning something utterly depraved against him? Here, take them. Thanks, honey. Su Bai took the scissors and headed straight for the kitchen. Strange, could there be a secret stash in the kitchen? Lin Qianyu grabbed Fang Qing's hand, and with the other hand, didn't forget to bring the livestream phone. Mom, let's go take a look together. As soon as they reached the kitchen, they saw Su Bai using the scissors to violently dismantle the stainless steel anti-theft net. Honey, what are you doing? Did you hide the money outside the window? Look at how skilled Bai Yi is. I seriously suspect he used to work for a renovation company. Good heavens, this house just gained a husky. Come on, let's all enjoy Bai Yi's money-hiding technique. It'd be perfect if he could explain it along the way. Su Bai turned his head to glance at Lin Qianyu, signaling her to observe more and speak less. Humph! Su Bai snorted coldly, then with a forceful yank, he pried off a stainless steel bar from the security window. He lifted it up and peered through the hole, only to find it empty. This wasn't the one. Clang! He tossed the steel pipe onto the floor and began dismantling the second third, until he reached the last one. This is it. His slick moves left Lin Qianyu and her mother utterly dumbfounded. Honey, you're not getting Alzheimer's, are you? Lin Qianyu asked with concern. After all, normal people wouldn't wait until the last bar to find what they were looking for. Su Bai looked slightly embarrassed. Well, it's been so long that I've forgotten. Besides, every single one of these steel pipes has some money hidden inside. How could I remember which one held this note? With that, Su Bai pulled a rolled-up strip of white paper from the steel pipe. Hearing that the other pipes also contained his secret stash, Lin Qianyu quickly gathered them aside. Honey, even though you exposed yourself, this is now confiscated. After setting the pipes aside, Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai. Honey, let me see what secret message you wrote. Huh, this isn't Morse code. What does this mean? She stared at the blank white paper, utterly puzzled. Fang Qing stood by quietly, playing the role of a spectator, marveling inwardly. Hiding money inside the steel pipes of the security window. This was clearly a grand plan set in motion long ago. Su Bai carefully examined the paper and noticed a faint number in the bottom right corner, 6. He immediately understood. Back then, to avoid forgetting where he hid his private stash and the key to the paper, he had marked each type of paper with a code only he understood. If it was 1, it meant Morse code. If it was 2, it required an ultraviolet flashlight. Since this one was 6, it needed a more primitive method, the water immersion technique. After all, different numbers corresponded to different keys. Su Bai grabbed a large bowl, filled it with water, flattened the paper, and slowly submerged it completely. Honey, are you trying to destroy the evidence? Lin Qianyu asked, confused by his actions. Wouldn't paper dissolve in water? Qianyu, just watch and don't disturb Xiaosu, Fang Qing said, seeming to grasp something as she observed intently. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time passed, blue characters gradually appeared on the white paper. Viewers in the live stream were amazed. Can any expert explain the principle? If I learned this, I'd be a genius at cheating on exams. I played a similar game as a kid. Write on white paper with rice water or porridge, let it dry, then apply iodine to reveal the words. It's a chromogenic reaction. Iodine turns blue with starch. But Bai Yi used water, not iodine. I need to think about this. I recall this as high school chemistry. Write on paper with anhydrous copper sulfate, and it turns blue when exposed to water. That rings a bell. White paper can show many colors depending on the chemical used. I never thought Bai Yi would use chemistry to hide his private stash. Truly mastering math, physics, and chemistry lets you conquer the world. Amazing, just amazing. Who else could pull this off? Honey, you really went all out to hide your secret money. Lin Qianyu was impressed. Seeing the writing appear, she too understood the principle. But understanding the theory and applying it in life were two different things. Reflecting on all the knowledge learned from childhood, how many people could truly use it flexibly? Lin Qianyu leaned in again to look at the blue characters on the paper, only to be puzzled once more. Honey, what does this mean? I've never seen anything like it. The characters resembled turtles, tigers, and humans. She couldn't recognize a single one. Hearing her words, Fang Qing also leaned in curiously. Upon seeing it, Fang Qing smiled slightly. Xiaosu, I didn't expect you to have studied this too. Mom, you understand this? Su Bai was shocked. He had deliberately used ancient script to prevent others from deciphering it. I don't know the specifics, but if I'm not mistaken, this is Oracle bone script, specifically the earliest unevolved form. Mom, you're incredible. Su Bai gave a thumbs up, flattering her. You must have been a top student back in the day. Listening to their exchange, Lin Qianyu felt numb. Despite graduating from a prestigious university, she felt like an idiot. Could she be an alien, a lizard person, or born from a stone? Mom, since when did you know Oracle bone script? Lin Qianyu asked wistfully, feeling she hardly knew her own mother. Sweetie, have you forgotten? Your mother majored in linguistics at a top university. But after having you, all my focus shifted to you, and I stopped pursuing it. Fang Qing recalled her campus days. I didn't specialize in Oracle bone script. I only learned a bit from a senior who studied it. Wow, intelligence really runs in the family. They're all from elite schools. Not only is the mother-in-law beautiful and elegant, but she's also so learned. I'm 20 and an adult. Any chance for me? This is maternal love, giving up everything for a child. As a mother of 3, I can tell you, once you have kids, they become your whole world. Mom, I didn't know you were this amazing. Lin Qianyu shook her head. Only such an outstanding mother could give birth to such a clever me. Su Bai turned sharply, looking at her with astonishment. Wife, are you serious? Su Bai, you're asking for it. Take my kitty punch. Since the search for the hidden money began, Lin Qianyu had been letting loose. After a brief scuffle, she grabbed Su Bai's arm and shook it playfully. My dear husband, just tell me what it says. Hearing Lin Qianyu's coquettish tone, Su Bai curled his lips slightly and began explaining, patiently pointing at the symbol for the first character. Honey, look, doesn't this look like a person lying on their side sleeping? Lin Qianyu's gaze followed where Su Bai's finger pointed, combining it with his explanation. Oh, it really does. I get it. Does this represent where we sleep? Is it under the bed, eh? Su Bai shuddered and quickly shook his head. No, this refers to the guest bedroom, also called the side chamber in ancient times. Damn, although the girl guessed wrong, the secret in a certain place under the bed was far greater than what he had revealed. Setting aside intelligence, the girl's luck was truly astonishing. So that's it, honey. What does the second symbol mean? Lin Qianyu pointed at the second pattern, resembling a wheat field, asking curiously. This one means exactly what it looks like. Think about what a wheat field represents. Land meaning floor. Combined with the first symbol, it means guest bedroom floor. Understand? Oh, I see. Then the third symbol, which looks like a small river, means a crack. So together they mean a crack in the guest bedroom floor. But what does the last circle mean? Did you dig a hole under the guest bedroom floor, honey? Lin Qianyu mused. That's not right either. We're not on the first floor, there are neighbors below. Let's go to the guest bedroom and find out. Su Bai smiled and ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair, leading the way to the guest bedroom, with Lin Qianyu and Fang Qing following behind. So even mastering math, physics, and chemistry isn't enough, you need to learn ancient scripts. To crack Lord Bai's codes, you have to be a genius in all subjects. I just looked it up, and some symbols don't match what the host explains, so relying on search engines won't solve it either. It feels like watching Detective Conan. Super interesting. Guess where it is? I suspect the guest bedroom floor is made of gold bricks or has gold thread carpets. I think there might be hidden compartments, or this is just the first clue with layers upon layers baffling everyone. I think if Lord Bai turned to crime, even if he couldn't pull off a perfect crime, it would probably take decades to solve the case. After the group entered the guest bedroom, Su Bai lay down directly on the wooden floor. Unlike the living room's marble flooring, the other rooms were decorated with wooden planks. Slowly scanning along the baseboard, Su Bai spotted a small black arrow in one corner. That's it. Following the arrow's direction, Su Bai discovered a second, third arrow. Finally, Su Bai stood up and pointed at the guest bedroom bed. Honey, come help me out. 1, 2, 3. With Su Bai and Lin Qianyu working together, the entire bed moved about 10 centimeters. The distance from the headboard to the wall, that's enough. Su Bai went to the right side of the headboard against the wall and lay down again. A small crack between the planks appeared before his eyes, exactly where the bed leg had been. Confirming the marked spot, Su Bai stood up and said, "Wait for me, I'll get some tools." When Su Bai returned with a black toolbox, Lin Qianyu was already used to it. Mom, last time Su Bai used this toolbox to dismantle the golden umbrella. It's fully equipped. Fang Qing was somewhat surprised. Xiao Su, have you really never had any special training? Damn, even hiding pocket money had become an art form. Even American spy movies were no match for this. No, I learned it all online. Su Bai crouched down, pulled a small black steel blade from the toolbox, and slowly inserted it into the gap between the two planks. Then he took out a thin iron rod and a metal clamp, gently pressing down while inserting the blade a bit more. Click! With a faint sound, the small wooden block near the wall was pried up by Su Bai. Don't worry, I designed this plank as a movable piece back then. He'll just snap it back in place later. Unlike your husky-style demolition. Su Bai, you're the husky. Lin Qianyu pouted. With such a skilled hand, this can't be your first time. People might think you used to lay floors. Su Bai turned and looked at Lin Qianyu in surprise. How did you know, honey? I did a part-time job laying floors in college. The second paycheck I got, I bought you a pair of couple pajamas. Bullshit, couple pajamas. Have you ever seen lace couple pajamas? You bought them for your own fetish and still have the nerve to say they were a gift for me. Mentioning this, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but complain. Only then did she remember that Fang Qing was still there and the live stream was on. Fang Qing held back her laughter, pursing her lips without saying a word. Young people sure knew how to have fun. Thinking about herself and her chubby husband, there was no romance at all. A jack of all trades, Lord Bai can dismantle umbrellas and lay floors. While looks like the host and her husband were already intimate in college. My husband and I didn't have our first time until after marriage. Sister upstairs, you're too naive. Kids these days experience it in high school. Actually, I think it's normal. It's a human instinct. Just be safe, and it can even prevent hormonal imbalances. Safety is definitely important. With STDs so common, even if you don't care about yourself, think about your future partner. Better to be monogamous and not have too many partners in a lifetime. Ahem, like Lord Bai, I get excited seeing lace stockings. I always find them very. Hee. No driving during the live stream. No live streaming while driving. Wait. You bought me the second one, but what about the first? Lin Qianyu quickly pressed on. I bought it for my parents the first time. That's more like it. A smile spread across Lin Qianyu's face, revealing two cute dimples. Being jealous depended on the person. It was fine to be jealous of other girls, but never of Su Bai's parents. After all, they were the ones who raised Su Bai with hard work. Honey, let me see how much pocket money you've hidden here. Lin Qianyu came over, crouched beside Su Bai, and leaned her ponytailed head in to take a look. His vision went dark, and Su Bai saw a pitch-black back of a head before him. Why is there nothing here? Lin Qianyu muttered, peering under the empty wooden board. Darling, we're just getting started, why the rush? Su Bai directly turned Lin Qianyu's head aside, picked up the warped wooden board, and walked toward the living room. Honey, what does this mean? Lin Qianyu followed him like a shadow, incessantly questioning. The thought of this treasure hunt being so intricate made her believe it must be a big score. At that moment, Lin Qianyu patted her pocket, imagining the increase in her bank card balance. The clue is here, Su Bai said, flipping the board over to reveal two strange numbers, 2,540, 11,823. These numbers seemed familiar, yet Lin Qianyu couldn't recall where she had seen them. What does this mean again? This looks like coordinates for latitude and longitude. Fang Qing furrowed her brows and voiced her thought. As expected of my mother-in-law, you're a walking encyclopedia. Su Bai didn't hesitate to flatter her again, then turned to Lin Qianyu. Darling, what's been up with you lately? Your IQ seems a bit off. Lin Qianyu also felt her mind had been slow lately. Maybe it's because I've been eating too much. Just seeing these numbers reminds me of my academic nightmares. I was especially bad at geography and history. They were absolute nightmares. Thankfully, I chose a different track later, or I'd have ended up at the University of Society after high school. Scientific studies prove that overeating does affect brain function. When I eat too much, I get sleepy and can only think about sleeping. Let me look up these coordinates and see where they point. From the white paper inside the security window to the Oracle Bone script, and now the coordinates. How many layers of security are there? It's about time for the reveal. Su Bai opened a special app on his phone and entered the two numbers from the board. The interface displayed an image. Safe driving starts here. Honey, isn't that the book you used for your driver's license? Lin Qianyu's mind finally sharpened, and she instantly recognized it. Back when Su Bai got his license early, everyone received a copy of Safe Driving Starts Here upon registration, unlike the current online system. Since the book no longer served any purpose, it had been buried at the bottom of the bookshelf. Honey, you and Mom wait on the sofa, I'll grab it. Before Su Bai could respond, Lin Qianyu bounded into the bedroom. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Qianyu returned with Safe Driving Starts Here, flipping through it, and complaining, Honey, I don't see any cash. Su Bai took the book, flipped a couple of pages, and asked, what were the coordinates on the back of the board again? Honey, hold on, let me check. Lin Qianyu glanced at the board on the table, 2540-11823. Su Bai nodded, turned to page 25 of the book, and indeed found several circled words. Then he turned to page 40 and page 23, combining all circled words to form a new clue, behind the bathroom mirror. Honey, I remember the wall behind our bathroom mirror is just a wall. I chose that vanity myself, and there's no storage space, right? Lin Qianyu asked, puzzled by the new information. After all, Lin Qianyu had spent half a day picking out that vanity. Su Bai scratched the back of his head and stammered. I think I replaced the mirror at some point. Since the vanity itself is the same, you didn't notice. You rascal, Su Bai. Now I'm really curious. Is there anything in this house that's still original? Don't worry, you're original. Lin Qianyu. Is that what I meant? Is this man's brain wired normally? The live stream was also shocked by Su Bai's outrageous remark. Haha, does Bai not want an original? In today's society, being original doesn't matter much anymore. It's not the feudal era. Everyone has needs, especially adults. With over a decade of experience, they'll give you a tip. Sometimes non-original can be more fun and open-minded. Is the live stream veering off topic? Let's not discuss these matters between men and women, okay? As soon as Su Bai spoke, he sensed something off. Glancing at Fang Qing, who showed no reaction, he sighed inwardly with relief and quickly changed the subject. Darling, this isn't the time for that. Let's go see what's hidden where. It's been so long, I'm not entirely sure. With that, Su Bai took Lin Qianyu's hand and headed to the bathroom. Once there, Lin Qianyu felt around the mirror. Honey, I don't see any mechanism. Su Bai scratched his head. Let me think. I remember taking this apart then. No, I broke the mirror then. I've got it. Wait for me. He quickly returned to the dining room, grabbed a stool and a Phillips screwdriver. Originally this was adhesive, but I changed it to a recessed mount. Standing on the stool, Su Bai used the screwdriver to loosen the 2 screws at the top of the vanity. When they gave slightly, he said, Darling, help me lift the mirror upward a bit. Lift it. Lin Qianyu stared blankly at the smooth mirror, unsure how to proceed. Just like when you scrub my back, press your hands flat against the mirror and slide it up slowly, Su Bai instructed. After all, although she wasn't from a wealthy family, the principle of raising sons in poverty and daughters in comfort meant she hadn't done much rough work. Following Su Bai's guidance, Lin Qianyu pressed her hands against the mirror and pushed gently upward. It moved. It really moved. Just like scrubbing. Didn't expect you two to be into that, showering together. You must not be married. For a couple like the streamer, Ho've been married 2 years. Even if one pees in the bathroom, the other can brush their teeth without a second thought. I also enjoy showering with my spouse. It's convenient and saves time. Are you sure it saves time? Can you get out in under an hour? Veteran driver, don't spill all the secrets. Alright, that's enough. When the mirror was shifted 5 centimeters away, Su Bai grabbed its edges with both hands and lifted it upward, pulling the entire mirror off the wall. Since the mirror in the bathroom was not large, Su Bai did not find it too strenuous. Carefully placing the mirror against the wall on the floor, Su Bai returned to the sink. Behind where the mirror had been, there was now a recessed metal cabinet. Honey, did you install a safe in here? Lin Qianyu asked, stunned and wide-eyed. Even Fang Qing, who had remained composed all along, now twitched the corners of her mouth slightly. This hidden stash of private money was incredibly secretive, and the effort involved was no small feat. Even if a thief went to Bai Ye's house, actually stealing the money would not be easy. The golden umbrella, the marble diamond, the stainless steel anti-theft net, the wall of banknotes, and the golden egg shaped like a little yellow duck. If not for the commotion over the 2 instant noodles that exposed the hidden cash, who could have imagined these places held private savings? To put it bluntly, even if these items were placed before a thief, he might just laugh them off and add, "This family is really poor." Now stealing would be too easy. The more ordinary an item brought home to dismantle, the higher the chance of hitting the jackpot. But mirrors like this are too difficult. Ahem. Just tear the place apart. Throw 2 sacks over the streamer and the husband's heads, tie them to chairs, and then take whatever you want. I did this to prevent thieves back then, Su Bai explained with a slightly embarrassed expression. There was no other way. When the system first gave him 500,000 in cash, Su Bai was both excited and nervous. After all, he had never seen so much cash up close before. But after the excitement faded, Su Bai's face was filled with worry. He feared both that his wife Lin Qianyu would discover this private money, and that thieves would target it. After exhausting countless brain cells, he finally came up with this plan. If he had known the system would keep giving more and more money, Su Bai would never have resorted to this. After all, it was really a hassle. "They'll believe you for now," Lin Qianyu pouted, and began entering the password to open the safe. Beep. Oh, it worked on the first try. Hearing the sound, Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai, her eyes full of affection. "Honey, didn't you say using my birthday was childish? But this safe still uses my birthday." "Silly, because I love you," Su Bai replied with a thick face. When he first set the password, he didn't want anything too complicated, so he simply used Lin Qianyu's birthday. Fang Qing, watching from the side, curled her lips slightly. Seeing these 2 young ones reminded her of her own youthful romance from time to time. Youth is truly wonderful. Huh. Lin Qianyu reached out and touched the safe, her expression puzzled. "Honey, if the password is correct, why doesn't it pop open automatically?" "Because you still need a key." Su Bai reached for the lower right corner of the safe and pressed, revealing a keyhole. "I know this. Is it the key I pulled out while cracking walnuts yesterday?" Lin Qianyu excitedly pulled a golden key from her pocket and inserted it into the safe's keyhole. "Yesterday when I asked you, you hemmed and hawed and wouldn't say, but now it's come back to me after all." Fang Qing could hardly believe her ears. What on earth? A key from cracking walnuts? Can a key grow inside a walnut? Lin Qianyu turned it with force, and the excitement on her face slowly faded. It wouldn't turn. That meant the key now in the safe wasn't the real one. Then, where did this key belong? But the most important thing now was to open the safe in front of her. Lin Qianyu pointed at the keyhole. "Honey, where's the key to open the safe?" "You're so impatient. I remember the key is around here somewhere. Let me think. The first time I hid private money." Su Bai suddenly pulled out his phone and removed its case. Inside the case hung a silver white key. Yes, this is it. Since it was his first time hiding private money, Su Bai had taken extra care in safeguarding this key. "Let me do it." Lin Qianyu took the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and applied a little force. Click, here it comes. Let me see what's inside. The viewers in the live stream also began to act as prophets. Let me guess. For Bai Yi to guard it so carefully, it must be something very expensive. Could it be a top-grade sapphire? If the lost art of necromancy tells you I've seen the future. Inside is a martial arts manual, the Sunflower Manual. I just did a divination. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a famous painting by Van Gogh. If I remember correctly, a Van Gogh painting was indeed bought by a mysterious person long ago, and there's been no news of that person since. The viewers' guesses grew increasingly exaggerated. Some even blurted out that it might be some dark history from Bai Ye's rise containing evidence of Su Bai's past crimes. As the safe door slowly opened, its true contents were finally revealed, a neat stack of 100-yuan bills. Each stack of 10,000 yuan, 50 stacks in total. This is the private money you went to so much trouble to hide. Lin Qianyu found it hard to believe. Compared to the golden umbrella and diamond marble left in the corner, this 500,000 seems so insignificant. Not only Lin Qianyu thought so, but the veteran fans in the live stream felt the same. Oh, after all that anticipation, this is it. Just cash. I thought there would be some world-shaking big haul. Disappointing, extremely disappointing. The higher the expectations, the harder the fall. Wait, aren't we all going in the wrong direction? Our original intention was to learn how to hide private money, right? How did we start expecting what the private money is? It wasn't their fault, it was a matter of habit. They were so used to being shocked that now with a letdown they felt a bit off. Some viewers who had just joined the stream were completely baffled. Did I miss something? 500,000 in private money. That's 500,000. Are you all so calm? Is everyone in this stream a hidden tycoon? Su Bai reached out and ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair. What else? Did you think it would be full of property deeds? No, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. Lin Qianyu locked the safe again and put the key into her pocket. Honey, from now on this safe is mine. Hearing Lin Qianyu's excited announcement, Su Bai found the girl utterly adorable and teased with a smile. Yours, it's all yours. Qing, who had witnessed the discovery of so much secret stash money, smiled without saying much. Alright, I suppose I've learned something new today. You are Xiao Su. I don't care how much wealth you two have. I only hope you can live well together and not let trivial matters affect your relationship. Don't worry, Mom. In my heart, you will always come first, Su Bai promised earnestly. Mom, rest assured there's nothing wrong with Su Bai and me, Lin Qianyu said, taking Qing's hand. A little hiccup now and then is just the spice of life. Alright, as long as you two get along well and satisfied. I've resolved the issue, and seen how the secret stash was hidden. Now I'll head home to keep your father company. Mom, want you stay for dinner. Stay a while longer. Lin Qianyu tugged at Qing's hand. You have Xiao Su to keep you company. I'd better go back to your father, or he won't enjoy his meal alone. Remember to bring Xiao Su home for dinner on the weekend. Got it, Mom. At the same time, in a special research institute in the imperial capital, a group of researchers were intently watching Lin Qianyu's live stream during their break. An elderly man over 70 with snow-white hair chuckled as he watched the stream. Who would have thought our youngest academician Su had this side to him? Hiding secret stash money. I've never done such a thing in my life. I stumbled upon this stream by chance and was curious. I never expected it to involve academician Su. Who knew he had such a hobby? A middle-aged man nearby, around 50, also laughed heartily. Long, the director of the Special Research Institute, and a top national talent, who had made immense contributions to national defense, looked at Su Bai on the screen with a gratified smile. By the way, how far have we progressed with the blueprints academician Su provided last time? We've reached 79%. If all goes smoothly, mass production can begin in 2 months. With this weapon, our coastal defense capabilities will at least triple. Then we'll see if those malicious hostile forces dare to test us so recklessly. Good. If any issues arise, compile them and send them to academician Su's email, Long said, gently tapping the table. Our nation is fortunate to have a talent like academician Su. By the way, have all the information and security measures for academician Su and his family been properly handled? Rest assured on that front. Everything is under top-level protection. No one knows academician Su's true identity yet, and he's unwilling to move his family here. So we can only offer discreet protection without interfering with his personal life. Let him be. After all, not everyone can spend all their time in the lab like us. Look at the other young ones in our lab. They occasionally relax too. Come accompany me to check on the progress of other projects. Long stood up and headed for the door. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, this scene unfolded at the Imperial Capital's Special Research Institute. The title of academician Su stemmed solely from a system-provided design blueprint and related technical knowledge a year ago. On a whim, Su Bai had sent an email to the official inbox of the Special Research Institute. To his surprise, it caused a sensation, and the very next day, they sent someone to bring him to the Imperial Capital. He had made up an excuse about a business trip to hide it from Lin Qianyu. Upon leaving the institute, he repeatedly emphasized that everything must be kept confidential to avoid disrupting his peaceful life. The next morning, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. Glancing at the sleeping Su Bai, she suddenly remembered something and quietly slipped out of bed. After fumbling around the bedside table, she dashed into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, staring at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, she could no longer contain her excitement and rushed back into the bedroom, throwing off the covers. Honey, wake up, honey, wake up. Startled awake, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Wife, is there an earthquake? Honey, I'm pregnant. Lin Qianyu threw herself onto him, cradling his face in her hands as she announced excitedly. Pregnant? Su Bai, still groggy, looked at her in confusion. I'm pregnant. Your wife is pregnant. Lin Qianyu pinched his mouth into a duck-like shape. Honey, your wife is pregnant. MMPH. Su Bai's eyes widened, but with his mouth pinched, he couldn't speak. He wrapped his arms around her waist and flipped their positions with a gentle effort. Phew. He finally caught his breath and eagerly confirmed, Wife, am I dreaming? You're pregnant. Silly, you're not dreaming. I really am pregnant, Lin Qianyu said, her face slightly flushed beneath him. Don't move. After all, a man in the morning is different from usual. Really? Still in disbelief, Su Bai grabbed her hand and slapped his own face a few times. It seems real, it hurts. Whoa. My wife is pregnant. Am I going to be a father? Only then did he believe it wasn't a dream. Wait. Su Bai quickly turned over and rested his head on her belly. Let me hear the baby's heartbeat. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but giggle. Silly, I just got pregnant. How could you hear fetal movements? Is that so? Su Bai scratched his head. First time, no experience. By the second or third child, well, know better. Dream on, Lin Qianyu said, stroking his hair, sensing that the man she had entrusted her life to truly loved children. Su Bai kept his head gently resting on her belly, murmuring to himself, Little one, be good and listen. The day you're born, your dad will make you the happiest person in the world. Second only to your mom. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly an odd sound echoed from Lin Qianyu's stomach. Sweetheart, are you hungry? Su Bai gently caressed Lin Qianyu's belly. Daddy's going to make you breakfast now. Then he planted a soft kiss on her forehead. Honey, you rest well, we'll call you when the meal's ready. It'll be quick, just 20 minutes. Honey, why don't you sleep a bit more? It'll make breakfast, Lin Qianyu said, stroking Su Bai's cheek. Otherwise you'll be drained during the day. Impossible. I'm as sturdy as a stallion, Su Bai replied, taking her hand. Be a good wife and listen, okay? With that, Su Bai leaped out of bed and dashed straight to the kitchen. Honey, you haven't even washed up yet. No rush, I can do that after breakfast. In the kitchen, Su Bai opened the fridge to inspect the ingredients: greens, bacon, beef patties, and some leftover rice. He had planned to use the leftover rice for egg fried rice, but now that Lin Qianyu was pregnant, that was out of the question. So he decided to make a sandwich and heat some milk, then head to the market later for fresh ingredients. Su Bai glanced toward the bedroom. Now that his wife was pregnant, he had to be extremely cautious. Overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't help humming "Kiss My Baby" while preparing breakfast. Kiss my baby, I will cross the ocean to find the vanished rainbow, catch the fleeting shooting star, fly into the endless night sky, pluck a star for your toy, touch the moon with my own hands, and write your name upon it. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu in the bedroom excitedly spammed the family group chat, shared by both sets of parents, with the good news. La la la. Guess what? I'm pregnant. Mom, Dad, I'm pregnant. I'm not kidding, but it's true. Qianyu's dad, what? Pregnant? Your mom and I will come over right away. Qianyu's mom? I told you with those symptoms it was 90% certain. They'll come over to share some precautions. Su Bai's mom. Does this mean I'm going to be a grandmother? Qianyu's mom, yes. And I'm going to be a grandmother too. Lin Qianyu. Looks like I'm going to be an uncle. He'll hurry up and find you an aunt-in-law. Su Bai's dad. Honey, you go over for now. He'll join after I finish work. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandfather. Both families mobilized entirely over Lin Qianyu's pregnancy. An hour later, after finishing breakfast, Lin Qianyu tried to help clean up the kitchen, but was firmly shooed away by Su Bai. Bored, she settled on the sofa and opened her live stream. Good morning, everyone. Host, any plans today? Keep hunting for secret stashes. Never stop searching. I can see joy on your face and a rosy glow. Something good must have happened. Thinking about that safe behind the mirror yesterday still amazes me. The whole hiding process was so complicated. Watching her enthusiastic fans, Lin Qianyu hesitated, but ultimately kept her pregnancy news to herself. Better to wait until things are more settled before revealing it. Soon Su Bai finished tidying the kitchen and came out. Honey, I'm heading out. Okay, come back soon. Lin Qianyu nodded. Just going to buy some things, fresh ingredients and baby supplies. It'll be quick, Su Bai said, his mind already filled with life after the baby's arrival. Honey, should we stock up on diapers, formula, pacifiers? Cough, cough. Lin Qianyu paused. Well, she had wanted to keep it secret a bit longer, but Su Bai had already let it slip. Honey, it's still early, I don't stock up on those yet. Formula has an expiration date. ITLL go bad. Our parents are all coming over this afternoon. Just buy some fresh vegetables. Alright, I'll be off then. You rest, and don't be reckless, Su Bai said, making an okay gesture. He planned to see what else to buy at the market. Maybe he could even invest in some baby product companies. That way they'd never run out of supplies for the baby. Anyway, while grocery shopping, he'd check in for his daily reward. One more day, and he might unlock a special prize. Hopefully something useful for the child. After Su Bai left, Lin Qianyu was alone in the living room. She glanced at the livestream comments. The host is pregnant. Impressive, Mr. Bai. Looks like you've been working out. I knew it was good news. After all, he's the 18th generation heir of the Tianshi mansion. Congratulations, host. Hope you have a bouncing baby boy to inherit Mr. Bai's talent for hiding secret stashes. Haha, can't wait to see who hides better, father or son. Well, I was planning to wait a bit before announcing, but he was too excited. Lin Qianyu replied while patting her pocket. Feeling something foreign, she pulled it out. It was the golden key that didn't seem to match any lock. Suddenly, a new idea struck her. Everyone, our mission this morning is to uncover the secret of this key. I want to see which lock it opens. She studied the golden key, intently lost in thought. Where could this key belong? Lin Qianyu's mind raced through past searches for hidden stashes, trying to recall any missed clues. Instant noodle cups, beer bottles, encrypted folders. That's right, the computer. She hurried back to the bedroom, grabbed Su Bai's laptop, and reopened the encrypted folder. Everyone take a look. Is there anything we missed? The photos with locks are the key. We must find where this key belongs. Not the first photo, not the second. As she scrolled through image after image, Lin Qianyu found no clue about the key. Host, I recall there was a Morse code note we didn't use. What information did it record? Morse code. New fans might not know, but old fans remember. We used Morse code to discover 300 Tang poems and National Rich Lady Directory. Learned a lot too. Speaking of which, the host never replied to my private message. All I want is the full set of 300 Tang poems. I just want to expand my network, nothing else. Morse code. Since it was days ago, Lin Qianyu had forgotten the content of those white papers. She found the papers full of pinholes again and zoomed in. These should be the ones. See which one we haven't decoded. Host, you need the Bible to decode it. Right, I remember too. The code book is the Bible. Haha, guys, no need for that. I found the record. The unused paper translates to ground. Underground. Could it be like the safe behind the mirror, hidden under some floorboard? But the host isn't on the first floor, there can't be a basement. Wait, Just because the host isn't on the first floor doesn't mean the building has no basement. Host, does your building have a basement? Basement. Pondering the viewer's suggestion, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Yes, there are parking spots and storage rooms on the first basement level, but I don't recall my husband buying one. Host, you didn't know he bought a secret apartment either. Might as well try. What if there's a surprise? Exactly. That could be it. Underground basement. Wow, brilliant. Lin Qianyu glanced at the door. Su Bai hadn't returned yet. Oh, she had time to check it out. Since you all say so, let's go take a look. Arriving at the elevator, Lin Qianyu pressed the button for the basement level with practiced ease, her heart churning with conflict. She both hoped this key would match one of the storage rooms and dreaded the thought that Su Bai had secretly purchased one. Yet since she had come this far, Lin Qianyu decided to give it a try. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slid open slowly on the basement level. Dear viewers, the basement is divided into two sections. One side is a row of storage rooms, and the larger area on the other side serves as parking spaces. Lin Qianyu stepped out of the elevator and turned left into a corridor. To conserve electricity, the lights in this passage were spaced far apart and dim, stirring unsettling thoughts in one's mind. Woe is the passage to the storage rooms this terrifying. It's like a scene from a horror movie. The streamer is pretty brave. If it were me, I wouldn't dare go alone. Just to clarify, I'm a delicate little princess. This scene reminds me of James Wan's horror films. I forget which part of The Conjuring, but it seemed to involve a basement that led to the world of the dead. Streamer, don't look back. Someone might be behind you. The person above is too much. Do I feel like there's a presence behind me now? It's creepy. After winding through the corridor for about 2 minutes, she finally saw a row of about 10 storage rooms. Lin Qianyu swallowed nervously. Though it was her own community's basement, being alone still stirred a hint of fear. Dear viewers, let's start with the first one and get this over with quickly. With that, Lin Qianyu held her live streaming phone in one hand and the key in the other as she approached the first storage room. She inserted the key. It turned, but wouldn't budge. Not this one. Let's try the second. Again, she inserted the key, but it wouldn't turn. The key didn't fit the lock, so it was useless. After all, it wasn't a master key. It had to match. Inserting it into the third storage room, it moved, and Lin Qianyu's eyes widened instantly. No way. This key actually opens the storage room door. What luck I have. Dear viewers, it moved. Wow, our deduction skills are worthy of Sherlock Holmes. Amazing, it really is the storage room key. Could it be filled with cash? If so, someone might actually come to investigate the streamer. Think bigger. Maybe it's a weapons cache. Why not say it's nuclear warheads or biological weapons? Lin Qianyu took a deep breath, her heart tense with the unknown of the storage room. What lay inside? Could it really be mountains of gold and silver as netizens speculated? An arsenal? Or perhaps a room filled with peculiar props revealing her husband as a long-hidden pervert? Would it contain items like chase lounges, octopus, chairs, bull demon kings, pirate ships, and so on? With a mix of nervousness and curiosity, Lin Qianyu held her breath, placed her hand on the doorknob, and slowly pushed open the iron door before her. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just left the neighborhood and called out Jiang Nan. Bro, by why the urgent summons? Nothing much, just wanted you to accompany me shopping. Su Bai draped his arm over Jiang Nan's shoulder. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. I'm overjoyed today. What? Sister-in-law is pregnant? Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Bro, by this is incredible news. They'll have to prepare a grand gift for my godchild. You said it. I'll hold you to that. Su Bai teased with a smile. What about you? When are you and Yalan planning? It's already in the works, but you beat me to it. Jiang Nan playfully punched Su Bai's chest. Bro, by any quick tips to share? Tips? Su Bai recalled recent events. Maintain high-intensity exercise at least twice a day for a week, and you should be fine. I mean, not during the safe period. As for what Head told Lin Qianyu about a master or auspicious days for conception, that was all made up. None of it was true. Pregnancy requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Once everything clicks, it happens naturally. Twice a day, that's 14 times a week. Jiang Nan frowned. Bro, by that's a bit challenging. Any techniques? What? You're young and already finding this difficult. Su Bai was surprised. Well, I'll reluctantly suggest eating more kidneys or try some supplements if needed. Forget it, that's just a temporary fix. They'll stick to once a day and aim to get Yalan pregnant next month, so our kids won't be too far apart in age. Jiang Nan pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Unlike Su Bai, who had experienced several romances before meeting Yalan, he sometimes felt drained at such a young age. Glancing at Su Bai, he offered one. Bro, I want one. No, I didn't touch these even before kids, and now that Qianyu's pregnant, there's no way I will. Su Bai waved his hand in refusal. Come on, accompany me shopping. I want to stock up on practical stuff for the unborn baby and buy some gifts for my wife to cheer her up. She's been through a lot. Hearing this, Jiang Nan silently put the unlit cigarette back. Indeed, if one chose to have children, it was best to avoid such things. Bro, by where to? First, let's hit the market for groceries, then check out the mall for some items. Back in the basement, Lin Qianyu pushed open the door to the third storage room and reached for the light switch. The room was about 30 square meters with no mountains of gold or weapons, just a plain table holding two simple storage boxes. Lin Qianyu approached the table and carefully opened one of the boxes. What was this? Inside there was only a stack of files seemingly designed blueprints. She flipped through them briefly, but when she saw the label on one blueprint her pupils contracted instantly, and she quickly shifted the live-streaming phone's camera away. How could this be? When Lin Qianyu realized what the design drawings were, her mind buzzed with confusion. Lithography machine design blueprints. They were actually lithography machine design blueprints. And in that fleeting glance, she caught sight of one of the data points in a value 0. Although she had never studied this specialty during her university days, Lin Qianyu had heard her mentor mention it once. Currently, there are two types of lithography machines, one using ultraviolet light sources and the other using extreme ultraviolet light sources. The ones with lower requirements on the market are ordinary UV lithography machines. In today's world, the photolithography technology is monopolized by three giants: MSI, Nikon, and Canon. And the top-tier lithography machines capable of etching 7 nanometers and below processes are exclusively monopolized by MSI, dominating the entire lithography machine market. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine in the world has an NA value of 0.33, while the 0.55 NA value lithography machine is still under development and has not yet been officially delivered. It is also produced by MSI. Now Lin Qianyu found herself in this unremarkable basement staring at a lithography machine designed blueprint with an NA value of 0.6. What an astonishing discovery. The moment Lin Qianyu saw this value, she knew something significant had happened. In the live stream, some sharp-eyed and knowledgeable fans also noticed this value, and their hearts were instantly shaken with overwhelming awe. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is this just a fictional design drawing? An EUV lithography machine blueprint with an NA value of 0.6. Too shocking to be true. Brother upstairs, you're not seeing things. It really is a 0.6 NA value EUV lithography machine blueprint, and judging by the level of detail, it seems genuine. Could it be that Bai Yi has a hidden identity? A reclusive genius scientist living in obscurity? Oh my god, if this is real, it will break MSI's monopoly on lithography machines. This is a revolutionary breakthrough. Our country will truly stand up in this field. You know, the reason MSI monopolizes the top-tier lithography machine sector is not just the 1000 plus patents, but also the fact that every component is produced in different countries. And our country seems to have OEM factories for all the parts. Does that mean this is a war without smoke, a war in the technological field? If we can really achieve a 0.6 NA value lithography machine, it will enable the etching of even smaller chip programs, which means progress in technological strength and various modern weapons. The chain of positive feedback is enormous. A group of knowledgeable fans fervently discussed in the live stream, each understanding the implications of these design blueprints in the basement. At the same time, researchers at the Imperial Special Research Institute watching the live stream also noticed this scene and immediately notified the director Heilong. What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? A 0.6 NA value. Heilong's eyes gleamed with sharp light. I'm sure. I just don't know if the design blueprint is a complete version. Whether it's complete or not, we need to verify this matter. Even if it's just a half-finished product, we must confirm its details. Heilong raised his eyebrows. Such an important matter, and academician Su didn't reveal a single clue. Could it be that he was afraid of causing a stir and affecting his life? And then by a twist of fate, it was exposed by his wife's search for his hidden cache. Heilong rubbed his thumb and index finger together, then suddenly thought of something. Since we can discover this news, it means many people already know about this situation. That also means the walking 50,000 spies planted in our country also know about this news. Heilong's frown deepened. Shall Luo prepare for our trip to Modu overnight? Now, Luo Jun, a middle-aged man beside him, squinted his eyes. Elder He, why don't I go down there myself? You can command remotely from the capital. No, I need to go personally this time to confirm those blueprints. Heilong waved his hand, rejecting Luo Jun's suggestion. If these blueprints are real, the benefits they bring will be incalculable. Well, set off in 10 minutes. He'll report this to the higher-ups right away. Perhaps we need to notify Modu to enhance security measures. No, we need to strengthen immediately. I must report this quickly. Elder He'll go prepare now. Yes, go ahead. Heilong and Luo Jun split up, one to report to the highest authorities, the other to arrange the flight to Modu. Lin Qianyu didn't continue flipping through the files in the box. Realizing she had caused a huge trouble, she immediately locked the basement iron door and dialed Su Bai's number. Honey, I think I've caused a big mess. When the call connected, Lin Qianyu stammered. On the other end, Su Bai was startled and quickly asked, What's wrong, dear? Did you fall? Are you at home? I'll be right back. Wait for me. No, I didn't fall. Hearing Su Bai's worried inquiry, Lin Qianyu was deeply moved. I used the key we found in the walnut last time and opened the basement iron door. Is that all? I thought something serious happened. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Lin Qianyu was unharmed, but then suddenly realized, wait. Honey, did you say you opened the basement iron door? Yes, I accidentally opened it. Oh my goodness, Su Bai ran his hands through his hair. Honey, did you see those things? Yes, I saw them. Did you broadcast it, eh? Yes, I broadcasted it. Although I reacted quickly and moved the camera away, it was already too late. Su Bai, that's okay as long as you're fine. But the next few days might be a little exciting. Su Bai didn't blame Lin Qianyu. Since it had already happened, they would just go with the flow. Honey, come home now. Leave the rest to me. Darling, do you mean those design blueprints in the basement are real? Yep. Hearing Su Bai's confirmation, Lin Qianyu's mind went blank once again. But she didn't ask further. She simply said softly, Honey, he'll be waiting for you at home. On Su Bai's side, after learning that the basement design blueprints had been exposed, he sighed helplessly. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that this girl would discover the basement so soon. He had originally planned to move the basement items to the new house, but he was still a step too slow. By God, what's wrong? Jiang Nan, who was beside him, noticed Su Bai's furrowed brow slowly relax and asked curiously. Nothing major. Su Bai glanced at the items on the cart. He had already picked up everything he could think of. I don't think there's anything else to buy. Let's call it a day. All right. Let me know if you need any help. Seeing that Su Bai didn't want to elaborate, Jiang Nan didn't press further. It's nothing serious. I just want to go home and be with my wife. I'm a bit worried about her being alone. And you should also hurry up and find someone, or else I'll have my little one beat up yours. By God, it's still uncertain who will beat whom. Su Bai had just parted ways with Jiang Nan when his phone rang again while driving. Seeing the name on the caller ID, he quickly answered. Elder, he long time no see. Missed me? Academician Su, stop teasing me. Is that matter online true? He Long's eager voice came through the phone. After all, lithography technology was extremely important. If it were true, the country would break the monopoly in various chip technologies and no longer be choked by other nations. You mean the lithography machine? Su Bai paused and asked. Do you have anything else? No. Su Bai quickly denied. Good heavens, he hadn't expected that Lin Qianyu had just told him the secret of the basement was exposed, and in no time, he Long had already received the news. This efficiency, wasn't it a bit too fast? Indeed, once a person starts streaming, they become half-transparent. Is that lithography machine real? He Long asked again. It hasn't been tested yet, but theoretically it should be feasible. Su Bai replied frankly. After all, the design drawings given by the system shouldn't have any problems. Really, it's truly a lithography machine design. And the NA value is also 0.6. Yes. Clatter. In an instant, Su Bai heard something being knocked over on the other end of the phone. Elder, here, are you alright? Huff. He Long's panting came through him. Fine. Academician Su, may I venture to ask, did you research this lithography machine design yourself? Sometimes when driving for ride-hailing gets boring, I work on little inventions. I just completed this lithography machine a few days ago. I was planning to wait until it was verified before telling you. Su Bai replied with a straight face. Cough. He Long nearly choked on hearing Su Bai's words. Academician Su, you're telling me the lithography machine technical drawings are a little invention. Then what do you consider a big invention? Hiding a private stash of money. Su Bai answered without hesitation. In Su Bai's view, ever since Lin Qianyu discovered his private stash, the future battle of wits would definitely be upgraded several levels. That was all little money. Suddenly Su Bai thought of something. Elder, how about you research some methods for hiding private money? He'll trade you some little inventions later. Humph. He Long was momentarily speechless. His high-quality upbringing kept him from cursing. Since when could hiding private money be compared to lithography technology? They're the same, right? But it seemed quite a good deal. Unconsciously, even He Long didn't realize he had been led astray by Su Bai. Let's talk about this later. When I saw your wife's live stream, just now, you weren't home, right? He Long asked about Su Bai's whereabouts. Yeah, my wife is pregnant, so I went out to prepare some supplies. I'm heading home now. Alright, then stay at home and don't go anywhere. He'll come directly to your place later. And by the way, congratulations, Academician Su. My place? Elder, aren't you in the capital? Su Bai asked in surprise. That was 2 cities over 1200 kilometers apart. I've already left. He'll be at your place in about 3 hours. We'll talk then. With that, He Long hung up, leaving Su Bai dumbfounded. It seemed the scale was bigger than he had imagined. In the living room, Lin Qianyu was restless, filled with regret. At this moment, she deeply regretted opening that box in the basement. Now, everything had been exposed by her. What was she to do? Click. The door sounded and Su Bai pushed it open, holding 2 large bags in his hands. Honey, give me a hand. I have to go down again. There are 2 more bags downstairs. Su Bai set the bags down on the floor, then suddenly realized something and lifted them again. Honey, you should stay on the sofa. He'll handle it. Honey, I can do it. Lin Qianyu quickly put on slippers and came over. Be good, listen to me. You need to be careful at this time. Su Bai carried the 2 bags into the living room. But you can help sort them out. See what's needed now and what's needed later. This is your first pregnancy, and I'm still unclear about many things. Lin Qianyu briefly looked through the bags. Good heavens. Pacifiers, baby bowls, and so on, but why was there an adult diaper? Could it be that pregnant women leak urine? HHH, this is the joy of knowing you're about to become a dad for the first time. Master Bai's reaction is exactly like mine back then. I also bought a bunch of useless things at first, and later after the baby was born I had to replace everything again. Good heavens, adult diapers are the real essence. I didn't expect the male owner to know so much. Sister Lin, let me tell you from experience. In a few months you will leak urine. In other words, you'll get up to pee several times at night, and sometimes you won't make it in time, so your husband prepared correctly. I think the hardest part of pregnancy is the morning sickness months. Everything makes you want to throw up. I still get chills thinking about it. Exactly, I lost a lot of weight during that stage of my first pregnancy, but once you get through it, you'll rebound exponentially. Just as Lin Qianyu was halfway through organizing, Su Bai came in again, carrying several more bags. Honey, I also bought some groceries. When both sets of parents come over later, we'll have a good celebration. Honey, don't you blame me. From the moment Su Bai first entered, he hadn't mentioned the basement at all, which deeply moved Lin Qianyu. Blame you for what? Su Bai looked at her with loving eyes and asked with a smile. Those files in the basement. I went through them without your permission. Honey, didn't we have an agreement? These are just some byproducts of your search for private money. It's not your fault. Su Bai walked over to Lin Qianyu, reached out, and affectionately rubbed her head. Besides, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. It's just that there might be some guests visiting this afternoon. I hope you don't mind, honey. Honey, you're so sweet, love you moi. Lin Qianyu stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Su Bai's cheek. Honey, who are the guests? It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll know when they arrive. Good heavens, if the lithography machine design is real, this is a huge deal. Master Bai is truly an amazing man. I seriously suspect Master Bai has a hidden identity. This stream is getting more and more interesting. First, the private money, now upgraded to Master Bai's identity, like watching a TV drama. Thank goodness Master Bai isn't long out yin or ID think we're watching the return of the war god. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Honey, are these the guests you mentioned? Lin Qianyu asked curiously. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. That can't be right. Could someone from the capital arrive so quickly? Honey, stay on the sofa. They'll go see what's going on. Arriving at the door, Su Bai glanced at the video intercom and said, Honey, it's your parents. Did they arrive this quickly? Lin Qianyu muttered. I thought they'd come in the afternoon. It must be my mom's impatient nature. Now that she knows I'm pregnant, she couldn't wait to come. Soon Lin Qianyu's parents appeared at the door, carrying various bags. Dad, Mom. Su Bai quickly helped take the bags and ushered them inside. Xiao Su, did something happen here? Your father and I were still tidying up at home when several soldiers came to escort us here. Fang Qing asked curiously as soon as she entered. And your neighborhood is full of soldiers in uniform. I even saw armored vehicles. Soldiers escorting you. Armored vehicles. Su Bai was utterly puzzled. Yes, they escorted us to the building entrance and refused to come up, saying they didn't want to disturb your life. Thinking back on the journey, Fang Qing found it quite remarkable. If they hadn't repeatedly insisted it was merely an escort, she would have thought the young couple had done something wrong. Su Bai frowned and exchanged a glance with Lin Qianyu. It might be because of the design drawings. Drawings? Fang Qing looked confused. Mom, it's nothing. You'll find out later. Lin Qianyu rose from the sofa and took Fang Qing's hand, guiding her to sit down. Lin Qianyu's father turned on the TV, selected a war film, and began watching without further questions. Dad, Mom, have some tea. Su Bai put away the items and served tea to his in-laws. Xiao Su, no need to be so formal. We're family. Lin accepted the tea and replied, You two did well this time. Keep it up. Dad, this one isn't even here yet, Lin Qianyu protested, patting her belly. We'll have to ask this little one if they're willing. Having two kids gives them companionship like you and your brother. At least you won't be lonely, Lin began to reason. An only child always lacks something. With a sibling, they're less prone to rebellion. If you find it troublesome, your mother and I can help take care of them later. I'm about to retire anyway. Dear, let's talk about this later. Just watch your show. Fang Qing turned and shot Lin a glare. We're not there yet, but it's too early to discuss this. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandmother soon. Qin, you don't take cold showers lately, and no smoking or drinking. Mom, you know I never touch those things. Even if I drink, it's just a glass or two. Lin Qianyu blinked her big eyes. I wonder what this little one will look like. With you being so beautiful and Xiao Su so handsome, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Fang Qing patted Lin Qianyu's hand. Su Bai and Lin turned away, not meddling in such matters. Dad'll start cooking now. You keep them company. Su Bai stood up and nodded to Lin. Lin pondered for a second, then stood up first. He'll give you a hand. That I can manage on my own. I don't think you can. I'd better help out. Hearing Lin's words, Su Bai quickly caught on. Dad, shall we go then? Let's go. Neither man wanted to stay in the living room a moment longer. It was better to keep their distance. In the kitchen, Xiao Su, impressive. You've hidden quite a bit of private money. Lin watched Su Bai cook with such skill that he couldn't even lend a hand. Dad, did you ever hide private money? Su Bai turned and asked curiously. Yes, for the first 2 years of marriage, I foolishly handed over my salary card to your mother-in-law. Later, asking for money became quite troublesome. Not that she refused, but asking for it always felt awkward. Lin took a pack of medicine from his pocket, glanced at the living room, and silently tucked it back. Later I started hiding some private money around the house, in cigarette packs, phone cases, and such. After all, a man needs money to spend. One time she found it. I thought she'd be furious. Lin recalled that incident, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Unexpectedly, she just handed me the salary card directly. Back then she always thought I didn't like handling money, so she took the card. From then on I voluntarily gave her 50 yuan each month for household expenses and kept the rest in my bank account. Lin patted Su Bai's shoulder. But compared to your technique for hiding private money, mine is utterly inferior. Su Bai pressed his lips together. Lin had originally planned to ask for tips on hiding money, but now it seemed unnecessary. Xiao Su, I don't expect you two to be rich or famous. I just hope you both live safely. Though Lin didn't know the specifics, the involvement of the military meant his son-in-law had done something remarkable. Dad, don't worry. It'll be sorted out soon, Su Bai replied with a grin. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Qianyu took Fang Qing's hand into the bedroom to continue their conversation about the baby, while Lin was settled in the guest room for a nap. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Su Bai glanced at the clock on the wall and immediately understood. Old Crane, long time no see. You're right on time. Seeing the aged face on the video screen, Su Bai greeted him with a smile. Old Crane, please wait a moment. He'll come down to welcome you. As soon as he went downstairs, Su Bai saw an expectant Long with Luo Jun standing behind him. Old Crane, academician Luo, please come in. Academician Su, let's skip the formalities. Take me to the basement right away. Long's excitement was barely contained. He only wanted to know if the lithography machine design could truly be realized. Old Crane, was this your arrangement? Su Bai pointed at the soldiers scattered around the neighborhood. Academician Su, I believe you understand the significance of a 0.6 lithography machine. Many people are probably eyeing you by now, so I sent guards to protect you. After we visit the basement, I suggest moving your family and your wife's family to the Modu military district for safety. To avoid any misunderstanding, Long quickly explained. Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Old Crane will discuss this with them later. Shall we head to the basement now? Let's go, let's go. In the basement corridor, a dozen soldiers stood guard every 5 meters, rifles in hand. Elder, isn't this a bit excessive, Su Bai couldn't help but remark at the formidable security. Excessive? I fear it's still far from enough. I dread any unforeseen mishap. Long's expression was grave. He understood better than anyone the significance of these blueprints. Arriving at the door, Su Bai pulled out the golden key Lin Qianyu had given him at noon and unlocked the iron door and stepped into the basement. Long and Luo Jun eagerly followed him inside. Academician Su. Long began impatiently. Patience, Elder He'll fetch them for you now. Su Bai opened one of the storage boxes, pulled out a stack of documents, and placed them on the table. They included design drawings and detailed annotations. Academician Su, you keep such critical technology in this shabby box? Long asked, astonished. It's just a little invention of mine. No need for such fuss. Su Bai shrugged. Long felt a sudden urge to reprimand him. Then I hope you'll bless us with more of these little inventions. Elder would you still care to see this little invention? Of course I would. Luo, come take a look too. Long shot Su Bai a glare, pulled out a pair of reading glasses, and began examining the documents on the table. Su Bai in turn folded his arms across his chest and leaned lazily against the wall. All the knowledge within these documents had already been transmitted into his mind by the system, not like a data transfer, but fully comprehended and integrated. As Long and Luo Jun flipped through the pages, their expressions grew increasingly serious, and the light in their eyes blazed brighter. Elder this part here is. I never imagined. So this is the approach. Our previous line of thinking was misguided. No wonder we couldn't achieve it. That's right. This design is theoretically feasible. Long's hands trembled slightly, his lips quivering. Feasible. There's a very high probability it can be realized. This is the assembly diagram and schematic for a lithography machine. Following this logic, a 0.6 lithography machine stands a real chance of being built. Luo Jun looked up at Su Bai, who remained composed, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of being was this young man? Though Su Bai had provided some blueprints earlier, they paled in comparison to these lithography machine designs. What astonished Luo Jun even more was that this young man was only in his 20s. Even if he had started researching from the womb, how could he possibly know so much? Could it be that geniuses truly existed in this world? Was this the gap between ordinary people and the exceptional? Academician Su, did you really design these blueprints out of boredom? MMHM. I worked on them while driving for a ride-hailing service. A faint roguish smile curled at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. Academician Luo, the most important thing now is to bring these blueprints to life, not to trace their origins, don't you agree? Luo, we must have absolute trust in Academician Su. Otherwise he wouldn't have provided us with those earlier blueprints. Long carefully gathered the documents. Academician Su, I'd like to take these files back for thorough study, if that's convenient. It's convenient. After all, I too carry the blood of the dragon. I am a descendant of the dragon. Su Bai agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Long paused, his expression shifting. Excellent. Well said. Carry the blood of the dragon, a descendant of the dragon. The next moment, He Long slowly began to bow. Academician Su, on behalf of the entire nation, I thank you. No. Elder He, this is too much. Su Bai quickly steadied him, preventing the bow. Such a heavy gesture was more than he could accept. If you persist, Elder, he'll have to take these blueprints back. Very well, as you wish. Su Bai's refusal only elevated him further in He Long's esteem. Clutching the documents tightly to his chest, He Long turned to Luo Jun. With these designs, we still need to overcome some other technical hurdles. Other technical hurdles? Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Elder He, do tell. They'll see if I can look into it later. His casual remark made Luo Jun question his own existence all over again. From Su Bai's tone, researching a technology was as easy as buying a head of cabbage. Could it really be that simple? It made him wonder what he had been doing all these years. Academician Su, since you were able to produce such high-quality lithography machine blueprints, I believe you must be familiar with ASML. He Long's expression turned somber. Over the years, ASML has essentially monopolized the global market for advanced lithography machines, making over $40 billion annually from them alone. But in reality, this involves a multitude of technologies and patents. To manufacture such high-spec lithography machines, we need high-quality lenses, extreme ultraviolet EUV technology, and more. Ahem. Su Bai cleared his throat, interrupting He Long. Elder He, what was that you just said? Lenses, was it? Su Bai turned around, rummaged in the storage box for a moment, and pulled out another stack of documents. My wife mentioned she wanted a high-definition lens, so I did some research in my spare time. See if this is of any use. He Long was stunned. He took the documents from Su Bai and flipped through a few pages. Phew. He Long took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, then asked expectantly, and what about the EUV technology? I did some work on that too on the side. It should be in the box as well. Su Bai turned around again, fumbled for a bit, and produced another stack of documents. Gulp. He Long stared at the storage box on the table, swallowing hard. It was only then that he realized Su Bai's little inventions were far from singular. Academician Su, could I perhaps take this storage box? No, can do. These are my personal little inventions. I was planning to surprise my wife with them. Su Bai shook his head. Elder He, what's left inside are just some trivial files. I intend to focus on a little invention for babies next. You know my wife is pregnant. Academician Su, isn't researching a baby invention a bit of an overkill for someone of your caliber? Luo Jun couldn't help but ask tentatively. No. You don't understand. Nothing in this world is more important than my Suntoba-born child. Su Bai raised a finger and wagged it. In my heart, my wife and the baby in her belly come first. Academician Su. That's enough, Luo. Academician Su has already given us more than enough. Some things must take their natural course. He Long cut Luo Jun off sternly, then turned to Su Bai. Academician Su, we can't just take the blueprints you developed for nothing. Do you have any requests? Su Bai rubbed his nose. Elder He, since you asked, I want stand on ceremony. I'd like to become a shareholder. Equity investment. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, He Long was taken aback. Typically for such technical patents, the state would opt for outright purchase. Equity investment was not unheard of, but few chose this path. Academician Su, are you certain? Yes, this time I intend to invest in the development of the lithography machine. I believe no one understands this field better than I do. With my involvement, we can certainly achieve twice the results with half the effort. Su Bai declared with conviction. After all, this was a colossal opportunity. Though he had provided the blueprints to the state, he would naturally prefer to participate if possible. It's not impossible, but may I ask what share of returns Academician Su desires? He Long pondered for a moment before agreeing to Su Bai's equity participation. After all, the state was always generous with technical talents, especially with an indispensable talent like Su Bai, whose involvement would expedite solutions to any issues that might arise during the lithography machine's production. 70%. I want 70% of all lithography machines produced using these blueprints. Su Bai grinned as he spoke. What? 70%? He Long was stunned. Academician Su, I'm afraid I can't agree to that request. Producing lithography machines requires manpower and time costs, but your blueprints. He Long was at a loss for words. Agreeing was impossible, yet the blueprints were far too crucial. Elder He, isn't business about give and take. You could at least say a few more words. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. This was the drawback of scientific researchers. If you discussed technical issues with them, they could talk for 3 days and nights. But when it came to matters of profit, someone like He Long was utterly inept. Hearing Su Bai's words, He Long's eyes lit up again as he began calculating the costs and profits of the lithography machine. After a moment, He Long slowly spoke. Academician Su, at most 20%. That's the maximum I can decide. Deal. Before He Long could finish, Su Bai grasped his hands and nodded in agreement. This. Academician Su. He Long was once again at a loss for words. He felt Su Bai had acted too quickly, and wondered if he himself had spoken too hastily. In short, his heart was filled with contradictions, an indescribable feeling, like a person buying a painting priced at $99999 asked to make an offer, says $999, and the seller immediately agrees. Nevertheless, He Long was deeply moved by Su Bai's straightforwardness. After all, some international tech giants could charge over 50% based solely on their technology. Elder He, could it be you're unwilling? Su Bai teased with a smile. 20% was actually close to his own expectation. Willing, of course I'm willing. He Long made the final decision. Shall Luo draft a contract when we get back? Let's finalize this matter with Academician Su. No problem. He'll sort it out immediately upon return. Luo Jun also agreed, promptly looking at Su Bai with gratitude in his eyes. Elder He, may I ask what your plans are for the research and production of the lithography machine? Su Bai inquired curiously. After all, the domestic research on lithography machines was entirely different from his blueprints. Producing the lithography machine based on his designs would be a fresh start equivalent to a new project. He Long frowned slightly. Academician Su, to be honest, before coming to Shanghai, I had already met with the higher-ups. If the blueprints are verified, we plan to establish a new department specifically for producing this lithography machine. Moreover, these blueprints are too important. To prevent leaks, we intend to adopt closed-door production and codename this Operation Spark Era. Hearing the word Spark Era, Su Bai felt a surge of awe. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Excellent, truly excellent. Elder He, since this is a new project, I suggest recruiting top talents from major universities. That way our lithography machine can continually evolve. After all, the future belongs to the young, and they need your guidance to grow faster. Hearing Su Bai's proposal, He Long clapped his hands. Good academician, Su's thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. I had already planned to include more newcomers in this project. Shall Luo arrange it tomorrow? We need to accelerate the pace to bring this cutting-edge lithography machine to fruition ahead of schedule. But let's wait a bit. He'll discuss it with the higher-ups first. If possible, we'll issue documents directly to top universities to recruit eligible young talents. Luo Jun nodded in understanding, his gaze shifting to another storage box in the basement. Academician Su, may I ask what's in that other box? Just some semi-finished inventions. They'll contact you once they're complete. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm as he replied. One cannot become a glutton in a single bite. Some things needed to be set aside for now. After all, too much is as bad as too little. He Long gave Su Bai a peculiar look, smiled without pressing further. Academician Su, I'll take these documents back to the capital. I can't wait to gather a team to study them in detail. Elder He, in such a hurry. Why not stay for a cup of tea? Su Bai tried to detain him. He Long waved his hand. No, I won't disturb you. As for the people around you, should we arrange? Su Bai pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Elder He, how about you withdraw these guards? Since the items are taken, the target probably won't focus on me anymore. Absolutely not. Your personal safety is of utmost importance. He Long refused outright. If anything happened to Academician Su, it would be a national loss. Elder He, trust me. I have other arrangements. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. And please recall those plainclothes officers outside as well. Otherwise it's hard for me to make plans. Are you sure? Sensing the firmness in Su Bai's tone, He Long looked at him with curiosity. Yes, I appreciate your concern, Elder He. Su Bai nodded. He was deeply touched by He Long's immediate care and arrangements. However, having these soldiers stationed in the neighborhood was too disruptive to daily life and also upset Su Bai's plans. Very well. He Long nodded. I still advise you to settle your family properly. After all, you're now in the spotlight. Elder He, rest assured. I have everything under control. Then I'll take my leave. Remember to visit the capital when you have time. There's a share of equity waiting for you. Will do. Su Bai returned to his 3-bedroom apartment and glanced down from the balcony. The soldiers in the original community had begun an orderly retreat, and the armored vehicles at the entrance were also gradually withdrawing. Phew. Su Bai let out a long breath. He hadn't expected that his own girl, when checking for hidden money, would even find the basement. Now who knew how many people were watching him? He had suddenly been exposed to everyone's view. Security issues. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, turned to look at the 2 bedrooms, took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number. In the primeval forest of the southwestern region, a group of young men dressed in black were frantically patrolling, estimated to be over 500. At the very front stood 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men had a scar on his face, the other had a green dragon tattoo on his right arm, and the woman had a red rose tattoo just below her left collarbone. The phone in Green Dragon's pocket suddenly vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He took out his phone and glanced at it, then froze. Green Dragon, what's wrong? Asked Scarface curiously. In the year and a half they had been here, this was the first time he had seen such an expression on Green Dragon's face. It's the boss, said Green Dragon. The boss. Rose, who had been staring intently at the training with a serious expression, suddenly turned her head. He finally contacted us. It must be something big. Let me see what's going on. Green Dragon answered the phone. Boss. After a moment, Green Dragon hung up. What did the boss say? Rose asked eagerly. Can we stretch our muscles this time? I'm afraid not. The boss wants us to act as bodyguards. Green Dragon pointed ahead. This time let Scarface lead a 30-man elite squad over there. I want to go, Rose immediately said. The boss specifically named Scarface. He said the 2 of us have other arrangements later. He's doing this again. Rose snorted coldly, stepping forward. Everyone listen up. Today add 20 kilometers to the training. Green Dragon and Scarface exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Rose still has that temper. You must be careful on this trip. Scarface nodded as wooden as a block. No wonder the boss specifically asked for you. You're the least likely to cause trouble. Depart with your team in an hour. Seeing Scarface's attitude, Green Dragon chuckled teasingly. In the living room, Su Bai hung up the phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This group of people had been an unintentional move back then, but he never expected they would come in handy today. With their protection, it should be no problem. After all, the security personnel of the company, reputed to be the best in the country for security, had been supplied from here since last year. Honey, is everything settled? Lin Qianyu and Fang Qing walked out of the bedroom, holding a keyboard in their hands. During this time, Lin Qianyu had also given Fang Qing a detailed account of the whole story. It's settled. Su Bai beckoned to Lin Qianyu. Honey, let me listen to whether the baby is kicking you. Honey, it's still too early. You won't be able to hear it until at least 6 or 7 months, Lin Qianyu said, with a hand covering her mouth, suppressing a laugh. Lin Qianyu covered her mouth and giggled. 6 or 7 months. Su Bai counted on his fingers. That's still a long time. I can't wait to see the baby come into this world. Xiao Suyuer told me the whole story. I never expected you to be such a low-key scientist, Fang Qing said, giving Su Bai another admiring look. Fang Qing gave Su Bai another appreciative glance. She had originally thought her son-in-law was steady and reliable, even if he didn't have much earning ability. As long as he treated her daughter wholeheartedly, that was enough. But now her son-in-law turned out to be a low-key wealthy man with a stash of private money that reached a height ordinary people could never achieve. Now, even more astonishingly, he was a scientist who had designed a top-tier lithography machine, a blueprint of hellish difficulty. Was this still the same docile son-in-law? Fang Qing looked Su Bai up and down again. For some reason, she had a premonition. What she knew now might only be the tip of the iceberg of her son-in-law's capabilities. Just an invention out of boredom, all a coincidence, Su Bai replied with a simple smile. Honey, who is this distinguished guest you mentioned? Lin Qianyu had come out once while Su Bai was on his way to the basement, but she hadn't seen him. Dean Heilong of the Imperial Capital Special Research Institute. I was accidentally appointed an academician there before. When he heard that I had developed a lithography machine, he rushed over post-haste. Heilong. Lin Qianyu exclaimed in surprise. Giving Su Bai a lingering look. That's a titan in our country's scientific research field. Honey, be honest, are you the kind of villainous big boss from a TV drama? Silly girl, even if I were ID, be the good side. Have you ever seen a villain providing design blueprints of this level? Su Bai reached out and rubbed her head, smiling. Honey, you just need to know that my most important identity is being your husband. That's all. All right, Lin Qianyu sniffled twice. Anyway, I can't see through you more and more now, but I can feel that you love me. That's enough. It would be a lie to say she wasn't wronged. This kind of thing would probably be unacceptable to anyone. But recently, in her search for hidden money, she had uncovered too many surprises. Lin Qianyu had developed antibodies which allowed her to maintain her current mindset. Honey, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. If it's okay, how about we find time to move in the next couple of days? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Although he had arranged for protection, the security at Daijing Buyuan was far superior to that of this current neighborhood. So soon? Lin Qianyu hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed her tune. Whatever you say, honey. We'll bring your parents over to live with us too. Su Bai turned to look at Fang Qing. Mom Qianyu is pregnant. It's her first time, and there are many things she doesn't know. They'll feel more at ease if you're here. No need for that trouble. They'll just come over on weekends. Living together with you two young ones, I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. He'll stay here with your father. Fang Qing laughed and waved her hand in refusal. After all, there would be a generation gap, being a generation apart. A day or two might be fine, but over time conflicts would inevitably arise. Distance creates beauty. Things are fine as they are now. Mom, just come and keep me company. Su Bai can cook for you. Lin Qianyu grabbed Fang Qing's hand and coaxed. You just let me and your father be more comfortable. He'll come over more often later, Fang Qing said. Su Bai meanwhile was lost in thought. If Fang Qing was unwilling, then his own parents would surely be unwilling too, since getting along with in-laws was also an art. Over time, the older generation would definitely feel ill at ease. It seemed he would need to buy 2 more apartments in Daijing Buyuan to fundamentally solve the problem. After all, what Su Bai lacked least was money. Honey, why are you holding a keyboard? Su Bai asked curiously as he watched Lin Qianyu cling to her keyboard without letting go. He recalled that she had bought this wireless pink keyboard herself just a month ago. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu finally remembered the reason she had come out. Darling, there's something wrong with this keyboard. Can you take a look? Lin Qianyu pouted. My mom was sleeping just now, so I played a round of League of Legends to kill time, but when I went for the Baron it just stopped working. The memory made her even angrier. Because of that Baron, our lead slowly turned into a disadvantage, and we ended up losing the game. This keyboard usually works fine, but it fails me when it matters most. And both the D and F keys are broken, so I couldn't even pull off a DF combo. I tried prying the keys off, but they wouldn't budge no matter how hard I tried. Could it be a spring issue? After all, the D and F keys are summoner spells which are crucial in the game. Without them, one's strength would drop by at least 80%. For champions that rely heavily on flash, it's absolutely agonizing. The keyboard's broken. Su Bai looked at the pink keyboard in Lin Qianyu's hand, then suddenly had an idea. Honey, I'm not a keyboard repairman. If it's broken, let's just get a new one. But I spent so long picking out this pink keyboard, I want to fix it, she said. Lin Qianyu put on a pitiful expression. Darling, you can fix umbrellas, dismantle security bars, and lay flooring. I'm sure this little keyboard is no challenge for you, right? Fang Xing, who was standing nearby, saw Su Bai's troubled look and immediately understood what was going on. This kid must have hidden his secret savings inside the keyboard again. He's really too good at this. Fang Xing was about to speak up to help him out when she heard Lin Qianyu continue. Darling, do you really want your pregnant wife to do it herself? The baby is listening. Those words immediately made Su Bai surrender, but he still made one last attempt. Honey, what if I buy you 10 identical ones? Lin Qianyu looked into Su Bai's eyes, thought for a moment, and said, but I lost that game, and I want to take it apart. Sigh. Su Bai took a deep breath. Alright, no matter what happens, whether I can fix it or not, please don't get angry, okay? Okay, I won't get angry. Alright, give me a moment. With that, Su Bai went to the TV cabinet drawer, pulled out the same red precision toolkit, and extracted a small Phillips head screwdriver. Taking the pink keyboard from Lin Qianyu, he carefully began to unscrew it. Soon all the screws on the back of the keyboard were removed, and Su Bai lifted off the back cover. Inside, bundles of cash were stuffed in small rolls. The reason the keys had malfunctioned was that the two keys in question had come loose, and one of the bills had gotten lodged between them, causing poor contact. Once all the money was removed and the keyboard was reassembled, the pink keyboard was still functional. As Su Bai pulled out all the cash, he heard the sound of teeth grinding. Lin Qianyu stared intently at the secret savings on the floor, muttering under her breath, I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Honey, you promised me in front of the baby that you wouldn't get angry no matter what, Su Bai quickly reminded her. Getting angry isn't good for the baby. I put that money in there a month ago. Am I angry? She asked. I'm not angry. Lin Qianyu took a couple of deep breaths. I just suddenly don't like this keyboard anymore. Darling, I never expected you to hide your secret savings inside the keyboard I use every day. That takes some serious creativity and guts. Indeed, only someone with that kind of nerve would make an umbrella out of gold and leave it in a corner. Only someone with that kind of nerve would turn diamonds into marbles. Only someone with that kind of nerve would hide secret savings in the chair their wife uses every day or in the little pom-poms on her slippers. Realizing this, Lin Qianyu felt a sense of relief. I'm only mad because your secret savings made me lose my promotion match at a critical moment. That was a master promotion match, boohoo. Su Bai gave Lin Qianyu an odd look. Honey, be honest, did you hire a booster? When had this girl ever been able to play at diamond or master rank? She used to be stuck in silver at most gold, and that was only because he had helped her get there. That's because you never pay attention. My skill level is master rank. Lin Qianyu glanced again at the pink keyboard and the secret savings on the floor. Darling, the money on the floor is mine now. I'm going to buy a black keyboard, and you can have this pink one. If you want to keep hiding money in it, go ahead. Cough, cough. Su Bai nearly choked on her words. Only a fool would hide money in that keyboard again. Who knew if she'd come back for a surprise check every day? Then Su Bai would have no one to cry to. Honey, rest assured, he'll never hide money in a keyboard again. Huh. Lin Qianyu was stunned. Darling, does that mean you have secret savings in other places too? Looks like there are plenty more surprising spots in our house. They'll have to search thoroughly with the help of netizens later. Suddenly another thought struck Lin Qianyu, and she quickly added, Darling, is there anything else like a basement in the house? If there is, you need to tell me in advance, because it's really scary otherwise. No, I don't think so. Su Bai rubbed his nose. I don't usually keep those kinds of things at home. Moi. Ahem. Su Bai's words left both women dumbfounded. So scientist was just one of this man's many identities. Honey, have you gotten stronger since you got pregnant? I've done hundreds of key tests before, and normally this kind of key sensitivity issue shouldn't happen, Su Bai said as he reassembled the keyboard, curiosity in his voice. I don't know, but it seems like my emotions are easier to set off. Lin Qianyu tried to recall what had happened, but she didn't remember doing anything drastic to the keyboard. Easily triggered emotions. Su Bai silently made a mental note, then pressed his ear against Lin Qianyu's belly. Little one, hurry up and come out. Daddy can't wait to meet you. No, take your full 9 months. Daddy will take good care of you and your mommy. The next morning, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes under the gentle caress of sunlight. Glancing at Lin Qianyu, who was still sound asleep beside him, he softly stroked her belly and tenderly planted a fleeting kiss on her forehead. This was the life he yearned for. Last night, both sets of parents along with his brother-in-law had gathered together, discussing everything from Lin Qianyu's daily precautions to potential names for their future child, carrying on from 7 until 10 o'clock. It was only when Su Bai received a text from Scar saying ready that he finally felt at ease, allowing the parents to return to their respective homes. After all, if safety weren't guaranteed, Su Bai would have certainly found ways to make them stay the night. Honey, beside him, Lin Qianyu twitched her nose as if caught in a nightmare, then turned over, wrapping her arms around Su Bai's neck and pressing her body tightly against his. Honey, I love you, silly, I love you too. Su Bai gently caressed Lin Qianyu's cheek, his movements exuding tenderness. Lin Qianyu nuzzled her head into Su Bai's chest, slowly opening her eyes. Honey, I'm hungry, I want hot milk and a sandwich for breakfast. Wait here, I'll make it for you. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's little nose and gently extricated himself from her arms. Get up and wash up in 20 minutes, okay? Honey, give me a kiss. Mwah. An hour later, after a delightful breakfast, Lin Qianyu, as usual, sprawled on the sofa and turned on her live stream. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Beauty Lin. Good morning, streamer. I'm here for gossip. I saw many soldiers gathering in your neighborhood yesterday. What was the final outcome? Tell us the whole story. I saw a news report today about the nation recruiting young scientific researchers from all universities. I wonder if it's related to what happened with Bai Yi yesterday. I received an email from my teacher asking if I wanted to give it a try. It's definitely about the lithography machine. Wow, looks like Bai Yi really designed a top-tier lithography machine. That's awesome. I guess my perspective was too narrow. I thought Bai Yi was just a nouveau riche tycoon, but I never expected he was also a scientist. Impressive. Watching the barrage of comments, Lin Qianyu waved her hand. Stop gossiping, everyone. Just know that he's my husband, that's all. Streamer, are we continuing today? I want to see if Bai Yi has any other hidden identities. Brothers, aren't we going too far? It's fine, I'm just the internet's troublemaker. After tidying up the kitchen, Su Bai came over to Lin Qianyu and stuck his head in front of the camera. Honey, are your viewers all praising me for being handsome and charming? In short, a handsome devil. Bai Yi, guess what the initials of handsome devil spell? Bai Yi is indeed handsome, just a tiny bit less than me. Him. Seeing the comments, Su Bai couldn't help but cough twice. No wonder you all like me so much. Turns out we're all cut from the same cloth. Honey, your face is way too thick. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu felt a bit embarrassed for him. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Honey, did you invite someone? No, I only made plans with Sister Chu Qin, and that's for tomorrow. Lin Qianyu shook her head. Let me check. Su Bai went to the door and saw the figures on the intercom screen. His face darkened. Why her? On the screen were a man and a woman, the Jiangnan couple. Brother Bai Yalan heard that Qianyu was pregnant and wanted to come visit. She even brought gifts for Qianyu. Hearing that Yalan had brought gifts for Lin Qianyu, Su Bai's face grew even darker. Last time it was a metal detector that cost him millions. Now what kind of gift was she bringing to plague him? A gift for the little one. Seeing Su Bai's lack of response, Jiangnan quickly added. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, skeptical but resigned. Since they were already downstairs, he had to welcome them. Moments later, Jiangnan appeared at the door carrying 2 bags of fruit, while Yalan held several bags of baby clothes. Qianyu, I can't believe you beat me to it. As soon as she entered, Yalan eagerly approached Lin Qianyu. Let me see. Has your belly grown? Any strange pregnancy symptoms? Yalan, it's way too early for that. How could it show so fast? Lin Qianyu chuckled. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Hurry up and make one with Jiangnan. We're already working on it. Hoping to conceive within 2 months. I've been making him take folic acid. Yalan wasn't averse to having children. After 2 years of marriage, seeing other peers showing off their kids made her yearn for a baby of her own. And as close friends, she wanted to be pregnant around the same time as Lin Qianyu so they could take their kids out together. Meanwhile, Jiangnan headed straight for the bathroom as soon as he entered, emerging leisurely after a long while. Brother Bai, I didn't realize your door was hollow. Isn't the soundproofing bad? Hearing this, Su Bai's eyelid twitched. It's fine. It's just me and Qianyu, so soundproofing doesn't matter. Oh, is it hollow? Lin Qianyu turned to look at the bedroom door. Jiangnan, you could tell that. I knocked on it and noticed the sound was a bit off. Jiangnan scratched his head. Normally doors are solid since hollow ones are of lower quality. Jiangnan was completely oblivious to Su Bai's murderous glare. Damn it, was this guy talking too much? Su Bai quickly explained, is that so? Then I must have been cheated. He'll go settle the score with the seller. Honey, there's no need. We've used it for so many years anyway. Hearing Su Bai's intention to confront the seller, Lin Qianyu quickly stopped him. Only Yalan raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off. Qianyu, don't you think there might be something wrong with that door? What could be wrong with a door? Aren't they all the same? Lin Qianyu paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing. Yalan, are you saying the door is hollow because there's secret money hidden inside? Honey, is that true? Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai. Jiangnan, sensing he had caused trouble, quickly interjected. I just remembered. Most doors are hollow. For $1,000, how could they give you solid wood? They usually have a core layer. Jiangnan. Yalan shot him a glare. Keep making up stories. Su Bai let out a heavy sigh. I planned for everything except a useless teammate. Honey, yes, I did hide some secret money inside the door. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu glanced around. Honey, you don't mean to say that everything I see here was bought with your secret savings, do you? How could that be? That would require a fortune in secret funds. I'm not a money printer. Su Bai quickly denied it. There's just a little bit hidden inside the door. This scene left the livestream audience in stitches. I think it's totally possible. With the amount of secret savings he has, I'd believe Whitey, even if he said he owned a bank. Wow, this is a new trick after the wallpaper. Hiding money in the door. Hold on, I'm going to knock on my door to see if there's anything unusual. Whitey, I hate you. If this keeps up, there will be no place left for secret savings. Honey, you do it, or I will. Lin Qianyu pointed at the bedroom door. Babe, let's just forget it. It's not much money anyway. No, I want to see how much my husband has stashed away. Lin Qianyu immediately used a coaxing tone. Just grant your little darling's wish, please. Su Bai pursed his lips at her demeanor. Alright, Ainin, since you found it'll trouble you to lend a hand. Bro, I really didn't mean to, I was just curious. Jiang Nen didn't dare meet Su Bai's eyes. Last time his own wife had used a metal detector, this time he had just stepped inside and exposed Su Bai's hiding spot. Awkward beyond belief. Awkwardness upon awkwardness, truly mortifying. It's nothing, just a bit of pocket change. Su Bai patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, walked into the kitchen, and grabbed a large toolbox. Come on, this is a big job. Grab a small stool, otherwise we won't reach the top. At the guest bedroom door, Su Bai took an iron piece from the toolbox. Good thing I had a trick up my sleeve when I installed it, so we don't have to take the whole door apart. Then he stood on the stool. Nan, hold the bottom for a moment. I'm afraid it might fall. Once Jiang Nan was ready, Su Bai inserted the iron piece into the top corner. This door is indeed made of composite board, as Ainin said, and I specially modified it to hide my savings. Just slide the iron piece through this gap, and the door will click. With a crisp sound, the outer door frame came loose. Hold it steady. Lower it slowly. Su Bai quickly instructed, then gently pried the door frame open, while Jiang Nan supported it from below. A moment later, with their combined effort, the door frame was removed and placed on the floor. Su Bai, you call this a little bit? Yalan stared wide-mouthed at the gap in the door stuffed full of cash. Wow, looks like even more than behind the wallpaper. Whitey is still Whitey. This was a long-term conspiracy. Wasn't he afraid bugs would eat it? The wooden door must have been treated against insects, so no worries there. Qianyu will pull out the money you counted. Yalan reached in and grabbed a stack while Lin Qianyu tallied behind her. Yalan, slow down or he'll lose count. There's more. We're just getting started. Honey, how much did you actually put in this door? Half an hour later, both women were out of breath. One was exhausted from pulling out cash, the other from counting until she doubted her sanity. With a mix of bills and coins, the calculation was so complicated that Lin Qianyu had to use a calculator. Babe, no rush. There's still the master bedroom door. Su Bai watched her diligently counting and couldn't resist teasing. Su Bai, you bastard. Lin Qianyu, put down the cash. I'm not counting anymore. It's all mine anyway. I'll sort it out later when I have time. Want me to get you a bill counter? Su Bai joked. Qianyu will help you count. Yalan couldn't stand it anymore and started tallying. Since we found the man's secret stash, we need to get a clear count. You're right, Yalan. Let's be miserable and happy together. Wow, I want that kind of misery and happiness too. Let it last forever. This kind of pain isn't for everyone. Unlike bank tellers who can only count but never own, here she counts, and it goes straight into her pocket. How blissful. Alright, since you know where the secret money is, babe, let me take down the other one too. Su Bai waved at Jiang, and then let's keep going. A short while later, Su Bai and Jiang Nan piled all the cash in front of the two women and reinstalled the door. Babe, Ainin and I are going to buy some groceries for lunch. Go on, go on. Lin Qianyu didn't even look up, her hands swiftly counting the bills. The moment Su Bai and Jiang Nan left, Yalan noticed a strange black object among the money. Qianyu, what's this? Lin Qianyu took it and saw two buttons on top. She pressed them lightly, and a red light flickered. Looks like a remote control, but our house barely has any smart devices. What could this be for? Lin Qianyu squinted. Maybe for the new house. But isn't everything there linked to our phones? It doesn't seem like something for a home. It's more like... I can't quite put my finger on it. Yalan picked up her phone and used an app to identify the object. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu waved the black remote at the live stream. Guys, does anyone know what this is? Streamer, that looks like a remote for a rolling shutter door. Yeah, it's used for warehouses or garages. Either curtains or rolling doors. Only those two options. Could be for a shopping mall too. I used one when I worked at a mall, otherwise opening that door manually is exhausting. The viewers chimed in, all agreeing it was for some kind of door or window. Yalan's app also identified the remote. Qianyu, it's probably for a garage rolling door. Do you have a garage? No, I think we only have a parking spot. Lin Qianyu thought for a moment and shook her head. What about a storage unit? Does your complex have any place with a rolling door? Yalan pressed on. A rolling door. Let me think. Lin Qianyu recalled the layout. Besides the row of shops along the street, I don't remember any other rolling doors. Let's go check it out. Yalan was eager. She hadn't expected this accidental discovery to reveal another big secret. Lin Qianyu frowned. Maybe I should just ask Su Bai? After all, the basement incident had left her with a lingering fear. Silly, we can just turn off the live stream. That could work. Streamer, your friend is no fun. We want to share in the excitement. No fair, you can't hog it all to yourselves. Yalan, do you really think this could be the remote for the storefront's rolling shutter? After Yalan's repeated persuasion, Lin Qianyu finally turned off the live stream, and the two of them arrived at a row of storefronts at the entrance of the residential complex. I think it's quite possible. Su Bai, that guy managed to buy a house and a basement without you knowing, so it wouldn't be surprising if he added a storefront. Yalan squinted her eyes. Qianyu, your man is no ordinary person. In the past, Yalan's impression of Su Bai was that he was honest and well-behaved. Later, under Jiang Nan's relentless exaggerations, Su Bai turned into a playboy and a scumbag. This belief was further solidified in Yalin's mind after she learned about Su Bai's hidden stash of private money. But when she found out yesterday that Su Bai had also come up with the design blueprints for the lithography machine, Yalin began to doubt her own judgment. How could someone so scummy in various aspects possibly produce such a design? So there was only one truth: things were not as simple as they seemed. Perhaps her own man was the one with the real issues. Hearing Yalin's words, Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. I also know my husband is no simple man, but I believe he is a good person and a good father. If Su Bai weren't a good person, he wouldn't have been so devoted to her for 2 years. If he weren't a good person, he wouldn't have turned over the design blueprints to the state. If he weren't a good father, he wouldn't have been so ecstatic when he heard she was pregnant. Lin Qianyu picked up the remote and pressed it toward one of the storefronts. No response. Qianyu, we should look for storefronts that aren't open for business. Yalin pointed at the shops that were operating and shared her thought. Makes sense. Lin Qianyu's gaze swept into the distance. Only the last 2 or 3 storefronts in the entire row were closed. 2 of them had red paper pasted on them bearing the words prime location for transfer. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but scoff. A prime location for transfer indeed. If it were truly a prime spot, why would the doors be shut, taking people for fools? Yalin, come on, let's go check out the last one. Meanwhile, Su Bai drove Jiang Nan to the market. Brother Bai, for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. Jiang Nan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su Bai. Moi. Su Bai squinted, feeling a vague unease himself. Brother Bai, wait, let me check out sister-in-law's live stream first. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone from his pocket just in time to see Lin Qianyu holding a remote about to close the live stream. Brother Bai, they seem to have found a black remote from somewhere. Does this have anything to do with you? A black remote? Su Bai furrowed his brow. Maybe it's for the TV. A TV remote. It doesn't look quite like that. That remote looks more like a car key. Jiang Nan recalled the live stream footage. The black object in Lin Qianyu's hand was quite small. Damn it. Su Bai suddenly cursed. Look at my brain, how could I forget about this? Ever since he learned Lin Qianyu was pregnant, Su Bai felt his mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of the child, making him less focused on certain matters. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Seeing Su Bai's sudden shock, Jiang Nan asked curiously, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Su Bai, Anan, do you still remember the dormitory gathering a year ago? The dormitory gathering a year ago. Jiang Nan searched his memory, suddenly recalling some past events. Brother Bai, are you talking about that night? Yeah, you got drunk that time, insisting on going to the club, and then you ordered a few girls. Su Bai's frown deepened. If I remember correctly, the theme of our party that day was bikini style, and we took some group photos. What? Brother Bai, are you saying those photos weren't destroyed and are still kept? Jiang Nan finally realized his expression, turning mournful. Yeah, I originally wanted to destroy them, but you insisted on keeping them as a memento. But you know, I couldn't possibly take such photos home, so I stored them all in a box in a room. Su Bai took a deep breath. Maybe you need to find a way to divert those 2 women's attention. A room. Jiang Nan was on the verge of tears. Brother Bai, you're not saying that remote controls that room, are you? Su Bai nodded. Congratulations, you're right. And that room is in one of the storefronts at the entrance of our residential complex. Back then I was too lazy to take it far away. I should be fine. I didn't do anything too outrageous. But you're different. You were quite affectionate with those bikini-clad girls. However, these photos are just part of it. There's also a Maybach and several property certificates in there, and a top-tier motorcycle. You gave me a Yamaha R1. And some other stuff I can't quite remember. The 2 men stared at each other wide-eyed. Brother Bai, you've really screwed me over. They'll probably be kneeling on durian tonight. Jiang Nan's face turned green. And we didn't even do anything that night. He and Su Bai were truly a pair of mutual tormentors. It was really a case of me stabbing you, and you slashing me back, causing mutual harm. Just as he had accidentally discovered Su Bai's hidden private money in the room, Su Bai turned around and gave him a huge surprise. They were truly brothers in misfortune. More importantly, at that last dormitory gathering, he had been too drunk to do anything excessive. At most, under the influence of alcohol, his hands might have touched places they shouldn't have. Sigh. Su Bai let out another long sigh. Of course, we're not kids anymore. Women only believe what they see. Do you think they'll believe you're really innocent after seeing those photos? After all, for women, as long as they think we did something, no matter how much you explain, it's useless. In their eyes, they can never be wrong. Now there are only 2 paths. First, you find a way to divert those 2 women's attention. Second, we face their wrath together. But I'm not sure if apologizing will even help. Su Bai felt deeply frustrated about the contents of that room. If only he had known this would happen, he should have destroyed everything back then. Now he had left a handle for them. What on earth was he to do? His only consolation was that he had retained his last shred of conscience that night. Despite Jiang Nan's repeated urging, he hadn't done anything inappropriate. As for Jiang Nan, that kid insisted on ordering a few girls, saying it was a man's last single party. That was bad enough, but he even invited those bikini-clad girls to take photos. And once those photos were taken, things got out of hand. After all, certain poses and gestures were so peculiar, so ambiguous. If Yalin ever saw those photos, Su Bai could already picture the scene in his mind. Brother Bai, please show me the way. At this point Jiang Nan knew he had to find a way to divert the two women's attention. But he had no clue how to proceed, and could only look to Su Bai, their pillar of support. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Hey Race, what we do first, you call them to gauge their intentions, and see what they plan to do next. If they're looking for the owner of this remote, then you stall for time, while I move these stolen goods. If they're waiting at home, well, coordinate our stories first. Even after saying this, Su Bai still felt uneasy. Forget it, let's not buy groceries for now. We need to hurry back and see what's going on. You make the call. Alright, I'll call now. Jiang Nan nodded. This was indeed the safest approach. He picked up his phone and dialed Yalan. Honey, what's up? Soon Yalan's voice came through the receiver. Sweetheart, brother Bai asked me to check if you and Qianyu have any particular cravings for dinner. Jiang Nan didn't ask directly, opting instead to approach the matter subtly to avoid arousing Yalan's suspicion. Well, eat whatever you buy. I thought it was something serious, Yalan replied with a laugh. Well, Qianyu's pregnant, so brother Bai told me to ask. These are special times. Fine. Let me ask. After a moment Yalan's voice returned. Qianyu says she wants pork liver, yellow croaker, and tomatoes. Got it, well buy those. Honey, what are you two up to? Make sure you're careful at home. Jiang Nan casually slipped in the crucial question. Nothing much. Qianyu's live streaming, and him helping with the interactions. Okay, that's all. Just wait for the food. Hanging up, Jiang Nan sighed in relief and turned to Su Bai. Brother Bai, good news. They're not looking for the remote's owner. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. You fool, your wife was probably making excuses. They've already ended the stream. There's no live stream going on. They must be at the community gate. We need to hurry over. Jiang Nan snapped to reality, his face twisting into a grimace again. Brother Bai, you've got to save me later. Let's see what's happening first. Just follow my lead. Su Bai's heart was also uneasy. He couldn't even clearly remember what he had stored in that place. At the community gate. Qianyu, we need to hurry. They'll be back soon. Yalan suggested after hanging up. Lin Qianyu nodded, raised the remote, and pressed it toward the last storefront. Click, click, click. With a series of gear-grinding sounds, the rolling door slowly creaked upward. Qianyu, we were right all along. Yalan's face lit up with joy. Lin Qianyu, however, wore a complex expression as she looked up at the residential complex. Houses, basement, storefronts. If this kept up, she wouldn't be surprised if the entire community's developer turned out to be her husband. Yalan, let's go inside. Stepping in. Click. As the lights flickered on Lin Qianyu's face, first registered shock, then resignation. Before them stood a luxurious Maybach and a top-tier sports motorcycle. Besides that, there were 2 cabinets, 3 storage boxes, and a pile of odds and ends in the corner. Ahem. Yalan blinked momentarily at a loss for words. This? You'll get used to it. Lin Qianyu gently took Yalan's hand. Let's see what else there is. 15 minutes later, Su Bai and Jiang Nan drove up to the community gate. We're too late. Let's sneak over and see what's happening. Su Bai, noticing a storefront already open, felt a pang of regret. Brother Bai, you have to help me out. Jiang Nan pleaded again. Relax, it's not like Yalan's going to eat you alive. She won't eat me, but I'm afraid tonight she'll either keep me out of bed or keep me in it forever. Jiang Nan shuddered at the thought of certain memories. Stuck in bed. Isn't that your dream? Su Bai couldn't resist teasing. Brother Bai, we're both men, you should understand. Some pleasures are fine once or twice, but 7 or 8 times in a row. That's really too much. Jiang Nan looked on the verge of tears. That's you. I can handle 7 or 8 times. You played too wild back then, and now you're paying the price. Su Bai waved at Jiang Nan. There's no turning back now. Let's go. Just remember what we rehearsed in the car. With that, Su Bai pointed toward the storefront and led the way. Inside the store, the 2 women had just finished sorting through the clutter in the corner and were about to open the last 3 storage boxes. Based on their experience in the basement, these boxes surely held the most valuable items. Would they find more blueprints or something even more exciting? Suddenly Lin Qianyu sensed a presence at the door and looked up. Honey, you sure have perfect timing. Ahem. Sweetheart, would you believe me if I said it's a coincidence? Su Bai cleared his throat. Do you think I do believe that? Lin Qianyu pouted. Honey, I've learned my lesson this time. I didn't start a live stream. But, she pointed at the Maybach. What's the deal with this car? I used to feel sorry for you driving that beat-up car for ride-hailing. Su Bai and Jiang Nan exchanged a glance and launched into the excuse they had prepared on the way. Sweetheart, I can explain. 6 months ago, Jiang Nan and I were bored and had a coffee. There was a 500-yuan recharge promotion with a lucky draw. Since I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom that day, I impulsively recharged 500 yuan. Oh, and then what? Lin Qianyu smiled at Su Bai, eager to see how he would spin this tale. And then you see what happened. Su Bai gestured at the Maybach. That day, I amazed even myself. I was truly the chosen one, winning such a luxury car. That's right, I was there too. Jiang Nan chimed in, playing the witness. But his eyes kept darting toward the 3 storage boxes, as if he wished he could make them vanish without a trace. Honey, tell me the truth. Lin Qianyu pouted. What coffee shop would give away a Maybach as a prize? No one would believe that. Sweetheart, let me finish. Su Bai walked over to the Maybach and gently placed his hand on it. That day, I actually won a 10th yuan voucher for this car. A coupon. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow. Don't tell me you bought a Maybach just for a coupon. My dear wife, you are truly brilliant, like a celestial being descending to earth, or Zhuge reincarnated with divine foresight. Su Bai directly extended his thumb. Imagine this. That day I actually won the grand prize, the biggest prize I've ever won in my life, 10,000 yuan. A 10th yuan coupon. I had to seize it firmly so. Su Bai pointed at the brand new Maybach ahead. After 3 hours of mental struggle, my emotional right brain ultimately triumphed over my rational left brain. I suppressed the pain in my heart and bought this Maybach. Lin Qianyu was speechless. Yalan was dumbfounded. Jiangnan said, I tried my best to stop brother by that day. I thought it might be a scam, but for that 10th yuan coupon, he still went through with it. Since the car was already exposed, the priority was to come up with a plausible explanation. Jiangnan, keep quiet. Yalan couldn't help but glare at Jiangnan. A coupon story. Were they really treating them like children? Only a 3-year-old would believe such an excuse. Yet the next moment Yalan was stunned again. Su Bai directly went to the driver's seat and pulled out something from the storage compartment. Honey, look, this is the 10th yuan coupon from back then. Su Bai handed the coupon directly to Lin Qianyu. This was also the backup plan Su Bai had left for the car just in case it was discovered, so he could have a reasonable explanation. Seeing the shocked Lin Qianyu and Yalan, Su Bai's lips twitched slightly as he continued. Honey, I have to say the ride in this car feels completely different from the one I used for ride-hailing. It's exceptionally comfortable. Lin Qianyu was speechless. How could it be the same? A ride-hailing car worth over 100,000 and a 7-figure Maybach. Even thinking with your toes, these two cars aren't in the same league. But Lin Qianyu looked at the coupon in her hand. It indeed bore the coffee shop signature and a winning date. Logically, everything seemed very reasonable. However, looking at Su Bai before her setting aside the coupon, Lin Qianyu felt something was off inside. Just when she discovered the car, Su Bai and Jiang Nan happened to appear before her, and he happened to pull out the coupon from the car. Was this truly reasonable? Honey, when the baby is born, the three of us can drive this car to the mountaintop for camping or go to the countryside for an outing. If you want, we can even drive it to a remote wilderness, a place with no one around, to do something meaningful. Su Bai deliberately changed the subject. How about I take you for a spin right now? Beside him, Yalan was still in shock, her eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens, driving a Maybach to the countryside for an outing. Was this for real? And what meaningful thing? Yalan turned to look at Jiang Nan, recalling some past experiences, and a blush crept onto her face. Phew. Lin Qianyu let out a long breath, slowly regaining her composure from the intense shock, and put the coupon into her pocket. Honey, I believe you. As for the spin, let's not rush. We can go tonight. I'm not live streaming now, so let me finish searching through everything in this store first. Lin Qianyu didn't press further about the source of the other motorcycle. Instead, she walked toward the 3 storage bins. Sister-in-law, how about we eat first and come down to check later? Jiang Nan quickly interjected. No rush, I'm not hungry yet. Seeing that they couldn't divert the two women's attention, Su Bai and Jiang Nan exchanged glances, a flicker of panic appearing in both their eyes. It was over, completely over. The two women stood before the storage bins, observing how the surfaces were sealed tightly with layers of transparent tape. Qianyu, I think there might be something big inside, otherwise it wouldn't be protected so meticulously. Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement, casually pulling a small pair of scissors from her pocket. We'll find out soon enough. Even the design drawings in the basement were just casually placed in storage bins, but these 3 bins were so tightly protected, there had to be something significant inside. Su Bai frowned from the side. Why did this girl carry scissors around? What was she planning? Could it be? No way. Was she aiming for that area? Su Bai suddenly shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Rip, accompanied by a tearing sound, the top storage bin, no matter how tightly sealed, was still fragile before the scissors. The two women, filled with excitement and curiosity, reached out and opened the bin. What is this? The two women's faces instantly flushed. Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai. Does this need to be protected so carefully? Yo, what era is this? Why not just put it on a USB drive or in a system folder? Yalan was also puzzled. Right, honey, isn't your 300 tang poems enough? Why use discs? The first bin contained a full stack of discs, some with indecent images on the covers. Any adult could tell at a glance what they were. Ahem. I told you to go eat first, Jiang Nan said, breathing a sigh of relief that the bin didn't contain any group photos. These are just male hobbies. USB drives and folders aren't as safe as the original discs, especially since these are limited editions. Right, most of them were given to me by Anan. Su Bai crouched down and picked up one of the discs. This is our Enlightenment teacher song. Who knew she'd returned to the industry after all these years overseas? I had to support her. This one is her debut album. If I remember correctly, she's also Anan's favorite actress. But we're all adults here. I believe you won't hold this against me, honey. Hearing Su Bai's question, Lin Qianyu blushed. Threenick. It was impossible to be angry. A man being skilled was naturally a good thing. No wonder he knew so much. It was all thanks to these actresses teaching him. Yalan didn't blame Jiang Nan either. Instead, she curiously admired the items. Men learning some knowledge was perfectly normal. What's this? Yalan squinted and pulled out a black box from the bin with a sticky note attached that read Tail Chase 3. Tail 3. Yalan frowned, feeling as though she had heard that name somewhere before. Qianyu, do you know what this is? Lin Qianyu took the black box and examined it. It was pitch black, devoid of any patterns or hints. She shook her head and replied, no idea. Honey, what is this? Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai and asked. Cough. Darling. Well, you see. Su Bai was momentarily at a loss for words, so he simply pointed to a pile of discs in the storage box. It's the same kind of thing, similar in essence, just in the form of a game. Nguo. Lin Qianyu's eyes widened again as she pointed at the discs in the storage box. There's a game like this. Then, recalling something, her face flushed even deeper. Honey, so this one can be controlled by yourself. Su Bai was shocked by Lin Qianyu's words. So his wife had this side to her as well. Yalan, standing nearby, was also blushing, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Can we play it? Cough. Was this really happening? Su Bai glanced at Lin Qianyu, then at Yalan. Yalan will give this to Jiang Nan later, and you two can take your time playing it at home. After all, some games were better played by 2 rather than 4. 4 would be a bit too intense. Right. Honey, if you want to play, we can take our time at home. This game has plenty of good stuff that can open up a whole new world for you, Jiang Nan chimed in from the side. Although he and Su Bai weren't blood brothers, they were closer than kin. But this kind of thing was still a bit too open. Honey, where did you guys get all this stuff? I've never heard of it before, Lin Qianyu asked, curiously crouching down to pick up another black box from the storage bin. Is this Nibelheim's Hunter-branded Azel also that kind of game? This Nibelheim's Hunter-branded Azel is relatively mild, but it still has age restrictions. It's probably out of print by now, Su Bai explained. After all, such games were strictly regulated domestically. Only by having someone bring them from Sakura country could one obtain similar games. Su Bai didn't usually play these games on purpose, only revisiting them out of nostalgia. It all started with Jiang Nan, who had gotten him into it. Is that so? Sounds interesting, Lin Qianyu said, placing the black box back into the storage bin. Then let's experience all of them later. Ole. Su Bai blinked. Alright, whatever you say, dear. I didn't expect these things to be worth keeping so carefully. I thought it would be some big secret, Lin Qianyu said, feeling a bit disappointed. But little did she know, to many men these were the most important treasures. Just like in college, every guy's computer had a collection ranging from a few to dozens, even hundreds of treasures, something to show off to male friends. Alright, that's enough of that. Let me see what's in the other 2 storage bins. Don't tell me it's more black boxes and discs. Lin Qianyu crouched down and gave the second storage bin a firm yank. Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat again, cursing his slow reflexes for not stopping her in time. He took a step back toward the door, ready to make a run for it if his wife showed any sign of starting a fight. Moi. What's this? Lin Qianyu's curiosity was piqued again as she saw a stack of books and an album inside the bin. Gulp. Jiang Nan swallowed hard and glanced at Su Bai. Su Bai nodded, his face darkening, and gave Jiang Nan a look that said, "May the heavens be with you." This was the calm before the storm. Yalan also leaned in, pulling out a few books to look at. Wow, Su Bai, you actually have the complete set of the 3 divine books. If these are collector's editions, they must be worth a pretty penny. Yalan, what are the 3 divine books? Lin Qianyu looked bewildered, feeling like a complete novice. They're books that boys love to read, you know. Yalan pointed to the first storage bin. Same kind of thing as what's in there. Men are all the same. Su Bai, your hobbies are just like Jiang Nan's. He also likes to keep these kinds of books at home. Yalan casually picked up the album beside her. Looks like that Maybach is the biggest secret of this search. Suddenly Yalan froze as if struck by a spell. After a moment, the sound of grinding teeth echoed in the room. Yalan slowly turned to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I never knew you were into this. Jiang Nan sighed, LLL. Honey, let me explain. Bro, Bai, save me. Huff. Yalan took a deep breath. Fine, I'll hear you out today. Honey, this was from a college dorm gathering. We went to a KTV and ended up in the wrong room by mistake, Jiang Nan quickly explained. We didn't mean to, but we had too much to drink and got disoriented. We accidentally walked into a room where a group of car models were celebrating. Car models in swimsuits. And they were so welcoming when you walked into the wrong room. Yalan pointed at one of the photos. In the picture, Jiang Nan was posing with 3 models in bizarre positions, looking like promotional shots for some adult film. Maybe, Jiang Nan said guiltily, it's because we're handsome. As for why the car models were wearing bikinis, I guess the theme of the auto show that day was a beach party. Yalan scoffed. If you said Su Bai was handsome, that's one thing. But you're not exactly at the level where women would throw themselves at you. And in this photo, Su Bai is a gentleman. Look at your hands and your eyes. You might as well have merged into one body with them. Hearing Yalan's words, Su Bai couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. What a perfect assist. He was off the hook this time. As for Jiang Nan, he was probably used to it. Lin Qianyu also leaned in to browse through the album and nodded with satisfaction. In every photo, Su Bai maintained a fist distance from the young ladies, displaying impeccable gentlemanly conduct. This made her forget for a moment why Su Bai had taken those photos with them and why he had hidden them in this store. Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai, leaned in, and whispered in his ear, "Honey, you'll get a reward tonight." Cough. Su Bai's eyes lit up. "Darling, will pregnancy affect that?" "Yalan, don't be angry just yet. I reckon Jiang Nan was just talking big. He wouldn't do anything to betray you." Lin Qianyu quickly tried to soothe Yalan, who seemed on the verge of a volcanic eruption. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry." Yalan took a few deep breaths. "Let's keep watching. There might be more surprises. If I get a heart attack from anger, Qianyu, you'll have to call an ambulance for me." Lin Qianyu tugged at Su Bai's hand again. "Honey, why don't you go cook with Jiang Nan first? We'll be up in a bit." Su Bai. Why did his heart feel so uneasy? But seeing Lin Qianyu touch her belly, Su Bai agreed directly. "All right, I'll go back and make you something delicious." Watching them leave, Yalan raised an eyebrow. "Qianyu, they didn't buy any groceries, did they? Seems like they rushed back." "Probably not. Maybe it's in the car." Lin Qianyu shook her head. "Let's see what's in the third storage box first." Su Bai and Jiang Nan returned to the car, exchanged a glance, and let out a deep sigh. "By good, there shouldn't be anything more explosive inside, right? Yours should be clear, but mine still has some things. By good, how about you run away?" Jiang Nan looked at Su Bai, who shared his plight, and made a suggestion. "He'll find you a boat. You can sneak out, there's no way to trace where you've gone. Once you're there, he'll arrange a pile of cash. Hide out for a year or two before coming back." "A year or two? Then I wouldn't see the baby being born." Su Bai rolled his eyes. "You're full of bad ideas. Then how about we relax after this wave passes?" Jiang Nan flashed a lecherous grin. "The pressure day in and day out is too much to handle. Aren't you afraid of your wife? She was like Mount Fuji about to erupt. No worries, we'll stick to healthy activities. We can join a multi-person organization to pass on the National Traditional Culture Exchange." "What's that?" Su Bai looked bewildered. What kind of new activity was this? "Playing mahjong. You win 9 out of 10 games. Investing in you is a sure thing. If you don't want to play mahjong, we can go to the International Artisan 54 Card Permutation and Combination Best Matching Research Society." "What's that again?" "Playing poker. 50K is your favorite, isn't it?" Jiang Nan wiggled his eyebrows, giving a knowing look. "No card games." Su Bai refused outright. "Not short on cash, it's boring. But this playing poker." The kid had never played that kind of poker. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Nan preferred playing two-person poker. "Then how about we two brothers study the linguistic art of ethanol-catalyzed biological neural hormone secretion reactions?" "Is that drinking?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow. "Exactly, drinking and bragging for short." Jiang Nan patted Su Bai's thigh. "I have an 18-year-old daughter's wine stashed away. I was planning to keep it for decades until my kid's wedding. If Bai Gu is interested, I'll crack open a bottle. Afterward, we can go to a sequential artistic behavior display and gourmet appreciation exchange." "Drinking is fine, but speak plainly." Su Bai frowned. He had no idea where the kid had learned such artistic language, making simple activities sound so elegant. "Ahem. I was thinking of setting up some code words so the wives won't catch on. After drinking, we have to sing, right?" Jiang Nan scratched his head and replied sheepishly. "I see. We'll talk later." Su Bai stepped on the gas. "We need to hurry and buy groceries. Later, compile all the code words and send them to my WeChat, especially for fishing. Anything the wives mustn't find out." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Got it, boss. You'll be satisfied." Inside the shop, Lin Qianyu and Yalan hadn't opened the third storage box yet. Instead, while Su Bai and Jiang Nan were away, they reopened the first box for further investigation. After all, as humans, their interests in this area transcended gender. In universities now, it wasn't just male dorms, female dorms also had a wealth of such resources. Every dorm had a walking encyclopedia roommate, and a certain drive on their computer was always a treasure trove. "Yalan, do you think guys learn all their techniques from this?" "I think some moves are learned, but others are instinctive. It should be a male instinct." Yalan bit her lip. "Think about it, primitive humans discovered and studied it themselves, eventually leading to the birth of these films." Looking at the images on the discs, Yalan's face flushed. "You're right." Lin Qianyu nodded and put the disc back into the storage box. "Come on, let's see what's in this last box." Yalan excitedly grabbed a utility knife, tore, and pulled. Moi. Inside the box were 5 or 6 thick folders. "Qianyu, what's this?" "Let's find out." Lin Qianyu picked up the first folder and opened it. First page, Binhai Bay Economic Development Zone Project Proposal. Responsible person, Su Bai. "This." Lin Qianyu and Yalan exchanged glances, their pupils dilating slightly. "Wasn't this a bit too much?" "Qianyu, your husband is too much. Is this really?" Compared to the project document in Lin Qianyu's hands, the house, the Maybach, the golden umbrella, all the hidden money they had found paled in insignificance. This was an economic development zone project, and Su Bai was the person in charge. Gulp, they both swallowed involuntarily. "Qianyu, flip through and see if these project documents are real." Lin Qianyu leafed through the project proposal in her hand. The plans inside matched the changes in that development zone over the past year. When Lin Qianyu reached the last few pages, she saw the red stamps and various anti-counterfeit seals. Yalan, this might be real. Gulp. Yalan swallowed again, pointing at the remaining folders. Qianyu, if each folder is a project document, then Su Bai. Yalan didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Qianyu understood what she meant. If they were all project documents, then the implications. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath and began flipping through the remaining folders. Lanyang Bay Economic Development Zone. Sanya Holiday Resort Tourism. Every project document's responsible person was Su Bai? Why, it's been an hour, hasn't it? Why haven't those two women come up yet? Jiang Nin glanced at his phone, his voice laced with worry as he continued. Why are you sure there's no other dirt on me? Otherwise, knowing Yalan's temper, I won't have a peaceful week. I think that's all. The rest of your secrets are at another stash point. Su Bai flipped the pan while recalling what he had hidden in the store. It's almost ready. Why don't you give them a call? No. Jiang Nin quickly waved his hand in refusal. I'd better not fan the flames. Yalan probably can't stand the sight of me right now. Thinking back, why did I have to pick the most expensive swimsuit style? And that's not even who I am. I must have been too drunk. Alcohol really messes things up. Oh, that's not who you are. Su Bai teased with a smirk. If I hadn't stopped you that day, you would have bared it all with a few of them, even putting on a live show. The living room door creaked open. What live show? Yalan's eyes fixed on Su Bai, who seemed to radiate a mysterious aura, and asked curiously. Yalan, you're back. Bai was just saying he'd cook his signature dish for you guys when he has time. Jiang Nan's eyes darted to Yalan's hands, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw she wasn't holding anything. Meanwhile, Su Bai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he spotted the bag in Lin Qianyu's hands. Perfect timing. Wash up and get ready to eat. Okay. Lin Qianyu set the bag aside and began helping with the dishes. Honey, what's that? We'll talk after dinner. Just a little secret. Seeing the look in Lin Qianyu's eyes, Su Bai sensed something was amiss. Half an hour later, the four of them sat satiated on the sofa. Lin Qianyu leisurely pulled a folder from the bag. Su Bai frowned at the sight of it. This folder. Wasn't that project nearly complete? The remaining loose ends had been handed over to the company. When had he left it there? Could it be that he got drunk with Jiang Nan that day and tossed the project file into the storage box too? Honey, do you know what this is? Yes, I do. Su Bai nodded. I helped draft some proposals to repay a favor. Keep spinning your tales. Who drafts a proposal and puts their own name as the project lead, and even stamps it with an official seal? Lin Qianyu's expression clearly said him not a child you can brush off with excuses anymore. Well, Su Bai rubbed his nose, a mix of embarrassment and pride on his face. This is where your husband's vision comes into play. I figured since I was already writing the proposal and the project seemed decent, I'd invest a little. Before I knew it, I became the largest shareholder and ended up as the project lead. Fortunately, all these projects are profitable now, hence the Maybach and that house. Pretty smart of me, huh? Su Bai's words left Lin Qianyu speechless, as the project's profitability was undeniable. Take the Sanya Holiday Resort project, for example. During peak seasons, a single hotel room could cost up to 99999 yuan per night, with standard rooms starting at 4 figures. The annual returns were staggering. And I never forget my brothers when it comes to good opportunities. Jiang Nin has a stake in the Sanya project too. You do? Yalan turned to Jiang Nin in surprise. Ahem. Thanks to Bai, I'm the head of procurement. Jiang Nin puffed out his chest. I made a bit of pocket money from this project, but I don't get a share of the ongoing profits. His revelation left Lin Qianyu and Yalan even more stunned. Well, keeping the benefits within the circle. Procurement, the most lucrative department in the entire project, especially one as big as Sanya. Yalan could easily imagine how much her husband had profited. But, Jiang Nan, how come I didn't know about this? No wonder you're out carousing all day. You've been hiding a fortune from me too. Yalan finally snapped back to reality. How is that possible? I just reinvested the money into Bai's other projects. Jiang Nin quickly explained. He did have some hidden savings, but he couldn't reveal them now. Otherwise, he'd never be able to go fishing on the side again. That's more like it. But Su Bai, you really can't judge a book by its cover. In college you were so quiet, and now look at you. So deep and unfathomable. It's nothing, just luck. Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu with a pitiful look. Honey, it was all the higher-ups' fault. They insisted I invest with them. Humph. Lin Qianyu pouted and flipped through the project documents again. I can't believe the Sanya Holiday Resort is yours, honey. I wanted to go when it first opened, but I held back because of the high prices. If I'd known. I don't care. You have to take me there for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Let me enjoy the life of the rich. 3 days. Sister-in-law, you're underestimating Bai. A whole year would be no problem. It's his own property, just money moving from one pocket to another. Jiang Nan chimed in, stirring the pot. Then he'll take Qianyu on a year-long vacation. Yalan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her unreliable husband. A year. Jiang Nan counted on his fingers. At an average of 200 yuan a night for 365 days. Honey, it's not about the money. If you're gone for a year, I'd miss you terribly. If you'd love that. You could party all night with your swimsuit girls and play the groom every day. Yalan fumed at the memory of those photos. A week will do. A week's fine. We'll get by to treat us. You? It's okay, I'll arrange top-tier treatment for you all. Su Bai waved his hand. I haven't taken Qianyu on a proper trip since we got married. How about next week? Jiang Nan, you come too. All expenses on me. Why you said it. Jiang Nan was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Honey, should we deduct it from the secret stash you uncovered? Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu with a mischievous grin. Dream on. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Nan and Yalan finished their dinner and bid farewell before heading home. In the living room, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu cuddled together watching television. Honey, fess up, what other identities do you have? Lin Qianyu counted on her fingers, a mansion, luxury cars, and even a shareholder of a listed company. You're definitely a wealthy man. And the lithography machine design proves you're a scientist. Besides all that, you're also a top-tier chef, you can fix furniture. And your ways of hiding private money are endlessly creative. Combining all these skills. Honey, could you be an elite special forces soldier? Or part of some secret national organization like the Dragon Group, or something? That doesn't add up either. We've been together since college and married for 2 years. You never had a chance to join the special forces unless you started from the womb. Don't tell me you moonlighted as a special forces soldier while driving for a ride-hailing service. Lin Qianyu lost herself in fantasy. Or, honey, you could be the only son of some reclusive, wealthy family. Your parents are actually in hiding, and their true identities are extraordinary. Su Bai nodded, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he watched Qianyu's increasingly wild imagination. Silly girl, you're overthinking this. My most important identity is being your husband. Other than that, suddenly something occurred to him. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Darling, let's go for a checkup tomorrow. Qianyu nodded her little head. Honey, I almost forgot about that too. You're right, we should get a checkup. Silly girl. Seeing her adorable days, Su Bai couldn't resist planting a quick kiss on her lips. Sweet and refreshing, when the kiss ended, Lin Qianyu seemed reluctant to let go, her hands draping around Su Bai's neck as she nestled into his arms like a docile kitten. A hint of desire flickered in her eyes. Su Bai knew exactly what Lin Qianyu meant, but they had indeed been overexerted lately. Darling, be good. We need to be careful now. Let's just go to the bedroom and sleep quietly. Su Bai looked at Lin Qianyu and spoke. Honey. Lin Qianyu breathed softly in his ear. Some moves are still okay. Goodness, this girl was determined to have her way today, and judging by the look of it, she even seemed ready to take the lead, which was thrilling to think about. Then, you take charge. Su Bai asked tentatively. Lin Qianyu nodded gently. Tonight you listen to me. You said it yourself. Su Bai's eyes lit up instantly, and he lifted Lin Qianyu, who was clinging to him, and strode into the bedroom. A night passed, and things turned out differently from what Su Bai had imagined. He couldn't quite put it into words, but it was both unforgettable and somewhat indescribable. As sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes and gave the lovely little lips before him another light peck. Honey, you're awake. Lin Qianyu's lips curled into a sweet smile, her eyelashes fluttering like little brushes, utterly adorable. Are you hungry? A little bit. Wait here, I'll make you something. I'm getting up too. Lin Qianyu stretched in Su Bai's arms and returned a light kiss. Otherwise, he'll turn into a little lazy pig. Half an hour later, Su Bai placed a hearty breakfast on the table. Lin Qianyu handed him a glass of water. Honey, you've worked hard. Darling, you're so good to me. Su Bai took the glass and glanced at its contents. Goji berries. What did this girl mean? Could it be? Su Bai's mind raced with thoughts, and a mix of emotions washed over him. He was being looked down upon, but really at this age a single night's rest was enough to recover. It wasn't necessary. It's not like being middle-aged, putting goji berries in a thermos. That was going too far. In a few days had have to show her who was boss. Su Bai downed the drink in one gulp. Lin Qianyu watched his twitching brow. Honey, I heard this is good for you. Su Bai nearly spat out the water, head swallowed. Darling, rest assured your husband is still young. After breakfast, we'll head for the checkup. After sitting down, Su Bai suddenly asked Lin Qianyu, Darling, would you like some papaya milk later? Papaya milk. Lin Qianyu glanced at the glass on the table and immediately caught on Su Bai. She looked down. It was still decent, at least better than 50% of women in the country. And now he was suggesting papaya milk. This guy was definitely getting back at her for the goji berry water. Honey, you've changed. You never used to be like this. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes and took a sip of the milk on the table. Our times have changed. Su Bai's mouth twitched. He had to make this girl understand a man's dignity. Some things just weren't to be said. You're still on about that. Lin Qianyu pouted and bit into a piece of toast. Hey honey, did you add strawberry jam? It's so good. I added a few other things too. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Su Bai pushed his own portion toward her. Eat more, don't go hungry. Love you. Then I won't hold back. After breakfast, Su Bai picked up the plates and headed to the kitchen while Lin Qianyu skillfully started her live stream. Darling, don't stream too long today. We'll leave in half an hour. Streamer a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I miss you so much. I think I just heard by Yes voice. Streamer, where are you two off to? Maybe I can run into you. I'm by Yes loyal fan now. Did you find out who that electric remote belongs to yesterday? Any new discoveries about Bai Yes' identity? My heart feels like 10,000 ants are crawling over it. So uncomfortable, I can't stand it. Dude, upstairs your heart might already be gone. Good morning, everyone. My husband and I are going for a checkup today. Lin Qianyu waved at the live stream room. Didn't find much yesterday, just some things you guys would like. Streamer, do you have an appointment? If not, you might not get in. Go to the first hospital, it's public. Otherwise try Boai, but I heard it's VIP only. Things guys like. I'm picturing it now. Could it be a box of stockings? Appointment. Honey, did you make an appointment? Lin Qianyu turned to ask Su Bai in the kitchen. Otherwise we might go for nothing. Appointment. Su Bai was taken aback, then quickly recovered. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Honey, where are we going? Lin Qianyu noticed that the car was heading in a direction different from the first maternal and child hospital, so she couldn't help but ask, one hand holding up her live streaming phone. She claimed it was an outdoor broadcast today, leading her fans to experience a pregnant woman's checkup from a first-person perspective. This location has only 2 hospitals in Modu. One is the 4th hospital, and the other is the Boai Maternal and Child Hospital. Boai Maternal and Child Hospital is indeed excellent in every aspect except for the high cost. Everything else is top-notch. I had the fortune to go there for my second child, and I was truly warmed by every service. Moreover, they want force a section if a natural birth is possible, and the doctors are top-tier authoritative experts. From the onset of labor, there's round-the-clock multi-person care. It's expensive, but there's a reason for it. We're going to Boai Maternal and Child Hospital. We'll be there soon. Su Bai pointed in one direction, about 15 minutes. Honey, I heard it's a VIP membership system there. When did you get a membership? Lin Qianyu blinked, her expression full of confusion. Jiang Nan introduced it. Su Bai replied without hesitation. Jiang Nan. Doesn't Yalan not have a child yet? Why would he get a membership card there? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, then suddenly looked shocked. Honey, could Jiang Nan be keeping a mistress outside? Lin Qianyu touched her delicate nose. I think it's very possible. Otherwise it doesn't make sense, and given Jiang Nan's personality, he's entirely capable of doing such a thing. Wait. Dear, don't let your imagination run wild. It's a membership from a friend of Jiang Nan's cousin's uncle's wife's brother's college buddies. Cousin, not what you think. Lin Qianyu. What kind of relationship is that? Just hearing it was already confusing. But, as long as he wasn't keeping a mistress, it was fine, otherwise she would really feel sorry for Yalan. 15 minutes later, the two drove into the parking lot of Boai Maternal and Child Hospital. Honey, there's a parking spot ahead. Lin Qianyu pointed in a direction and shouted. There were quite a few wealthy people, so much so that all the parking spaces were full. The two drove around before finding a spot not too far from the hospital entrance. Following Lin Qianyu's fingers, Su Bai stomped on the accelerator, preparing to make a 90-degree drift into the space, aiming to nail it in one go. Squeal. Thud. The entire car shook. Su Bai was stunned. Lin Qianyu froze, then quickly patted her chest. That moment, Lin Qianyu felt her heart leap into her throat. What had just happened? Su Bai's car was half in the space, nose first, but the rear had been rear-end. Ha, epic fail. All that flashy driving, and the parking is a disaster. Master Bai met his match early this morning. Streamer, turned the camera around, let's see what happened. Su Bai frowned, glanced at Lin Qianyu, who was patting her chest, and his eyes turned icy cold. However, before Su Bai could get out of the car, he saw the driver of the Porsche Cayenne that had rear-ended him storm out of the driver's seat. It was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a thick gold chain that must have weighed a pound around his neck and a black jade thumb ring on his finger, as if afraid no one would know he was rich. Do you even know how to drive? Who parks like that? Running into a pile of dog shit first thing in the morning, what a fucking downer. You think you're the god of Mount Akina. Baldy pointed a finger at Su Bai in the driver's seat, muttering a stream of unpleasant words. Good heavens. This guy immediately started slinging mud, without even checking who rear-ended whom. Lin Qianyu was instantly displeased, and opened the window. Sir, we entered this spot first, and you weren't even in our line of sight. How can you blame us? Oh, so the man doesn't dare to come out, and lets the woman speak. Impressive. Baldy sneered. What makes you think you deserve this spot with your crappy little car? Huff. Su Bai took a deep breath, his already cold expression turning even more icy. He gently patted the back of Lin Qianyu's hand, forcing a mild smile. Dear, let me handle this. Do you even know where this is? Do you know how much it costs to have a baby here? Do you know you need an appointment? Take a look at yourselves, ignorant of everything, and you still come here. Baldy kept rambling, every word dripping with arrogance. Use your poor eyes to see. Are there any cars here under $500,000? How can you be shameless enough to park a car worth just over 100,000 here? You're nothing but poor losers. Don't pass your bad luck on to me. Hearing this, Lin Qianyu grew even angrier. Though she didn't like comparisons, she was deeply irritated. If only she had driven the Maybach. Damn it. Since when did wealth and poverty have to match the car? Some wealthy people drive cars worth 100,000, while those who put on airs buy luxury cars on loans, unable to even make next month's payment. The viewers in the live stream were laughing their heads off, all acting like spectators. Good heavens, if Master Bai is a poor loser, then what am I? I don't even deserve to exist in this world. Master Bai actually got mocked. Take out that golden umbrella. It's worth as much as that Baldy's car. Since when did being low-key become a sin? I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing this Baldy crying for his mom. Can't stand it. Master Bai has to take him down, make him know what money is. Master Bai getting looked down on for being poor. This will be trending tomorrow. When Baldy saw Su Bai get out of the car in a cheap white t-shirt and sweatpants, he snorted dismissively. Forget it, I hit your car. It'll double the repair cost, and you give me the spot. Baldy pulled out his phone. Give me your payment code, I'll transfer some first. A bat wearing chicken feathers. Su Bai rolled his eyes at Baldy and said bluntly, what does that mean? Baldy asked confused. It means what kind of bird do you think you are? Get lost. Su Bai took a photo with his phone, then turned to glare at Baldy. What a fucking idiot. You motherf. Baldy, never having been treated like this, started cursing and rolled up his sleeves to fight. Slap. A sharp sound rang out. Before Baldy could react, a red palm print appeared on his face. How dare you hit me, you. Slap. Another crisp sound. Su Bai said calmly, the first one was for scaring my wife. The second is for your filthy mouth. You can go to the hospital, they'll cover the expenses. Su Bai threw Baldy's own words back at him from a different angle. You wait and see. Baldy, finally coming to his senses, grabbed his phone. He'll make sure your wife can't get a checkup here. Huh. Su Bai sneered, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. What an idiot. Without waiting for Baldy to make a call, Su Bai took Lin Qianyu's hand and carefully walked toward the hospital entrance. Baldy wanted to say something more, but when his eyes met Su Bai's, the words died in his throat. After Su Bai and Lin Qianyu had walked away, Baldy followed them, sending a text message at the same time. If you get a checkup today, they'll take your last name. At the hospital entrance. Honey, are we going to get into trouble because of this? Looking at the hospital lobby, Lin Qianyu frowned and asked. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Su Bai gave a warm smile. If you step back from a dog, it will take advantage. You have to beat it until it learns to call you master. Su Bai's words made Lin Qianyu cover her mouth and giggle. Looking at Su Bai's perfect jawline, he was indeed quite charming in this moment. Hello, how can I help you? A nurse with an average figure and a sweet face appeared before them, asking in a pleasant voice. Hello, my wife is pregnant. Would like to do a checkup. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai felt a pinch on his waist and heard Lin Qianyu's barely audible voice. Honey, where are you looking? Amidst 100 discussions on whether men look at figure or face, First Bai, being a man, couldn't avoid this question. Simply put, it's about the attraction of opposites. After seeing the same face at home for too long, one inevitably craves a change of flavor, so Bai can't be blamed. All crows are equally black. Men. Little sister, I might as well stay single for life. The live stream room was amused by Su Bai's actions, discovering that this man truly had many facets and was a hidden treasure. All right. The nurse, holding a tablet, still wore her trademark smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? Her eyes casually swept over Su Bai and Lin Qianyu. His watch, clothes, shoes, car keys. In an instant, the sweet-faced nurse formed her own judgment. Yes, I do. Su Bai nodded with a smile, about to give his name. Suddenly, the nurse's phone buzzed inappropriately. Sir, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. She apologized, lowering her head to pull out her phone. Vice Dean. For the next 2 minutes, the nurse simply nodded repeatedly, occasionally glancing up at Su Bai and Lin Qianyu with evident surprise. All right, Vice Dean, I understand. Hanging up, she looked apologetically at Su Bai. Sir, I'm sorry, but today's health check slots are fully booked. I suggest you come another day. What? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He hadn't even given his name. How could the slots be full? Besides, he had said he had an appointment, so how could there be no availability? Miss Nurse, I think you might be mistaken. I already have an appointment for today. Could you please double-check? Hearing Su Bai's challenge, the nurse looked awkward. But authority trumped reason, especially since it was an order from the Vice Dean himself. Sir, I only just received the notice, so I'm just following orders. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Honey, since today's slots are full, let's just come back tomorrow. It's only one day. Lin Qianyu gently tugged at Su Bai's hand. They have a tough job too, let's not make things hard for the staff. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's previously cold gaze softened instantly. All right, I'll listen to my wife. We'll come back tomorrow. He gently patted her hand and looked back at the nurse. I trust there will be slots tomorrow, or do I need to make a new appointment? Well, the nurse hesitated, staring at Su Bai's handsome face. She bit her lip and gathered her courage. If it's not too much trouble, I'd suggest switching to another hospital. It might be better. I'm worried that something might come up again tomorrow, wasting your time. The nurse couldn't bear it, so she offered a subtle hint. The Vice Dean had instructed her to find excuses to prevent this couple from having their checkup at the hospital. Although she didn't know the reason, as a nurse wanting to keep her job, she had to obey. Hearing her words, Su Bai's brow furrowed again. What do you mean by that? He asked coldly. Lin Qianyu also caught the problem in the nurse's words. So it wasn't that there were no slots today, it was just targeted at them. It means it's not allowed. The nurse realized she had misspoken. I was just trying to help. This isn't my decision, sir. Please be kind and don't cause a scene now. The nurse felt deeply wronged. She shouldn't have said that extra bit. If this young couple made a fuss, her bonus for the month would be gone. Su Bai turned to scan the hospital lobby, trying to see who was deliberately targeting him. But all he saw were staff and pregnant women coming and going. Nothing unusual. Honey, maybe we should just forget it and go to another hospital. Lin Qianyu touched her belly. I'm not too comfortable with this hospital's checkup now anyway. Oh ho ho. Look who's here. A familiar figure approached them. The balding man leered at the nurse. Pretty lady, how about dinner tonight? The nurse turned to see a shiny bald head and instinctively stepped back. Sir, this is a hospital. Please watch your language. I'm still playing hard to get. I've slept with at least 8 or 10 nurses from this hospital. During the day you all act so pure, but at night, the things you say. Just thinking about it gives me chills. The balding man shuddered. Take my advice. While you're still young and have some looks, make as much money as you can. Cash in hand is the only truth. Sir, if you keep this up, they'll call security. The nurse's face darkened with displeasure. She looked at the balding man as if he were a pile of dung, wishing she could slap his ugly face. Call security. He laughed as if hearing the world's funniest joke. Do you even know who I am? Calling security without knowing anything. The vice dean of this hospital is my sworn brother. Vice dean. The nurse instantly understood. So this young couple had offended this balding man, which was why the vice dean had personally called to prevent them from having their checkup here. Seeing the shock in the nurse's eyes, the balding man nodded with satisfaction. As a veteran player, he knew that given a little time, this seemingly innocent girl would fall into his hands. Then, the balding man licked his lips before turning to Su Bai. You look familiar, little brother. Need any help? Don't have a membership. I told you this is a place for the rich to get checkups. Paupers like you don't qualify. How about begging me? I could get you a slot. The balding man leered at Lin Qianyu, his eyes lighting up. If you let your wife spend a day with me, I'll arrange everything, and we can forget the past. This outrageous statement from the balding man stunned the live stream audience. Holy crap, this guy is speeding down the road to death. I can already see Meng Po waving at him. A dragon has its scales that touch them, and you die. A show's coming soon. I feel like he's insulting me too. If Bai Yi is a pauper, what am I? Anyone good at digging up dirt? Let's find out who this baldy really is. Brother, I'm not joking. Getting this beauty a checkup is as easy as saying a word. The balding man stroked his sparse hair. But if I don't speak up this hospital, and you will remain parallel lines forever. A sharp slap echoed through the lobby. Whose dog isn't leashed? So annoying. Su Bai rubbed his palm lightly. By now he understood everything. After all this fuss, the culprit was standing right in